Chapter 66, Caught Part 5. You two know him. John turned toward the boy behind him. He stood with his arms still crossed, but now his posture was a little more tighter, more alert. His gaze flicked between John, Ren, and Nora, his freckled face pinched with suspicion. Ren said nothing at first. He remained locked in a wordless, incredulous stare with John, eyes dark and unreadable. Nora, usually the first to blurt something out, was quiet too. She was confused, to say the least. There was no grin, spark, or glint of mischief behind her eyes, just this flat seriousness that made John's chest tighten. He hadn't seen her like this before. Not once. The boy glanced at both of them again. Guys. Still nothing. Even Nora, who had swung a warhammer into a nightmare creature like it was an unfortunate piñata moments ago, seemed unsure now. Her hands tightened slightly around the haft of her weapon. Her armor let out a whirring hiss when she walked, as if there were mechanical mechanisms that were aiding her movements. John's stomach twisted. This wasn't just simple shock. They looked haunted, perhaps, or maybe just morbidly curious. Who is he? He asked again. Is he one of us? Ren finally blinked from his stare, slowly then spoke. Oscar, he said, calm but firm, we need to speak to our friend. Alone. The boy, Oscar, blinked in confusion. Your friend? He looked back at John again. Wait, what do you mean? Please, Ren repeated, his tone gentler now but with weight behind it. Give us a moment. The younger boy hesitated, then let out a quiet sigh. Okay, sure. He turned and walked away, his boots crunching over cracked asphalt, eventually standing on the other side of the street where the massive scorpion had been killed. The shadows swallowed his silhouette like ink. Now it was just the three of them. John swallowed, throat dry. He said, breaking the silence almost casually, you both, what are you two doing here? Ren and Nora exchanged a look again, brief but intense. They didn't answer right away. Then Ren stepped forward. We're on patrol right now, performing our nightly duties, he explained simply. Nightly duties, John echoed. Yeah, John, you didn't tell us you were awakened too. Nora spoke, a little softly. Why didn't anyone introduce you to us at Beacon? If you were going to transfer from Ansel, he should have informed us, least. Well, more importantly, how come you're still at rank 0? Why am I at rank 0? That's what Raymond said too. John spoke his thoughts out loud. Raymond. He was someone I met in Ansel, but we were attacked by some other guy that was around the same level of strength that he was. At least, I think he was. Attacked in Ansel. Was Raymond a rank 1 operative or? Yeah, he said that he was, but I don't. John frowned and trailed off, thinking about what to say to his friends that he had just found in this place. John didn't really know how to address them. They were like him. It was quite a surreal experience. Honestly, guys, I don't really know what you're talking about. What are ranks and transfers? I wasn't awakened, like you either. I just started appearing here. Last week. Nora didn't seem to comprehend his words. Last week. Yeah, John said. I've been stuck in this place every night since. I fought a werewolf thing, a Beowulf, my first time and practically almost died, but I survived somehow. Since then, it's been a demented pig thing called a Borbatusk, then an entire pack of Beowulfs, a Bearursa monster, and, well, that big scorpion just now that probably isn't even called a scorpion. It's called a Deathstalker. Nora's expression flickered with both curiosity and awe across her face. You fought all of that alone, at rank 0. John nodded. Yeah, it was either fight or die. Ren's gaze sharpened. You're 16, right? Yeah, John said, confused. Why? Ren's brow furrowed. This circumstance that you are referring to is simply impossible, John. What is me fighting and surviving? Come on, it was hard. And yeah, I almost died, but I'm a lot stronger now. So, not that impossible, eh? While fighting the creatures of Grimm at rank 0, without training and miraculously surviving is really awesome, that's not what he meant. At your age, John, well, you're not supposed to be here, Nora remarked. No one over the age of 14 awakens. Awakens, like enters this dream realm. Ren nodded. Exactly on their 14th birthday, that's how it works, not earlier or later. There's never been a case of someone awakening at your age, 16, Nora added. Not once. We've trained with veterans, researchers, and all sorts of observers. This kind of thing doesn't happen. Maybe it's a glitch, John offered weakly. Some kind of mistake. Ren shook his head. The Nightmare Realm doesn't simply make mistakes. The relic sees everything. Technically, nothing in the world should be able to hide from it, no matter what. The what now? Are you aware of what rune skills are? Ren asked. Sort of. I've seen them been used before, I think. From that masked man and Raymond. Raymond? Right. I don't know who that is, but in any case, there are 4 relics in this world. They are dubbed as relics because their functions go beyond what a rune skill is typically able to do. These relics are also known as Great Runes. The specific relic which should have detected you, the Rune of Knowledge, has been repurposed by us to function like a mix between a surveillance system and a living database. We repurposed it so that it tracks all awakenings and monitors energy signatures worldwide. It's how our organization finds us, brings us in and trains us, prepares us. Ren folded his arms, but apparently, it never picked up your presence. John stepped back, blinking. I didn't even know what any of this was until you showed up. I've been stumbling around in the dark, just surviving, you know. Nora let out a long breath and finally sat on a cracked ledge nearby. Okay, this is... wow. I don't understand, John said, growing frustrated. Why does it matter if I'm 16? Why can't someone older be here? Ren looked at him carefully. We do not know, however, it is an absolute law of this realm, like how gravity pulls or how fire is hot. It's a rule of sorts which has never been broken before. Ren paused, and John saw some hint of an unknown emotion flash across his eyes before he continued. Until you, apparently. People who awaken are also super rare. Only 1 in every 10,000 or so people can awaken. It's like getting struck by lightning during a solar eclipse. Which means your existence is rare even among those who are super rare, like rareception or something. John cracked a smile at the last part. This was the Nora he knew, not the overtly serious one he had just witnessed. And even then, Ren continued, awakened are guided. We're picked up by the relic and assigned to squads, mentors. We don't just wake up in the middle of this nightmare, unprepared. John lowered his voice, but I did. That silenced both of them. For a long moment, the wind howled faintly through the alleyway. Ren eventually broke the silence again. Tell us everything, from the beginning. So John did. He told them about the first night, the shock, the cold, the Beowulf that appeared. The way he'd almost died and been killed, and only using something called the Dream Authority exit from the system to escape. Then the next encounter, and the next. He told them about Raymond and the masked man, who had also mentioned organizations. The train station, the mist, how he thought the dream realm was just some kind of purgatory he was stuck in. Alone. When he finished, Nora's expression had shifted again. Now there was a spark, a light behind her eyes. Okay, yeah, this is super not normal, she said, hopping up. But also kind of cool. You're like some glitch in the Matrix, a ghost file, but that information about Raymond Red and a masked man, that's quite important. You said this happened in Ansel. John nodded. Interesting. We are going to have to report this information. In any case, since your situation is unique enough that Osbin might want to talk to you. Ren muttered the last part under his breath. John blinked. What? Ren shook his head. Nothing. John looked between them. So, you guys part of an organization or something? Like a dream army? Of sorts, Nora hummed. We train, do missions, neutralize nightmares, and help new awakened adjust. It's dangerous, but it's also awesome. And sometimes, Ren added, things go wrong, which is why we can't let you stay out here alone. What do you mean? Ren turned toward the alley's end. We're going to escort you to find a creature of Grimm. You'll kill it, and that will open the Dream Authority exit. You'll wake up. Then we'll talk for real in the waking world. Oh, John rubbed his forehead. All right, yeah, for sure. Their words made sense. However, he was still a little shocked that Ren and Nora of all people were a part of this dream realm. Truly, there was more to everyone than met the eye. In any case, this was a chance for John to finally receive answers. Answers about the dream, the weird organization, the system, the dream creatures, and everything else. Don't worry, Johnny. You're not alone, Nora said, placing a hand on his shoulder. Not anymore. He exhaled a deep breath. Those words felt nice to hear. Okay, I guess let's get me out of here then. Ren nodded. This way. The three turned and stepped to join the other boy, Oscar. Perhaps for the first time, John didn't feel like he was running blind. Chapter 67, Caught Part 6. John barely had time to catch his breath before Nora and Ren took point again, moving through the dream-warped streets with the practiced ease of people who had walked this realm countless times. They weren't just explorers here, they were professionals. Trained, efficient, and deliberate. John managed to keep pace well enough, though he was sure they were moving slower than they usually would. So, you're both rank 1s, he asked, jogging up beside Ren. Correct, Ren replied without looking back, though we haven't reached the peak yet. John tilted his head. How do ranks work exactly? What does peak mean? There are tiers within each rank, Nora called from up ahead. Rank is where you start when you first enter the nightmare realm. After reaching the peak of rank 0, you evolve your rune skill into a higher form. That triggers a physical transformation too. It's how your body ranks up into a higher rank. John glanced behind him. Oscar trailed quietly, still radiating the nonchalance of a teenager walking through a park, despite being in the middle of a dying cityscape under an alien sky. What about him? John asked. Oscar, Ren said. He's rank 0, a protégé, we're responsible for him. Protégé, John echoed. Nora turned back with a grin. We're a squad team RNO, pronounced as Reno. He was assigned to us for training and protection. He also joins us on patrols through the city. I see, so your team name is just your initials. Ren, Nora, and Oscar. Exactly that, Nora nodded cheerfully. Ren raised a hand. Questions later, when you wake up. You'll get your answers in the real world. For now, we need to finish your exit. That shut John up for now. There was too much to process, and his brain was already stretched thin. He hadn't even recovered from the shock that they were real, here with him, that they'd known all along, that they were part of something bigger. He looked over at Ren. That scorpion, a Deathstalker, right? It came out of this weird mist. It looked like a gate. Before, it only spawned weaker Grimm. This time, that thing showed up. Ren's pace slowed slightly. He sighed, probably realizing John wasn't done asking questions. That would have been a nightmare zone. They tend to get stronger over time. Also, the Deathstalker wasn't a rank 1 Grimm. John raised a brow. It wasn't, then what rank was it? Still rank 0, but it was at the peak of it. Strong, but not yet evolved. In any case, Nora added, resting her hammer over her shoulder, that nightmare zone's our problem. We'll take care of it. You don't got to worry about it. There was something about the way they said it, like it was just another night on the job. But John could see the weight in Ren's eyes and the fatigue both of them tried to mask. This wasn't just something they did. It was work. They had to escort John, protect Oscar, quell the nightmare, and continue their patrol route before they left. John kept quiet after that. He didn't want to upset either of them. Finding a Grimm, apparently, wasn't hard when you were in the company of 2 rank 1s, which was why. It didn't take long before they found one. A lone Ursa. It lumbered through a derelict construction yard, its massive frame hunched as it sniffed through debris, claws scraping against rusted scaffolding. Its eyes glowed with that same crimson light John now instinctively recognized as dangerous, pure, unrelenting hostility. That one will do, Nora said, spinning her hammer once. I'll subdue it, she began. Wait. John stepped forward. They both turned to him. Let me handle it. Ren's brow furrowed. John, you don't have a rune skill, and your weapon isn't even regulation gear. I fought an Ursa before, John said, drawing Crocea Moors. Alone, I killed it. I can do it again. I'm not sure, Nora hesitated. For a rank 0, especially one in the early stage, an Ursa is dangerous. Even better, John leveled his blade. Let me prove I'm not just some anomaly. The two shared a glance. Then Ren nodded. We'll stand by, but don't take unnecessary risks. If it pins you, we intervene, no debate. John gave a firm nod, then stepped forward. The ground crunched beneath his shoes as he entered the clearing. The Ursa turned. It roared, a guttural, earth-shaking bellow that vibrated through the bones of the dream world. Its massive limbs flexed, claws curling as it spread its arms. Its glowing eyes locked on him, and like thunder cracking, it charged. John didn't move. He counted in his head, 1, 2, 3. Then he moved. He ducked left. The Ursa's claws raked through the space he'd just vacated. Its mass crashed through a stack of rusted girders, sending metal shrieking in every direction. John rolled, sprang to his feet, and slashed across the Ursa's shoulder as it turned. Sparks flew, dream blood sprayed. It wasn't enough. The beast spun, backhanding him with one massive paw. John blocked, his sword catching most of the impact. He rolled with the blow, landing hard but staying upright. His upgraded body stat dulled the pain, translating what should have been a bone-shattering hit into a manageable throb. The Ursa roared again and charged. John charged back. He ducked under its first swing, slashed upward across its chest, then drove his blade deep into its abdomen. The sword bit in, anchoring him. The Ursa bellowed, thrashing wildly. But John held firm. Gritting his teeth, he climbed. He used his embedded sword like a ladder, pulling himself up through blood and bone. He ignored the pain, the stench, the wild flailing limbs. He scrambled onto the Ursa's back, yanked the sword free, and plunged it into the back of its neck. The Ursa gave one last, gurgling roar before its body began to unravel. Just like the Deathstalker, it turned to ash and scattered into the wind. A soft chime echoed in his mind. Dream Authority exit, granted. Rank Beast, Ursa slain. John turned to face Ren and Nora, chest heaving but smiling, triumph still ringing in his veins. They were both watching him silently. Even Oscar looked surprised. Nora was the first to speak. "That was pretty good," she said, flashing a grin. "You're definitely an anomaly, all right." Ren allowed a faint smile and nodded in agreement. John let out a breath and wiped sweat from his brow. Felt like it took forever. Ren stepped forward and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "You should go now, and make sure you come to school on time tomorrow," Ren said, his tone suddenly serious. "Don't run away." John blinked. "What?" Ren's expression didn't change. "Just be there, we'll talk then." Something about the way he said it sent a ripple of unease through John, but he nodded. "I'll be there." Nora gave him a double wave. "Sleep well, Dreamstrider Tilda." Oscar smirked and offered a lazy wave. "Try not to get mauled next time." John gave a tired grin, and then willed himself to leave. His vision blurred, the forms of his friends faded. And just like that, John jolted awake. RWBY POV. The skies above their patrol sector were still shrouded in endless red-tinged darkness of the eternal night. They always were, in the dream realm. The broken blood moon that loomed overhead casted an eerie, crimson glow over the ruined buildings and shattered roads. RWBY darted forward, her silhouette sliced through the darkness with an accelerated boost. She barely touched the ground, propelled by her rune skill's kinetic force that left a red trail in her wake. A small Nevermore shrieked ahead of her, its skeletal wings flared wide. She responded with a precise arc of her scythe blade, cleaving through its chest with a burst of velocity. The Grim disintegrated into black ash and mist, its death as silent as its arrival. Most of the flock they encountered tonight had been weak, low-tier remnants from a nightmare zone. Rank Zeros, likely stragglers that hadn't been fully cleared after the zone in this sector had been purged by a Rank 2 a few days prior. It was routine cleanup. Still, the flock had quite the numbers, and unfortunately, one of them wasn't like the others. She lifted her gaze toward the crimson-lit sky. A larger Nevermore, wings broader, body plated with faint white obsidian scales, circled above them. Its beak glinted silver in the moonlight, and its eyes glowed with residual rune energy. This was a Rank 1 creature, very likely at the peak of Rank 1. Fortunately, they weren't here to deal with a full nightmare zone breakout. Not this time, at least. The objective tonight was observation and mop-up, a live patrol to keep the sector from slipping again. RWBY hated the thought of these things regrouping. A deep thoom shook the rooftop behind her, followed by the sound of pulverized grim bone and scorched air. Yang, of course. RWBY turned just in time to see the armored form of her sister deliver a rapid salvo of punches into a shrieking, larger-sized Nevermore. Each strike from her impact gauntlets landed like a drumbeat of thunder. The air shimmered around her fists, yellow rune patterns flaring as energy discharged with each blow. With a final uppercut, a grim burst into black smoke, scattering like burnt feathers in the wind. RWBY was sometimes jealous of Yang's rune skill, kinetic. It could absorb force and build power until Yang decided to unleash it in one brutal attack. Hers, in contrast, was Excel, a kinetic force propulsion rune that allowed her to accelerate in controlled bursts. It left trails of glowing red light when activated, making her attacks impossible to trace by eye alone. RWBY turned her head to the side to see her third squad mate, Xuanhuan, standing very poised in her armored form, near a broken lamppost, eyes narrowed as a glowing circle of fire burst to life around her. Her rune skill element could channel controlled bursts of ice, wind, water, and flame through a conduit, which was her blade. She launched flames in streaks of geometric precision. They burst like miniature sun flares wherever they struck the flock in front of her. The last and most mysterious member of her squad, Blake, flickered in and out of existence, one moment behind Weiss and the next on a rooftop. Her black armor, accented in deep violet, seemed to blur the light around her. That was her rune skill, Phantom, in effect. She could create short-lived clones that mimicked her movements. One split off to intercept a Nevermore's dive, vanishing just before the creature's sharp claws touched it. The real Blake appeared a second later, scything her monomolecular katana through its midsection in one fluid, silent motion. RWBY turned back to her sister, just in time to watch as she tanked a claw swipe to the chest, and then, without hesitation, slammed her gauntlets together. A concussive pulse exploded outward, sending the Grim flying back before it even had time to scream. "Eyes up," RWBY called to her squad. "That big one's circling lower." "I see it," Blake replied. "I'll get its attention," Yang added. "I'll pin it down with ice," Weiss remarked coolly. RWBY sighed despite herself. Their squad wasn't too friendly with each other. They worked fine in combat settings, but both Weiss and Blake refrained from trying to get closer with either RWBY or Yang. Sometimes, RWBY wished that she was assigned with Nora and Ren instead. After Yang and her started hanging out with them more, RWBY found that they were fun to be around. It was just a shame that they had to mentor Oscar. She supposed she couldn't be too mad, however. Perhaps once Oscar reached rank 1 she might get a chance to be reassigned. RWBY wasn't sure. In any case, they had a rank 1 to kill. Those Grim had their own rune skills too, which made them vastly more deadly. The air crackled, thick with tension and grit. Above them, the crimson glare of the shattered blood moon pierced the haze of dark night, casting long, jagged shadows across the fractured cityscape. RWBY barely had a second to breathe before she caught the gleam of movement from the sky, a silver flash against red clouds, a gust of wind slicing downward. The massive Nevermore tucked its obsidian wings and dived. "Yang!" RWBY cried, seeing her sister still on the rooftop. The giant Grim shrieked as it descended like a meteor, its beak aglow with baleful red energy. Dust and glass spiraled around it in a whirling cone of pressure. RWBY's instincts kicked in. Excel rune. With a thunderclap of displaced air and a sonic burst of red lightning, RWBY vanished from the street and reappeared at Yang's side in a blink. Her boots cracked the rooftop beneath her from the force of her landing. She didn't pause to explain. "Hold on," she shouted. She grabbed Yang by the waist and launched off the rooftop, just as the Nevermore impacted. The building was crushed inwards. Concrete and rebar crumbled like dry parchment beneath the monster's weight. The adjacent building also collapsed with it, buried in the shockwave and a cloud of choking debris. The pair landed hard on a neighboring rooftop, far on the other side of the crack street, skidding to a stop. Yang grunted, rolling to her feet, face scrunched in frustration and mild disbelief. "Okay," Yang exhaled, brushing rubble from her shoulder. "That was close." No sooner had she said it than Blake and Weiss materialized beside them in synchronized flashes of motion. Blake landing, with the grace of a shadow, and Weiss arriving in a sharp glimmer of cold air and light. The beast emerged from the rubble like an ancient god of death. Its feathers, sleek and layered like overlapping blades, rippled with a red-tinged aura that casted hellish light as it spread its wings to full span. The thing was enormous, nearly 15 meters from beak to tail, with a wingspan wide enough to blot out the sky. Its body was plated in white obsidian, armored. Its eyes pulsed with corrupt hunger and malevolence. From the rising dust, its feathers launched outward in streaking volleys of black and crimson, hundreds of them, each one glowing with red tracer trails, honing in like guided missiles. It was using its innate rune skill. "Incoming," Blake shouted. Weiss didn't hesitate. "Ice," she commanded, her rune flashing through her rapier. A massive wall of glacial ice erupted in front of them, sculpted in angular curves to deflect the incoming barrage. The first wave struck with the sound of explosions, crimson blasts tearing across the top of the roof. The second wave cracked the barrier. The third wave shattered it entirely. Ice rained down in jagged pieces as Weiss hissed a curse, shielding her eyes. "Definitely a peak rank one," she snapped. "Be ready." "Wouldn't have it any other way," Yang grinned, cracking her gauntlets. Sparks snapped across her arms as she charged up kinetic energy. Ruby's heart pounded. Her fingers tightened on the grip of her rifle as she and the others began to circle the grim like wolves around a bear. The Nevermore landed in the middle of the street, its talons raking the pavement like wet clay, its screech shaking nearby streetlights. They opened fire. Rounds of high-caliber tungsten slugs pelted the beast's torso and wings. Sparks burst and shallow wounds gouged at its plated feathers, but it wasn't enough. The Grim advanced through the storm of bullets like a tank, unfazed. "Not penetrating deep enough," Blake called. "We need a plan." "Get it grounded and I'll lock it down," Weiss said. "Then I'll punch it out of the sky." Yang's smirk widened. Blake vanished in a flutter of afterimages. Ruby watched her leap, directly onto the Nevermore's back mid-flight as the creature attempted to rise again. Blake's armor blurred with phantom energy, clones flickering around her, racing across the Grim's back like phantoms. They clustered around its eyes, slashing and confusing its vision. The Nevermore shrieked and thrashed. Ruby didn't need further prompting. Now Yang. Yang launched upward, rune flaring gold across her gauntlets and bracers. She'd been building up her kinetic charge. With a thunderous battle cry, she slammed both fists into the Nevermore's back. A concussive shockwave erupted, flattening cars and windows on both sides of the street. The Nevermore's wings stuttered. Its form crashed to the ground, wings crumpling beneath its own bulk. "Trapping it," Weiss called. She raised her rapier and stabbed it down. Spikes of ice erupted from beneath the asphalt, impaling and chaining the beast's limbs and tail. Blake disengaged, leaping backward, her clones drawing feather fire missiles as cover. But Weiss was already moving, stepping behind Ruby. "Now, Ruby, go." Ruby stepped forward. She was at the far end of the street now, rifle slung behind her back, the muzzle of her scythe gleaming under the broken moon. The pavement cracked underfoot as she triggered the first burst of Excel. Then the second. Crimson energy screamed from her armored boots and calves. Her rune flared like a miniature supernova. She crouched low, narrowed her eyes, and launched. Sound tore apart. She streaked across the street in a blur of pure speed. Time seemed to fracture around her. The entire world blurred into crimson streaks, and the monstrous Nevermore's head loomed impossibly large in her vision. At the last second, Blake's final clones took the brunt of a new volley of feather missiles. The blast passed just behind Ruby, shaving off microseconds from impact. She slashed. To an observer, it would have looked like she missed, a flash of motion, a blur of color streaking past the monster's head. Ruby flew forward uncontrolled, speed too fast to stop. She ragdolled, tumbled end over end, colliding with an upturned car and a cracked barrier wall. Yang was already there. She caught her sister with a grunt and fell back a step, armor absorbing the brunt. "Got you," she muttered, gritting her teeth. Ruby coughed once. A small smear of blood touched her lips. Her breath came fast, but she didn't speak. Her silver eyes remained locked on the Grim. The Nevermore stood still, its form poised mid-roar. Then its head slid clean off, tumbling in slow motion before dissolving into ash. Its body followed a heartbeat later, fading into curling black mist and fragments of red light. Silence followed. Then came the chiming pulse of the system in Ruby's mind. Rank 1 ascended beast, nevermore slain. Runes received, 10. She let her head rest back against Yang's chest and smiled faintly, the blood on her lip already drying in the night wind. One more down and one less to threaten the waking world, but somewhere out there, more were waiting. Not tonight, however. Later, once the crimson haze of battle faded into the background hum of the dream, Ruby stood still atop a crumbling overpass. She watched the last motes of a disintegrated Ursa scatter into the night like fireflies in reverse, ash becoming nothing. She flexed her fingers once, then turned back to the others. That was the last one in the patrol route, she said quietly. Yang gave a satisfied hum, rolling her shoulder with a wince. Good, I'm running low on aura. Another minute and I'd be down to only using body. You already do that half the time, Blake muttered. Weiss didn't respond. She just pressed a hand to her temple as if trying to will away a headache. The glint of her depleted aura still shimmered faintly across her face. Together, the four made their way back toward Beacon, or what passed for it here. As they approached the boundary of their designated territory, Ruby's breath once again caught in her throat. Every patrol, she expected to see the school just as she remembered it: gleaming towers, the cliffside view, the carefully maintained courtyard. But the Dream Realm version of Beacon wasn't that, not anymore. Everything surrounding the area was in ruins. Collapsed highways and skyscrapers twisted like broken ribs from the skeletons of buildings. And yet, in stark contrast, Beacon stood untouched. Massive steel walls circled the base perimeter, layered with angular steel plating and humming with protective runes. Watchtowers dotted the curtain walls, staffed by soldiers in black armor with glowing visors. Trucks and mechanized walkers moved in and out of checkpoints. Drones flew overhead, scanning the area. This wasn't a school anymore. It was a war base. Ruby swallowed, the sight never failing to give her pause. It's still kind of weird to see, she murmured. Yang gave her a side glance. It's pretty efficient, keeps the real freaks out. Together, they passed through security and checked in at the main terminal hub just inside the outer perimeter. The mission console glowed with familiar blue text. Ruby keyed in her ID and waited for the chime. Patrol Zone C19 CLEARED. Reward distributed. Team status complete. Mission done. They stepped away from the terminal as Blake and Weiss gave curt nods, already turning toward the exit gate. We can send our report later at HQ, Weiss said without looking back. Sure, Yang replied, a little too brightly. Blake offered only a wave, half-hearted, disappearing into the dark veil of her exit authority. Ruby raised her hand but let it fall limply. Bye. And then they were gone. Yang clapped a hand on her sister's shoulder. Don't take it personally. Weiss and Blake are like oil and water. Throwing you and me into the mix just makes a whole weird soup. Ruby sighed. I know, I just thought maybe after all these patrols we'd be something more than mission partners. Give it time, Yang said, then pointed ahead. Hey, isn't that Nora and Ren? Ruby's attention snapped forward. Sure enough, near one of the interior logistics tents, Nora and Ren were standing rigidly before none other than Glinda Goodwitch. The blonde woman looked every bit the same as in the waking world, except immaculately dressed in standard issue armor now. She was sharp-eyed, with an air of no-nonsense command. But in the dream realm, there was something more about her presence. She radiated authority like it was a living force. And right now, she looked stressed. Ruby and Yang slowed, not wanting to interrupt. I hope you understand how impossible that sounds, Miss Goodwitch was saying, her voice clipped, not quite shouting but barely contained. We're not in the business of entertaining dream-born myths. We know, Ren said, voice calm but firm, but we saw it. Nora was uncharacteristically quiet, her lips pressed into a tight line. Her hands were clenched at her sides. Serious, Nora, that wasn't a good sign. Ruby looked to Yang. Do you think something happened? Yang frowned. Looks like a debrief, but it seems way too intense for a normal report. They waited until Glinda gave a terse nod and stepped away, likely to file her report with the upper command structure. The moment she was out of earshot, Ruby and Yang moved forward. Hey, Ruby waved. What was that all about? Nora and Ren both turned. Their expressions were far too grim for comfort. Ruby's stomach tightened. Someone didn't die, right? Is Oscar okay? Ren shook his head. Oscar's fine. Okay, Yang exhaled. Then what's with the funeral faces? Nora glanced at Ren, then said quietly, something major's happened. Ruby flinched at those words. They never meant anything good. Her breath caught. What kind of major? Ren hesitated. Then, with a seriousness that stole the breath from the moment, he said, John's entered the dream. Silence. Ruby blinked in confusion. Wait, what? Yang looked equally stunned. John Ark. Nora nodded. The same. The two sisters stared at them like they'd grown extra heads. Yang snorted. Okay, are we talking about the same John here? Tall, kind of dorky, new transfer and our new friend, that John. Ren's expression didn't change. Yes. Ruby blinked several more times. I don't understand. Yang added, he's been awakened this whole time, but he never showed up at HQ. Yang then waved her hand to deny her own conclusions. No, wait, he didn't even feel like a rank one. How does that make sense? Ren and Nora gave each other a look before looking back at the sisters. He awakened recently, not at 14. Ruby's mind spun in circles. The words echoed in her head like a warning bell that refused to stop. John has entered the dream. John felt a cold, quiet jolt, like his body had been unfastened from another reality and dropped back into bed. His sheets were twisted around him, and oddly stale sweat clung to his brow. But more than anything, there was this strange, creeping stillness inside him, a hum that hadn't been there before. He had just seen Ren and Nora, the dream versions of them. It was somewhat surreal. Part of him was still expecting his own mind to be playing tricks on him, like they were simply a figment of his imagination. But it wasn't. He wasn't sure of many things, but this was one thing that he was confident about. The real Ren and Nora were aware, awake, and operating within the same dreamscape he had thought was simply a private hell, built just for him. The realization hit harder now, in the stillness of his room. The idea that this place, the nightmare realm, wasn't just his burden to bear alone or some cruel anomaly of the universe. It was shared. When he saw Raymond and the masked man, this feeling had also been present, but not as pronounced as it had been this instant. His world felt bigger now, and heavier. Still, John had no time to dwell on his thoughts. Reality didn't care if you spent the night fighting dream monsters. He threw off the sheets and dragged himself into his morning routine. Shower, teeth, and clothes. Nothing glamorous, just going through the motions with an almost mechanical focus. His brain was still sorting through everything Ren and Nora had told him. A great relic or rune or whatever it was called hadn't noticed him. He had slipped under its omniscience and apparently wasn't supposed to be in the dream at all. And yet he was. Still buttoning his shirt, John stepped into the kitchen and found a plate of scrambled eggs and toast waiting on the counter, left behind by his dad, who had already left for work. John scarfed the meal down quickly, mouth still half full when his phone buzzed across the table. He picked it up. REN Mobile, incoming call. John wiped his fingers on a napkin and answered. Hey. Morning, Ren said. His voice sounded calm, but there was a stiffness under the surface, like he was a little too composed. How are you feeling? John rubbed his eyes. I'm fine. It wasn't just a figment of my imagination, right? You and Nora were there. Yes, we were there. In any case, hurry up and get to Beacon. Ren him. It's still quite early. I know that you usually leave in about an hour from now, but you should take the next ride if you can. John frowned. Okay, creepy. I pay attention. There was a beat of silence. Listen, Ren said. I'm serious, you should come in early. Get here as soon as you can. John blinked. Why, is something wrong? Ren didn't answer immediately. There's just a lot we need to go over, he finally said. And it's better we do that before classes start, privately, and, well, someone wants to meet you. Someone wants to meet me? Who? You're acting really weird, Ren. John said, half laughing. Please, John. The way he said it wasn't stern or demanding, just a quiet, weighted resignation. John sat back in his chair. Okay, he said at last. I'll come. I'll be on the train in 15 tops. Good, we'll be waiting. The call ended. John stared at the screen for a second longer, brows furrowed. Ren hadn't sounded panicked, but something in his voice told John this wasn't a casual meeting. Anomaly, that's what they kept calling him, but what did that even mean? He was older than he was supposed to be, sure. But so what? He didn't feel like a world-ending glitch. He sighed and grabbed his bag. Whatever it was, he'd face it. The train to Beacon was quiet. No loud commuters or rush of people. Not that there usually was a big rush of people, but since he had taken an earlier train, there were even less commuters in the cabin than what John was used to. The silence gave him a lot of space to think. Every time he blinked, he saw the crater the Death Stalker left behind, Nora's hammer slamming down with inhuman force, or Ren's sharp gaze boring into him with too much knowledge and not enough context. And then there was Oscar, barely 14, walking beside them like this was routine. John had once believed that the dream realm was his curse. Now it almost felt like he had stepped into someone else's war. When he reached the gates of Beacon, his heart sank. They were all there. Ren and Nora stood at the front, flanked by both RWBY and Yang, who looked like they had been waiting too. All of them were in their school casual wear, hoodies, jackets, their usual weekday look, but their expressions were far from casual. Solemn, perhaps almost reverent, as if they were witnessing something unreal. Their eyes locked on John the moment he stepped off the walkway. Interesting, could it be, that both RWBY and Yang are awakened too? John analyzed in his head. They neither waved nor smiled, just stared. Okay, John muttered to himself. Time for answers, I guess. He adjusted his bag, walked the final steps to close the distance, and tried to keep his voice steady. Morning. Morning, RWBY said, soft and uncertain. Sup, Johnny, quite the interesting night you had, eh? I am surprised you're even here. Yang, however, gave him a smile. Course I'm here, John said awkwardly. Ren told me to come early. Kinda stressed me out, not gonna lie. Yang raised an eyebrow and glanced at Ren. Did he now? Don't act like you weren't all in on it, John said, glancing between them. What's with the whole welcome committee thing? You guys look like you're about to tell me I'm adopted. Nora stepped forward, eyes scanning him like she was trying to find something invisible. You really have no idea, she said softly. Ren sighed. We didn't want to make a scene, but they had to be here. Why? Because they're like us, Ren answered. All of us are awakened, all of us share this burden, so to speak. John was quiet for a bit as he processed the information. He looked at each of them carefully before responding. Yeah, I figured as much. Are the two of you are also at rank 1? RWBY gave a hesitant nod. We've known about each other for a while now, John. You're the only exception here, technically. John narrowed his eyes. I see, but you're acting like I'm a prophecy come to life or something like that. Well, from what Ren and Nora have told us, it's not what you are, but rather what you're not, RWBY explained. John blinked. That's cryptic. Yang crossed her arms. You need to understand something, John. We've had dozens of kids enter this world. Hundreds of thousands of millions of them over the long, long time that the nightmare realm has been around. All of them are subject to the rules of the realm. They awaken at 14, get tracked by the relic, and get picked up by others like us. You're the first, RWBY added, to fall through the cracks. Cracks which should have been non-existent. You're 16, John, Ren nodded at her words. No one awakens at 16, and not even on your 16th birthday either. The fact that you did, Yang shrugged. Let's just say people upstairs are gonna want answers. John opened his mouth, closed it again. He looked at them, this strange half-circle of students, no, soldiers with solemn faces and quiet eyes. I didn't ask for any of this, he said finally. I know, Ren said. None of us did, but you've already survived worse than practically all trainees ever do. Alone, I'm not even sure if that's simply luck or just pure skill. In any case, it's not normal. John exhaled. You guys are really bad at making someone feel welcome, you know that. Nora gave him a big, toothy grin at him. Don't get us wrong, Johnny. It's not that we think you're weird, it's simply that there are implications surrounding your existence that now have to be thought about by the higher-ups. Nora slung an arm around his shoulder and pulled him along. Come on, Aren't you excited to finally join our club? Your club, John questioned curiously. I thought your club was that psychology and dream. Oh. John felt a little stupid for not realizing it sooner, but in hindsight, how was he supposed to know about that? The only one that really gave anything away was Ruby. John supposed that she wasn't very good at lying. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. So that whole thing with the headmaster having to invite students personally, those are all awakened students too. Ren stepped and patted John's shoulder just as Nora was dragging him to the club buildings. You got it in one. There are actually quite a few of us here in Beacon. John gave a tired grin. I'm starting to realize that. Chapter 68, Caught Part 7. They cut across the campus grounds like a silent procession, with John at the center. Every step towards their destination made him feel more like someone being marched toward an appointment he hadn't signed up for, like the world had shifted and he was still scrambling to catch up. It was certainly an odd feeling, to say the least. So, where exactly are we going? John asked, glancing toward Ren, hoping for a straightforward answer. But it was Yang who replied instead, a smirk curling at the corner of her mouth and her eyebrows waggling suggestively. Somewhere private, where we won't be disturbed. John blinked in confusion, then blushed slightly as the implication hit him. What? He managed to choke out, face flushing red. Yang, Ruby groaned, slapping her sister's arm with an audible smack. Ow, Yang whined, rubbing the sore spot. I was joking. Geez, take the fun out of everything, why don't ya? Ren simply exhaled in a long, exhausted sigh, clearly used to this sort of thing already. As they entered Building D, the hallways grew progressively quieter with each flight of stairs they climbed. Like was as if the rest of the school had collectively agreed not to tread here. John himself had only been up to floor 3, having never yet explored the uppermost floor. By the time they reached the top, he was slightly out of breath and more than a little confused. This is where we're going, he asked, stepping into a vast open space. The floor stretched wider than he'd expected. Soft overhead lights buzzed faintly above them. It was cleaner than most school spaces, but there was still a sterile air to the place, like a room scrubbed of identity. At the far end, large, velvet curtains hung from ceiling tracks, some of them pulled open to reveal the structure of a stage. And what a stage it was. The centerpiece of the floor was a large, elevated wooden platform. Risers had been bolted together and covered in black paneling, supported by a simple truss system. A grid of overhead lighting rigs hung above, some fully operational, others with their bulbs missing or tilted in odd directions. Maroon curtains pooled slightly on the sides, thick and heavy with age. Behind the main curtain, multiple stage props were stacked neatly, fake stone walls, painted trees, weapon replicas. It looked like someone had abandoned a production mid-run. Rows of old auditorium-style seats faced the platform in slightly uneven lines. Some were newer plastic fold-ups, clearly brought in later, while others were original velvet cushioned chairs, their armrests worn down by time and use. A few seats were missing altogether, replaced by mismatched office chairs or folding tables stacked with electrical gear and extension cords. It was equal parts school theater and guerrilla operations base. John walked down the central aisle, gaze sweeping across the setup. You said this place belonged to the drama club. Yep, Ruby replied from behind him. Drama owns this place. However, it also functions as a secret entrance spot for us. A secret entrance? John murmured, confused, eyeing the old stage ahead of them. This place doesn't really look like it would have a secret entrance. That's supposed to be the point, you know, Ren remarked. They walked to the back of the room, past rows of black curtain dividers and prop crates, until they reached a wide corridor tucked behind the stage area. The transition from the creative clutter of the stage to this empty, controlled hallway was jarring. The walls here were freshly painted in a neutral off-gray, with sharp corners and not a scuff in sight. No cobwebs, peeling posters, or graffiti. It was pristine, which only deepened John's confusion. The drama club members don't come back here, he asked. Nora nodded. Yep, they ignore this place. The excuse is that some important servo equipment is kept here as an alternate storage space. John nodded in understanding. As they walked further in, he happened to glance upward. Security cameras. 2 of them. High-tech ones, too. One pointed down the hallway and the other toward the stage. The little red LED was blinking. John frowned, slowing slightly. There are cameras. Yup, said Yang, spinning on her heel. Don't worry, they're ours. John couldn't help but ask again. You have cameras, like just casual monitoring on school property. We're not the ones watching. They are. Besides, you can never be too careful with who pokes around this spot. It's for safety's sake as well, Ruby explained. Safety, huh? John echoed. Ren stopped at the end of the hall in front of a plain gray steel door. There was no label on it, no sign or even a window. Just a single, matte black handprint scanner mounted next to it. John raised a brow. That's a bit much, isn't it? It's for security, Ren explained patiently. Yeah, well, most people use padlocks or something. This is, what, biometric encryption? Ruby nodded. Why is that even here in a high school? Ren simply stared at John like he was an idiot. John flushed, a little embarrassed but also inwardly frowned. John wasn't stupid. The fact that all of the people he had seen so far within the nightmare realm showed up wearing weird cyberpunk-like futuristic armor meant that there was a significant force backing them all up. However, he was simply just confused. Why was this in a school? Wouldn't people be more suspicious, or was John simply reading too much into it? Ren pressed his palm to the scanner. A soft chime sounded, and with a mechanical click, the door unlocked and opened inward. What lay beyond wasn't another room, but a chamber. A short hallway led to a widened atrium that held not one, not two, but 5 elevator shafts. There are multiple elevators. It didn't make sense. There was no floor above this one. At least, not that he'd ever seen. And even if there were something below, why would a high school need more than one elevator to access it? Yang stepped past him, whistling. What, you thought the schools and the world's deepest secrets would be behind a broom closet or something? He didn't reply. He couldn't, really. His mind was too busy recalculating everything he thought he understood about Beacon. This wasn't just a simple side room. It was a carefully constructed infrastructure. You'll understand soon, Ren said quietly, noticing the look on his face. John swallowed hard. Part of him wanted to ask more, push for answers, demand explanations. But instead, he fell into step behind them. He didn't know why, but a part of him understood. Whatever waited below those elevators wasn't something he could guess his way through. He just had to follow them down and find out. The elevator began its descent with a soft hum, smooth and practically noiseless. The light overhead flickered once, then stabilized. John shifted his weight from foot to foot. There was no floor counter to see, strangely enough. Just 2 buttons that said G, and B the last was the one that Ren had pressed. John started, glancing around the mirrored walls. Did Beacon always have a basement or something? Yang leaned lazily against the railing, arms crossed, an easy grin curling at her lips. Basement? Not exactly. Bit bigger than that. John squinted at her. What do you mean by? Ding. The elevator glided to a stop before he could finish his sentence, and the doors opened with a hydraulic hiss. And suddenly, John's brain short-circuited. Beyond the elevator lay a massive underground facility, the kind that didn't belong beneath a school, but inside a futuristic sci-fi action flick. The ceiling stretched stories high, reinforced with sleek white plating and exposed steel ribs glowing with faint electrical energy veins. Walkways, vertical shafts, and mezzanines were sprawled across the area, suspended by magnetic braces. Multiple rows of monitors, terminals, and digital interfaces were arranged in stations, manned by personnel in fitted uniforms, dark navy with sharp trim and stitched shoulder insignias. The hum of machinery mingled with bursts of static from comms. Holograms floated above terminals, animated blueprints, creature analysis, field mission maps. Down a long corridor to the left, John spotted an entire row of training rooms, sealed behind transparent walls. Inside, he watched in awe as an operative blurred forward at an impossible speed, plunging a luminous spear through a simulated Beowulf's chest. Another wielded a massive hammer, flipping midair to crush a serpent-like creature made of data. John took a few steps forward, turning on the spot to take it all in. This is a lot bigger than just a little. Hey, Yang chimed in, elbowing him lightly. Maybe you're not so little either, huh? John groaned, seriously. His face twitched, caught somewhere between exasperation and acceptance. I knew you'd say something like that. Gotta keep tradition alive, Yang winked, hands behind her head. Nora, help me, Ruby groaned from behind, flopping her head back dramatically. This is what I have to deal with, every day. You want my special pancake recipe? Nora offered, to which Ruby groaned in response. I keep her sharp, Yang added smugly. One day I'm going to stick something sharp up your. Yang quickly covered Ruby's mouth before she could spew something filthy from her mouth. John was amused. They continued their walk, deeper into the complex, footsteps echoing along the metal flooring. Everywhere John looked, he saw people at work. Technicians fiddling with data, researchers comparing notes on hollow monitors, and others dressed in the same advanced suits that Ren and Nora wore in the dream, sleek armor laced with light accents and subtle exoskeletal reinforcements. John paused for a second at the glass of another training chamber. This time, a pair of twin-wielding sword fighters danced against a digital manticore-like dream creature. It roared in silence, swiping massive claws, only for one fighter to phase behind it in a streak of neon light, blades humming as he landed a devastating slash. He was so transfixed by the scene that he didn't realize the others had kept walking. Hey, come on, Ruby called back to him. You'll have time to gawk later. John jogged to catch up. Sorry, that was just insane. They were moving like blur speed. How are they even? You'll get used to it, Ren said mildly, leading the way around a central command hub shaped like a control tower. Eventually, you'll even match them. John didn't respond. He was too busy staring again. This time, it was a lab, part of the facility's science division, from the looks of it. Inside the glass enclosure, scientists in sleek white lab coats were examining several glowing things that looked like runes or some other type of material. Others were reviewing floating graphs and matrices, while a third group worked on a suit of armor suspended in magnetic fields. Tubes and cables connected to it from the ceiling and floor, pulsing softly with power. Everywhere John looked, the world got stranger and more advanced. He almost missed when the group stopped, until he walked directly into Nora's back. Sorry. Eyes forward, Johnny, Nora teased. When John straightened up, he saw someone standing before them, a figure he immediately recognized. Wheat blonde hair coiled into a tight, elegant bun. A sharp, tailored outfit of black and white hugged her voluptuously curvy figure, more secretary chic than military, but with an edge of sexy authority that seemingly silenced anyone who met her gaze. Glasses rested on the bridge of her nose, accentuating her eyes rather than hiding them. Every movement she made looked crisp and efficient, like a woman who demanded excellence and got it. Gee, Glinda Goodwitch, John said aloud before realizing he'd spoken. The assistant headmistress of Beacon turned to them, lips pressed in a thin line, expression unreadable. Yes, she said, tone clipped and proper. Welcome, Mr. Ark, I trust your escort was sufficiently informative. John scratched the back of his neck. Kind of. I've had more questions than answers so far. Good, she said crisply, tapping a tablet in her hand. If you had too many answers already, that would be far more concerning. Yang leaned closer to John and whispered, She's scarier than anything in the dream world, right? She heard that, Glinda said without looking up. Yang straightened instantly. Eep. Glinda's gaze settled on John, and although her eyes were not unkind, there was a weight behind them, a knowledge and an expectation that made John feel like he was suddenly very small standing in a very large and very dangerous machine. We'll begin your orientation and tour shortly, she continued. Until then, stay close, observe, and do not touch anything. Yes, ma'am, John said quickly. The others fell into a more formal silence, following behind her as she began to lead them further into the facility's heart. The group continued through a branching corridor, this one quieter than the rest. The noise of machines and conversation faded into a muted hum, replaced by the soft echo of their footsteps and the subtle buzz of distant lighting overhead. Eventually, Glinda came to a halt before a wide, double-paneled office door. A sleek bronze nameplate was affixed at eye level, polished and discreet. Ozpin. John blinked at the name. It sounded familiar, but John wasn't sure where he had heard it before. It clicked in his mind, a moment later, that this was the headmaster of Beacon Academy. It seemed he was meeting the big brass already. Glinda turned to the group and gestured to a row of black faux leather benches that lined the wall across from the office. "You'll wait here," she said, firm but not unkind. The others gave nods. Yang flopped onto a bench with a dramatic sigh and shot John a thumbs up. "You'll do fine, just don't pass out or throw up." "That's comforting," John muttered. Ruby offered a small smile, hands behind her back. "Don't worry, he's not scary, just really smart." "I'll be waiting for you, Johnny," Nora added with a wink, swinging her legs under the bench like a child, and Ren, calm as ever, gave John a simple but reassuring smile. Something about the group's quiet confidence eased the nervous twist in John's stomach. He took a breath, then turned to follow Glinda as she knocked once on the door. A muffled voice replied, smooth and composed, "Come in." The door unlocked with a soft click, and Glinda pushed it open. John stepped inside, following her. The room was a wide, modern office, Spartan, yet sleek. The walls were white and lined with minimalist shelves that contained a few tastefully abstract art pieces and books which decorated the far corners. Dominating the far end of the space was a wide glass window, which offered a commanding view into what looked like a vast hangar bay. John's eyes widened. Below, separated by glass and distance, was a facility unlike anything he'd ever imagined. Towering mechanical suits, mechas, he realized with a stunned breath, were being assembled and repaired by teams of engineers. Technicians darted around on raised scaffolding, sparks flew from welding torches, and orange warning lights blinked on nearby consoles. He could just barely make out the shimmering distortion of active shielding fields being calibrated around the machines. It was like something out of a science fiction epic. The office door hissed shut behind him. John turned back toward the desk, where a tall-backed leather chair sat facing the window. For a moment, there was only silence. Then the voice spoke again. "Your case is certainly an interesting one, to say the least, John Ark." The chair turned slowly. The man revealed was striking in every sense of the word. He wore a fitted black suit with tasteful green accents running along the lapels and cuffs, regal but modern. A pair of perfectly circular, dark-lensed sunglasses rested on the bridge of his nose, doing nothing to obscure his eagle-like eyes that somehow amplified the intensity of his presence. His short and silver-gray hair was parted neatly, his expression unreadable. John couldn't explain it, but the man had an odd presence in a way that wasn't exactly negative. It almost felt as if physics agreed to bend for him, like gravity didn't dictate his weight and he alone, chose when and how to move. The man stood with the faintest motion, tapping a sleek cane to the floor as he did. It made a soft, deliberate clack. He walked around the desk in no rush, setting the cane aside and resting casually against the edge of the polished surface, arms crossed. "I have many questions I'd like to ask you," he said, tone even but heavy with implication. He didn't blink or even shift. Yet, John felt a single bead of sweat roll down the back of his neck as the silence stretched. Then abruptly, the man smiled. It was neither cruel nor mocking, just amused, like he was sharing a private joke with himself. "But first," he continued gently, "I should welcome you to this place." John's eyes spun in confusion. "This place? I'm sorry, sir. I'm still quite confused about everything here. What exactly is this place?" "Understandable, given your circumstance." The man lifted a hand and gestured toward the vast world beneath the glass. The dream warriors, the labs, the mechs, the operatives in advanced armor, all moving like parts of a hidden machine that operated far beneath the surface of reality. This is a place that is quite unlike the world above, the school, and even the dream realm. It's a bridge that has been built to prepare those who find themselves lost and confused. A place to train, a place to understand, and a place to grow. Then, with quiet finality, the man gave a slight incline of his head, as though offering knighthood or an oath. "John Ark, I welcome you to Lucid." Chapter 69. Welcome to Lucid Part 1. As John stood in the elegant, high-ceilinged office, his eyes drifted once more to the man before him, the confident posture, the cane, the ever-present calm that seemed to bend the very air around him. There was something familiar about the name. John hesitated, then finally asked, "You are the headmaster of Beacon, right? I think I saw your name somewhere before." The man smiled faintly, tapping his cane once against the polished floor. "I am indeed. Osbin, headmaster of Beacon Academy." He paused, then added with a slight tilt of his head. "But more relevant to you at the moment, I am also the commanding officer of the Vale branch of Lucid." John blinked, taking that in. "Right, that makes sense." Osbin's expression softened. "I imagine you have quite a few questions, Mr. Ark, and I intend to see that you receive answers. But before we get into anything else," he motioned toward the space between them with one hand, "I'd like to hear your story in your own words." John complied. If this was how he would be receiving his answers, he figured it couldn't hurt to wait a couple more minutes. The headmaster listened attentively, silently taking in every word. It was clear that the headmaster had already been briefed by Wren about John's unique case. What seemed to intrigue him most, however, wasn't his awakening at 16, rather it was about hearing the unedited story from John himself. So John started from the beginning, how, on his second night in Vale, he had found himself inside that strange, decaying dreamscape. The so-called tutorial he was given was vague, unhelpful, and practically useless. At that, Osbin chuckled softly, genuine amusement flickering behind his dark glasses. "Typical," he murmured, offering no further elaboration. John continued, detailing his first deadly encounter with the Beowulf that invaded his dream home. The raw fear, the adrenaline, and the sheer dumb luck that allowed him to survive, twisting around its body and breaking its neck. That night had changed everything. The encounters that followed each came with their own horrors. The Borbatusk, the pack of Beowulfs, his dream-induced return to Ansel, eerily familiar, yet distorted, where he first encountered that unnatural mist which was apparently dubbed as a nightmare, and his brutal battle with the Ursa in the dilapidated market district. Each experience had taught him something new, about fear, instinct, and most importantly, strength. Then came the turning point. John told Osbin about the man named Raymond Red, a seasoned operative and dreamwalker who had helped him in a moment of confusion and danger. But supposedly Raymond had drawn unwanted attention. A masked individual, his face covered by a grotesque stripped-down imitation of a Beowulf skull, had appeared, cloaked in menace and strange power. He claimed to be acting under orders, to eliminate Raymond. John had simply been a bystander caught in the crossfire. At the mention of the rune that the masked man used, one that prevented John from escaping the dream, Osbin's expression shifted subtly. He didn't speak, but his eyes narrowed behind the lenses, a flicker of concern breaking through his composed facade. He motioned for John to continue. John described how Raymond had activated a shield to protect him, shoving him off a rooftop to get him out of harm's way. His last image of the man was the sight of Raymond being run through by the masked man's spear. John remembered the sensation of falling, then triggering the escape authority and waking up. A heavy silence followed. John eventually asked the question that had been on his mind the entire time. "Do you know who they were, either of them?" Osbin nodded slowly, stepping away from his desk and pacing toward the tall window. "Indeed, I've already begun looking into the operative known as Raymond Red. He was part of Lucid, based within Ansel's branch of our organization. According to their records, the commanding officer reported him deceased shortly after the time of your encounter. As for the masked man, well, I have my suspicions, but it's nothing for you to worry about at this point in time." John felt a tight pang in his chest. Nothing for John to worry about? That man had tried to kill him. How was it not his problem? John, however, could understand that even if he begged for answers, it was unlikely that Osbin would entertain him. Why was this the case? Simple, John could barely be considered more than a normal civilian at this point. Sure, he was also an awakened, like seemingly everyone in this place, but he hadn't yet earned his spot. Why should he be given special treatment when the only thing interesting about him was the nature of his awakening? John sighed at those thoughts. As for Raymond, even though John barely knew the man, there was something deeply tragic about his now confirmed death. Raymond had seemed so confident, so capable, so alive. Now he was just another name on a report. "I see, I kind of figured that he might be dead," John said quietly. He saved me, he didn't have to, but he did. Osbin was quiet for a moment, looking away and acknowledging his words before turning back, his tone gentler now. And now, Mr. Ark, it seems your path has crossed with something far more complex than a series of nightmares. He gestured toward the window again, where rows of armor suits, operatives, and researchers moved purposefully within the hangar. You've touched something most never will, but make no mistake, what you've stumbled into is not a game. The dream realm is more than metaphor, and certainly more than madness. It is a battlefield, a frontier, and to many, a hunting ground. He stepped forward again, cane in hand. And you, John Ark, whether by fate or by accident, are now part of it. I see, John muttered, shoving his hands into his pockets. So, does this mean I finally get some answers about all of this? I've been kind of winging it up until now. Osbin nodded. Yes, please follow Miss Goodwitch. She'll take you to a briefing room where you'll be taught the basics. John blinked. Oh, I thought you were going to explain everything. Guess you're busy, huh? As much as I would like to personally guide you through all the intricacies of the dream realm, I'm afraid my time is divided. Your case is unusual, yes. But there are larger matters demanding my attention at this moment, one of them being the masked man you encountered. He tilted his head slightly, a weight behind his words. Do not mistake my delegation as indifference. You have my gratitude for bringing this to my attention, but for now, I must ask you to follow Miss Goodwitch so she can get you properly settled in. John nodded and turned. The woman who had been silent the entire time, still silently tapping at her tablet in the corner, glanced up and adjusted her glasses, her expression unreadable. Glinda Goodwitch was all efficiency, but John could tell she had been listening the entire time. This way, Mr. Ark. Her voice was crisp, almost impatient, but not unkind. Certainly efficient, however. She was clearly a person who had no time to waste and even less patience for hesitation. John followed. They came back out the door to see his cabal of friends, still waiting patiently outside. Miss Goodwitch addressed the four of them before they could get any words in. Head to class. Mr. Ark will be put through our standard orientation program. He'll meet you after classes where you'll see him in the training rooms. Ruby opened her mouth to say something, but Yang elbowed her to keep her mouth shut. She winced and nodded. Wait, what about my classes today, Miss Goodwitch? John couldn't help but ask. You'll be skipping them today. We have a lot to go through, and not much time to properly get you situated. I see, but I'll get in trouble with my dad if he finds out I skipped classes. Goodwitch regarded John with an incomprehensible look, as if she was looking at a fool. You are speaking to the assistant headmistress of Beacon Academy, young man. The school isn't even going to report your absence from classes if I tell them not to. Oh, right, my bad. John coughed out, feeling slightly embarrassed. We'll see you later, then John. Ruby have him a half-hearted smile which he returned. Bye, Johnny. Don't worry, we'll come see you later. Ooh, I'm so excited to see you in the dream realm too. Nora squealed happily before waving and walking away with Ren, who gave him half-wave and goodbye. See ya, good luck learning all the work we do. It's boring, but it gets fun later. Yang gave him a fist bump before heading off to join the others. Goodwitch then brought John along throughout the base. As they walked, John couldn't help but glance around. The deeper they moved into Lucid's core, the more surreal it became. Soldiers, operatives, he corrected himself, strode purposefully past them in matte black armor trimmed with personalized accents. Some wore visors, others full helmets. Many carried standard-issue rifles across their backs, while others had blades or experimental-looking gear strapped to their sides. Several glanced at John as they passed, eyes flicking toward him with the casual curiosity reserved for new recruits. So, how does this work exactly? John asked. Well, we are going to have to introduce you to all the concepts you will need to know as a future operative, Glinda said without slowing. John blinked in confusion. He was to be an operative too. Before he could ask more, they stepped into a central chamber, a wide rotunda filled with soft digital screens, glowing holographic maps, and half a dozen seated at command terminals. The air thrummed with urgency. Mission updates scrolled across a curved glass display on the far wall, and to one side, a vertical lift awaited. Glinda moved swiftly toward the elevator, her heels clicking softly. As they stepped inside, she finally addressed him again. "I trust Headmaster Ozpin didn't overwhelm you." No, nothing really overwhelmed me," John admitted. "Except for Raymond's death, I guess. He saved me, you know. He didn't have to, but he did it all the same. Maybe if he didn't focus so much on trying to protect me, he might have had a chance against that other guy." Glinda was quiet for a few moments. "It's best not to think about what-ifs too much." She spoke. Her voice had an uncharacteristically gentle tone to it, like she was afraid he would start crying. "Whether or not he would have lived isn't something you should burden yourself with. The only thing that matters is that you are alive. And now, we have a potential lead as to why some operatives in the field have died during missions." She inputted a destination on the panel. The elevator hummed to life. "This isn't the first time it's happened," John asked after a pause. Glinda's eyes didn't leave the display. "Indeed, but enough of that. Now it's time for protocols. You're not technically registered with Lucid yet." "I see. Wait, I'm not yet registered." "Not officially," she explained. "You are an anomaly, after all. Dreamwalker, you might be, but you are also not within the system's automatic detection function, which should be impossible. However, here you stand, and here we are. The fact that you entered the dream and survived long enough to be found by us is a miracle in and of itself. You're very lucky that you didn't die, Mr. Ark." John frowned. "Gee, thanks." Glinda gave him a side glance. "Do not mistake that for me being unkind. Luck is also a form of skill. Now, let's see if we turn that luck into genuine prowess, shall we?" The elevator doors parted with a low chime, opening onto a narrower corridor. Unlike the previous clean steel designs, this area felt more clinical, like a hospital wing crossed with a military R&D lab. Glass walls gave way to labs with humming equipment, and stacks of special inscriptions, which looked like runes, were suspended in containment units, and stasis tubes holding objects John couldn't begin to identify. Some of them looked like armor. Others, like weapons. He turned away and kept his eyes forward. At the end of the hall, a wide set of reinforced double doors slid open, revealing a debriefing room. It was well lit, dominated by a circular table of black glass and a projection rig built into the ceiling. Chairs ringed the space. Glinda led him in and gestured to a seat. John sat slowly, still trying to process everything. Glinda remained standing. "You've survived multiple nightmare incursions without training or equipment. That alone is notable. But surviving an encounter with a rank 1 human entity is truly unprecedented." John's stomach did a little flip at her words. He couldn't feel any pride from her words, however, as he knew that he didn't really do anything special. He nodded, simply unwilling to trust his mouth to speak. Now, he was finally going to receive his answers, and he was glad that there wouldn't be any more interruptions. "Welcome to your first official Lucid briefing." John stared at the floating interface before him. "Whatever this place is," he thought, "whatever I've got myself into." He looked up at Glinda's steady gaze, then at the waiting holograms. "I'm already in it." And there was no turning back. Chapter 70, Welcome to Lucid Part 2. Ms. Goodwitch pressed a hand to the tabletop, and the holographic projection flared to life. Lines of ancient script, faded murals, and stylized depictions of men battling monstrous silhouettes filled the air above them. "So, what exactly is the dream?" Ms. Goodwitch asked John rhetorically. Her gaze and voice remained steady, even as the images began to shift. "The dream realm is as old as our recorded history, perhaps older. Some of the oldest myths we know, Vacuone epics, Vedic hymns, Valian origin songs, even the earliest cave paintings, all hint at shared dream experiences. Legends of gods, monsters, divine messengers, these weren't just symbolic. They were born from people who found themselves within the dream, who fought there and survived." John analyzed her words carefully. "Like Hercules, Gilgamesh, that kind of stuff." "Precisely," she confirmed. "Except they weren't gods. Just humans who, against all odds, gained strength in the dream and brought pieces of it back with them. That's where the stories began, but they were exceptions. Miracles, really. Most people who were drawn into the dream didn't survive long enough to be remembered." John leaned back slightly. He'd always assumed the dream realm was some type of modern anomaly or a secret place discovered through science or magic. even more so since he had met the members of Lucid. However, it seemed like the dream realm was neither something primal nor ancient. It had a history that was beyond history, real in a way that blurred myth and memory. A grin couldn't help but creep across his face. What Miss Goodwitch had effectively told him was that power from the dream could be brought back to the waking world. He'd already suspected that was the case, but he had never any concrete proof of that. Until today. That's kind of amazing. Ms. Goodwitch noticed. She narrowed her eyes and swiped to the next set of data. Don't get too excited just yet. Charts and global maps now hovered above the table, lines of red points dotting the continents. Glyphs of different languages scrolled beneath them, names, designations, frequencies. She pointed to one number glowing bold in the corner. On average, only 1 in every 10,000 people will awaken to the dream each year, she said, and even that estimate fluctuates. John's eyebrows raised. That's not a lot. Not when you consider the population of the world, Ms. Goodwitch replied. Roughly 100,000 dreamers exist globally, and they're spread thin. Practically all are within lucid branches like ours. Those who go at it alone don't last long, some fall into madness, and some simply vanish like your acquaintance, Raymond, though I suppose now we have leads as to why that's the case. He swallowed at that. We do what we can, but there are too many cities, too many people, and not nearly enough of us. Entire towns have succumbed to terrible events before we even knew the danger was present. The screen changed again. Old-looking footage appeared, grainy black and white, then color. Figures in armor, strange symbols glowing on their bodies, fighting in ruins. John noticed a banner displayed prominently in each clip, a stylized, closed eye in the center of the bold text, Lucid. Lucid was founded over 3 centuries ago, Ms. Goodwitch said, long before modern technology caught up. Back then, it was a loose confederation of monks, scholars, and warrior dreamers who realized the threat, who dedicated themselves to protecting both worlds. She turned and looked directly at John. In a world of dreamers, we who sleep yet remain awake are the only ones who are lucid. There was a quiet reverence in her words, something like an old vow. John felt the weight of it settle into the room. That meant something. It wasn't just simple poetry. It felt like an identity. He raised a hand, hesitant. But I thought the dream was just, the dream. The monsters stay in there. Right? They don't affect the real world. Ms. Goodwich's mouth tightened slightly, and she nodded once. Have you encountered a nightmare zone yet? John frowned. Do you mean that weird oily mist stuff? That's right. She flipped to a new slide. A dense visual appeared. A fog-covered neighborhood twisted into a surreal distortion of real-world terrain. Buildings bent at impossible angles. Silhouettes lingered at the edges, black and red creatures clawing through the dark. Nightmare zones are not accidents or anomalies in the dream realm. They are the condensed manifestations of fears and traumas within a human mind. A dreamer's subconscious turned against them. Left alone, these zones fester and spawn creatures within the dream. After a long enough time, they evolve, and eventually, they begin to leak into the waking world. John stared at the footage. It looked eerily similar to that abandoned train station he'd visited, the one with the mist and the monsters and... Wait, he turned to her. You're saying those nightmare zones are connected to people? She nodded. Every single one of them. A human out there, a dreamer somewhere is the source. Their nightmare, so to speak, that mist, that decay, it's a reflection of their pain, suffering, and their fear. John went pale. Then what happens if the zone isn't stopped? It can be stopped right. If left unchecked, Ms. Goodwitch said, the person in the real world will continue to experience nightmares and will also slowly begin to change. Slowly, imperceptibly at first. But over time, their body deteriorates and their mind fractures. Eventually, they become the very thing we fear, a creature of the nightmare realm, also known as creatures of Grimm. Creatures of Grimm, he echoed, disbelieving. In essence, yes, she confirmed. A creature of pure nightmare, no soul left, just instinct, rage, and hunger. Once that transformation completes, the connection between dream and body is severed, and the Grimm can anchor itself in the waking world. John sat in stunned silence. That was terrifying. And somehow he'd stumbled through that world, unarmed, completely ignorant. How do you stop it? He asked quietly. We send operatives into the zone, Ms. Goodwitch said. Into the dream tied to the victim's mind. We fight through their nightmares, locate the core, and destroy it before the corruption can finish. If we succeed, the person wakes up safe and sound. If we fail. She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. John looked down at the table. So every time you go in, you're literally entering someone's nightmare. Exactly. And we're not just fighting monsters, we're fighting trauma, grief, guilt, the worst parts of the human soul. He exhaled shakily. I see. There was a silence after John's last question. It wasn't empty, but a heavy one, like the room itself was waiting to exhale. Ms. Goodwitch turned off the last of the holograms with a small gesture. The war table dimmed, and the hum of the room returned to a quiet drone. Of course, she said at last, our entire operation is off the books, at least not the conventional one. John blinked. Wait, what? She walked over to a wall console, flicked her wrist, and a new set of visuals appeared, news clippings, CCTV footage, maps with redacted zones. One article read gas line explosion destroys suburban block. Another, mass hallucination event in downtown Vale. Every one of them carried the unmistakable signs of grim activity, but none of them said that. We have to cover it up, she said calmly. When a person turns into a creature of grim, we deploy cleanup teams immediately. First, we eliminate the threat, then we isolate the witnesses and correct the narrative. John leaned forward slowly, dread beginning to churn. Correct the narrative? I don't understand. Ms. Goodwitch continued. Rune research has come far since the olden days. Specialized runes have been created that targets memories. We can blur timelines, replace key images, and plant dreamlike fog in their minds. Most victims remember nothing, and some even rationalize it away on their own. John stared at her like she'd grown two heads. You can do that with runes. You seem surprised. I didn't even know runes could affect the mind, he said, baffled. I thought they were for fireballs, shields, enhancements, or whatnot. A common misconception, she replied. Rune theory goes far beyond physical effects. There are metaphysical runes that affect many different concepts such as perception, influence, and even illusion. John looked shaken, but then his eyes narrowed. Wait, why didn't anyone try that on me? No point, she answered. You are an awakened, and although you do not yet have any rune fragments enhancing you aura stat, memory runes generally don't function well on individuals with the aura stat. Aura, John repeated. She nodded. The nightmare system presents the three stats, body, will, and aura. Besides being a fuel source for using rune skills, aura acts as a metaphysical barrier against foreign affects. A ward, if you will, not against damage, but more so against intrusive metarunes. In essence, the stronger your aura stat, the less any sort of metaphysical tampering works on you. John went quiet again. That made sense in a way. He exhaled slowly, shoulders slumping. I didn't sign up for any of this. Ms. Goodwitch paused, then said more gently, I know. I wasn't given a choice, John continued, voice lower now. No one asked me if I wanted to be an operative. I just woke up, in a nightmare, and now I'm in some secret war. She regarded him for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then she gave a quiet nod. It's understandable that you feel that way, she said. But the truth is, from the moment you awakened, your life was never going to be the same. Whether you joined Lucid or not, the dream would have continued pulling you in, with or without warning, with or without support. She walked back to the table and tapped it once. A new screen appeared, this time filled with columns of names, numbers, classifications, operative rosters. All of our new recruits felt the same way you do, she said. Scared, confused, and angry, but pretending it isn't happening won't protect you. If anything, it makes you more vulnerable. The dream doesn't care about fairness. It will come for you again, and again, and again, and next time you might not wake up. John looked down, fists clenched loosely in his lap. She was right. He didn't want this life, but he didn't have a choice anymore, did he? So what? You guys are a part of the government, which means I'm just some sort of government pawn now, he asked. Ms. Goodwitch's lips twitched. Lucid is indeed a government-sanctioned agency, global and multi-jurisdictional, but we don't see our operatives as pawns. We might be soldiers, Mr. Ark, but we are also sentinels. Guardians. She turned to him with a faint glint in her eye. And besides, she added, the job does come with benefits. John raised an eyebrow. Full hazard pay, housing stipends, medical, training access, gear requisition, and a salary that's, let's just say, generous for your age bracket. Really? Most Lucid agents make more than doctors or lawyers by the time they're 25, she said, almost dryly. You risk your soul every night. It's only fair you're compensated for it. John leaned back in his seat again, his brain still spinning, but now with an entirely different set of numbers. His life had completely flipped overnight, but maybe it wasn't all doom and gloom after all. It's okay, he muttered. Okay. Chapter 71, Welcome to Lucid Part 3. Miss Goodwitch folded her arms behind her back. Her expression was steady and unreadable. She turned back toward him. Now then, she said, resuming her lecture-like cadence, let's talk about the nightmare system. John tilted his head. The stat menu. Miss Goodwitch nodded. Indeed, that is its most common name among awakened individuals. Nightmare system, or simply, the system. You've already seen your own by now, so you have a preliminary understanding of what it is. John nodded, affirming her words. Yeah, when I first woke up here, there was a UI that showed me my stats. Body, will, aura, and then some kind of not very helpful tutorial that tracked my progress. Honestly, it felt kind of like a video game HUD, just, in my head. Quite, she said, allowing herself a faint smile. And have you ever wondered why it takes that form? John scratched the side of his cheek. I figured it was just something that governed the nightmare realm, like the rules or whatever, how the whole place works. Miss Goodwitch's smile widened ever so slightly, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. That's what most people assume at first, she said, and they're not entirely wrong, but it's also far more complicated than that. She flicked her wrist, and the war table lit up again, this time displaying a wireframe diagram of the nightmare system itself. A red interface, resembling John's own mental UI, hovered above the table in holographic form. Data strands streamed across it like orbiting satellites. At the center were 3 red-marked words with the titles, Body, Will, and Aura. Goodwitch paced slowly beside it. The nightmare system doesn't exactly govern the dream, she said. Not in the way we understand governance, at least. It's not a ruler, nor does it make rules. It isn't an architect, and it certainly didn't create the nightmare realm. It especially does not maintain its structure, either. She paused, then tapped the hologram. The red crystal shimmered, distorting briefly into a series of branching lines that split and expanded into a vast network. In truth, we don't know what it is, not exactly. John's brow furrowed. You don't then. We observe it, she clarified. We study it and catalog its capabilities. Much of what we understand about the nightmare system has been deduced through centuries of trial, error, and field research. As far as we know, no one programmed it and no one controls it, but it exists and it acts with intent. John blinked, intent like it has a will. We suspect it does, but not a will in the way humans understand it. It does not speak or answer questions, but it responds to actions, and more importantly, she turned to look directly at him, it rewards them. John tilted his head. Rewards, the runes, huh? Goodwitch nodded. That's one way to put it. The nightmare system plunders. It is a mechanism that steals the essence from the creatures of Grimm and transfers that power to the awakened. Every time an operative defeats a creature in the dream, the system harvests their existence and transfers it to the person who kills it. Grimm are essentially made out of rune fragments to a degree. In any case, it takes those fragments and grants them to you, and in turn, you get stronger. John leaned back slightly in his seat, processing that. So, it's helping us. To an extent, Goodwitch said, but help implies intention. We don't know if it's aiding us, or simply functioning according to some alien script that we don't understand. He crossed his arms. It still gave me fragments that I used in my stats. That's helpful, right? Yes, she said. The system assigns 3 core metrics, body, will, and aura. Body governs your physical prowess. Will, contrary to what you might understand, is actually the level of control that you have over your rune skill. Creation, manipulation, transference, etc., all of that is governed by will stat. Aura, we've already discussed that. It is both your barrier against manipulation and your fuel source for manipulating runes. In addition to that, aura also allows you to exert pressure on the dream. Exert pressure, I don't understand. It's hard to properly explain and can only be felt on an individual basis. But essentially, at a higher rank, your aura allows you to essentially distort reality in a sense that will allow to do interesting feats, defying gravity, ignore some laws of physics, and many other things. John paused his thoughts to wrap his head around those ideas for a moment. And is this only in the dream realm, or also in the waking world too? Goodwitch nodded approvingly at his question. In the waking world too, but I'll get to that part in a second. She tapped the interface again. This time, the hologram zoomed in on a smaller cluster of glyphs that spiraled outward from the aura node, each one faintly etched with glowing runes. Let's first talk about rune skills and what exactly they are. This is also what ties into rank ups. Rune skills, regardless of type, all follow specific rules. There are 2 types of rune skills which are then further divided into more categories: internal rune skills and external rune skills. John stayed silent, invested in her explanation. You mentioned earlier to Commander Osbin that Operative Raymond Red had healed your wounds in Ansel after you battle with the Ursa. Is that correct? John nodded. Glinda grabbed something from the side. It was a metal wristband of sorts that had 3 distinct glowing runes carved on it. John stood up abruptly to examine the wristband. It was practically a carbon copy of the one that Raymond had used on him. The green rune had healed him, the blue generated a shield around him, and the red one was what Raymond used to launch him like a cannonball into the air over a great distance to escape that masked man's weird rune. This is standard gear given to squads in the dream. The red rune represents amplification, the green is heal, and the blue is barrier. These are examples of external runes, meaning they're not tied to a person's aura directly. External runes can only be created by individuals who do not currently have a rune skill linked to their aura. Creating one of these external runes requires a significant cost: 100 rune fragments. Once crafted, the user can inscribe their rune onto an object, imbuing it with a single-use effect. However, because the rune is not bound to a living aura, what we often call a human anchor, its effect can only be triggered once. Afterward, the rune dissipates, and the creator loses access to it entirely. If they wish to use that rune again, they must recreate it from scratch, paying the full cost of 100 rune fragments once more. So it's mass-produced. Of sorts. You'll find out about the technicalities of our operations in the Nightmare Realm later. John nodded to show he understood. Now, let's move on to internal runes. As mentioned earlier, and hinted at by the Nightmare system itself, it takes 100 rune fragments to forge a rune skill. However, the process is far more complex than it seems. Not all rune skills are created equal. Their power and nature are determined by 2 key factors: the strength of the individual crafting the rune and the accumulated experiences they've gained. When a person initiates the process of rune creation, the resulting ability is shaped by their intent, but more importantly, by who they are. In any case, rune skill creation is based upon imagination. In theory, you could attempt to forge a rune of godlike power, say, something absurd like a godhood rune. But in practice, such a rune would almost certainly fall short. The Nightmare system will still produce something, of course, but it will reflect your limitations. If your strength is lacking or your experience is too narrow, the result will be a drastically weakened, distorted version of your intended concept. John hummed, I see, so that's how people do all the crazy stuff out there. Exactly. Everyone's runes are unique in a sense, but they stem from the same source, the Nightmare system, or, more accurately, the essence extracted by the system. He stared at the projection for a long moment. You think this system, do you think it's alive? Miss Goodwitch was quiet for a moment. I think it's aware, she said softly, but whether it is alive, that is another matter. The system doesn't seem to care about us. It empowers us, yes, but not out of kindness. It gives strength to those who survive and nothing to those who die. It does not mourn or hesitate, it simply functions. John's throat felt dry. Sounds cold. Cold, but fair, she replied. In the dream, only those who fight grow stronger. That's why operatives train endlessly to push their stats higher, unlock new rune fragments, and survive. She stepped away from the hologram and gave John a long, steady look. You said it resembled a game interface. That's an apt comparison. We believe the system may have shaped its interface to reflect the expectations of the user. Humans are more familiar with digital systems than ancient mysticism. It adapts to your mind. John slowly nodded, so modern games might have taken inspiration from it. It's hard to say which came first, but there have been awakened individuals for as long as written history. It's entirely possible that many of our myths, legends, and even game design philosophies were subconsciously influenced by echoes of the dream. He looked at his hands. They still felt normal. Mortal, really, but he'd seen what his body's stat let him do. Sprinting faster than Olympic sprinters. Lifting cars like scrap. It was like cheating. And all of it's real? He asked, not quite able to stop the disbelief creeping back into his tone. As real as anything, she replied, though it only manifests in the dream realm, at least, at your level of strength. In the waking world, the system lies dormant at rank 0. Your stats, your strength, your speed, remain bound to the dream. You are still human while awake. This is due to the rules of reality clashing with the rules of the nightmare realm. Rules and ranks, huh? John muttered. So higher ranks are not subject to the same rules. Exactly. When you rank up to rank 1, around 10% of the dream self's body is brought out into the waking world. At rank 2, you will have around 50% of your dream self's prowess. And finally, rank 3. At rank 3, which is also the highest rank achievable, you can bring out 100% of your dream self's strength, clashing against the formless rules of reality. The war table dimmed once again. Miss Goodwitch stepped away from the screen and walked to a nearby cabinet. She pulled out a slim black dossier and slid it across the table toward him. This contains a breakdown of everything we currently understand about the system, she said. Read it when you have time. It's still incomplete, of course, but it may help answer more of your questions. John picked it up slowly, flipping through a few pages. Diagrams, notations, a chart listing the average stat progression per year of activity. There were even notes on unusual anomalies, people who broke the mold or went insane or vanished entirely. He closed it. His mind buzzed, overloaded with knowledge, tension, and an undeniable sliver of awe. This is a lot, he finally said. Yes, Goodwitch said, it always is. Chapter 72, Welcome to Lucid Part 4. The table dimmed again, casting long shadows across the room. Ms. Goodwitch turned toward John with that same composed look. You now have a preliminary understanding of what it means to be a member of Lucid, Mr. Ark, she said, her hands folding behind her back. The system, stats, runes, you've seen the foundation. He nodded slowly. I think I've got a handle on it. Good, then it's time we discuss what comes next, the path of ascension, what it means to rank up, and the weight that comes with it. With a subtle gesture, she summoned another projection from the table. This one was less abstract than the previous strands of energy. Instead, a full 3D simulation appeared, an animated figure in a neutral stance, gray and faceless, but distinctly human. Floating beside it were 3 transparent columns labeled body, will, and aura. This is your dream vessel, Ms. Goodwitch explained. It's a representation of your potential self, your capacity to interface with the dream and with the nightmare system. This vessel doesn't exist in the waking world. At least, not at first. But within the dream, it's your everything. The simulated figure glowed faintly as its stats began to rise, each category slowly ticking upward from 1 to 10. To achieve rank 1, an operative must first reach 10 points in each of the 3 core stats: body, will, aura. John blinked. That's the minimum. Not simply the minimum. 10 is the maximum that you can achieve in all of your stats. But yes, that's the first requirement. John nodded. He had wondered what the maximum number for stats were, and now he had received his answer. She tapped the interface again, and a glowing rune symbol emerged in the air beside the figure. The second requirement is to condense your first rune skill. As we covered earlier, This costs 100 rune fragments and results in a unique skill shaped by your own experiences, desires, and self-image. The figure in the simulation pulsed with energy. A crimson ripple spread through its body. The interface shimmered, and a message appeared on the projection. Rank up available. And that, Ms. Goodwitch said, is the final stage. When both conditions are met, stats and rune, you'll feel a metaphysical pressure. A pull, like something beyond the veil is trying to elevate you. And when you allow it, the nightmare system will initiate the rank-up process. John leaned in slightly, watching the glowing figure ascend. As it rose, a surge of energy engulfed it. The rune at its side blazed, growing brighter, more complex in design. The figure's frame widened, muscles subtly defined, its presence far more imposing than before, and its looks were also enhanced. The process is not instantaneous, Ms. Goodwitch warned. It takes a small amount of time. During the rank-up, the rune you created is elevated, enhanced to match the increased capabilities of your dream vessel. It evolves alongside you and strengthens with you. John's brow furrowed. How many rune skills should I have before trying to rank up? The corner of Ms. Goodwitch's mouth quirked upward, just slightly. None of that min-maxing nonsense, Mr. Ark. John flushed. I mean, no, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't wasting potential. Her smile lingered for a moment longer before she answered. You only need one rune skill to rank up, and more importantly, your dream vessel can only hold one rune skill at any given rank. That made him pause. Wait, only one, what if you make another? You can't, not at the same time, Ms. Goodwitch confirmed. The vessel only has space for one active rune skill per rank, and the one you use to rank up becomes permanently ingrained in your being. You'll never be able to discard it. She turned back to the war table and brought up a new image. This time, the projection showed a grim that resembled an elephant of some sort, twisted, jet black, malformed, and terrifyingly massive. But above its head, a single rune pulsed. It was simplistic in design, almost crude, yet raw with power. The creatures we face in the dream operate under the same principle. They are bound by the same limitations. Even the most fearsome Grimm are only capable of wielding one rune skill per rank, and like us, they cannot change the ones they've ingrained. However, unlike us, the creatures of Grimm do not have the ability to condense a rune at rank 0. It only occurs at rank 1. I see, so that's their limit, John murmured. Yes, Ms. Goodwitch said, but don't mistake that for a weakness. What they do have is focus. Their rune skills are extensions of their instincts, brutal and refined through repetition, and they don't need to think about costs. He winced. Okay, got it. She returned the interface to the simulated figure. Before you rank up, you have a final option. You can discard your current rune, if it doesn't suit you, by imprinting it into an external object. As we discussed earlier, this turns it into a one-time use rune. It's gone from your vessel, but possibly usable in a moment of need. The projection demonstrated the act. The figure held a glowing sphere that pulsed with rune energy. It pressed it into a gauntlet. The rune vanished from the figure's body and appeared etched onto the equipment. But once you initiate the rank up, Ms. Goodwitch continued, her tone sharpening slightly, that window closes. The rune used in the process becomes permanently tied to your vessel. It becomes the cornerstone of your rank 1 identity. John nodded slowly. So I need to be sure, really sure. Exactly. The figure on the projection had now completed its evolution. It stood taller, its aura vastly stronger. The 3 stat pillars beside it had all changed, body, will, and aura now showing 0 instead of 10. In the early stages of rank 1, your dream vessel undergoes a dramatic transformation, Ms. Goodwitch said. Its capacity doubles. Your stats will increase in kind, and your presence within the dream will expand. You'll be faster, stronger, harder to kill, and capable of feats that defy reality. However, your status window will be reset back to 0. Do not mistake this for an error in the system display. The simulation shifted again, displaying the figure effortlessly leaping over buildings, deflecting projectiles with a thought, and releasing a burst of energy that cracked pavement. And now that your vessel is stronger, she continued, you gain the ability to condense a second rune skill. Johns nodded, showing he understood. You can, 1 per rank. The rules, however, stay the same: 100 rune fragments. The new rune will not replace the first, it exists alongside it. However, she paused, this second rune is not bound to you until you choose to rank up again, meaning you can discard it, just like you were able to before in rank 0. If you don't like what you created, imbue it onto an object and try again. So, Awaken get 1 permanent rune per rank, but you can still experiment before you commit. Correct, that's the true rhythm of our operatives' developments. Grow your stats, earn fragments, experiment, discard, refine, and then commit when you're ready to advance. John exhaled slowly, a weight settling over him. That's a lot to think about. It should be, Ms. Goodwitch said. The power to shape your soul is not something to take lightly. Goodwitch's expression shifted, her eyes narrowing slightly as the war table dimmed once more. We've covered the foundations, Goodwitch started, but now we need to talk about what lies beyond, rank 2 and rank 3. John blinked, trying to stay focused. The sheer amount of information he had just absorbed was already threatening to overflow from his mind like water from a cracked vase. But he nodded. Are they different, he asked, from the other ranks? Goodwitch gave a sharp nod, then with a flick of her fingers, the table displayed a new figure. This one was nearly identical to the prior dream vessel, a gray, faceless humanoid figure. But instead of rising smoothly, its body now pulsed erratically, its aura flickering between stability and collapse. Ranking up from rank 1 to rank 2, Goodwitch began, requires more than simply maxing your stats and condensing a second rune skill. The room fell quiet for a breath. The basic requirements are still in place: 10 points in all 3 core stats, and a new rune skill created using 100 rune fragments, she continued. However, there is an invisible gate, one that can't be bypassed with repetitional effort alone. The system will not prompt you to ascend until you've met a certain threshold of understanding. Understanding, John echoed, frowning. What does that mean? Comprehension, Goodwitch corrected, looking at him directly. A deep, personal grasp of how your rune skills function, how they interact with each other, how they affect your dream vessel, and, just as critically, how they reshape your perception of reality within the nightmare. John leaned forward slightly. But, how does the system even know that? What counts as comprehension? She smiled faintly, not unkindly. That is precisely the problem. It's subjective, individual and unique. You and another operative could both create a rune skill centered around fire. But your comprehension of what fire means, how it behaves, how it lives and consumes, will differ. The system is all-knowing in a sense, and it is able to recognize that difference. It will use that personal understanding as the gatekeeper for your ascension. John's brows furrowed. So, it's not enough to just use a rune a lot. No, again, repetition is not the same as understanding. While it does help, it isn't enough. The system also acts as a mirror, reflecting what you truly know and what you've internalized, if you attempt to rank up without that clarity. The sensation of pressure, that call to ascend, it will never arrive. He absorbed that slowly, his mind flashing to his imagined rune, whatever it would be. What would it take for him to truly understand it, not just how to use it, but what it meant? And to be clear, Goodwitch added, you must comprehend both of your runes. The one from rank 0 that evolved with you into rank 1, and the new rune condensed at rank 1. Without understanding both, there is no rank 2. Right, John said, running a hand through his hair. So it's about learning and internalizing. I think I got it. Soul-searching, etc. A crude way to phrase it, Goodwitch said with a ghost of a smile, but yes. She stepped away from the table, heels clicking softly on the floor, before raising a hand again. But rank 2 to rank 3, she said, and her voice took on a heavier tone. That is another matter entirely. John looked up quickly. It gets harder. She nodded. In addition to the standard stat requirement, and a new rune, an awakened must now comprehend their chosen runes to a level beyond what it was before, and reach a realm that is dubbed as mastery. Rune mastery. After all 3 of your runes reach this level of mastery, the awakened must perform a rune synthesis. A fusion of all your accumulated knowledge regarding the 3 runes you have made. The 3 rune skills will then be forged into a singular one. The table projection shimmered, and a new glyph appeared, jagged, alien in nature, yet somehow majestic. It glowed with layered hues, 3 runes combined into a singular living symbol. This, Goodwitch said softly, is called a master rune. Johns analyzed the information that he was given, comprehension beyond understanding, mastery, then synthesis of all 3, a single rune made from all 3. Precisely, a master rune is the apex of personalized power. It embodies every aspect of your development, your strengths, your philosophy, and your combat style. The 3 runes that had defined your abilities combined into a perfect synthesis of crystallized power. The projection changed again. This time, it displayed a familiar figure, Professor Ozpin, standing calmly beneath the crimson light of the blood moon. At his side, a radiant sigil hovered, dense and intricate beyond anything John had seen before. The air around it shimmered with quiet, restrained force. Ozpin is one of the extremely few rank 3s in the world, Goodwitch said. His master rune is so finely tuned to his will, so complete in its composition, that he can crush most grim with nary but a thought alone. John swallowed hard. She turned to face him again. Each rank carries a title among our operatives. Rank 0s, like yourself, are considered threat suppressors. With enough training, they can easily destroy vehicles, flip over trucks, level walls, and even destroy massive boulders. You've already seen the early signs of that strength. He nodded slowly. Rank 1s, Goodwitch continued, to put into perspective, are also known as building breakers. A single awakened, operating at full efficiency, can collapse an entire multi-story structure with focused effort. Explosive force, rune synergy, or overwhelming strength, it varies. The projection now showed a rank 1 operative blowing through multiple concrete walls, then hurling a grim the size of a truck through a building. Rank 2s, she said, pausing for effect, we call them block breakers. John blinked. Blocks, what does that mean? Goodwitch looked at him with a quiet stare, as if expecting him to come up with the answer. John didn't really understand, until a thought suddenly struck his mind. Wait, city blocks. She nodded with a hum of approval. Yes, and more than just that. Fortified positions, military-grade bunkers, defensive complexes. A rank 2 operative is capable of toppling installations designed to withstand siege weaponry with a singular attack. At that point, their presence on the battlefield is considered equivalent to a mobile artillery unit. He stared at her in shock. And rank 3s. She didn't answer immediately. Instead, the table lit up again, displaying a destroyed city. It appeared as if a nuclear bomb had gone off in the area and destroyed all life. A massive crater enveloped the skeleton of the broken remains of what was once a city. Rank 3s are called city crushers, she said quietly. The nightmare system does not permit anyone to go beyond rank 3. Once rank 3 is achieved, you will no longer receive any runes nor will your stats grow anymore, regardless of the amount of grim that you kill, whether it is a hard limit or simply the edge of what we can reach. We don't know, but those who achieve rank 3 are wielders of continent-shifting power. They must be handled with the utmost care and restraint. John exhaled slowly, his heart thudding in his chest. So the higher you go, the more power you get, but the more understanding you need. You can't just brute force your way up. Exactly, Goodwitch said. The nightmare system weeds out the reckless. It only elevates those who are ready. Every rune you condense is another piece of your soul, and at the pinnacle, those pieces must become one. John looked down at his hands. Chapter 73, Welcome to Lucid, Part 5. The rest of Goodwitch's presentation shifted smoothly away from the intricacies of human advancement and into a darker, more pragmatic topic, the creatures of Grimm. The lights in the auditorium dimmed a fraction, the main screen flickering to life with images and short clips of the nightmare creatures in various forms. John didn't speak, but he straightened unconsciously, his mind sharpening from lethargy at the change in subject. Her explanation came in measured, deliberate beats, each fact heavier than the last. While humans and trained operatives could actively cultivate power, develop rune skills, and channel aura, Grimm followed a different path entirely. They shared the same ranking scale, rank 0 through rank 3, but their growth was different. At the very beginning of each rank, rather than painstakingly condensing fragments into a skill, Grimm instinctively converted their accumulated dream energy into a rune. It wasn't something they had to learn or even think about. It happened automatically, as if woven into their very nature. There was no slow building of comprehension, no months of trial and error. They simply became more dangerous overnight. And because they had no need for training, the transition from one rank to the next was abrupt, often violent. A rank 1 Grimm could emerge from a pack of rank 0s in a matter of hours, and a rank 2 could appear just as suddenly among its lower-ranked kin. Most Grimm were as they appeared, feral, single-minded, and driven purely by predatory instinct. But not all. Occasionally, one would demonstrate an unsettling flicker of intelligence, hesitating in battle, coordinating with others, setting crude ambushes. These were the ones to fear most. They were the ones who survived long enough to rise through the ranks. When Goodwitch mentioned that, John couldn't help but remember the fight against the Ursa and Ansel, just before he met Raymond and the masked man. It felt as if the beast was playing with him. It was only after he managed to score a hit on it that it suddenly changed its tune and went feral like all the other Grimm before it. Could that be one that would have ranked up? John was fairly certain that it was. As far as humanity knew, Grimm didn't have aura in the same way operatives did. Whether they possessed something similar or even superior was a mystery. Communication with them was impossible, and dissecting them in the waking world yielded nothing but inert blackened remains. Any attempt to understand their system, if they even had one, was as fruitless as interrogating a storm. Goodwitch's presentation shifted to a new slide, white text against a dark red backdrop, outlining the rewards and penalties the nightmare system enforced when Grimm were killed. Here, John leaned forward slightly, absorbing every word. The rules were strict, unyielding, and clearly designed to prevent exploitation. If an operative managed to slay a Grimm of a higher rank than their own, the system awarded 100 rune fragments on the spot, enough to immediately form a rune skill if the operative chose. It was a staggering bonus, but one few ever claimed. Defeating a creature even one rank above your own was something closer to suicide than strategy. Against Grimm of equal rank, the standard reward applied, 10 rune fragments per kill, a predictable increase. But the moment an operative moved into a position of superiority, the generosity of the system evaporated. Killing a Grimm 1 rank lower than oneself yielded absolutely nothing. The same applied to 2 ranks and 3 ranks. Nothing. No fragments and no gain. No incentive at all. The logic was plain enough, at least in design. The system wanted risk. It wanted progress born of danger, not from slaughtering the helpless. If you wanted to grow, you had to earn it. Her tone, cool but edged with finality, carried an unspoken warning. There was no room for complacency. Grimm didn't care about fairness, but the system did, and it enforced its rules without exception. There were further restrictions, too mechanical and absolute. No operative could hold more than 100 rune fragments at a time. The moment you reached that limit, any kill beyond it, no matter the rank of the Grimm, would yield nothing. No stockpiling, no hoarding for later use. And if you stood at the very peak of your current rank, stats maxed and rune skill created, the fragments would stop coming entirely. Advancement had to be earned, not padded with excess. For John, the implications were clear. There was no farming easy targets, no running up numbers for a rainy day. If you wanted to advance, you'd have to walk into danger. You'd have to take on enemies that could, and probably would, kill you if you misstepped. The slides shifted again, showing quick, brutal footage, operatives clashing with Grimm at varying ranks. Rank 0s, while deadly to the unawakened, were crushed with relative ease by trained fighters. Rank 1s were faster, stronger, pack leaders that could overwhelm. Rank 2s were worse, almost calculated in their destruction, the kinds of monsters that could strip entire blocks to rubble. And Rank 3s? The feed lingered on that tier for only a moment before fading out. The implied scale of destruction was enough. Goodwitch didn't speculate on the why of these restrictions, nor on the deeper mechanics of the system's choices. She simply stated that it was omniscient in its own design, and to question its reasons was pointless. Her voice made it clear. The system was. It did not justify itself to humans, and any attempt to twist its rules would end in failure. John didn't interrupt, not because he understood everything, but because the weight of the information demanded quiet. Even without directly saying it, Goodwitch's message was impossible to miss. The path forward was narrow, steep, and lined with teeth. When the orientation finally wrapped, the last slide faded into Lucid's crest. No more clips or diagrams. The silence that followed was long enough for the tension in the room to settle into something heavier, something that would follow John well beyond the walls of that auditorium. The Grimm weren't just dangerous because of their teeth and claws. They were dangerous because they were efficient, because they were rewarded for existing, because they could rise as quickly as they killed. This was simply the nature of beasts which were born from human nightmares. And for operatives like John, the only way to keep pace was to climb faster, risk more, and hope the system found him worthy enough to survive the next step. Goodwitch finally set down the holoslate she'd been using to project diagrams of grim silhouettes, system prompts, and runic shapes. Her voice, clipped and authoritative from the start, softened a fraction. "I believe that is enough information for now, Mr. Ark. There is still much you must learn about the properties of the nightmare realm, but that can be saved for another time." John nodded automatically. His brain felt like it had been packed tight with concepts he'd barely begun to grasp: stat requirements, rune condensation, comprehension, grim growth mechanics, ranking limitations, and an entire set of rules that the system enforced without question. His eyes flicked to the wall clock in the corner of the orientation room and nearly bugged out. 3 hours, 3 whole hours. No wonder his stomach felt like it was trying to digest itself. "Yeah," he muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. "I think if I cram in any more, my head's gonna pop, or maybe my stomach will, whichever goes first." A faint smirk touched Goodwitch's lips at his honesty, though it disappeared just as quickly. "Come with me, you need a proper tour of the facility. And, judging by the way you're looking at the clock, something to eat." She stood and led the way out, the click of her heels sharp against the immaculate floor. John rose, stretching his arms with a groan before hurrying to catch up. The halls of Lucid's main base were sterile, but not empty corridors John had expected. The walls themselves seemed alive with color. Hollow screens projected mission briefings, squad schedules, and a rotating display of operational statistics in clean, minimal graphics. Every so often, a transparent panel would flicker into life, displaying an aerial view of active nightmare incursions like a living map. They passed a long row of doors, each labeled with glowing blue text: Simulation Chamber 1, Weapon Familiarization Room, Rune Practice Bay. Through the glass panes, John caught glimpses of operatives in mid-session. One room showed a man in sleek black armor sparring against a humanoid projection, twin short swords flashing in rapid arcs. In another, a woman practiced her rune skill, a glowing shockwave that blasted through a series of floating drones, scattering them like leaves in a storm. The most impressive were the holographic training arenas. One door was ajar, and John slowed just enough to peek inside. A massive room, easily the size of a sports field, shifted and shimmered under the control of advanced projectors. In seconds, the environment changed from a ruined cityscape under a blood-red sky to a grassy plain dotted with stone pillars. Operatives ran drills, vaulting from cover to cover, firing ranged weapons or rushing forward with melee attacks. "You'll get a tour later. For now, don't linger," Goodwitch said without looking back, though he caught the faintest upward twitch at the corner of her mouth. They finally reached a set of wide sliding doors that parted with a soft hiss. The smell hit him first, warm, rich, mouth-watering aromas that pulled at every fiber of his being. "Welcome to the Lucid cafeteria," Goodwitch said simply. If John had been expecting rows of bland tables and a food counter, he was sorely mistaken. The cafeteria was huge, more like an upscale, futuristic food court. The ceiling arched high overhead, covered in a panoramic projection of a soft blue sky streaked with slow-moving clouds, giving the illusion of eating outdoors. The air was comfortably warm, with a subtle background hum of quiet conversation and the whir of servitor drones. Dozens of automated service bots rolled between tables on silent wheels, each carrying trays of plated meals. At one end, a line of gleaming food dispensers stood ready, their digital menus scrolling through hundreds of options, from steaming bowls of ramen to neatly stacked sushi rolls, from hearty grilled steaks to bright salads that looked like they'd been grown 5 minutes ago. John stared as one of the bots rolled past him, its articulated arms adjusting to keep a perfectly balanced tray of pasta steady while avoiding a group of chatting operatives. Each bot's head was a simple curved screen with animated eyes that blinked and curved into cheerful expressions as they passed. The people here were normal-looking, or at least they seemed normal. Young, old, men and women, some in casual clothes, others in the sleek armor of active operatives. But something about their posture, the way they carried themselves, hinted at capability. "Hard to believe everyone here's an operative," John said, shaking his head as they stepped deeper inside. Goodwitch gave him a sidelong look, her tone lightly correcting. "Not everyone. Non-combat personnel aren't normally able to enter the dream realm, but that is a topic for another time. In any case, many here are researchers, analysts, support staff, and supervisors. Without them, our field operatives would be blind in the nightmare." That made John blink. "So like desk work?" "Specialized desk work," Goodwitch replied smoothly. "Some are experts in rune theory, others track grim spawning patterns. A few specialize in logistics, making sure operatives have the right weapons, armor, and medical support. You'll learn more in your squad debriefing." He filed that away as something to think about later. Right now, the tantalizing scent of food was winning the war for his attention. They made their way to the counter, where a humanoid service bot bowed politely and projected a floating menu in front of them. John's eyes went wide. This was not the greasy cafeteria fare he remembered from school. Steak dinners, teriyaki salmon, roast chicken with vegetables, fresh-baked bread, even desserts that looked like they belonged in a five-star restaurant. Each meal came with a tiny notation of its nutritional value, calorie count, and, somewhat amusingly, combat readiness score. John didn't hesitate. He ordered a towering burger loaded with everything, a side of seasoned fries, and a large soda. Goodwitch, seemingly as ever composed as she always appeared to be, chose a light salad with grilled chicken and a cup of green tea. They took their trays and walked toward a quieter corner of the room. John wasted no time. He bit into the burger like a man possessed, letting out a muffled groan of satisfaction. "Good food," he mumbled through a mouthful. "Really good food." "We ensure our operatives are well fed," Goodwitch replied primly, taking a small sip of tea. "Proper nutrition is essential for performance, both in the dream and in reality. The academy above us also shares this trait." She was referring to Beacon that was on the above ground. John could hardly believe that there was even a secret military base right underneath the school. He still couldn't wrap his head around how they brought the people in and out of the base without going through the elevators that he had once went through. Perhaps there were other entrances. In any case, John didn't reply to her. He was too busy devouring his fries. His earlier exhaustion from the 3-hour lecture was fading, replaced by the simple pleasure of eating something hot, fresh, and impossibly good. When he finally leaned back in his chair, burger demolished, soda drained, he caught Goodwitch watching him with a faintly amused expression. "Feel better?" He nodded, wiping his mouth. "Better than I've felt all day." "Good, you'll need the energy. Your tour will begin soon, then we'll have to get you settled in. Many things to do today, Mr. Ark." Something about her tone made him pause mid-sip of his soda. "Soon as in." Goodwitch's smirk was brief but telling. "Soon." Chapter 74. Welcome to Lucid Part 6. "Mr. Ark, as we are now both done with our meals," she started. Her voice was all but lacking its cutting edge now. "I'll have to hand you off to someone else for the rest of your tour." John set his cup down. "All right," he said simply, giving her a nod. If anything, he was a little relieved. 3 hours of non-stop information dumps about the nightmare realm, operatives, ranking systems, and Grimm had filled his brain so much he was sure it was about to start leaking out his ears. A change of pace sounded nice. Glinda tilted her head slightly, as if expecting him to press her. When he didn't, her brows drew together in faint amusement. "You're not going to ask why I'm not continuing." John shrugged lightly. "Figured you have more important stuff to do. You're, important, right?" Her lips quirked in the faintest hint of a smile before returning to their usual neutral line. "Perhaps, but for the sake of clarity, Commander Osbin may be the officer in charge of Vale's branch of Lucid. However, I am the one who handles the day-to-day operations and directly oversees most deployments. Not to mention my work as the assistant headmistress of Beacon Academy itself. That makes me a very busy individual." That actually did surprise John a little. He sat back, eyebrows raising. I see. So, why were you the one doing my orientation then? No offense, but I can't imagine you've got time to walk every new recruit through the basics. Correct, she said smoothly, ignoring his small jab. Your case is special, which means you get special attention. John nodded slowly. That tracked with his suspicions. Between the bizarre way he'd awakened and the odd circumstances that followed him in Ansel, the higher-ups would definitely want to keep a closer eye on him. He took a last sip of his drink before standing. Glinda rose at the same time, and together they walked toward the cafeteria's wide glass doors. The moment they stepped out, John spotted a familiar figure, tall, bronze-skinned and striking in a way that seemed effortless. Her hair, a glossy cascade of chocolate brown with just the faintest reddish tint under the lights, was tied into a sleek braid that hung over her shoulder. It swayed around as she shifted her weight. Even in the simple black and gray uniform of Lucid staff, she was a woman that could turn heads effortlessly without even trying. Ark, she greeted with a small smirk, voice warm but edged with amusement. Might want to close your mouth before you catch any flies. Startled, John's first instinct was to check. He ran his tongue over his lips and realized his mouth had been closed the entire time. Hey, it wasn't open, he protested, pointing an accusing finger at her. She lifted a perfectly arched eyebrow. I know. John narrowed his eyes at her for a second, then sighed and grinned anyway. You're evil. Come now, is that any way to greet your new superior? Glinda, standing to the side, let out the faintest breath of what might have been amusement before stepping forward. Counselor Vex, this is John Ark. You've met before, but I'll leave him in your care now. The woman, Counselor Vex, extended her hand, and John shook it. Her grip was firm but not crushing, the kind of handshake that instantly conveyed both confidence and capability. Didn't expect to see you again so soon, John said. Last time we met, you were getting me set up with Ruby Rose as my school guide. Vex said, eyes scanning him in a way that felt appraising but not unfriendly. Figured the new hotshot in town should have someone looking out for him. Turns out I underestimated you. John tilted his head. Underestimated. You're still alive after 3 hours with Glinda Goodwitch. That's an accomplishment. Counselor, Glinda said, her tone flat but holding the faintest undertone of warning. Vex raised both hands in mock surrender. With all due respect, Glinda, I'm just saying, most new operatives walk out of orientation looking like someone hit them with a truck made of spreadsheets. John chuckled at that. I'm definitely feeling it, he admitted, but I think I've got the basics down, sort of. You'll get there, Vex said. Come on, I'll give you the rest of the tour. Glinda's probably got 50 other fires to put out. Glinda inclined her head, her expression unreadable. Indeed, Mr. Ark, I expect you to remember what you've learned today. It will serve you well. Yes, ma'am, John said, giving her a small salute, half sincere, half playful. She gave him one last measuring look, then turned and walked away, her heels clicking sharply against the polished floor until she disappeared around a corner. As soon as she was gone, Vex glanced sideways at John. So, how's it feel knowing that probably half the people you've met in the last week were secretly part of Lucid? John let out a small laugh, shaking his head. Honestly, starting to feel like everyone and their dog is in this organization. Wouldn't surprise me if the lunch ladies at Beacon turned out to also be Rank 2 operatives. Vex smirked. You joke, but that's not far from the truth. Wait, really? Not telling, she said, clearly enjoying herself. As they started walking down the hall, John found himself glancing around at the people passing by. It was weird to think that some of them were full-time operatives, others were researchers, and some, like Glinda had said earlier, never even set foot in the Nightmare Realm. He realized he didn't really have a mental picture of what a non-combat, Lucid member did, but he had a feeling Vex was going to enlighten him before the day was out. For now, though, he was just curious, and maybe a little wary, about what she meant by rest of the tour. Counselor Vex didn't waste any time once Glinda was gone. All right, Ark, you've seen a lot of the base already, but now, we'll get to the good stuff. They passed through a set of double security doors. The air beyond felt cooler and crisper than before. The hallway opened into something that could only describe as the inside of a sci-fi movie. The walls were smooth gunmetal, lit by recessed lines of soft blue-white light. Signs in crisp block text and color-coded stripes pointed toward sections marked training complex, operations, hangar, and logistics. Everywhere they went, uniformed Lucid personnel moved with purpose, some carrying tablets streaming lines of data, others in fitted armor headed toward an elevator bay. "Is this place really under beacon? It just feels," John asked with a murmur as they walked. "It is," Vex explained, glancing at him. "But the base existed long before the academy was even built. This whole site was chosen for strategic reasons. Beacon just made the perfect cover. You're standing on what used to be the crown jewel of Vale's Lucid infrastructure. This place is in the central location in all of Vale. Operatives will quick response times in all directions. You could get a team halfway across the city before anyone even noticed. It's a little different in the dream realm, however." John hummed under his breath. "And here I thought secret bases were just for spy movies." "You'd be surprised, but truthfully they are," she said, smirking, "and we're just very good at operating on-site." The first stop was the training complex. The doors slid open with a hiss, revealing a wide chamber the size of a basketball court, but the floor and walls shimmered faintly, like heat distortion. A squad of operatives in light armor were running a combat simulation inside. One moment the room showed nothing but a blank metallic floor, and the next it shifted, flickering into a replica of a city street at night. Street lamps buzzed overhead, rain spattered down from nowhere, and a trio of red-eyed, shadow-like grim constructs lunged at the trainees. "Are those hard-light holograms? How is that even possible?" John asked, stepping closer to the glass observation wall. "Rune tech projection," Vex corrected. "Regular electronics don't work in the nightmare realm. Runes, however, do. Almost everything you're seeing is powered by special inscribed matrices born from one of our 4 relics, the Great Rune of Creation. Which means that it's not just a light show, those things have mass, resistance, and even the same energy signatures as the real targets. If you can fight it here, you can fight it there. Well, to a degree. The projections don't hit as hard, and there are also other limitations. But we do what we can." John watched as one operative was tackled into the side of a projected car, the impact sending it rocking with a screech of bending metal. The trainee rolled, slashing their weapon through the construct, which dissolved into motes of white light. "That's impressive," he admitted. The relics, John was curious to find out more about them. They moved on to the operations center, where workstations faced a massive curved wall of crystal-clear display panels. John saw maps of Vale overlaid with glowing red and yellow markers, charts scrolling alongside tactical feeds, and a handful of what looked like live Nightmare Realm visuals. Jagged city skylines under a blood moon, mist-choked streets, flashes of battle. "Think of this as the brain of the base," Vex explained. "Every distress call comes through here first. Every team in the field is tracked from this room." "Looks expensive," John said without thinking. Vex snorted. It was, and worth every dollar. Vale's had more close calls than people know. A walk later, they stepped out into the information archive. This section was quieter, rows of tall, lined glass cases filled with projected displays of runes. Holographic plaques detailed the finds, and operatives in long white coats moved between them with scanners. "This is where we store information about Grim and runes, combinations, tactics, weaponry, and much more," Vex said, lowering her voice slightly. "Some information here is quite volatile, so proper procedures are needed for use." Finally, they reached the hangar bay, the place that was connected to the glass window from Osbin's office. The ceiling arched high overhead, the space easily large enough to hold a few small-story buildings. Sleek black vehicles sat in neat rows, some resembling armored troop carriers, others more like airborne skiffs. At the far end, a couple of bipedal mechs stood on their docking platforms, their armored plating gleaming under industrial lights. Each bore lines of glowing runes etched along their limbs and chest, the inscriptions pulsing like a heartbeat. John just stared. This is like straight out of an anime or a movie at that. Vex's lips quirked. "We call them rune frames, mostly for heavy extraction or high-threat zones. They are also one-time use. The runes inlaid have to be replaced whenever it's used, so it's very costly to use. You won't be touching one for a long time." "Not even a little." Not even a little, she said firmly. They lingered at the railing for a moment, watching a crew in the pit below work on refitting a skiff's rune array. On the way out, John finally asked the question that had been itching at him. How do you power all of this? You said normal electricity doesn't work in the dream, but this is a lot of tech. Vex nodded. Most of this is powered by runes. Entire systems were built to translate electrical energy into stable, inscribed matrices that can be used to power runes. Everything you see here can survive full immersion in the nightmare realm without losing function. The trade-off is complexity. Runework requires specialists to maintain, which is why we invest in them heavily. They talked as they walked, showing off a few more places. John was quite curious about one place which held a variety of oddly stylized pods, though Vex told him that he'll get a chance to check it out in the future. She asked him a little about his experiences, his recent excursions into the dream, the strange places he'd visited, and the things he'd fought. When she asked if he'd seen how Beacon looked in the nightmare, John shook his head. You will, very soon, Vex said, giving him a knowing smirk. That experience is sure to be quite interesting. John prompted her for more information, but she seemed to enjoy withholding information from him. She had even done something similar on his first day at Beacon, when she didn't even tell him what Ruby's name was at first. By the time the tour looped back toward the administrative wing, John felt like his head was swimming again. Vex guided him into a side office, where a stack of neatly arranged forms waited on a desk. Paperwork, she said. You'll want to fill these out if you actually want to get paid for field work. And yes, hazard pay is included. John eyed the stack. That's a lot. You get used to it. Welcome to Lucid. As he signed, they kept talking. Somewhere in the conversation, he learned Vex was a rank 2 operative, a fact she admitted with the same casual tone someone might use to mention their favorite drink. That led to a discussion of rune mastery, and John quickly realized it was a lot harder than he'd thought. The intricacies of rune comprehension was far more than met the eye. Even so, by the time he handed the last form back to her, John could feel the excitement buzzing under his skin. He wasn't alone anymore. He had people who knew what they were doing, people who could help him get stronger. Proper equipment and training. And tonight, he was going to see what Beacon looked like in the nightmare realm. Chapter 75, Welcome to Lucid Part 7. Vex stopped just outside the hangar doors and turned toward John. Now that you've got the lay of the land, it's time to get you set up with the good stuff. Properly. John tilted his head. Set up. Equipment, she said matter-of-factly. You've seen the people walking around in armor, right? He nodded, instantly recalling the operatives he'd passed in the corridors earlier. Some were in matte black suits with faint glowing lines tracing along the joints. Others wore sleeker versions with color-coded accents and integrated visors. They looked like something between futuristic soldiers and sci-fi commandos. He tried not to stare, but it was hard not to when every single one of them looked like they could have stepped straight out of a sci-fi drama. John felt a small spark of excitement bubble up in his chest. I get one of those. Vex smirked. Something like that. These are also called rune frames. The heavy ones you saw in the hangar are Titan class, but those are for very specific missions in the dream realm or used in emergency when the waking world requires them. What you'll be issued is a personal combat frame, lighter, more flexible, designed for extended wear in both the waking world and the dream. As they started walking again, John imagined himself in one of those suits, striding confidently down a nightmare street with armor humming faintly at every movement. It was childish, maybe, but he couldn't help it. This was the kind of thing he'd only ever seen in movies, and now it was real. The armory was close to the hangar, close enough that he could still hear the faint clang of tools and the low hum of vehicles being worked on. The double doors to the armory slid open at Vex's command, revealing a space that smelled faintly of oil and clean metal. Racks of weapons lined the walls, rifles with curved magazines, pistols with strange crystalline cores, and melee weapons of every shape from axes to spears, each with faintly glowing lines running along the blades or hafts. At the far end, a stocky man with close-cropped hair was hunched over a workbench, running a scanner over what looked like a segmented gauntlet. He looked up as they approached. Vex, what can I do you for? Floric, this is John Ark, Vex replied. He's an awakened who is now cleared for basic field operations. He needs a standard frame and something to swing. The man, Floric, set the gauntlet aside and stood, giving John a once-over that was just shy of a squint. Perhaps he was confused at his age. He didn't question it, however. "All right, kid, over here." He pulled a scanning large device down from the wall. It was a tall, open arch that had a faintly glowing rune etched in it. "Stand in the middle, arms slightly out." John obeyed, feeling the faint tingle of the scanner pass over him. A second later, Floric's workstation lit up with a wireframe model of John's body, rotating slowly. "All right," Floric muttered. "We've got a fit. You'll be getting a Type 3 light frame with a flexible weave underlay. Good starter set." From a nearby locker, Floric retrieved a sleek, segmented armor suit. It came in several pieces, a black underlayer of mesh-like fabric, flexible but strong, and segmented armor plates for the chest, shoulders, arms, and legs. Thin, glowing lines segmented lights traced along the seams, their glow shifting faintly as John took the pieces. "Go ahead," Floric said, gesturing to a curtained-off corner to give him privacy. "Suit up." John half expected the process to be awkward and slow, but it wasn't. The underlayer fit snugly but comfortably, like a second skin, and the armor segments locked into place with smooth magnetic seals. There were no cumbersome straps or buckles. Each piece simply clicked into place with a faint hum, hidden lines flaring briefly as they synchronized. When he stepped back out, Vex gave an approving nod. "Not bad. Doesn't look like you're about to fall over, so that's a start." Floric walked around him, making a few quick adjustments. "Frame sync is good. You'll get used to the weight. There's barely any. The creation process ensures that the special material redistributes the force of impacts, so it'll feel like you're wearing something half this heavy. Keep it well maintained in the field, and it'll protect you from all sorts of hazards in the dream." John flexed his arm experimentally, surprised at how natural it felt. "Feels good, actually." "That's the idea," Vex nodded before gesturing to the weapon racks, Floric standing next to her. "Now, you said earlier that you used a sword in the dream." John hesitated for only a moment before nodding. "Yeah, I've trained with one, and it's what I'm most comfortable with." Floric then led him to a section where dozens of blades were mounted on angled stands. Some had broad, gleaming edges, others were long and slender. A katana rested in a black lacquered scabbard with what appeared to be rune marks etched along its length. Nearby, a massive greatsword leaned on its stand, its monomolecular edge so fine it seemed to vanish when viewed straight on. "These aren't simple steel," Floric explained, picking up the katana to demonstrate. "Each blade's forged using rune technology. They are also edge-treated with a monomolecular lattice, which means that they are extremely durable and sharp. You could cleave through something tougher than steel without dulling the edge." John's fingers twitched with the urge to pick them all up. He tried the katana first, light, balanced, and deadly. Then the greatsword, brutal in size, but surprisingly easy to lift thanks to the weapon's design. He liked them both for different reasons, but something about them didn't quite feel like his. Finally, Floric gestured toward a blade in the next rack. "How about this?" John's breath caught slightly. The sword looked very similar to Crocea Moore's, the weapon that his dad had made, only thinner and sleeker. The crossguard was slightly extended, the fuller down the blade was lined with faint silver lines. Even the scabbard was reinforced, with locking clasps and a magnetic seal near the throat. He picked it up and the familiarity was immediate. The balance was perfect, the weight ideal, and the grip felt like it had been molded for his hand. "This," John said quietly, giving it a slow practice swing. "This feels right." Floric smiled faintly. Better weapon, better balance, and better edge. It should keep its form in the dream no matter what. Think of it as your sword's, what was its name? Anyway, think of it as its big brother. John sheathed it with a satisfying click. "I'll take it." Vex stepped forward, arms crossed. "Then you're officially kitted. Frame, blade, and the bare minimum you'll need to survive in the long run. Next comes training." John grinned despite himself, feeling the hum of the armor against his skin and the comfortable weight of the sword at his side. "Thanks," he started. "I'm ready, I think." The thought of testing himself in a simulated fight against Grimm, even without his boosted stats, had stirred something in him, a mix of curiosity and nervous energy. He was eager to find out just how much of his new strength had been muscle memory and how much of it had been pure stat boost. Still, when he asked, Vex only gave him a flat look and a faintly amused scoff. "Training against Grimm is important," she said, tapping at something on her hollow tablet. "But you're woefully inadequate for someone of your age group in Lucid. First, we work on the basics, and basics start with this." She rotated the tablet so he could see, the projection blooming above it in clean blue-white light. A list scrolled down like a military to-do sheet, tasks for the day. The very first item read in neat, blocky letters: Firearms Introduction and Accuracy Assessment, Safety Procedures, Calibrated Handling Drills. John's brow rose, shooting practice, with a real gun. Vex's lips twitched at his tone. "Yes, Ark, welcome to the 21st century. You're going to learn how to shoot before you get anywhere near a grim simulation." "I've never handled a gun before," John admitted. He almost hesitated before adding, "Do I get one of those rifles I've seen the operatives carrying?" "They're standard issue, yes," Vex said, tucking the tablet away in what appeared to be a pocket but probably wasn't. "And you will use one eventually. But first, we start simple." She glanced sideways at him with a small, knowing grin. "Don't worry, you'll look plenty cool holding it." That earned a quiet, embarrassed cough from John. They entered the shooting range a minute later. The wide chamber was lined with individual booths, each separated by transparent barrier walls that shimmered faintly with an odd projected barrier field. The far end of the range seemed to stretch farther than was physically possible, targets floating and moving in ways no normal shooting gallery could replicate: zigzagging drones, shifting holographic silhouettes, and even small floating orbs that darted in and out of the light. The air carried a faint tang of ozone and lubricants, mixed with the sharp synthetic scent of freshly cleaned firearms. Other operatives were in the area too, but they seemed busy with their own shooting practice. Standing by one of the equipment racks was a stocky man with dark hair cropped close to his head, his stance relaxed but purposeful. He looked up as they entered. "Bellion," Vex greeted with a nod. "This is Ark. He's new. I'm dumping him on you for basic firearms and safety orientation. You can go as far as you want with him today." Bellion's gaze swept over John, not judgmental, but clearly taking his measure. "Got it." "Good," Vex said. "I'll leave him in your care. I have other matters to attend to." She looked back to John. "When you're done here, Bellion will send you to your next instructor. Oh, and Bellion, he doesn't have aura yet." The man seemed a little surprised at that, looking over John once again, but he didn't comment on it, simply nodding to show he understood. John blinked. "I'm being passed around a lot." "Welcome to Lucid," she said, smirking. "We keep busy." With that, she turned and strode off, leaving John in Bellion's hands. Bellion gestured toward the nearest rack of firearms. "Ever fire a gun before?" "No," John said, "not even once." "Then we're starting from square one." Bellion reached for a sleek, matte black pistol that looked more advanced than anything John had seen in a movie. "First, safety. These," he tapped the weapon's grip, "are live, ballistic-firing weapons. They're configured for training ammo right now, which won't punch through the barriers, but it will still hurt like hell if you're careless." John nodded quickly. "Got it." "Second," Bellion continued, "in Lucid, most firearms are rune-integrated. For operatives with aura, that means they can generate and fire hard light projectiles directly powered by their own energy. In the dream, they're the standard. But as you don't have any aura yet, we'll be sticking to standard bullets." "Right," John said. "Are you also a dream operative, an awakened combatant?" "No, I'm not an awakened like you or Vex." "I see, so. Floric from the armory, he's not an operative either, is he?" Bellion shook his head. "Nope. A lot of the people you've seen around aren't combat operatives. Some of us are trainers, engineers, logistics, research. We keep the place running so the people who fight can focus on fighting." That explained more than John expected. "Makes sense," he said. "Good, now let's get to it." Bellion handed him the pistol. It was lighter than John expected, and the grip seemed to mold itself subtly to his hand. "Pick your stance. Feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent. Keep your arms steady, but don't lock your elbows." John copied the posture as best he could, the weapon held awkwardly in front of him. Bellion hit a control panel, and a target hologram shimmered into being 20 meters downrange. We'll start with stationary targets. Focus on sight alignment and trigger control. Breathe evenly. John nodded, sighted down the barrel, and squeezed the trigger. The shot rang out, with more recoil than he expected, and the target flashed with a pale blue marker where the bullet struck, well off-center. "Not bad for a first shot," Bellion said. "Let's see 10 more." John fired again and again, each time adjusting for the recoil, feeling the weapon's kick and weight. Slowly, his shots began to cluster closer to the target's center, though more than a few still strayed wide, not hitting the target at all. Bellion moved to stand beside him, occasionally correcting his grip or nudging his elbows. "Decent. Keep your wrists firm. Think of it as guiding the recoil, not resisting it. The weapon's balanced for follow-up shots. Use that." John took the advice to heart. Within the next few minutes, his aim tightened considerably. The barrier screens flickered with each impact, tallying his accuracy. "All right," Bellion said after a while, "let's step it up." The stationary target winked out, replaced by a smaller, moving orb that zipped side to side. John tracked it, fired, missed, fired again, hit. The orb flashed red and zipped faster. "This is actually kind of fun," John admitted between shots. Bellion chuckled. "Good, because you'll be doing it a lot." They went on for nearly 2 hours, switching between pistols, carbines, and even a sleek long-range rifle. John's shoulder ached by the time they were done, but he was surprised by how quickly he'd adapted. When Bellion finally called a halt, John lowered his weapon and exhaled. "So, how'd I do?" "For a first-timer, average," Bellion said. "But you'll get better in time. Don't worry. Hitting a moving drone is one thing, hitting a monster that's trying to kill you, whole different world." John nodded soberly. He'd find that out soon enough. Chapter 76, A Culling Moon, Part 1. When John finally thought to check his watch, the numbers made him blink. 6 hours. He'd been in the Lucid base that long, bouncing from one instruction block to another, learning the basics of firearms, safety, and weapons maintenance. School had already ended on the surface, and here he was, sweaty and faintly sore from hours of drilling. He sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. So much for catching the train home. Before he could spiral further into that thought, the doors at the far end of the range hissed open. 2 figures stepped through, their silhouettes framed in the glow of the barrier walls. Ruby and Yang. John straightened, surprised at first, then was immediately distracted by what they were wearing. Both girls were clad in standard Lucid rune frames. Ruby's was a sleek black that clung snugly to her petite frame, accented with thin streaks of crimson light that traced from her shoulders down to her boots. The glow pulsed faintly, like embers smoldering beneath the surface. Somehow, it fit her perfectly, sharp yet understated. Yang's, on the other hand, well, John had to work not to stare. Her rune frame was cut from the same black base, but the accents blazed golden yellow, bright and bold, running across her chest and down her thighs. The armor hugged every curve of her figure in a way that seemed entirely deliberate, radiating confidence, strength, and allure. "Hey, Johnny boy," Yang greeted cheerfully, striding up with the easy swagger of someone who knew exactly how she looked in her suit. She gave him a couple looks over. "Looking sharp." Ruby nudged her sister with an annoyed sigh. "Yang." "What? He does." Yang gestured at John, who had just remembered he was still wearing his own rune frame, the black and blue accented version that Counselor Vex had assigned him. Compared to Yang's radiant golden glow, his felt almost plain. Still, the sleek design hugged his body better than a training uniform ever probably could, and he had to admit. He did look at least a little cool. John coughed into his fist. Thanks, I think." Yang's eyes sparkled mischievously. "Oh, don't act modest. You clean up well, John. Bet half the girls in school wouldn't even recognize you like this." She leaned closer, voice dropping theatrically. "Bet they'd stare, though." John's face heated, but he kept his cool. "I seriously doubt that." Ruby stepped in before Yang could pile on further. "How's integration going, with training and everything?" John gratefully latched onto the question. "Honestly, it's a lot. They've been passing me around to instructors all day. Bellion was great though, patient, even when I couldn't hit a moving target to save my life at first. I'm learning, but it feels like I'm starting from zero compared to you guys. RWBY smiled, encouraging and warm. That's how everyone starts. You'll get there. Yeah, Yang added, slinging an arm casually around John's shoulders. Don't sweat it. Nobody walks into Lucid and starts blasting like an action hero. Even RWBY here used to flinch at the recoil. I did not, RWBY protested, her cheeks turning pink. You totally did, Yang said, grinning. The first time she fired one of the carbines, I swear she almost toppled over backward. It was adorable. RWBY crossed her arms, muttering under her breath, but John laughed despite himself. It felt good, being around them. It cut through the sterile, heavy atmosphere of the base. Yang finally released him, stepping back with a sly grin. Anyway, we didn't come down here just to see how you were holding up. We got permission to bring you to the training rooms. Real test stuff. Oh, you mean the holographic Grim rooms? John asked, eyes lighting up. Seriously. RWBY nodded. MMHM, you'll get to try out a private chamber. The private one have functions that can adjust terrain. It's safer than the Dream, but close enough to give you an idea of how combat feels. Well, you've seen your fair share, but now, we get to mentor you, of sorts. The thought made John's heart pound. He'd been itching to test himself, especially now that his stats were gone. Maybe, just maybe, he could manage to scrape a win against a hologram. What about Nora and Ren? He asked. Aren't they coming too? They'll join later, Yang said with a shrug. Busy with super secret important stuff, you know how it is. John deadpanned and almost did ask, curious as ever, but the growing excitement drowned it out. Instead, he nodded. Okay, let's do it. The three of them left Bellion behind. John gave the instructor a wave. Thanks again, Bellion. See you later. See ya later, kid, Bellion replied with a rare smile. The training wing was quieter than John expected, the hum of the base's machinery muffled by reinforced walls. They passed several of the open training halls along the way, vast chambers where groups of operatives sparred against holographic enemies under the watch of supervisors. The holograms flickered and reshaped themselves in seconds, cycling between grim, combat drones, and even humanoid opponents. John slowed once or twice, staring in awe. Those are the open chambers, right? Yep, RWBY said. Anyone can watch. Good for squad training and sharing strategies. But we're not taking you to those, Yang added with a knowing grin. You're getting the VIP treatment. Sure enough, when they stopped, it was outside a sealed door with a glowing panel beside it. RWBY pressed her wrist to the scanner, the lights along her armor syncing with the system. The door hissed open, revealing a smaller but fully enclosed chamber. Inside, the space was empty, but for a projection hub in the ceiling and recessed emitters along the walls. The floor gleamed faintly, lined with faint hexagonal patterns that John recognized as energy projectors. This one's private, RWBY explained as she let him in. Still monitored for safety, but it's shielded from prying eyes. Yang smirked, closing the door behind them. Translation, we get to see what you can really do without the peanut gallery. John swallowed, glancing at his reflection in the smooth black floor. He looked like an operative now, armor glowing faintly, posture straighter than usual, flanked by two cute girls who clearly belonged here. Yang gave him a once-over and whistled. Gotta admit, Ark, you seriously pull off that armor better than I expected. Thanks, John said again, cheeks heating. Yang's grin widened. Careful, though, if you stand next to me too long, people might think you're my partner or something. RWBY groaned, exasperated. Yang, stop. What, I'm just saying? Yang laughed, clearly enjoying herself. Relax, Rubes, you should be proud. Johnny here looks like he belongs. She looked John up and down again. Although, let's be honest, you're staring at me way harder than I'm staring at you. John coughed, slightly embarrassed. I wasn't. RWBY pinched the bridge of her nose. Yang. Yang raised her hands in mock defense, grinning. Hey, no shame in it. This suit was designed to show off. Why else do you think I picked yellow accents? Gotta shine. She flexed an arm dramatically, the runic lights across her bicep pulsing brighter. John smiled. You're impossible. Flattery will get you everywhere, Ark, Yang teased. RWBY coughed into her hand, trying to drag the conversation back to task. Let's set the parameters. We'll start simple, low-level grim, single wave. See how you handle the basics before we up the difficulty. John peeked between his fingers, grateful for the subject change. Sounds fair, let's do it. Ruby approached the control console on the wall, her nimble fingers moving quickly across the glowing panel. A holographic rune flared in midair as the chamber hummed to life, the rune projectors along the walls shifting. All right, she said, tapping in a few commands. We'll start simple. One grim, a Beowulf at a time, just to warm you up. Yang leaned back with her arms crossed, a lopsided grin spreading on her face. Don't go embarrassing yourself now, Juan. You're in front of pros now. John shot her a look, lips tugging into a dry smile. Really, Juan, we're starting with that again. Always, Yang said with mock solemnity. It's tradition. Ruby giggled, covering her mouth, and John sighed. Fine, but don't come crying when I show you up. The first Beowulf shimmered into existence a few meters in front of him, its black fur glistening unnaturally, glowing red lines crisscrossing its form like circuitry. It snarled and lunged. John raised his new sword, its edge catching the holographic lights, and sidestepped cleanly before bringing it down in a sharp arc. The beast flickered, burst into motes of light, and vanished. Ruby blinked. That was quick. Yang's grin seemed to grow, but brows rose in slight shock. Not bad, Blondie. Another Beowulf spawned. John didn't even wait this time. He stepped forward, blade flashing. 1, 2 clean strikes. The creature's head came off in a burst of pixels before it had even raised a claw. Ruby's eyes widened. She quickly tapped the console again, upping the simulation speed. Okay, maybe a few more. The third came faster, snarling with more aggression. John met it head-on. His stance wasn't textbook perfect, nor were his movements polished, but there was a hint of budding experience in there, something raw. Each swing was committed, clean and efficient. He didn't hesitate, nor did he falter. The third wolf dissolved in seconds. Ruby blinked again. Tuh. Yang let out a low whistle, tilting her head. John straightened, sword resting against his shoulder. He chuckled at their stares. What? You thought I'd just trip over myself and get eaten? Ruby rubbed the back of her neck, cheeks pink. I mean, a little. I knew you'd survived alone for a while, but I didn't realize how good you'd got. That was really impressive, John. Yang smirked and jabbed a thumb at him. Guess you're not completely hopeless. Then, narrowing her eyes, she added with mock suspicion, unless, are you secretly some kind of monster-hunting prodigy? John rolled his eyes but couldn't stop the faint grin tugging his lips. Hardly, honestly, that felt easy, too easy. He glanced toward the console. Can we try something harder? Ruby tilted her head. Like what? He gestured with his blade. Instead of one at a time, make it a pack. That's how they usually fight. Ruby hesitated, fingers hovering over the controls. You've fought a whole pack before. John's grin faded, his tone shifted quieter. Yeah. Yang's smirk slipped away at the weight in his voice. Ruby leaned closer, curiosity and concern flickering in her silver eyes. When? John exhaled slowly, lowering his sword. My third night. Second night I got curious and accidentally led a pack of them straight to my house, barely made it out. Next night the dream threw me back into the same place, but this time it was all of them at once. I didn't know they would stick around the area, and I nearly died. The silence that followed was a little heavy. Even the hum of the projectors felt muted. Yang's fists clenched at her sides, her voice lower, almost reluctant. Damn. Ruby's gaze softened. She reached out and gently squeezed John's hand. Her small fingers were warm against his gauntlet. That sounds, I want to know, all of it. Everything you went through before Lucid found you. Her silver eyes locked onto his, earnest and unflinching. John's just stared back, perhaps longer than he should have. There was something grounding in those eyes, something steady. Eventually, he nodded. All right, I'll tell you, after this. Ruby smiled faintly, gave his hand a last squeeze and let go. Yang, watching the exchange, arched a brow but didn't comment. Instead, she cleared her throat and smirked faintly. Well, if Lovaboy here wants a pack, I say we give him one. Let's see if the almost died but didn't story matches up to reality. John rolled his eyes, though the heat in his cheeks betrayed him. You're never going to stop, are you? Not in this lifetime, Yang winked. Ruby tapped at the console, hesitating for just a moment before confirming the command. The room darkened, shadows rippling across the simulated ground. Growls echoed all around them as multiple red eyes appeared in the gloom. One by one, Beowulf stalked forward, then another, and another, until there were half a dozen encircling John. RWBY grinned now, excited to see his moves. Be careful, okay? John exhaled, steadying his grip on the sword. I've done this before. The Beowulfs pounced. It was different this time, faster, more chaotic. He couldn't rely on obstacles or overwhelming strength the way he had in the dream with his boosted stats. Each swing required more effort, every dodge was narrower. Claws scraped against his armor a few times, and though the rune frame absorbed the blows, he still staggered under the pressure. However, the blows were definitely weaker than what their dream counterparts could achieve. That was for sure. But he held his ground. He fought with grim determination, recalling the rhythm of that nightmarish third night. The snapping jaws, the crushing weight, the endless pressure, it was all familiar, and familiarity gave him an edge. His blade carved through one beast, then another. He twisted, ducked under a swipe, slammed his shoulder into the next, and finished it with a thrust. The simulation adapted, wolves trying to flank him, but John kept moving, kept cutting. RWBY watched, hands clasped nervously, while Yang's grin returned, not mocking this time, but genuinely impressed. Finally, with a last slash, the final Beowulf dissolved into motes of light. John stood in the center of the chamber, chest heaving, sweat running down his brow beneath the helmet. He lowered his sword, panting, but smiling faintly. Still standing, he muttered. RWBY clapped, beaming. John, that was amazing. Yang whistled. Not bad at all, Ark. You really are much tougher than you look. John chuckled between breaths, wiping at his forehead. Guess I'm not just dead weight, huh? RWBY shook her head, her smile soft. Never thought you were. Yang smirked, stepping closer and giving his shoulder a heavy slap. Careful, RWBY. At this rate, you're gonna make him blush so hard his helmet fogs up. John groaned, but he couldn't help the grin tugging at his lips again. Chapter 77, A Culling Moon, Part 2. The chamber returned to its neutral gray glow, leaving John standing with his sword lowered, still catching his breath. RWBY and Yang exchanged a glance, their expressions shifting, less impressed spectator and more seasoned veterans now. Yang broke the silence first, uncrossing her arms and nodding toward him. Not bad, Blondie. You've got guts and you've got instincts, but that was still just the kiddie pool. RWBY tapped the console, locking the simulation in standby mode. Yang's right. Fighting simulated Beowulfs like that is good training, but you're basically just testing your footing. If you want to understand how Lucid operatives fight, how we really fight, and how rune skills change everything, you should see it firsthand. John wiped his forehead with the back of his wrist guard and tilted his head. So, what? I just stand back and watch. Exactly, Yang said. She tilted her chin toward the far side of the chamber. Take 5, we'll give you a show. RWBY was already moving, walking toward the open space with the faintest bounce in her step. She reached behind her back and pulled out her weapon. John's eyes widened at it. Where was she hiding that? It was a scythe, not a bulky agricultural tool that was unwieldy or theatrical. This was a weapon designed to kill. Its shaft was matte black with faint red lines glowing along the length, the curve of the blade gleaming with a faint shimmer of patterned silver. He could tell instantly it was no ordinary alloy. It was the same Lucid-issued tech his own new sword had been made from. The edge wasn't just sharp, it was impossibly thin, the kind of monomolecular edge that could split air if angled just right. John blinked. A scythe, huh? I guess you weren't kidding yesterday. RWBY turned the weapon with practiced ease, letting the blade catch the sterile light of the room. Her smile was sheepish, but her eyes were steady. I told you I liked them, didn't I? I thought you meant, well, I suppose you did mention that you would have loved to actually fight with one. She shrugged, rolling the haft into a ready position. Cool, eh? John chuckled under his breath. It does look pretty awesome. His attention shifted to Yang, who flexed her fingers before raising both fists. That was when he noticed the gauntlets, sleek black frames fitted tightly to her forearms and hands. They weren't bulky like boxing gloves, nor overly ornate, just heavy enough to look unyielding, reinforced with faint yellow lines pulsing at the joints. Huh, John said, tilting his head. Those don't look like they're meant for cutting or stabbing. They do neither, Yang replied with a wolfish grin. They hit hard. Ruby glanced back at John, her voice turning a little more serious. Watch carefully. We'll spar using our full strength. It's not on the level of our dream selves, because we can't exert that much power in the waking world, but it's enough that you should be able to get an understanding of what peak rank 0 strength will look like. John stepped back toward the wall, resting his sword against his side. The private room was quite big after all, so he had ample space to sit on the side while watching them fight. His chest still rose and fell from his own fight, but his eyes sharpened with focus. All right, show me. The two girls squared off. For a moment, nothing moved. Ruby held her scythe in a defensive guard. Yang shifted her weight onto her back leg, fists raised. The silence stretched, the tension building. Then Yang lunged forward, fast enough that her motion blurred. John flinched, his eyes barely keeping up as she closed the distance in a blink. Ruby pivoted, her scythe whipping out in a red arc. Metal rang as Yang's gauntlets clashed against the blade, sparks scattering across the chamber. The impact wasn't what stunned John, it was the speed. Yang's fists were moving in flurries, every blow sharp and deliberate. And Ruby, she wasn't just keeping up, she was ahead. Her scythe moved with precision, each swing flowing into the next, as if she knew where Yang would strike before the gauntlets even moved. John's mouth parted. They were still moving quite fast for untrained eyes, but John's time in the dream, where death lurked in every shadow, let him track their rhythm. He saw Yang's foot twist before a hook, Ruby's shoulder dip before a counter. But then Ruby disappeared. One moment she was there, blade locking with Yang's gauntlet. The next, she was gone in a blur of red light, reappearing a few feet away with her scythe already swinging. John blinked hard, nearly missing it. What the? Yang raised her forearm to block, grunting as the monomolecular blade scraped against the rune plating of her gauntlet. She shoved Ruby back with sheer force, the ground beneath her boots cracking from the pressure. Ruby skidded, her cape flaring behind her, but she was smiling. John gaped, and that wasn't just speed, that was... Excel, Ruby called out between motions. She vanished again, reappearing on Yang's flank, the scythe cutting a red crescent through the air. Yang twisted, her gauntlet intercepting the strike just in time. My rune skill. It gives me a speed boost. Dangerous if you can't control momentum, but when you can, it changes everything. Yang grinned, slamming a fist forward. Her gauntlet lit up, glowing brighter as a pulse of energy discharged with the blow. The shockwave cracked the air, even from John's distance. Ruby was forced back, digging her scythe into the floor to halt her skid. That's mine, Yang said proudly. Kinetic, I can absorb force and feed it into my attacks. Basically, you hit me, I hit back harder. Works even better against big guys. Ruby rolled her eyes good-naturedly, which is why she likes to get hit so much. Yang smirked, don't judge my hobbies. John stared and analyzed their abilities. His mind was racing. He'd fought many a grim in the dream, survived through grit and luck, but this was a different tier altogether. These weren't just teenagers sparring, this was weaponized augmentation, skill layered on top of skill, turning them into blurs of lethal motion. And yet, he realized he could still see them. His eyes tracked the blur, noticed the tells. He could feel the rhythm of their clash. He wasn't completely lost. Ruby vanished again, scythe striking from impossible angles. Yang blocked, parried, and retaliated with bone-rattling shockwaves. Their duel was equal parts brutal and graceful, strength against speed, raw force against honed precision. Finally, Ruby leapt back, calling off the exchange with a raised hand. Yang stopped instantly, lowering her fists. Both of them were breathing hard, sweat glistening at their brows, but they were smiling wide. Ruby twirled her scythe once and then rested it against her shoulder, glancing back at John. See, that's the difference. Normal weapons and raw strength can only take you so far, but with rune skills and the right weapons, you fight on a completely different level. Yang nodded, flexing her gauntlets. That's what you'll need to learn, Arc, how to push your weapon past being just a hunk of sharp metal. John swallowed, his grip tightening on his sword. His dad's blade was strong, and his body stat gave him strength, but watching Ruby and Yang, he felt the gap between surviving and fighting like them. He exhaled slowly, forcing a smile. Guess I've got a lot to learn. Ruby's silver eyes softened as she looked at him, her voice gentler now. Don't worry, we'll teach you. John felt the stirrings of excitement bud through his mind. The chamber still hummed faintly after Ruby and Yang's spar, the lingering resonance of power dispersing into the air. John leaned against the wall with his sword propped beside him, letting the thudding in his chest slow. Ruby had returned her scythe to its folded state, clipping it neatly at her side. Yang stretched her arms out with a long exhale, her gauntlets still glowing faintly before dimming back to neutral black. For a few quiet moments, no one spoke. John simply tried to process what he'd just seen. His friends were operating on an entirely different level. His training against Beowulfs felt like he'd been sparring with wooden toys compared to the real war machines these two had become. Ruby broke the silence, wiping her brow with the back of her sleeve. Oh, I should probably mention that I didn't get Excel on my first try at creation. Rune skills aren't just something you stumble into perfect on the first try. John raised a brow, pushing off the wall. Right, Goodwitch mentioned that. You can change them, right? Sort of. Ruby held up her hand, her rune frame shimmering faintly across her forearm in a silver-red light. When you get your first rune, it's raw and untamed. Sometimes, or rather most of the time, it doesn't fit who you are yet. So you test it and see if it's compatible with your fighting style. If it's not, you can imbue it into an object and erase it from your dream vessel and try again. It changes into a one-time use rune then. John frowned. Sound like a lot of work, to be honest. Risky too in combat situations. It is, Ruby admitted with a nod. You only get so many chances to make one before you start to stagnate behind your age group. I personally went through 2 rune skill cycles before settling on Excel. John tilted his head. What were they, your previous 2 rune skills? Her lips pressed into a small smile, almost embarrassed. My first rune was Beam. It let me shoot straight-line bursts of energy from my weapon. Sounds cool, right? John nodded quickly. Yeah, that sounds. It wasn't, Ruby interrupted, shaking her head. Not for me anyway. It wasn't very accurate and didn't suit my fighting style. Half the time I just left scorch marks on the walls. The other half I nearly blinded myself from the light. She chuckled sheepishly. Yang still teases me about it. Yang grinned wickedly, arms crossed. Walking flashlight, the world's most aggressive lamp. Ruby huffed, puffing her cheeks before continuing. Anyway, I got rid of Beam and rolled Step for my second rune. That one was better. It gave me short-distance movement in quick bursts, kind of like teleportation but clunky and extremely aura-intensive. Could barely use it. Every step would leave me winded and the timing was also awful. I couldn't chain it smoothly into my scythe swings, and it messed with my rhythm. But technically, it was stronger than my current rune, Excel. John could almost picture it, Ruby vanishing mid-combo, reappearing half a step off and stumbling. It didn't fit her. He could see why she'd scrap it. So then you got Excel, he said softly. Ruby's eyes lit up, her voice firmer. Yeah, Excel was. It, short-range bursts but not disjointed like Step. Smooth and controllable, like adding another beat to my rhythm instead of cutting the music. The second I tried it, I knew it fit. John found himself smiling faintly. It made sense. Ruby wasn't about blinking around or sniping beams of light. She was about speed, flow, momentum, her scythe cutting arcs in seamless motion. He glanced toward Yang. And you, what about you? Yang let out a low whistle and rolled her shoulders. Oh, my rune journey was a disaster compared to hers. I went through 4 before landing kinetic. John blinked. 4. Yep. Yang held up 4 fingers and ticked them off one by one. First one, Harden, gave me a temporary armor shell. Useful, but I'm not exactly the turtle up and hide type. I like hitting things, not standing around waiting to get hit. Second was Pulse. Let me send out little vibration shockwaves from my body. Kinda fun, but it didn't scale well. Felt like I was pushing Grim over instead of actually hurting them. Third was Drain, Yang grimaced. That one sucked, literally. I could siphon stamina from whoever I hit. Sounds cool in theory, but the effect was a bit weak for my fighting style. And honestly kinda gross. Made me feel like a leech. Can't believe I thought it was a good idea. Ruby snorted. You were grumpy the entire week you made that one. Damn right I was, Yang muttered, folding her arms. Finally, I tried again and landed kinetic. It just clicked. Every punch I throw, every hit I take, I can store the force, build it up, and release it when I want. Fits me like a glove. She raised her gauntleted fists, grinning. Pun intended. John smirked at that. So it's not just about getting a rune, it's about getting the right one. Exactly, Ruby said firmly. A rune defines you in combat. If it doesn't fit your style, you're holding yourself back. John leaned back, his thoughts racing. How many iterations would he need? Would his rune be something that clicked right away, or would he stumble through useless skills like they had? Before he could voice it, a sharp knock echoed against the training room door. Yang glanced over her shoulder. Didn't think we had an audience. She strode across the chamber and keyed the panel. The door slid open with a hiss, revealing 3 figures. Nora stood front and center, rune frame gleaming faintly along her arms like jagged arcs of lightning. Ren was beside her, calmer as always, his frame forming faint green lines up his forearms. They were accompanied by none other than Counselor Vex, who had left him earlier to get situated with gun training. The lady gave him a friendly nod. "Ark, how's training coming along?" John smiled at her instinctively, gripping his sword tighter. "It's pretty good so far. Ruby and Yang have been teaching me a lot of things. What's going on?" Vex stepped inside, her eyes scanning the chamber briefly before landing back on John. "I am glad that you're adjusting well. Effective immediately, you will be placed into a squad. Special training will commence to ensure you understand proper procedures when entering the dream realm." John blinked, glancing at Ruby and Yang before looking back at him. "Wait, squad. Special training? I mean, I get it, but all in one day, isn't this kind of a lot?" Vex's expression didn't change, probably expecting his question. "Unfortunately, it is necessary." "Why?" "Because," Vex explained simply, "you are an operative now. Your duty will be to patrol sectors and clear nightmare zones, whether they are infested by Grimm or not. This will rarely be a solo affair. Squad-based combat is the standard, and your survival depends on knowing procedure." She stepped forward, her chocolate hair draped braids swinging wildly. "Besides, the only way to exit the dream realm is to slay a Grimm of your rank. If you aren't careful of the risks, or if you fail to coordinate properly, you might get yourself killed." The weight of her words pressed down like a physical force. John swallowed hard, his throat suddenly feeling a little dry. "So yes," Vex continued evenly, "we are cramming you with knowledge. Just remember that hesitation or ignorance is not an excuse once you are inside. Your life and the lives of your squad mates will depend on this." John looked down at his sword, the reflection of the chamber's lights glinting along its edge. He felt the old nervous flutter return, the fear that maybe he wasn't ready. But slowly, he nodded. "All right, I understand." Ruby gave him an encouraging smile. Yang clapped him on the shoulder, nearly knocking him off balance. Nora was practically bouncing in place, while Ren simply inclined his head in quiet acknowledgement. "Survival, huh?" That felt like an oddly funny word to John for some reason. Chapter 78, A Culling Moon, Part 3. John watched Counselor Vex stride out of the training room, her coat swaying lightly as the door hissed shut behind her. He blinked, shifting on his feet. "Wait, she never actually said who my squad mates were supposed to be." His gaze slid to Ruby and Yang first, but Ruby was already fussing with her scroll. Yang leaned against the wall, arms crossed and smirking like she hadn't just sparred at full tilt minutes ago. Neither of them seemed concerned. So John turned to the other pair. Ren's expression was calm as always, unreadable, while Nora was grinning at him like she knew exactly what was spinning through his head. "So, John started, scratching the back of his neck. "Did she mean like, I'm in a squad with you two, or?" "Bonk." "Ouch," John winced as Nora reached over and bopped the top of his head with her knuckles. Not hard, but enough to jolt him out of his rambling. "John, you dummy," she said with a giggle. "Of course it's us, who else would it be? Ren and me, duh, you're looking right at your squad." John rubbed his scalp sheepishly, cheeks warming. "Oh, right, I guess that makes sense." Ren gave the faintest nod, voice even. "Nora and I have been working as partners since we both awakened, and since we were the ones who found you, adding you in was simply the natural choice." That should have been reassuring, And in a way it was. John felt something uncoil in his chest. But still. Okay, yeah, but... He tilted his head. What about that Oscar kid? The one I saw with you two that night in the dream? Where's he fit in? Isn't he supposed to be part of this? Oh, Oscar? Nora's eyes lit up and she snapped her fingers. He'll be around later. He's still in middle school right now, so he can't just, poof, show up in Beacon's base whenever he wants. John blinked. Middle school, seriously. Ren's calm tone softened slightly, almost amused. It surprises most people at first, but you awaken when you awaken. Age isn't something Lucid can control. He paused for a bit before adding, unless they're you, I suppose. John could only shrug. He had no control over it either, but he understood what Ren was implying. Nora leaned closer, stage whispering with mock seriousness. Don't let the middle school part fool you, though. Oscar's a lot tougher than he looks. He keeps up with us just fine. John's brows furrowed as he tried to wrap his head around that. 14, that was the minimum, wasn't it? The age when someone could awaken and start seeing the dream. Which meant Oscar probably had only just crossed that threshold, yet he was already squad material. So wait, John asked slowly, does that mean every kid that awakens at 14 just gets sent here to Beacon? In Vale, yeah, pretty much, Nora said, flopping her arms dramatically like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Congratulations, you just cracked the system. Ren added more evenly, when a person awakens, they're enrolled at Beacon as soon as they enter high school. Lucid operates parallel to their normal schooling. After their classes end, they report here. Training, patrols, missions, it becomes part of their life. John nodded, chewing that over. So that's how it works. Kids who don't awaken live normal lives, but the rest of us, we get drafted into this whether we like it or not. I suppose it is a good thing, considering they'll help us survive, but still. Another thought bubbled up and he frowned. So do all the prospects go through the drama club entrance? That earned him a laugh from Nora, bright and unrestrained. What, you think the entire city's awakened kids are lining up behind a bunch of stage props? Even Ren's lips quirked minutely at that. There are other entrances, John, he said. Every district has them. Not every operative takes the same path underground. Oh, John rubbed his chin, a little embarrassed. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I guess that wasn't part of the tour, huh? Ruby looked up from her scroll then, tucking it away. Don't worry, John, they'll show you soon enough. Once you've got your bearings here, they'll walk you through all the routes. Or maybe we could later on. Before John could respond, her scroll chimed again. She glanced at the message, then caught Yang's eye with a quick gesture. Looks like our teammates are here, Ruby said, her voice light but hurried. Yang pushed off the wall, stretching her arms lazily. Guess playtime's over. John opened his mouth. Teammates, you mean you've gotta? But the sisters were already moving. Ruby waved quickly, Yang gave a cheeky salute, and then they were slipping out the door with a few quick goodbyes. John stared after them, curiosity gnawing at him. Ruby's team, Yang's team, who are they with? But the thought barely had time to settle before Nora clapped her hands together, snapping his attention back. All right, squad time, she announced cheerfully. You, me, and Ren, no excuses, no distractions. We're gonna run you through the basics. John hesitated, glancing between them. All right, what kind of basics? The fun kind, Nora said with a mischievous grin. Ren's calm gaze met John's. Team exercises, coordination drills, and everything in between. Think of it as learning to breathe together in combat. You'll understand soon. Something about the way he phrased, it sent a little shiver down John's spine. Breathe together, that sounds intense. Still, he nodded. All right, let's do this. Nora pumped her fist. That's the spirit. And just like that, the three of them turned toward the training room floor. The first true steps of John's squad training was about to begin. John wasn't sure what he expected when Ren and Nora said team exercises. Running laps, sparring drills, maybe some trust fall thing where he'd close his eyes and hope Nora didn't let him crack his skull on the floor. What he got, however, was something far more intense. The training room shifted with a low mechanical hum, its sleek metallic walls folding away to reveal the projected dreamscape. Streets and rooftops flickered into place like glass being painted into existence. The whole place shimmered with that half-unreal quality he'd come to associate with the simulated dream. Ren stood calm at the center, his hands clasped behind his back. Our focus is not simply fighting, John. It's survival, adaptability, and hunting prowess. You'll need to know what to do if you face something stronger than you. John swallowed, slightly nervous, but he mustered up the courage to nod. Stronger, as if everything he'd seen so far hadn't already been stronger than him. This truly was nightmare fuel. Nora slapped him on the back, nearly knocking the wind out of him. Don't worry, we've got you. Just keep those baby blue eyes open and watch how the pros do it. Baby BL, John started, then wisely cut himself off. The first projection materialized with a shudder of air, and John's heart stopped cold. A winged shape loomed above the cityscape, blotting out the sky of the simulation dome. Its body was monstrous, black as tar with feathers glowing faintly red at the edges as though dipped in embers. Its wingspan stretched wide enough that John didn't even take it in at once. He had to turn his head just to track its arc through the air. That bird, Ren explained evenly, is called a giant nevermore. John's mouth went dry. Giant nevermore? You can't even call that a bird anymore. That's a whole ass building with wings. Big birdie, Nora sang cheerfully, then she grinned over her shoulder. Wanna see what it does? Before John could say absolutely not, the nevermore projection screeched and banked its massive wings. A shimmer of energy rippled across its plumage. Feathers detached from its wings, except they weren't feathers. They glowed black-red, sharpened to spear-like points, and then shot downward in a storm of homing projectiles. Might want to move, Ren called out. John managed to stumble aside just in time as one slammed into the ground where he'd been standing, sending cracks spiderwebbing through the projected street. He turned wide-eyed toward Ren, who had already sidestepped with fluid grace, and Nora. Nora, who was charging straight into the storm with a gleeful laugh. She ducked one glowing feather, deflected another with a crack of her hammer, and then launched herself into the air like a cannonball. The training system amplified the hit, and for a heartbeat John swore she was actually going to punch the bird out of the sky. The projection flickered as she slammed into its wing with a thunderous blow from her warhammer. Energy bled out in glowing shards before the image stabilized again, the nevermore screeching as if in anger. Nora landed in a crouch, grinning ear to ear. See, easy. Easy, John's voice pitched higher than he intended. That thing is, how do you even? He clutched at his hair. You're telling me I might have to fight one of those. Not alone, Ren said calmly, though a hint of amusement could be heard from his tone. Never alone. That is why we train as squads. In any case, its rune skill which you just saw was dubbed by researchers as Feather. You've seen what it does, so be careful when you are escaping from it in the future. John took a deep breath and forced himself to nod. Right, okay, squad, got it. The simulation shifted again before he could fully wrap his head around the idea of massive grim like that existing. The nevermore faded away, replaced by tall, hulking shapes that stepped out from the shadows of the dilapidated dreamscape buildings. John froze, he knew those outlines, he'd fought them before. Beowulfs, he muttered. But these were different, taller, leaner, their claws longer and glinting with faint black-red light. Their eyes burned hotter, and every step they took seemed to crackle with predatory energy. Yes, but these are the higher-ranked equivalents. Alphas, Ren explained. Rank ones, they are faster than the ones you've fought and much stronger too, and most importantly. One of the Beowulfs lunged forward, jaws opening unnaturally wide. John's stomach flipped as a projection of black-red energy snapped outward, stretching its bite into a fanged arc that chomped several feet beyond where its teeth should have reached. Ren's voice remained steady. They possess runes. Another Beowulf swiped with its claws, and the strike extended in 3 crimson arcs of black-red energy, raking through a projection of a small 5-story building, utterly destroying it and leaving deep scars onto the ground. Bite and claw, Ren continued. 2 of the most common rune skills among Beowulf packs. They make closing the distance dangerous. Nora cracked her knuckles, still grinning. Don't worry, John. They're a pain, but not that scary once you get used to them. Just remember, don't stand still. She barreled into the nearest alpha with a war cry, swinging her hammer in a wide arc. The Beowulf's claw strike lashed out, but she ducked under it, rolled forward, and came up with an uppercut that launched the thing skyward in a burst of shattered projection light. John stared, equal parts horrified and impressed. "Do you ever get tired?" "Never," Nora chirped. The drills continued from there, Ren guiding John through mock escape routes and city layouts. The system shifted rooftops, alleys, and shadowed corners into different configurations, forcing John to adapt on the fly. He stumbled a lot, sometimes literally, but Ren's calm instructions kept him moving, and Nora's energy made it hard not to push himself just a little further each time. By the time Ren finally called for a halt, John was drenched in sweat and half convinced his legs might give out beneath him, but he was still standing, still breathing. Just maybe he would be able to keep up in the future. A sharp knock at the training room door jolted him from his thoughts. The three of them glanced toward it. Ren strode over, tapped the panel, and the door slid open with a hiss. Standing there was a boy John recognized instantly. Dark hair, freckles, and green eyes. A little shorter than John remembered. But then again, John had only seen him briefly that night in the dream, when Ren and Nora had appeared to save him from the Deathstalker. "Oscar." For a second, the kid looked a little uncertain, shifting on his feet as if the base's futuristic corridors still felt slightly new to him. Then his gaze settled on Ren and Nora, and he relaxed slightly. "Sorry I'm late," Oscar said, his voice a touch shy but steady. "Classes ran long." Nora beamed and bounded over to clap him on the shoulder. "There's our fourth, knew you'd make it." John blinked at him, still catching his breath. "Hey, you're Oscar, right?" Oscar nodded, offering a small, polite smile. "And you're John, the, anomaly." For a moment, John didn't know what to say. This was the boy Ren and Nora had spoken about, the middle schooler who was somehow already walking into this nightmare life the same as them. John let out a slow breath, forcing a smile back. "Yeah, that's me, I guess. I suppose that makes us squad mates." Oscar's eyes flicked between him, Ren, and Nora, and then he nodded again. "Yeah, looks like it does." Chapter 79, A Culling Moon Part 4. The rest of the day went by faster than John expected. Ren and Nora weren't cruel about it, but they did push him. Every drill, formation, and basic movement was hammered into him with relentless repetition. Ren would correct his footwork with subtle nudges of his legs, and Nora barked encouragements and sometimes playful insults whenever he lagged behind. "Keep those arms up. Grim don't wait for you to catch your breath," Nora hollered as John stumbled through another mock formation. John wheezed, sweat dripping down his temples. "I'm starting to think they should." Ren didn't even blink as he countered smoothly. "Then you'd already be dead." That shut him up quick. Even Oscar, usually quiet and reserved, looked faintly entertained watching John stumble through yet another set of sword drills against the Grim. Later, when Ren and Nora were distracted, Oscar leaned closer and whispered, "I know it's rough, but it's nice seeing someone else go through it for once." John groaned, dragging his shield across the floor like it weighed 3 tons. "Glad I can be your comic relief." Oscar smirked faintly. "Trust me, I was in the exact same spot a few months ago. At least now it's not just me." John let out another groan, this one longer and more theatrical. He wasn't sure if the training was meant to build muscle memory or simply break him down into a puddle of exhausted compliance. Either way, it was working. By the time they wrapped up, John felt like his body had been wrung out like a rag. But to his surprise, the tight knot of frustration he'd carried earlier had loosened. There was something about training with them, being corrected, encouraged, and even laughed at that reminded him of sparring with Grise. Exhausting and humiliating sometimes, but not lonely. Dinner came early after, served in the Lucid's cafeteria. Nothing fancy, simply nutrient-dense meals that were designed more for energy. That didn't mean that they didn't taste good, however. The chefs here were certainly talented. John wolfed it down like it was the best thing he'd ever eat. He wasn't the only one. Nora devoured her plate with frightening speed, then immediately swiped a roll off Oscar's tray before he could protest. "Hey," Oscar muttered, trying and failing to look stern. "You snooze, you lose," Nora said around a mouthful of bread. Ren ate quietly, though he occasionally gave Nora a subtle look that said, "Don't you dare swipe my food." Spoiler alert, she did. John leaned back in his chair, letting his muscles relax for the first time all day. Conversation bubbled easily around the table. At first, it was mostly about training, different formations, tactics, and scenarios, but soon it wandered into more casual territory. Oscar admitted he was still trying to master his rune skill, Dynamic. His was actually similar to Yang's in a sense, giving him the ability to manipulate kinetic energy. There were two major differences to his fighting style, however. Firstly, he could only store his own kinetic energy, which was born from his own movements, rather than Yang's, who could absorb blows and convert it to power. Secondly, unlike Yang, his weapons were dual short swords rather than gauntlets. Nora bragged about the time she'd hammered down a rank 1 Ursa straight through a building. Ren shared a few observations about how Grimm seemed to behave differently depending on whether they were in nightmare zones or outside of it. Somehow, the talk even drifted into normal, mundane things. John found himself laughing along as Nora described a disastrous attempt at baking cookies at home, and Oscar sheepishly confessed that he'd once forgotten which side of his uniform pants was front-facing. For a little while, it almost felt like sitting with friends at Beacon after a long day of classes. Almost normal. Eventually, though, Ren set down his utensils and rose. "Come, there's something else we need to get done today." John nodded. "More training." "Nope," Ren said simply. They left the cafeteria behind, the noise of clattering trays and chatter fading into the background as they walked deeper into the base. The halls grew quieter the further they went, until all John could hear was the soft hum of the lights and the echo of their footsteps against polished floors. It was a different part of the compound than John had seen so far. No training rooms and fewer bustling operatives. Smooth walls, muted lights, and an air of deliberate stillness. What now, if not more training and drills? Are we doing more lectures? Please, no more lectures. Goodwich's lectures from before already melted my brain. "Don't be dramatic," Ren replied without looking back. Nora, of course, leaned in close with a grin. "Or do be dramatic, it's funnier that way." John muttered something under his breath, but kept walking. They rounded a final corner, and John stopped short. The room before him was not what he expected. After all the noise of the training simulations, clashing steel, roaring Grimm, Nora's whoops echoing off the walls, the silence here felt almost eerie. The chamber was relatively large and low-lit, with the walls being lined with rows of sleek, curved pods. Each one gleamed faintly in the dim light, inlaid with intricate etchings that glowed faintly blue, pulsing in time like a slow heartbeat. John glanced at them, then back at his teammates. Counselor Vex and I passed here before, so what's this place supposed to be for?" Nora flopped down onto one of the pods with a laugh. "Sleepy time, silly." John's brow furrowed. "Sleepy time in this? You're kidding." Ren shook his head. He stood by one of the pods, running a hand lightly along the mechanical inlays. His tone was, as usual, perfectly calm. "From this point forward, John, we'll be configuring your spawn point." "My spawn point," John repeated slowly. "Like my dream spawn point? I didn't know we could even do that. This dream thing really works very similar to a video game, huh?" Oscar, who had been lingering quietly at the back of the group, gave a small nod. "That's actually not far off." Ren turned slightly toward John. Most Lucid bases are outfitted with these pods. They're special runed constructs which are designed to anchor your dream self to a specific location whenever you fall asleep. Until now, you've been waking up in areas where you sleep. That won't do for squad operations. From tonight on, you'll appear where we need you. Here." John crossed his arms, eyeing the pods like they might bite. "So you're saying, I climb into this thing, take a nap, and then, boom, the next time I fall asleep, I'll wake up in Dream Beacon instead of wherever." "Correct," Ren confirmed. That should have made sense, but the way he said it, so plainly, only made the whole thing feel stranger. John tilted his head, frowning. "Right, Dream Beacon. You're still not gonna explain what's so special about it." Ren's expression didn't change, though John thought he might have caught the faintest flicker of a smile. "Let's just say that you'll find it's different from what you know." "How different?" John pressed. Ren shook his head once. "Better you see it for yourself." That did not make John feel better. That's ominous. You know that's ominous, right? Nora leaned over from her pod, grinning like it was the funniest thing in the world. It's a surprise. You'll love it. John pinched the bridge of his nose. Great. So instead of explaining, you're all just gonna let me wander blind into whatever creepy nightmare version of Beacon is waiting for me. Exactly, Nora chirped. John groaned. I hate that it doesn't even surprise me anymore. He turned back to the pods, the glow of the mechanisms washing over his face. Despite his grumbling, he couldn't deny there was something strangely alluring about them. The craftsmanship was intricate, and the mechanisms inlaid into it was quite precise. It felt like he was about to enter one of those specially designed VR pods from movies. But then again, John supposed that entering the dream was similar to entering a virtual world of sorts, wasn't it? Oscar stepped forward, his hands shoved into his pockets. It's honestly a little weird at first. I remember when they did it for me. He gave John a faint, almost sympathetic smile. The first night I thought it wouldn't work, then I woke up in the dream and there it was, Beacon only not. Not, John echoed. You'll see, Oscar smiled. It seemed he was also interested in seeing John's expression of how Beacon looked inside the dream. John wanted to push further, but something in Oscar's tone suggested there was no shortcut here. No amount of asking would give him the answer he wanted, but perhaps he could bribe him. He sighed and scrubbed a hand through his hair. Okay, fine. That still leaves me with one problem. How do I explain to my dad that I'm sleeping in a creepy sci-fi pod instead of my bed tonight? Nora leaned over again and patted him on the shoulder, her grin wide and reassuring. Easy, silly. You don't. You just tell him you're having a sleepover. John blinked. That's it. That's it, Nora said with a shrug. The pods work like anchors. Once you use one, your dream self gets synced to the corresponding locator rune. You don't have to keep sleeping here every night, it sticks. One and done. Unless you die in the dream, Oscar added helpfully. John stared at him. You're terrible at reassurance. Oscar gave a sheepish shrug. Sorry, just thought you should know. John exhaled, long and slow. So basically, all I have to do is tell Dad, hey, I'm crashing at a friend's place tonight, climb into this sci-fi coffin, and let it reprogram my spawn point. He gestured vaguely at the pods. And then I'm stuck with Beacon Dream forever. Exactly, Nora said again, this time with even more cheer. Oscar chuckled softly. Yep, pretty much. You get used to all of this after a while. I was just as confused at first too, but after 3 months... He trailed off, his gaze lingering on the runes. It feels normal now, almost. That last word carried a quiet weight with it. John heard it, but he didn't push. Instead, he let himself imagine it, lying back in one of those pods, closing his eyes, and then waking not in his bed, not in his neighborhood, but in the dream version of Beacon. Whatever Beacon looked like over there. The thought was a little exciting to him, almost like fast travel from video games, in a sense. And when Oscar glanced his way again, a small smile tugging at his mouth, John realized he wasn't the only one wrestling with that strange mix. Besides, Oscar added, voice lighter now, if it helps you can think of it like, well, a sleepover. Essentially, that's what this is. The 4 of us syncing our spawn points together, fostering team spirit. Nora perked up immediately. Ooh, yeah, squad sleepover. Ren, at last, allowed the barest sigh, though John swore he saw his lips twitch. John laughed weakly, rubbing the back of his neck. Right, team spirit, sleepover. Just 4 kids climbing into sci-fi dream coffins together, totally normal. Also, aren't the 3 of you already set to spawn in the dream version of Beacon? Ren nodded. Yes, our spawn points are already configured to Beacon, so we don't really need to sleep here. However, team spirit, remember. Let's consider this as our first bonding activity. John shrugged, but a hint of gratitude could be felt from him. Fair enough, and thanks, I guess. No problem, Johnny. Oh, I'm so excited for us to finally get started, Nora exclaimed, hitting his back friendly. It hurts, however. This little ginger girl was truly a monstrously strong individual. John pulled out his phone, thumb hovering over the screen for a moment as he glanced at the others. Ren and Nora were quietly chatting near the pods, and Oscar was fiddling with his dual swords, humming some tune under his breath. It wasn't like he needed to call, but if he didn't, his dad was bound to wonder why he hadn't come home. John sighed and dialed. The line picked up after 2 rings. "John," his dad's voice came through, curious. "Hey, Dad," John said quickly, forcing a casual tone. Just letting you know, I'm having a sleepover tonight." There was a pause. A sleepover. "Yeah," John nodded, glancing nervously at his squadmates. "At Wren's place." Wren, who had been mid-sentence with Nora, blinked, looking faintly startled. He tilted his head at John with a silent me, but didn't say anything. "A sleepover at Wren's," his dad repeated slowly over the phone. "Why all of a sudden? You've never asked me for one before, though I suppose you never did have one before." John rubbed the back of his neck. "Well, figured it'd be nice to, bond, friend stuff, school projects, that sort of thing." "MMHM." His dad sounded unconvinced but not suspicious, more curious than anything else. "And who else is going to be there? Just Wren?" John hesitated. "Wren and Nora." His dad made a thoughtful noise. "Any other girls? That girl who gave you the book from the occult club." John flushed red immediately. "Dad, no, it's not like that." "I'm just asking," his dad said innocently, though John could practically hear the smirk through the phone. "You've been busier than usual lately, wandering off after classes, joining clubs, meeting mysterious girls. Now suddenly, a sleepover." "Look, it's nothing weird, okay?" John groaned. "We just thought it's Tuesday, so why not? I'm fine, Dad." His father chuckled softly. All right, I'm not trying to stop you. Just surprised, that's all. Don't stay up too late and don't do anything stupid. Call me tomorrow." "I will," John promised quickly. "Thanks, Dad." When the call ended, John lowered his phone with a long sigh of relief. He looked over to see Wren raising an eyebrow. "Wren's house?" the boy asked dryly. John rubbed at his cheek, sheepish. "First name that came to mind. Sorry." "Right." Nora giggled and gave John's head a gentle bop with her knuckles. "Relax, Johnny. He bought it, didn't he?" "Yeah," John admitted, though his ears were still pink. Wren gestured to one of the pods lined along the wall. "In any case, this one's yours." Before John could move, a man in a Lucid uniform seemed to appear out of thin air, clipboard in hand. He gave a brisk rundown, pointing out where John should store his weapon inside the pod, how to position himself so he wouldn't accidentally jab an arm or leg into his sword, and the general rules of safety. His tone was practiced, clipped, as though he'd given the same speech 100 times already. John tried to keep up, nodding earnestly. "Right, weapon over chest, no flailing around, got it." The man checked something off on his clipboard, then disappeared just as quickly as he'd come, blending back into the staff who worked quietly at the terminals toward the far end of the room. John hadn't even noticed them before, rows of Lucid personnel monitoring screens, checking patterns, and typing into glowing keyboards. He leaned closer to Nora, lowering his voice. "Are there other people who sleep in these pods too?" Nora shook her head. "Nope. Most teams already got their spawn points linked to Beacon ages ago. Once that's done, there's no reason to keep using these pods unless something really goes wrong." Wren added, "This room is mainly for new operatives, or in rare cases when a squad's spawn point has to be reset. You won't see much traffic here otherwise. However, non-awakened staff also use these pods." John looked back toward the pods, suddenly more aware of the quiet hum filling the room. It felt oddly clinical, sterile, like a hospital, but more high-tech. Suddenly he paused, wrapping his head around what Wren said last. "Wait, non-awakened staff use these pods too." Wren smiled, faintly amused. "Yep, I'll explain later once we're inside the dream." John sighed and nodded. He had to admit that he hated this drip-feed information that his new squad seemed to enjoy dangling over his head, but he knew they were just having a bit of fun. He ran his hand across the rim of his assigned pod, taking in the faintly pulsing lines. "Guess this is it, then." Nora grinned and gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Yup, don't worry, Johnny, we'll be right beside you." Oscar, already leaning back in his own pod, chimed in. This technically really is a sleepover. Just, one with dangerous dream monsters waiting on the other side." "Comforting," John muttered, though the corner of his mouth twitched into a smile despite himself. He carefully placed his new blade over his chest, then lowered himself into the pod. The cool metal pressed against his back, the faint vibration of the runic energy beneath him pulsed like a heartbeat. The lid slid down with a soft hiss, sealing him in darkness. For a moment, John stared into the void, listening to the sound of his own breathing. Strangely enough, sleep tugged at him almost instantly, smooth and easy, like slipping into warm water. Ever since his awakening, he'd noticed it. No matter how wound up he was, the moment he wanted to sleep, he could. A perk of being awakened, maybe. Within a minute, his eyelids shut and his body drifted away. And when he opened his eyes again, he was no longer in the pod. Instead, he stood in a strange place. It was certainly the dream realm. He could recognize that odd sensation of strength once again permeating through his being. The very essence of his body sat, but the surroundings were different. It wasn't a ruinous place of broken things and shadows any longer. No. This was something else entirely. It was a futuristic military bunker. Chapter 80, A Culling Moon Part 5. John blinked, disoriented, as his eyes adjusted. He had expected the claustrophobic metal walls of a pod and the quiet hum of the base, or maybe even a dilapidated location that was manned by operatives. Instead, he found himself standing on metal flooring that had a soft glow radiating outward in a perfect circle around him, about 10 meters across. It was inlaid with faintly glowing lines, geometrically humming with an energy that made the air itself feel slightly charged. Like electricity, but John knew that electricity didn't function within the dream realm. It was runic energy. He wasn't in a pod, nor was he in the same kind of environment as before. As John turned slowly, he realized he was in some sort of military shelter, or rather, a hub of sorts. The walls curved up into a dome overhead, reinforced plating etched with rune energy channels that pulsed like veins of light. Hollow terminals projected translucent maps of Vale and tactical overlays into the air. Uniformed personnel walked briskly between stations, carrying equipment or tapping at hollow tablets. This isn't anything like how I expected. It seems that the Lucid base in the dream is a lot more different from what I was expecting. It wasn't just the sheer scale of technology, it was the way everything seemed too advanced. Even in the waking world, Lucid's hidden base had cutting-edge tech that was far beyond public use. But here, it felt like the rules of possibility had been bent even further. What truly stood out was how few of the personnel actually wore rune frames. John had expected the same armored exosuits he'd seen on operatives in the waking world, bristling with channels. Instead, most of these people looked like scientists or staff. Only a few handfuls bore rune frames, their presence striking by contrast as they strode with silent authority. So these are the non-combat staff, John thought, but how does that even work there? Here, in the dream, I thought only awakened could do that. Goodwitch was right when she said that I truly had a lot more to learn when it came to dream knowledge. It feels like I'm only scratching the surface here. Before he could spiral deeper into the question, light shimmered behind him. He whirled around just in time to see 3 shapes fading into view, their silhouettes gradually solidifying like afterimages being filled in. Ren, Nora, and Oscar. John flinched slightly despite knowing they'd appear. The quiet glow was uncanny, like watching people being painted into existence stroke by stroke. Nora, of course, noticed his reaction first. "Spooked ya, huh?" she teased, grinning. Not used to the materializing out of thin air thing yet. John rubbed the back of his neck. "Just wasn't expecting you to, fade in behind me like that." Nora stepped past him and spread her arms wide, motioning to the space around them. "Suo, what do you think? Pretty cool, right?" "Cool," John echoed. He turned in a slow circle again. This isn't what I was expecting at all. I thought the dream was supposed to be, broken, twisted. Not this." Oscar, adjusting his weapons, gave a knowing half-smile. That's the usual reaction. Still unsettled, John looked up at the domed ceiling and then back to the bustle of personnel. Wait, are we still underground like in the real-world space? Or is this somewhere else? Ren finally stepped forward, calm as always, hands tucked into his pockets. "No, this location isn't beneath the surface. The spawn point here is tied to above-ground coordinates." That only made John frown harder. Then, why does this place look, well, intact? In the dream, isn't everything supposed to be falling apart, like some kind of nightmare apocalypse? Ren paused, folding his arms as if considering how best to phrase it. That's because of two things. First, the influence of one of our relics, the Great Rune of Creation. Creation, John repeated, lowering his voice instinctively. Ren inclined his head. As you know, there are 4 of them, and each of them have the ability to bend the rules of the dream and exert influence upon this world, far beyond what normal runes are capable of. Master runes, included, which are wielded by rank 3s. In any case, creation's influence is what allows a sanctuary like this to exist without collapsing into ruin. Nora added, bouncing on her toes, it's like a cheat code. Instead of everything turning into creepy ruins with monsters crawling around, you get safe zones where people can actually build stuff. John blinked, and the second reason. Ren's gaze was steady. Because of the way the dream itself functions, you've probably already noticed how damage to the surroundings in the dream tends to fix itself over time, correct? John nodded. Yeah, the night I first fought against a Borbatusk, it kinda destroyed half my house and a couple of cars, too. Later, when I went to check on the damage, it had repaired itself somehow. And at the train station, when I fought against a bunch of Grimm, then came back the next night, the damage to the surroundings were also gone. Ren agreed quietly. Pretty much. Essentially, the dream's repair function works similar to an observer effect. An area which isn't observed will go back to its state that reflects reality, albeit all screwed up. John cupped his chin in thought. Ren continued. You've heard of the Schrödinger cat theory of quantum mechanics, right? No, what's that? Essentially, it's a thought experiment. Imagine a cat inside a box with a vial of poison that may or may not break. Until you open the box, you don't actually know if the cat is alive or dead. Both states exist at the same time, alive and dead, until it's observed. John frowned. That's messed up. Who puts a cat in a box with poison? Nora leaned in, wide-eyed. Schrödinger, apparently. Crazy cat man. Ren gave a faint sigh, but a ghost of a smile tugged at his lips. The point is, observation changes the state of things. The dream works on a similar principle. If no one is there to watch or interact with a place, the area reverts into that twisted reflection of reality after a certain period of time. But if an awakened is present, it stabilizes, becomes something constant, and something you can almost permanently affect and move through. John rubbed the back of his neck. So, the dream is like one giant cat box. Exactly, Ren said calmly. Except instead of a cat, it's entire streets and buildings, and instead of poison, it's nightmare creatures. Nora clapped him on the shoulder. Congratulations, John, you're officially a cat watcher now. John groaned. That makes me sound like a creep. Ren, unfazed, finished his explanation. The important part is, nothing inside the dream is ever truly fixed. It only stays the way you remember it while you're there. Once you leave, the box closes again, which ties into the rune of creation. It makes this place permanent. There is a zone radius, however. Ren gestured subtly toward a corridor that led out of the chamber. You'll understand more once you see it. For now, follow us. There are still many things you have to learn about the dream, and the best place to start. His eyes narrowed slightly, though not unkindly. Is Beacon itself. The words made John's stomach tight. Dream Beacon, a version of the school that existed here. Nora clapped her hands together, grinning like a child about to reveal a surprise. Come on, John, time for the grand tour. They set off together, weaving between Lucid personnel who gave curt nods as the group passed. John caught fragments of conversation, terms he didn't understand, numbers scrolling on floating screens, mentions of resonance levels, and stabilization ratios. None of it made sense yet, but all of it hinted at something massive happening behind the scenes. The corridor ended in a shimmering threshold of light. Together, they stepped through. And John froze. The world beyond wasn't Beacon at all, not the one he remembered. Towering fortifications stretched in every direction, their surfaces gleaming with channels. Floodlights swept the grounds, and the distant thrum of engines echoed through the air. Operatives walked around, and armored figures in rune frames patrolled the perimeter. John could even spy some strange machines he couldn't even name rolling across reinforced platforms. It wasn't a school, it was a fortress, a bastion carved into the dream. John's voice slipped out in a whisper, "Holy crap." Ren's reply was steady, simple, "Welcome to Beacon." The air outside the dome tasted different, charged with that same runic ozone-like hum. When John stepped past the shimmering threshold with Ren, Nora, and Oscar at his side, he swore he could feel it on his tongue. The world opened up into something vast. Beacon, at least this version, wasn't just a school anymore. It was a fortress. Towering walls encircled the grounds, reinforced with steel plating and etched with glowing circuits of rune tech that pulsed in slow rhythms. Mounted along the battlements were hulking automated turrets, sleek things of alloy and runic glass, their barrels humming faintly as they tracked unseen threats. In between them were manual stations, exposed weapon nests, where personnel stood ready behind rune-stabilized cannons that looked like the offspring of a ballista and a machine gun. And above it all, shimmering faintly like a second horizon, was the boundary. John could see it now, the exact line Ren had described. A perfect circle spread outward from the fortress. Inside its perimeter, the world was intact, pristine, and militarized. But the moment his eyes drifted past that line, the dream's influence reasserted itself. Crumbling skyscrapers and streets cracked open like wounds. Shattered windows, collapsed bridges, and husks of cars left frozen in eternal gridlock. And worse than that, he could see the difference. Within the protected zone, the air seemed to shimmer faintly. Creation's influence kept the dream stable. Beyond it, everything was decayed, twitching at the edges like a half-rendered nightmare. Operatives patrolled even that hostile space. John spotted their silhouettes darting across half-toppled rooftops and crumbling apartment balconies. Others prowled ground-level streets, weapons ready. But they were few, scattered like raindrops swallowed by an endless ocean of ruins. "Holy crap," John whispered. Nora grinned, nudging his shoulder. "Told you the grand tour would blow your socks off." Oscar's expression was more subdued as he glanced toward the boundary. And this is just the inside. Ren, as ever, was calm and collected, though his eyes lingered on the distant operatives. Beacon's base is the largest sanctuary in all of the Kingdom of Vale. Without the great rune of creation, places like these wouldn't exist. Not like this, at least. They walked along the ramparts, weaving between station personnel. Many wore simple uniforms without rune frames, adjusting the glowing glyph controls of turrets or monitoring flickering holographic displays hovering above their wrists. One technician gave John a polite nod as he passed, though most seemed too busy to spare attention. John frowned slightly as he watched them work. "So, most of these people, they're not awakened, right?" Ren nodded, "Correct." "Then, how are they here? I thought only awakened could enter the dream." Ren gestured toward the inner base, the pods John had seen in the waking world. The pods act as a bridge. For the non-awakened, they're a backdoor into the dream, but there are rules attached. They stopped at a turret nest where a young woman in uniform was adjusting dials, the weapon humming as it aligned with invisible coordinates. Ren spoke evenly, ticking points off on his fingers. "First, non-awakened don't have access to the nightmare system. They can't grow stronger here. No stats or runes, nothing." Nora added cheerfully, "Which means no crazy speed sprints or lifting cars over your head." Ren continued unfazed. "Second, they cannot leave the zone radius. If they attempt to cross that boundary, they'll wake immediately in the waking world. No exceptions." John blinked, "So they're tethered." "Exactly. Third, they can't set spawn points. When they sleep normally, they won't enter the dream. Only by using the pods can they return here." John frowned, glancing at the nearest group of staff. "So they're basically tourists stuck inside the walls." "Not quite." Ren's gaze was sharp. "They have their own boon, they cannot be killed here." John's head snapped toward him. "Wait, what?" Oscar explained quietly. "If a non-awakened staff member is killed in the dream, they just wake up. No pain, damage, or consequence. Their physical body in the real world is untouched." That sent John's thoughts spiraling. His chest tightened as a memory tugged at him, Osbin's words about Raymond Red. He hesitated, then asked the question that had gnawed at him since his first night here. "So what happens to us? I mean, I know we die, but how exactly? What happens to the body? Ren's expression darkened slightly. For a moment, he didn't answer. Then his calm voice broke the silence. John, you've seen how your own body, in the waking world, reacts while inside the dream, haven't you? John stiffened. Yeah, I set up a camera once to record myself. I thought maybe I'd see something, figure out if my physical body was being transported or not. And, Ren prompted. John rubbed the back of his neck. It was weird, my body wasn't moving at all. No breathing, no twitching, just laying there like a corpse. Ren nodded grimly. Exactly, that's because it is. John's throat went dry. What do you mean? Ren's eyes softened, though his tone carried weight. When an awakened enters the dream, it's not their body that crosses over. It's their soul. Their essence essentially leaves the flesh behind, which means, while you're here, your body in the waking world is nothing more than an empty vessel. Soulless, brain-dead, kept alive only by the bare minimum of biological function. Nora's smile had also faded now, and even Oscar's jaw tightened at the reminder. Ren went on, if an awakened dies here, that soul is destroyed, permanently lost. The body left behind becomes nothing more than a shell. It will not wake. Within a day, sometimes two, the body shuts down completely. Silence settled over them. The hum of the turrets, the faint pulse of creation's barrier, the distant screeches of Grimm beyond the line, all of it felt sharper, heavier. John swallowed hard, staring at the circle of light around the fortress. So, if we die here, there's no coming back, not even a little. Ren's answer was simple. No, there is not. John's stomach twisted, but he forced himself to nod. The enormity of what he'd stepped into, the razor's edge he now balanced on, settled fully in his chest. How could he prevent himself from perishing? How could John make sure that he would survive in this world? The answer was simple. Slaughter the creatures of Grimm. Chapter 81, A Culling Moon, Part 6. John hadn't realized just how large Beacon's dream counterpart was until his squad led him deeper inside the fortress. The ramparts and turrets were only the outer skin. Beneath and within, it was a hive of activity. Corridors ran like arteries, lit by pale blue strips of light. Personnel moved constantly, carrying supplies or adjusting holographic displays, their footsteps echoing faintly against polished alloy floors. Nora was the self-appointed guide. She tugged John by the wrist more than once, dragging him down side halls as she declared, "This way, rookie tour." Ren followed at a measured pace, occasionally adding explanations when Nora's enthusiasm turned vague, and Oscar trailed behind, relatively quiet. They passed the supremely reinforced training halls first. It was quite similar to the real world's version. It had vast rooms filled with modular panels and projection rigs. Inside, John caught glimpses of operatives sparring against simulated Grimm. Those constructs of runic energy were much more impressive here, given terrifying detail and weight. One of the main reasons was that since operatives could access the entirety of their stats in the dream, the simulations here could also be set at a higher level. It still wasn't on the level of real Grimm, obviously, just better than the one available in the waking world. John witnessed one squad drilling in synchronized formation, cutting down a pack of Beowulfs with practice sweeps. Another faced down a towering Ursa projection, its claws sparking against a person who had a rune skill which manifested as a barrier. John slowed, staring. That's quite interesting. Nora grinned, leaning close. Fun too. Wait until you're the one punching the big bad bear in the face. Ren added, it's always best to remember that the simulators are for practice only. Real hunts are always much more unpredictable. But, well, they still help with coordination. They moved on. Barracks, supply depots, and even the weapons storage. John glimpsed racks of weapons he didn't recognize, rifles that seemed part rifle, part crossbow, each lined with glowing etchings, heavy gauntlets studded with weird nodes and blades humming faintly with restrained energy. It really is a military base, he realized. Not a school, but a fortress built to fight a war that most of the waking world didn't even know existed. By the time they reached the operations building, John's head was buzzing from awe. The building dominated the central grounds, a sleek tower of steel and glass, its edges lined with glowing circuits that crawled upward like veins of light. Inside, the hum of activity intensified. Massive holomaps floated in the air, showing real-time projections of the city outside the barrier. Blips of light pulsed across streets and districts, each one a patrol, a team of awakened operatives. John slowed instinctively as they entered. It felt, important here, heavy with purpose. He immediately spotted them. Counselor Vex and Glinda Goodwitch stood near one of the central displays. Glinda was engaged in a low-voiced debrief with a squad of operatives. John could recognize those of them who were awakened now, their rune frames marking them instantly. Their armor bore unique color trims, their weapons slung casually yet ready, each one radiating quiet lethality. Around them, non-awakened staff recorded data on hollow tablets. John lingered near the edge, watching. It was strange. Now that he understood the distinction, it was like seeing two worlds collide in one place. Soldiers with superhuman power standing beside clerks and analysts who couldn't fight back against most grim. And yet both sides worked seamlessly together, gears in the same vast machine. Vex's eyes found them first. She was different now. No longer in her usual clothes, she wore a fitted rune frame of her own. Its sleek plates hugged her form, brown accents tracing along her arms and chest, highlighting the curves John couldn't quite stop himself from noticing. The armor somehow managed to look both protective and flattering. Vex raised a hand, beckoning, "Over here." Nora gave John a mischievous grin and whispered, "Try not to drool." He swatted her arm with a scowl, but his ears burned as they approached. Vex studied John first, her expression softer than Glinda's usual strict professionalism. "Ark, how are you adjusting?" He straightened reflexively, trying to sound composed. "I think I'm starting to get the picture, at least a little." Her smile deepened, faintly teasing. "Honest, I like that. Good better to admit the mountain is steep than pretend it isn't." She reached out, resting a gauntleted hand on his armored shoulder. The weight was firm, grounding. "You'll find your footing faster than you think." John nodded, though he wasn't entirely sure. Vex gestured toward the holomap behind her. "This is where the lifeblood of our operations flows. Every squad in Beacon's perimeter receives assignments here. Patrols, suppressions, and clearances. Your team will be given designated sectors beyond the boundary to ensure no areas near nightmare zones linger unchecked." "Nightmares, huh? They're the mist zones which are connected to people, right?" John asked. "Indeed, those areas are where the dream attempts to bleed into reality. Left alone, they'll fester and turn the connected human into a grim in the real world. Very messy. They also spawn grim in the dream realm, which fortunately makes it easier for us to locate them. Unfortunately, however, they are also beacons for higher-ranked ones. Your job is simple: locate, kill any surrounding grim, and report back if you find any nightmares in your patrol zone. You'll be briefed before every patrol." John listened carefully, trying to absorbing the scope of it. This is a war machine. Ren inclined his head politely. "We understand, Counselor." "Good." Vex tapped her wrist display. A moment later, a hollow tablet materialized from a side console, which she passed toward Ren. "Your first assignment block. Nothing complex, an outer district sweep. A good warm-up for your newest member." John looked somewhat unsure, but Ren gave a reassuring glance. "It'll be easier than you expect." The only thing John could really do was try to believe him. And then, "John." The voice called over the hum of the operations floor, bright and familiar in a way that cut through the military stiffness. He turned, blinking. Ruby Rose was weaving her way through the bustle, her smaller frame darting between squads and staff. Her black and red accented rune frame caught the light as she jogged toward him. A grin spread across her face. She looked slightly out of place amidst the hustle of operatives and analysts, but at the same time, she belonged. She radiated an easy energy that the others, so stiff and professional, lacked. John felt his shoulders relax almost unconsciously. "Ruby, I wasn't expecting to see you here." Ruby pouted, planting her hands on her hips like she'd caught him committing some minor crime. "What, did you think I'd just vanish? I'm part of this too, you know. Yang and I just had to go and meet our teammates. We've got a patrol briefing in a few minutes." "Oh," John scratched the back of his head, embarrassed at how relieved he felt. "Right, I guess I just didn't think our paths would cross so soon." Her pout melted into a small, softer smile. Well, surprise. He couldn't help but smile back. I'm glad to see you again. Ruby's eyes flicked toward Ren, Nora, and Oscar before returning to him. So, how's it going with them? You've been doing drills, right? Yeah, John exhaled, remembering the hours of training simulations and Ren's calm but firm corrections. It's a lot, but they've been patient with me so far. Ren's basically holding the whole thing together. He gave a crooked grin. And, apparently, there's still a lot more to come. Ruby chuckled, rocking slightly on her heels. Well, that's how it is here, one drill at a time. Hopefully it'll feel normal before you know it. John doubted it would ever feel normal, but her confidence was strangely comforting. He opened his mouth to ask how things were going with her team when movement at the far side of the hall caught his attention. 3 figures entered the operations building. The first was instantly recognizable, Ruby's sister, Yang Xiaolong, her bright gold accents gleaming against her heavy gauntlets, and her hair was practically glowing under the lights. John almost lifted a hand to wave. But then he saw the 2 women walking beside her. And paused in shock. Weiss Schnee and Blake Belladonna. For a heartbeat, his mind refused to reconcile what he was seeing. Weiss wore armor that was lined with light blue accents that caught every gleam of light. Even in the middle of this military fortress, she looked like she had walked straight out of an advertisement, regal, beautiful, and collected. Blake had a different vibe. Quieter. Her rune frame was accented in a subdued purple that matched the sleek lines of her movements. Where Weiss radiated elegance and beauty, Blake carried herself like a sexy shadow, unassuming yet unmissable. John's thoughts scrambled. What are they doing here? His mind flickered back to his first week at Beacon, the conversation with Ruby and her evasive answers. She had once admitted that Weiss was in the same club, but when John had asked if they were friends, Ruby had denied it with an awkward laugh. At the time, he hadn't thought much of it. Clubs were clubs and Beacon had dozens. But now, here they were. Weiss Schnee and Blake Belladonna, walking through the center of Lucid's operations building like they belonged. So both Weiss and Blake are a part of Lucid too, huh? John blinked hard, trying to wrap his head around it. How many of my classmates are involved in this? How deep does this go? Ruby followed his gaze and froze for half a second. Then her expression softened into something unreadable, part pride, part hesitation. The 3 girls noticed them almost immediately. Yang's face lit up in recognition, but Weiss and Blake. Weiss's eyes narrowed, surprise flashing across her features before it smoothed into something cooler. She looked contemplative, guarded even, as if she was trying to piece John into a puzzle she hadn't realized she was solving. Then, almost inevitably, her expression shifted into a faint scowl. Blake's reaction was different. Her golden eyes widened, confusion plain in her expression. For a moment, she looked as though she were trying to place him, as though his presence here, in this place, didn't make sense. Which, considering his anomalous awakening, it truly didn't. His stomach tightened slightly under the weight of their stares, but he still managed a small smile. Ruby broke the silence first. She gave a small, slightly sheepish wave. Hey guys. Yang grinned, striding over with her usual confidence. Well, if it isn't Johnny boy. Her eyes flicked to John, glinting with amusement. Looks like you're making yourself at home already. John scratched his cheek, trying to at least. Weiss's gaze cut to Ruby. He's a part of Lucid too. Her tone wasn't exactly hostile, more confused than anything. Ruby fidgeted slightly. Yes, sort of. Blake's confusion lingered as her eyes moved between Ruby and John. She analyzed his get-up. She finally spoke, voice quiet but steady. He's awakened. I thought we'd have been briefed about this, at least. Ren stepped forward smoothly, ordinarily yes. However, his awakening was a recent affair, anomalous in nature. The 2 girls looked a little confused and somewhat hesitant. Weiss took a longer look at him. What do you mean? She paused before a look of shock appeared on her face. You're 14. I know I am actually 16, John replied. Blake tilted her head in confusion. Is this supposed to be some sort of joke? His cabal stared at him, expecting him to answer. The silence stretched on awkwardly, filled with the low hum of hollow projectors and footsteps from passing personnel. John felt acutely aware of every eye on him. He hadn't expected this, not today and certainly not like this. Yet here they were, Ruby, Yang, Weiss, Blake, his classmates, his peers, and now, apparently, his fellow operatives in Lucid's war. He sighed heavily, forcing himself to meet Weiss's sharp gaze and Blake's questioning one. This just got a lot more complicated. Let me explain from the beginning. Chapter 82, A Culling Moon Part 7. The air outside Beacon's protective perimeter carried an indescribable weight. Within the base's walls, the world still felt like some reflection of normalcy: bright lights, reinforced structures, and people who moved with purpose, but never panic. Once John and his unit crossed the threshold of the safety field, however, the illusion shattered. The night pressed against him. Perpetual, suffocating, and eternal. The broken red blood moon loomed high above, its jagged edges glowing faintly through the haze of drifting sky mist. The landscape beyond the barrier was the same as always, a warped cityscape, with structures twisted by time and corrosion. Entire buildings leaned unnaturally, as though something had gnawed at their foundations. Glassless broken windows stared back like hollow eyes, and the silence beyond the barrier had a subtle feeling of violence in its scream. The faint hum of Lucid's invisible barrier fizzled out behind them, and silence swallowed everything in its wake. John swallowed and adjusted the gun and Yar pistol hanging on his hip. It was standard issue, matte black and boxy, nothing particularly sleek or elegant about it. His belt carried spare magazines that clinked lightly as he walked. He felt clumsy in the gear compared to his teammates. Ren moved ahead with confidence, his own two odd-bladed pistols cradled in steady hands. Oscar stayed just behind him, scanning their surroundings with a sharpness John couldn't help but envy. And Nora? Well, Nora carried her rifle like it was more of a suggestion than an actual weapon, humming lightly under her breath as if the oppressive night didn't touch her at all. Her massive warhammer was being twirled in her hand without a care. John wasn't sure how she did it. Curious sensation, isn't it? Nora said, breaking the silence. She spun her rifle once by its strap before settling it against her shoulder. Like the air's heavier, outside Lucid's base. Probably because it is, Ren replied without turning. John noticed the way his eyes constantly scanned the ruined streets. The environment is just weird. That's the dream for you, weighted with time and rot. Weighted, huh? John muttered, his hand brushing the edge of his magazine pouch. That's one way to put it. John was fairly prepared now for what to expect. Beyond the training he'd received, his solo expeditions in the dream were certainly an eye-opener for his future. They walked for several minutes in silence, boots crunching against cracked pavement. The streets stretched wide, but empty, lined with skeletal remnants of cars long rusted through. Broken billboards, glass, and even street lamps littered the place. Every shadow seemed alive. Every gust of wind carried whispers. Patrol Zone C-14, Ren murmured, checking the glowing tablet clipped to his wrist. A faint map projection outlined their sector, pulsing with red lines to indicate mist density. Our objective is to sweep 3 blocks east, then double back through the industrial row. Report and neutralize any rank 0s and 1s, nothing more. John nodded. Nora seemed unbothered by the tension. She kicked a loose stone across the cracked road and grinned. First patrol for John? Don't worry, if anything jumps at you, just scream and spray bullets until it stops moving. Nora, Ren said sharply, though his eyes softened when he looked back at John. What she means is, stay calm, controlled bursts, don't waste your ammo, trust us to cover you. Right, John sighed. They were treating him as if he was fragile. I got it. I won't be panicking. This isn't really my first rodeo in the dream, you know. Ren gave him a brief nod of apology. In any case, it was easier said than done. As they traveled further along their route, a faint sound rippled into their ears through the dark. A wet shuffle. Ren raised his fist instantly, signaling the unit to halt. John readied his gun, heart steadily beating in his chest. His ears strained, and there it was again, the unmistakable scrape of claws against stone and low, guttural breathing. From the mouth of an alley, a shape lurched forward. It was the size of a large dog, but twisted into something monstrous. Its body was a mess of sinew and shadow, its eyes glowing faintly red behind its white mask. A rank 0 Grim. John remembered its name from the combat simulations. Hound. Contact, Ren whispered. One target. Nora's grin widened. Oh, come on, that's it. But Ren gestured to John. Take it. Me. First patrol, Ren smiled, his eyes steady. Might as well get you started on your other stats, and well as train the precisions of your shots. The creature crouched low, snarling softly. Its jaw split open too wide, dripping with black ichorous saliva. The darkness seemed to curl around it like a cloak. John raised his gun, finger hovered on the trigger. He exhaled slowly. Controlled bursts, don't miss. The Grim barked an unholy screech-like roar and lunged towards their unit. John squeezed the trigger. The weapon barked, muzzle flashing red under the blood moon. Bullets tore through the dream creature's chest, splattering black ichor across the pavement. The creature staggered, then collapsed into the black ash, dissolving into nothing. The echo of the gunfire faded into silence. John lowered his rifle slowly, slightly giddy, from the dopamine release of successfully killing a Grim with his new weapon. I got it, he whispered, almost disbelieving. Nora whooped, slapping him on the back hard enough to nearly knock him forward. Nice shot, Johnny boy. Look at you, a sharpshooting Grimslayer already. Ren nodded with approval clear in his gaze. Good job, remember that feeling. Control, aim, and execute, nothing more. John smiled at that, but next time he was going to use his new sword. Idly, John reviewed the system's notifications. Rank Beast Hound slain. Runes received, 10. John Arc. Rank, 0. Aura, 0. Will, 0. Body, 6. Runes, 24. John's plan was simple in theory. Push his body to 10 before touching anything else. It wasn't just pride, though there was that too. He'd watched Ren, Nora, and even Oscar move with frightening efficiency, superhuman speed, strength, and control, and he wanted that. Aura and Will could wait. Without a rune skill yet, adding points to Aura for rune-tech rifles would be wasted effort. As Ren had bluntly told him earlier, with a low Aura pool, you'd barely squeeze out a couple of rounds before burning out. So John had chosen the path of the body. Muscle, speed, reflex, something tangible, something he could feel every time his heart pounded. The unit's route carried them deeper into Vale's forgotten industrial blocks. The streets narrowed into shadowed canyons of cracked asphalt, rust-streaked loading docks, and empty warehouses looming like hollow giants. Broken windows gaped like teeth. Every alley seemed to breathe with waiting darkness. They'd already culled 2 hounds and a creep, nothing serious, just practice. John had begun to steady his rifle hand, learning to exhale before each shot, watching for the unnatural twitch of Grim movement against the shadows. During drills earlier in the day, Ren had explained something that made everything click. Something that had confirmed John's earlier theory when he had noticed how Grim would always seem to know where he was. See, the Grim weren't hunters in the normal sense. While they could smell and track blood, they also had the ability to sense life itself. Anything living in the dream realm was like a bonfire in their senses, a blazing flare against the void of the dream. Awakened could learn something similar too. They could learn to sense the echo of aura capacity and the strength of individuals through it. Grim, though, were born with their special sense. They were drawn to life and hungry to end it. So patrolling was less about searching for Grim and more about waiting for them to arrive. John and Oscar rotated through kills, practicing spacing and timing. They moved in tandem as they'd drilled earlier, Oscar holding the line, John covering flanks. It was starting to feel natural. Oscar, with his body stat of 9, was terrifying to watch. He handled his rifle one-handed at times, sweeping bursts that shredded Grim like paper. When a hound had leapt at him earlier, Oscar had stabbed it midair with a quick thrust of his short sword and slammed its spine first into the pavement, hard enough to crater asphalt. His movements were precise and confident, each step a reminder of the gulf between him and John's own. John wasn't on his level. Not yet, at least. But at least his shots landed truer with every fight, and even his reloads felt smoother. Ren and Nora kept their distance, their eyes were sharp, but hands were idle. Rank 0 kills meant nothing to them now, no runes meant no progress. Their job tonight was to make sure the rookies didn't get eaten. Then came the sound. A low and resonant growl from above. It vibrated in John's chest before his ears could name it. Oscar's rifle snapped up instantly, and Ren's head turned sharply skyward. Contact! From above, something massive dropped from the rooftop of a 10-story building. The impact was strong, concrete ruptured like glass, and spiderweb-like cracks raced outwards as the street buckled. Dust and debris burst into a choking cloud. Through the haze, it emerged. A Beowulf Alpha, the first that John had ever seen outside of simulations. Its mask was a lupin's skull that stretched into a snarl. It had large, jagged teeth that glinted in the dim light of the blood moon above. Its body was corded muscle and shadowed fur, with claws long enough to carve stone into furrows. Red eyes burned with a cruel intelligence. The dream creature radiated power and command, the weight of a predator that didn't fear anything. Alpha, Ren barked, twin pistols flashing into his hands. Nora on me. On it, Nora's grin was feral as she hefted her hammer, excitement blazing in her eyes. The Alpha threw back its head and howled. The rooftops erupted. A dozen glowing red eyes ignited the darkness, the rest of the pack. Rank Beowulfs poured down the buildings in a frenzy. They didn't climb like wolves, didn't even descend like hunters. Rather, they scrambled downward like monstrous apes, claws carving trenches into concrete, ripping chunks of rebar and stone free as their bodies skidded and bounded down the vertical surfaces. The night bled with noise. Screeching claws, crumbling masonry, and the metallic tang of ruptured pipes accompanying falling debris. Every howl seemed to vibrate through John's ribs, layered into a chorus of hunger that grew louder by the second. Ren's voice cut through the cacophony like a blade. John Oscar, clear the pack. The Alpha lunged first. It hit the street like a collapsing building, claws digging furrows so deep the asphalt cracked in spiderwebs around it. Every swipe from its massive arms carried shockwaves of air that rattled the street, sending pebbles dancing and rusted trash bins toppling. Ren's pistols flashed with rapid arcs of silver, Nora's hammer swung with all the force of a crashing truck, and sparks lit the night where steel and claw met. Their clashes weren't just loud, it was thunder, quake, and violence manifest. The lesser Grimm swarmed. Oscar left, John snapped, instincts rising with his pulse. The boy was already in motion. His stats made him a storm-given form. His rifle roared in precise bursts, masks splitting, limbs flying. One Beowulf leapt for his throat, and Oscar, seeing this, sidestepped and slashed through its neck in a clean blur. The boy then pivoted and ended another with a single shot between its glowing eyes. It was terrifying to watch, a mixture of efficiency and perfect economy of motion, like a predator that had chosen to walk upright. John himself was locked in, pressing back to back with him, their movements syncing from practice. His gun tracked a shape dropping from a wall, exhale, squeeze, the round ripped through a Grimm's palm mid-leap. It crumpled in midair, momentum bouncing it across the pavement before it got up to try and fight again. Another, closer one, lunged, faster this time, too fast for him to bring the rifle up. His hand moved without thought, pulling free his new sword. Steel flashed. The sharp blade tore clean straight through the creature's chest, splitting it in half before the pieces even hit the ground. The two halves flopped onto the street beside him, shadows melting into ash almost instantly. "Nice, John," Oscar barked, stabbing his short sword through the throat of another and kicking it away. "Thanks," John shouted back, adrenaline surging hot in his chest. He wasn't dead weight. Not tonight, and hopefully never again. But the swarm pressed harder. They came in snapping waves, silhouettes leaping from rooftop shadows, claws raking sparks off concrete, jaws lunging for flesh. Their red eyes burned like lanterns in the dark, multiplying until the street seemed flooded with them. One lunged low, faster than his eyes could track. John dropped to a knee and shoved his rifle into its chest. 3 shots rang point blank, the recoil jolting his shoulder until the beast went limp and collapsed into smoke at his boots. "To right," Oscar barked. "I see it," John twisted, firing on the blur streaking from a wall. His rounds split its mask midair, the creature slamming into the pavement so hard it cracked stone before disintegrating. The street had become a war zone. Ren and Nora held the Alpha at bay, their battle a maelstrom of sound and force. Every swing of Nora's hammer detonated like artillery, the ground spiderwebbing with cracks. Ren's pistols moved faster than sight, twin arcs of silver carving glowing streaks into the alpha's thick hide. The beast's roars boomed through the block, drowning out even the chaos of the pack, while its claws shredded chunks of stone with every missed strike. Nora's laughter rang sharp and manic, counterpoint to Ren's measured calls. Together, they kept the monster from breaking through. Behind them, John and Oscar fought well, within the teeth of the horde. Every shot mattered, and every swing meant life or death. Their backs pressed together, their circle of space shrinking with every lunge of claws and gnashing jaws. John's rifle clicked dry, his gut dropped, no time to reload. He cursed, throwing the weapon aside, blade flashing in both hands now. The sword became an extension of his body, meeting claw and fang in arcs of desperate steel. He blocked a jaw from closing around his arm, turned and split another's leg in a spray of black ichor that hissed before dissolving. His movements were relentless, swing after swing, deflecting, cutting, and driving forward. It was harder to kill them now that they were surrounded. He could only deflect attacks meant for Oscar's back and block those meant for his head. John's thoughts drifted amidst the battle to what the simulation training had granted him. In Beowulf packs, especially packs led by alphas, Beowulfs became smarter. Their coordination, prowess, and even basic physical strength seemed to increase ever so slightly, when in the presence of a greater rank one-leader class entity. It was part of what made them pack creatures, after all. John and Oscar combined should have been enough to easily put them down. However, the fight was admittedly more strange than it should have been. The Beowulfs that Oscar and John were fighting were indeed stronger, but oddly enough, these ones had even more power than they should have had with only a single alpha in their midst. But all that meant was that John couldn't afford to be weak. His new unit was counting on him. And then suddenly, the world shook with the sound of a roar. It was a noise like thunder that detonated above them, ripping through the night. The shockwave hit like a hurricane, blasting dust into John's eyes as his body was hurled backward. He and Oscar both staggered in midair, bracing carefully as their metal boots skidded across the cracked asphalt and landed hard. John blinked through the haze and froze in surprise. Another shadow had appeared, larger, darker, and heavier. A second alpha stood on the rooftop, framed against the broken moonlight. For a heartbeat, it was still, the red glow of its eyes burning down at them with predatory certainty. Then its claws ignited with red blood-like energy. Jagged lines of runic light flared along its talons, crackling like molten electricity. And in that instant, the beast launched itself downward in an explosion of force. The air screamed as its body cut through it, a streak of clawed destruction aimed straight for their center. Nora turned, hammer braced in both hands, as her grin twisted into a war cry. The new alpha hit her like a meteor. The impact was cataclysmic. Air warped in a shockwave that tore across the street, blasting dust, rubble, and shattered stone outward in all directions. Nora was launched back like a ragdoll, her massive hammer barely absorbing the blow. She slammed into the side of a warehouse with bone-shaking force, the wall caving inward around her body before the whole structure groaned and collapsed in a shower of debris. The ground quaked, the air reeked of ash. And John, through the dust-choked chaos, realized they might be screwed. Chapter 83, A Culling Moon Part 8. To clarify, it wasn't John's unit who were about to be screwed, but the Beowulfs. The impact that had launched Nora vanished into a haze of smoke and ruin. The collapsed warehouse wall shuddered beneath the crater that she had made. The shockwave still rippled in John's bones, his ears ringing from the sheer violence of it. And yet, despite the devastation, he smiled. Not out of cruelty or because he wanted to see Nora hurt. No, John grinned because he knew better. In practice earlier today, he'd seen the way her body soaked up punishment that would flatten anyone else. Nora Valkyrie wasn't the type to fall quietly. She was the type who got louder, brighter, and far more dangerous the harder you hit her. Her rune skill, Discharge, was nothing short of terrifying. Similar, at first glance, to Oscar's ability to redirect his own momentum or Yang's volatile buildup of explosive power, Nora's variant took everything one step further. When struck, crushed, or launched through stone and steel, Nora could absorb the force, metabolize it, and turn the trauma into raw, furious electricity. Every broken wall was a battery, every shockwave was fuel. And right now, the second alpha had just given her a feast. The new alpha snarled, its rune skill, claw was still crackling around its arms, tearing through the broken pavement as it launched forward again, a blur of speed despite its massive frame. Its growls shook with challenge, primal fury burning in its glowing eyes as it tore toward the ruined warehouse where Nora had disappeared. John's focus caught something else, movement on his right. Ren's pistols barked once, twin streaks of light forcing the first alpha back in a stumble. Its roar shook glass from the windows above, but Ren didn't linger. In a blink, he blurred into motion, the soles of his boots striking sparks as he sprinted. John braced himself. This was a situation they had already trained for. In a second, Ren was already there. One moment, John and Oscar stood firm, holding their ground against the remnants of the swarm, and the next Ren was behind them, arms like iron bars hooking under their torsos. And before John could process it, his stomach lurched. He was airborne. John groaned, legs flailing as the teen hauled him effortlessly up across one shoulder, Oscar slung over the other like they were sacks of flour. It wasn't graceful or dignified, but Ren wasn't aiming for either. His eyes were locked on the battlefield, his jaw tight and every line of his face rigid with determination. However, John could see his face slowly morph into a disturbingly scary grin. Like he was about to enjoy the spectacle that was about to occur. And in the next instant, John understood why. The dust began to clear. Through the dissipating haze, the world slowed to a crawl in John's perception. His body stat allowed him to see every detail in clear clarity, the sheer, impossible spectacle unfolding before him. Electricity. Massive arcs of it tore free from the ruins where Nora had landed, searing white-blue streaks that split the darkness like cracks in reality itself. Bolts danced across the shattered concrete, crawling up the rebar skeleton of the collapsed warehouse. Metal groaned, walls flickered with luminous veins, and the smell of ozone burned into John's lungs. And at the center of it all, Nora. She rose from the crater like something out of myth, her silhouette engulfed in a storm of lightning. Strands of hair floated weightless in the electric field, her armor glowing with outlines traced by arcs that danced across her skin. For a moment, John could only stare. She looked less like a girl and more like a miniature thunder god given flesh. A war goddess sculpted in lightning. The very air vibrated with her presence. The steps she took crackled with energy discharging into the ground and leaving molten footprints where her boots touched earth. The dust around her vaporized further into mist, rising like steam from the sheer heat of her presence. John's own grin widened, heart hammering with exhilaration. That's Nora, all right. The new alpha faltered in its charge, just for a heartbeat. Its predatory momentum wavered as its glowing eyes locked on the radiant storm that Nora had become. The creature growled, its claws twitched and shoulders rose as if it could feel the static crawling across its black fur. Apparently, even monstrous dream creatures could hesitate before that kind of raw, incandescent fury. But only for a second. It lunged again. Faster, harder, and straight for the storm, as though to tear it apart before it could fully form. Ren didn't wait to see the outcome. His grip tightened, his muscles coiled, and he vaulted with impossible strength, carrying John and Oscar with him as he bounded clear of the battlefield. The cracked street blurred beneath them as they landed atop the husk of a delivery truck, rubble sliding from its roof with the impact. Brace for impact, Ren barked once, voice tight with manic amusement. John twisted on his shoulder, still half-wrapped in Ren's iron hold, eyes straining toward the warehouse. And then he saw it clearly. Nora's head was tilted back, her grin wild and her teeth were bared. Lightning pulsed from every pore, her presence was now no longer a passive shimmer but a raging storm. Her warhammer gleamed white like the core of a sun, electricity crawling up its length, arcs snapping from the head to the ground in jagged cracks. The earth itself trembled. John's breath caught in his throat, awe overtaking everything else. This was the moment. This was Nora's turn. The alpha raced toward her, its claws wreathed in crackling red energy, its growl an earth-shaking roar as it carved a path of destruction through the street. Every step tore stone asunder, every bound shook the world. But Nora didn't move to dodge. She welcomed it. The night illuminated, shadows fleeing, every rooftop, every shard of glass reflecting the storm made flesh. All the Grimm seemed to pause to look at her. The rank 0 Beowulfs, which were once mid-scramble after John and Oscar, faltered at the sight, their howls caught in their throats, their red eyes shrinking against the blinding light. For a heartbeat, every lesser Beowulf turned as one. Their eyes burned red in the fractured light, slavering jaws dripping shadow as they twisted toward the incandescent beacon that was Nora. They felt her. Her life force was akin to a sun in the eternal night, radiant and impossible to ignore. Every instinct that drove them screamed hunger, obsession, and the endless craving for the living. And though the presence of 2 alphas had tempered their movements, sharpening them beyond the mindless frenzy of lesser Grimm, at their core, they were still beasts. They craved her, wanted her, needed her flesh. The dozen surged forward, claws raking and howls splitting the night. The swarm blackened the ruined street like a tide of tar and teeth rushing toward the storm's heart. Slow motion swallowed the world for John. He could see every detail, every spark, every ripple of air warping from the heat. His pulse roared in his ears, but not with fear, with anticipation. Because Nora Valkyrie was no longer just fighting. She was about to commence a slaughter. And the Alpha, the dream creature that had dared launch her into the rubble, was about to learn what it meant to give fuel to a storm. That storm did not wait. Nora Valkyrie vanished in a blast of force that turned the very air inside the warehouse to a cannon's roar. One instant, she stood wreathed in arcs of lightning. The next, she was gone, a corona of energy exploding outward in her wake. The rubble beneath her boots disintegrated, chunks of concrete atomized into dust and glass that glittered in the aftershock. The warehouse's skeleton of rebar screamed as if alive. Molten sparks cascaded like tiny meteors amidst the night sky as the building's ruin collapsed further into itself. And then came the thunder. The shockwave spread like a tidal wave, a low, bone-shaking boom that pulverized the asphalt of the street, rattled windows half a block away, and left John's teeth aching in his skull. His ears rang, his vision blurred, yet his eyes tracked her, always her, as she cut across the battlefield faster than thought. The first Alpha, scarred from its clash with Ren and Nora earlier, hesitated. Its claws flexed against the ground, its growl caught halfway between defiance and unease. It backed away with a leap, muscles taut with something alien to its kind. Not rage or hunger, but wariness. Perhaps it recognized something in her. Perhaps it simply understood instinctively what the others could not. It didn't matter. Because Nora was already there. She appeared in front of the second Alpha in an instant, her form blurred by speed that left afterimages of lightning burning across John's retinas. One moment she was distant, like brewing storm on the horizon, then she was at the beast's chest, hammer already mid-arc. She spun. Her whole body rotated in a devastating vertical motion, momentum coiling through her frame, feeding into the warhammer that had become an extension of herself. Electricity crackled and screamed, her silhouette etched in white fire as she brought the weapon down in a singular, apocalyptic strike. The Alpha tried. It raised its arms, claws braced against the impossible blow. A curiously human gesture, one John recognized all too well. He had seen it in countless duels against Beowulfs, those flashes of mimicry, the way Grimm imitated humanity as though the echo of their prey lingered in their creation. But this echo was useless. The hammer fell. The sound was neither a crack nor a boom. It was a detonation, a sonic cataclysm that seemingly tore apart the world in every direction. The Alpha's block shattered instantly. Its arms buckled and claws snapped like brittle glass beneath an impossible weight. For the briefest instant, John could almost believe he saw its body ripple, like water struck by a falling meteor. Then the electricity surged, and the beast liquefied. It wasn't just broken or torn apart, it was unmade. Its form dissolved under the simultaneous assault of concussive force and raw current, arcs splitting its body into fragments before the storm consumed them. And the shockwave, God's the shockwave. It annihilated the street and every other Beowulf in the area, disintegrating them into ash just as it had, their wayward Alpha. Asphalt split like kindling, the ground peeled open in fractures that spewed dust and flame. Cars were hurled end over end, metal crumpling midair like paper. The very truck Ren had leapt atop with John and Oscar, and now bracing behind, flipped sideways, crashing into the ruins of a nearby building in a groaning avalanche of brick and steel. The concussive blast rolled outward in a dome of destruction, flattening everything in its radius. Broken windows shattered further into clouds of diamond dust. Power lines whipped loose like dying serpents as poles toppled across the block. And then silence. Choking dust billowed in the aftermath, swallowing the street in a thick, blinding haze. The ringing in John's ears was deafening, his heartbeat the only drum that tethered him to the present. He coughed, blinking grit from his eyes, clutching the overturned wreckage of the truck for balance. Beside him, Oscar was pale, wide-eyed, his lips parted in shock. Ren crouched low, one arm braced across the wreckage, eyes locked forward, expression still adorned with an unsettling grin. Cautiously, they peeked from behind the truck. Through the thinning fog, the battlefield was revealed. A crater. It wasn't simply a dent in the ground, but a molten wound carved into the earth itself. Asphalt bubbled like tar around its edges, glowing with heat. Rebar curled and wept, concrete hissed where arcs of electricity still danced across its fractured surface. The smell of ozone, ash, and scorched metal clung thick in the air. And at its center, Nora. Her chest rose and fell in exhilarated breaths, every inhale pulling the storm deeper into her lungs. Lightning still clung to her form, coiling across her arms, crawling into her hammer, sizzling against the earth at her feet. Her grin was wild, unrestrained, almost feral with joy. Her eyes glittered through the haze, twin stars burning in the night. She wasn't just simply standing in that crater. She owned it. For a heartbeat, John forgot to breathe. His mind flickered back to a memory, Glinda Goodwitch during orientation, her voice cool and sharp as she had explained the nature of Rank 1 awakened. "They are not ordinary combatants," she had said. "Rank 1s are also known as..." She had paused, letting her words hang heavy in the room before delivering the name history had given them. Building Breakers. Chapter 84, Respite Part 1. The overturned truck groaned as John pushed himself free of its dented side. It was a good thing that Lucid's rune frame armor technology was sturdy as hell. John wasn't even hurt from that massive shockwave. His boots crunched through shards of safety glass scattered across the ruined street, each step stirring faint coils of smoke that still rose from the molten cracks in the asphalt. The air hummed with residual ozone and dust, like the aftermath of an industrial explosion. For a moment, he just stood there staring. The battlefield that stretched out in every direction was a tableau of annihilation. Cars lay flipped on their backs like dead beetles, their frames still arcing with static. The walls of buildings closest to the crater were half collapsed with their facades ripped open, exposing broken interiors and their innards. And in the center of it all, Nora stood. The crater pulsed faintly with residual energy, the edges glowing hot, like the street had been turned into a forge. Every grim that had plagued him and Oscar only minutes before, the slavering swarm they'd struggled to dodge, wound, and wear down, was gone. Their remains were little more than drifting ash dissolving into the nothingness of the night air. John let out a low whistle and turned his head, catching Ren's profile. Ren stood with the steadiness of someone who had long since trained his body to recover quickly, no matter how violent the storm. His face, however, Ren's face betrayed him. For a second, John saw it. A flicker of awe, thrill, and that manic grin from before still echoing faintly at the corners of his mouth. And then, as if catching John's stare, Ren blinked and smoothed it all away. His expression snapped back into the mask of calm, quiet apathy he always wore. John chuckled under his breath. It was so Ren, cool, unflappable Ren. But sometimes John had to remind himself he wasn't some stoic veteran or hardened mercenary. He was a teenager, just like him. And honestly, could John blame him? What Nora had just done, it was cool as hell. Oscar, though, not so much. The boy was slightly pale, his freckles standing stark against skin that appeared drained of blood. His short sword trembled slightly in his grip, though whether it was from wariness or simple exhaustion, John couldn't tell. His eyes were wide, darting between the molten crater and Nora's crackling silhouette like he wasn't sure if he should be terrified or impressed. John was about to nudge him, maybe crack a joke to lighten the mood, when Ren's cough cut across the silence. "Nora." His voice carried, calm but steady, across the ruined block. The storm goddess in the crater stumbled once, her shoulders dipping as if she were suddenly very, very human again. Then, just as quickly, she straightened and broke into a jaunty skip toward them, lightning still popping faintly from her boots with every step. John arched a brow as she drew near, noticing the faint drag in her posture, the way her breaths came sharp and deliberate. "You good?" he asked. Peachy, Nora grinned, though there was a telltale tiredness behind her eyes. "That took a lot out of me, however." At John's raised eyebrow, she elaborated with a little puff of exasperation. "My rune skill's great and all, but it eats aura like pancakes at a festival. I can pull off something huge like that, sure, but keeping it up? Nah, not unless I figure out how to control the discharge better. I need to learn how to scale it down, less Thor, more portable battery." She rubbed the back of her head sheepishly, lightning flickering between her fingertips. "Until I reach comprehension of it, though, it's kinda like all or nothing. Big kaboom, and then," she mimed, collapsing onto the street. Still, her grin sharpened, eager again, "I've already got plans for my next rune skill. If I can create the one that I'm aiming for, then, oh man, it's gonna be awesome. 2 rank 1 rune skills. Can you imagine? Of course, I'll need to reach comprehension for both eventually, which means, lots and lots of practice." Ren's mouth curved into the faintest smile. "Your form was good. The momentum carried through perfectly." The wild grin she gave him in response was brighter than any lightning bolt. John blinked at the sudden warmth between them. He glanced sidelong at Oscar, who seemed to have noticed the same thing. Their eyes met. Before either could comment, a low, malicious growl broke through the happy mood. Their heads turned. Before them, beyond the glowing crater and the shattered remains of the street, movement stirred in the dust. From the shadows of the collapsed warehouse, the first Alpha stepped forward. It was scarred and charred from the earlier battle, and the subsequent attacks, black hide split with rents that still oozed faint wisps of black ichor. It had clearly taken damage from the residual shockwave of Nora's attack, but it somehow seemed unfazed. Its hunger unending. One claw dragged against the asphalt as it moved, its body low and its crimson eyes burning hotter than before. It hadn't charged when the others did. It hadn't thrown itself into Nora's storm. It had waited. John's stomach did a small flip. The damn thing was smarter, wary, patient, even, as patient as a Beowulf could possibly be, he supposed. And now, while Nora's shoulders slumped and her aura was low, while their breaths were still catching in their throats, it was ready. A hand clapped softly on his shoulder. Another settled briefly on Oscar's. Ren stepped forward. The boy's face was the epitome of calm, even as the Alpha's red eyes glared at them from the dark. His expression betrayed nothing, but his voice carried with an ease that stilled the weight in John's chest. Nora showed off her strength. His gaze flicked toward her, the faintest warmth in his tone. "I can't very well fall behind now, can't I?" John blinked, then grinned despite himself. His heart kicked up. He knew what was coming. Ren was going to use his rune skill. If Nora's was overwhelming force, an unrestrained hammer smashing everything in sight, then Ren's was the scalpel. Precision incarnate. Trajectory. John had seen Ren demonstrate it in training before. A dagger thrown that turned midair and found its mark even when Ren's back was turned. Bullets ricocheting from steel plates, curving at angles that seemed impossible until they landed dead center on the target. Each time, it looked closer to choreography than combat. John's eyes gleamed as he watched Ren walk forward, crunching glass shifting against his deliberate steps. The Alpha tracked his approach, muscles tightening and the ragged wounds along its black hide steamed with black ichor. But then Ren was gone. In a burst of blaring speed. One instant, he was striding calmly. The next, he was above the monster's head, suspended in midair like he'd teleported. His custom dual-bladed pistols glinted in the broken light as they snapped down. Bullets kissed the air and rained down like drops of silver liquid. The Alpha snarled and dodged back, muscles rippling as it slipped clear of the line of fire. Sparks should have hissed where the rounds kissed asphalt, but none did. Because the bullets never fell. They hovered in midair. John's jaw parted slightly as he realized what was happening. The shots, which hung frozen in the air, glowed faintly as if caught by invisible strings. Ren landed lightly, rolling across cracked pavement, and immediately started circling the Alpha. His arms moved in a steady rhythm, each squeeze of the trigger sending another bullet spiraling through the chaos. Left, right, crossfire, every shot curved off target, deliberately wide. And yet, each one, at the end of their journey, hung suspended, orbiting the beast like tiny satellites. The Alpha growled, hackles rising. Its glowing eyes flicked between the hovering bullets, the unnatural geometry of them warping its instincts. But hunger outweighed confusion. It lunged. A streak of blood-red energy exploded from its jaws, fangs extending unnaturally wide with its rune skill bite. The chomp carved through the air, doubling its reach, a maw of crimson energy snapping straight for Ren. John felt the air shift, a pulse of fear jabbing into his ribs. But then, the first bullet struck. A sudden volley slammed into the Alpha's jaw mid-lunge. Its head snapped to the side with a jerk, the crimson bite scattering into fading sparks. And before it could recover, the rest of the bullets moved. They cut inward all at once, trajectories converging like a pack of wolves striking in perfect harmony. They slammed into the beast's legs, tearing through sinew and bone with surgical precision. Every impact was angled and every shot purposeful, crippling tendons and shattering joints. The monster stumbled, crashing onto one knee with a roar of rage. John exhaled hard. "Holy hell," he muttered. Even Oscar beside him looked more than impressed. Ren didn't even look back at the beast. He had turned around and strode back towards the squad, as calm as a cucumber in a salad. The Alpha was broken, but not yet dead. It tried to rise, planting one claw into the ground and lifted its head, jaw opening for another warped crimson chomp. But then suddenly, its body stiffened. John frowned, something was off. The beast froze, trembling, like some unseen hand had just driven steel straight through its spine. Then, in a sickening lurch, its head toppled free of its shoulders. The massive skull hit the asphalt with a dull thunk, rolling twice before dissolving into drifting ash. John blinked, disbelieving for a moment. Only then did he notice. Ren's pistols were gone. John's eyes darted, scanning the ruined street, the still glowing crater, the fragments of glass. He hadn't seen him drop them. He hadn't seen him throw them, but they weren't in his hands anymore. A moment later, something arced through the air. The pistols flew back toward Ren like loyal hawks returning to their master. Without looking, he reached out, caught them clean, smooth, holstered them in a single practiced motion, hooking the bladed edges back into place against his waist. Not a word or a glance, just a calm, cool silence as he turned and began walking back toward them. John's lips parted slowly, then tugged into a grin. That bastard. Ren had thrown his own weapons, probably mid-dodge, mid-flip, just to score style points. The blades which were attached to them had sliced straight through the Alpha's neck, decapitating it. Ren made it look like the Alpha had simply just been outclassed. "Unbelievable," John muttered, shaking his head, though he couldn't stop the admiration in his voice. He actually threw his damn guns. Chapter 85, Respite Part 2. The shift was still quite interesting to John. The difference between the eternal darkness of the dilapidated city and the sterile expanse of reinforced walls, cables, and terminals buzzing with faint light. They were back. No one spoke at first. The patrol had ended without any further encounters. The Alpha Beowulf was their last fight of the night. John had half expected another ambush, something waiting in the wings, but Ren had explained with certainty that it wasn't likely. The Alpha was a remnant, clinging to the edges of what had once been a nightmare zone. When those were cleared, scraps tended to remain. Creatures like this were certainly dangerous, but they were mostly isolated. John had filed the thought away. Another bit of knowledge about how this strange dream logic world worked. The numbers, however, were far more immediate. He now had 74 rune fragments. He'd looked over the amount twice already, and both times, the total made his chest thrum. Combined with what he'd gathered before, it was enough to push his body stat to 7. That alone had his pulse racing, strength, speed, endurance, all surging vastly past the boundaries of normal human limits. Another layer of muscle, of force, of survival. Oscar had fared even better. The boy had managed to nearly double what John had collected during the swarm. He even had enough to enhance his own stats mid-fight. John was glad for him, though he noticed that Oscar still seemed quieter than usual. Maybe that was just exhaustion. Or maybe it was the Alpha's Crimson Rune skill, its jaws snapping with the weight of inevitability, that had shaken him. And Nora had been apologizing for the last 10 minutes. Really, I didn't mean to, it just kinda went boom, and then everything was gone. She mimed the shockwave with her hands, then wilted a little when Oscar smiled politely but said nothing. John clapped her on the back with a laugh. Don't sweat it, Nora, you saved us a hell of a lot of work. He added quickly when she turned her wide eyes on him, still worried. Seriously, I don't think either of us wanted to deal with 20 more of those things. You basically cleared the board. Oscar nodded after a pause. It's true, your attack was effective. That seemed to appease her, and she returned to her usual bounce, though John caught the way Ren gave the faintest of smiles as they walked. Together, they passed through security and checked into the main terminal hub, just inside the outer perimeter. The terminals had hollow screens that projected areas of nightmare zones and teams currently in mission. Ren moved to one of them and keyed in a code, his fingers a blur across the keypad. John was starting to get into the groove of it now, team status updates, mission completion, tallies. Everything had to be logged and accounted for. Lucid was nothing if not thorough. They stood in a loose line behind him as he typed, waiting. John let his gaze wander. There were others here tonight. A small cluster of students from Beacon loitered near another briefing station. Their rune frames were faintly scuffed up from their fights today. A few wore expressions of exhaustion, and others whispered together in low tones. 2 figures stood out immediately. The first was hard to miss. Tall, broad-shouldered, stocky in a way that made him look like he'd been built for football rather than the bizarre dream wars they were trapped in. His face was half-shadowed by the massive war mace he slung across his shoulder, but John recognized him anyway. Sardine. He was fairly sure that was the name. Or was it Carton? No, Carton, yeah. Last week, John had seen him paired with Blake Belladonna during chemistry. A memory flickered of Carton demeanor and Blake's unimpressed words shutting him down flat. Now the boy was standing straighter and more serious for once, delivering his report directly to Glinda Goodwitch. The woman's stern profile didn't waver as she listened, typing into her hollow tablet, her glasses reflecting the screen's glow. Next to Carton stood another familiar face. Ren's chemistry partner. John's brows drew together as he studied them, trying to recall their name. Sky? John wasn't sure. He'd only caught a glimpse during class when partners were assigned, and yet here they were, part of this same hidden war. It was jarring. When John had first stumbled into all of this, he'd assumed it was limited, an unlucky handful of people caught in something bigger than themselves. But every new face he recognized here was another reminder that the circle was apparently wider than he'd thought. That there were more of them walking this double life, balancing grades and teachers by day and nightmare hunts by night. He hummed under his breath, shaking the thought off. Dwelling on it wouldn't change anything. The hum of voices carried faintly across the space. John caught a snippet of Carton's report, something about grim density, weirdly increasing in his patrol sector. Ren finished inputting their own status and stepped back, brushing a strand of hair from his face. Patrol Zone C14 CLEARED. Reward distributed. Team status complete. Let's go, Ren said simply, and the 4 of them turned to leave. As they passed through the rows of terminals, John felt eyes on him. He glanced sideways just in time to catch it, Carton's gaze flicking toward him. Not measuring exactly, more so curious. John straightened reflexively, but before he could decide whether to nod or ignore it, the stocky boy looked away, turning back to Glinda without a word. His other 3 teammates didn't even spare John a glance. The moment passed, quiet as it came, and John exhaled. Not worth thinking about. The four of them slipped away into the corridor beyond, their boots echoing on the metal floor. Behind them, the operations room buzzed on, more students filing in and out, more reports, more quiet exchanges. Lucid never slept. Ren was the first to break the quiet. "That concludes our patrol," his words carried finality, like a line drawn across the night. "Good work, guys." Nora stretched her arms above her head with a yawn, a faint shimmer of electricity sparked across her forearm before fading away. "MMMH, I could eat like 3 stacks of pancakes, with strawberries, and whipped cream, and chocolate chips." Oscar gave her a small, tired smile. "I think you'd need to raid the entire cafeteria for that." "Don't tempt me," Nora shot back with mock severity, then laughed, shaking off her exhaustion in her usual explosive way. John found himself grinning despite the weight of the night. This, too, was part of it, the strange camaraderie that came after danger. That thin thread of warmth reminding you that you weren't alone. But even warmth had its limits, especially here. Ren slowed, then turned to the others. His posture never wavered, but his eyes softened ever so slightly as he looked at each of them. "We've done enough tonight. Rest well. We'll regroup soon." "Yeah," John said, nodding. "See you later." Oscar dipped his head politely. "Good night." His tone was soft, respectful, but John could see the fatigue beneath it. The younger boy still carried himself like something was out of place, caught between obligation and inexperience. Yet tonight he had fought. That mattered, John supposed. Nora gave a 2-fingered salute. "Later, Johnny. Sleepy tight and don't let the bedgrim bite." John chuckled, raising a hand in return. "Same to you, Nora." One by one, they each triggered their dream authority exit, granted by the system. Ren was first, his form dissolved and vanished. Nora followed a second later, and with a bounce, she waved and vanished. Oscar lingered a moment longer, meeting John's eyes as if to say something more. But in the end, he simply nodded once and was gone. John stood alone in the middle of the floor, his breath echoing faintly. The spot where his team had been was empty now, the dream space erasing all traces of their presence. Seeing how others vanished, using the authority was quite interesting, but that wasn't the main forefront on his mind. He clenched his fist. Today had been illuminating. He had known that rank ones were stronger than him, that anyone who had survived this long had to have pushed themselves past normal human limits. But knowing was one thing, constantly seeing it was another. Ren had moved with effortless efficiency, every strike measured and precise. Neither flashy nor overwhelming, like a river carving its way through stone. Seeing him in action had been like watching a machine designed for survival, honed by discipline. And Nora. John's mind replayed the moment of her lightning shockwave, the way the ground itself had cratered outward, every Beowulf within range turned instantly to ash. The sheer scale of it made his chest tighten. It hadn't even seemed hard for her. A swing, a spark, and then devastation. That was rank 1. That was the ceiling, or maybe the floor, of the kind of power available in this world. He wasn't afraid of it, not exactly. If anything, it lit a fire in his gut, because if she could do that, then what was stopping him? All he had to do was put in the work. Train, hunt, grind, milk Lucid for everything it could give him. His rune fragments pulsed at his call, the invisible currency of their strange war. With a thought, he funneled them into his body stat. The response was immediate. A surge of power rushed through him, like a tide sweeping across a shoreline. His muscles tightened, fibers knitting stronger, denser. His breath came easier, deeper. His senses sharpened, vision clearer, every sound around him ringing with faint detail. His skin prickled as if the very air recognized the change. It was intoxicating. Body 7. The number echoed in his mind, sharp and final. John rolled his shoulders, testing it. The movement was smooth, controlled, but underneath it was a coiled potential that hadn't been there before. A promise of speed, of strength, of sheer physical dominance. And yet, his lips thinned. To reach 10, he would need to kill 27 more Grim, 27, and that was just one stat. He sighed, the sound echoed heavy in the empty chamber. His other stats remained untouched, still sitting stubbornly at 0. No will, no aura, no anything. He was unbalanced, a brute force specialist in the making. John Arc. Rank, 0. Aura, 0. Will, 0. Body, 7. Runes, 4. But not for long. The grind was eternal. He flexed his hand again, staring at the faint shimmer of his dream body's outline. Stronger, yes, but not enough. Never enough. The thought should have been discouraging. Instead, John felt something stir in his chest, an ember of stubborn resolve. Because every step forward mattered. Every kill, every fragment, every sleepless night. The path might be endless, but it was his path. He could see it now, clearer than before. Ren's control, Nora's raw force, Oscar's quiet determination, each of them showed him pieces of what was possible, pieces of what he could be. All he had to do was keep going. Keep fighting. Keep grinding. John exhaled slowly, then looked up at the exit light above. His body still hummed with the aftershocks of his upgrade, a quiet thrum beneath his skin. All right, he muttered to himself, one step at a time. With that, he willed the exit authority to take him away. His form unraveled, and the dream fell away. Chapter 86, Respite Part 3. Blake paused. The faint, rhythmic writing of a marker against board filled the classroom like a metronome. The professor's voice droned on in the background, a flat monotone that somehow managed to make even dangerous chemical compounds sound about as interesting as boiling water. When combined with an oxidizing agent, the result can destabilize the molecular bonds, releasing heat and potential energy. This is, of course, why proper lab precautions must always. Blake tuned her out halfway through the sentence. It wasn't that she didn't care. Chemistry had its place. Understanding compounds, catalysts, reactions, all of it mattered in Lucid where rune-tech grenades and imbued weapons were standard fare. She knew it was important. She simply couldn't bring herself to care about it right now. Her golden eyes flicked across the room, pausing on one of the more recent additions to their ranks. John Arc. At the beginning of class, he'd offered her a quiet greeting, a simple, polite acknowledgement. No overbearing energy or forced friendliness, just a soft, hey. It was more than most people gave her. Yang had smiled at her too, but that was to be expected. They were technically in the same unit. It would have been stranger if she hadn't. Still, Blake had schooled her features into neutrality. It wasn't that she disliked Yang, or even that Nora girl for that matter. They weren't bad people, just too much. Yang with her constant teasing, Nora with her hyperactive enthusiasm. It was exhausting just being near them, like standing next to an endless current of noise. Ruby, her own squad mate, wasn't much better. Blake liked her, of course. Ruby had heart. But she was annoyingly naive, childish even, and Blake often found herself watching the girl flounder through conversations with people who were sharper, louder, or simply older than her. Ruby had potential, yes, but potential wasn't presence. And Weiss, well, Blake didn't even bother wasting the thought. The Schnee girl carried herself like she was above everyone else. Maybe she was, with her money, her training, and her family name, owning to the largest bank on Earth. SBC. That didn't mean that Blake had to care, however. No, the people she gravitated toward were those like Ren. Quiet, collected, laid back without being insufferable. Ren didn't demand attention or drain her patience. He simply existed, calm and unshaken, which was exactly the kind of stability Blake respected. Though even Ren, she admitted, could be too relaxed for her taste sometimes. Which brought her back to John Arc. The anomaly. He'd barely been around a week in school and only 2 days in Lucid. Already whispers spread through the base like wildfire. An anomalous awakening. The rules didn't apply to him, or rather, the rules had somehow, miraculously bent for him. Blake rested her chin on her palm, letting her long hair curtain part of her face, eyes half-lidded but analytic. The rumor was that a relic had interfered with his awakening. That was the only explanation which some of the more seasoned awakened were willing to entertain. Relics, those great, incomprehensible great runes, were the only things capable of breaking the dream's absolutes. The examples were rare, but everyone knew how great runes allowed non-awakened to enter the dream, even if they could only move within limits, and had no chance at advancement. And now John Ark. Her gaze lingered on him just long enough for him to notice. He caught her looking. Blake smoothed her expression, her eyes sliding back to the whiteboard with practiced ease. She didn't flinch or look away like she'd been caught. She simply shifted, as if she'd never been staring in the first place. It wasn't the first time today, and she knew it wouldn't be the last. Blake had questions, too many questions, really. Questions that John himself wasn't able to answer. She didn't trust anomalies. Anomalies meant danger, instability, broken systems, like what happened to Adam. She paused for a moment before shaking his name out of her head. It was best not to think of him at this point. In any case, those types of loopholes either got you killed or pulled you into someone else's mess. But despite herself, she was curious. What did the dream want with John Ark? Why would a great rune interfere with him? Who controlled it to do so? With the information block surrounding the great runes, not much was known about them besides their names and some of their simple capabilities. Destruction, choice, knowledge, and creation. More questions without answers. The scrape of a chair drew her attention. Yang, seating next to John, had noticed Blake staring. She leaned over to him with a mischievous grin plastered on her face. She whispered something quick, too low for Blake to catch. Whatever it was, John's reaction was immediate. His ears went red, and he shifted in his seat like someone had just dropped a spotlight on him. Blake almost sighed aloud. Subtlety was clearly not his strong suit. Her eyes flicked from him to Yang, who was barely containing her amusement, and back again. Then, John's gaze, hesitant, nervous, flicked in her direction. Once, then twice. Blake rolled her eyes and turned her attention back to her notebook, pen tapping lightly against the margin. She didn't need to guess what Yang had whispered. She'd been around the girl long enough to know the shape of her teasing. It was predictable, really, annoyingly predictable, but also somewhat endearing. Still, Blake found her thoughts circling back to him despite herself. John Ark, who had survived with a clumsy earnestness that shouldn't have worked but somehow did. Who hadn't collapsed under the pressure of traversing the dream alone, even when clearly out of his depth. It was a miracle he survived long enough for Lucid to find him. The professor droned on, scratching more equations onto the board. Something about bonds, energy thresholds, exothermic release. The words blurred together, just more white noise. Blake let herself drift again, eyes unfocused but mind sharp. She didn't know what John Ark was, a mistake, a danger. But she knew this much: anomalies didn't vanish. They grew, and sometimes they spread. They forced the world around them to change. And whether she wanted to or not, she was caught in the same classroom, the same patrols, the same dream. Would there be more cases like his? More people awakening at the age of 16, or perhaps 18, or who knows what? The thought made her stomach knot. If that was the case, there were going to be a lot of unfortunate deaths. Blake forced her features into a calm mask, pretending to jot down a note. To anyone else, she probably looked bored, distracted, indifferent. That was fine. That was how she liked it. But beneath the mask, she couldn't help watching him again, if only from the corner of her eye. John Ark. The anomaly sitting 3 seats away. The last class of the day, philosophy was always the quietest in the first few minutes. Students filed in, bags sliding to the floor, seats squeaking faintly as they settled. The professor hadn't arrived yet, which meant she could enjoy the soft lull of half-hearted chatter and the faint hum of the air conditioning before the chaos. Blake sat by the window, 3rd row from the front. She liked it here, close enough to hear clearly and far enough not to be in the spotlight. The sunlight cut across her desk in a soft band of gold, warming her arm as she rested her chin against her palm. She just opened her notebook when a voice drew her out of her thoughts. "Mind if I sit here?" John Ark stood by her row, backpack slung over one shoulder, an almost sheepish expression on his face. Blake blinked once, then gave a small nod. He slid into the seat beside her, exhaling as though he'd been holding his breath. For a moment, silence stretched between them, waiting. "So," he started, fingers drumming once on the edge of his desk, "how's school treating you?" Blake arched a brow at him. "Fine." He chuckled, scratching the back of his neck. "Yeah, me too. Busy though. Feels like the homework never ends." Blake gave the smallest hum of agreement. "That's school." They lapsed into quiet again before John tried once more, voice lighter this time. "Did you do anything fun over the weekend?" She glanced at him from the corner of her eye. "I went out to a bookstore." "Oh yeah, buy anything." "Just window shopping." Blake's tone was casual but honest. "I like the atmosphere. Quiet, the shelves, the smell of the paper. It's different than reading online." John tilted his head, considering that. "Online, huh? You're an avid web novel reader." "Yes," she admitted, "but it isn't the same. Bookstores are calmer, people don't raise their voices, nobody's rushing anywhere, you can just exist." He nodded at that, almost seriously, as though he was filing it away as an important truth. "That makes sense. I enjoy reading too, but I mostly do it from the comfort of my room. Haven't personally been to a bookstore in a while." Blake hummed in consideration. "So, what did you do over the weekend?" "I visited my family back in Ansel. Went to pick up my sister, Jade, for her new term in Vale University." She caught the strange tone in his voice, an undercurrent that hadn't been there before. Her mind drifted back to the explanation he had given her and Weiss 2 days prior about his experiences in the dream. The memory of his words lingered, sharp with unease. Yet now, listening to him, it appeared that something more had unfolded within that dream version of Ansel, something he had chosen not to share. Blake didn't pry further. She'd find out sooner or later, she supposed. After all, she knew better than to ask about heavier than casual conversation topics, where others could hear. Though, since he'd offered that piece willingly, she gave him a quiet nod in acknowledgement. In any case, it was also common knowledge not to talk about lucid matters during school hours. Too many ears and too much risk. Even with whispers and rumors around the base, the first rule was to keep civilian life and dream life separate. She appreciated that in John. Before Blake could decide if the conversation had run its course, another voice chimed in. "Is this seat free?" Blake turned her head. Pira Nikos stood there, red hair tied back neatly, smile as polite as it was practiced. She gestured to the seat on the other side of John. John blinked once, startled, then nodded quickly. Yeah, sure, Pira." "Thank you." She sat gracefully, setting her bag down by her chair. Blake studied her for a moment, though not obviously. Pira Nikos didn't need introduction. Everyone knew her. Even before her awakening, she'd been something of a star, an MMA champion who dominated her age bracket with precision and composure far beyond her years. There had been highlight reels of her fights on every screen for a while. Blake had even seen one or two, not out of fandom, but because they were impossible to avoid. After her awakening, Pira had toned down her MMA career. At least, officially. But even so, she'd gone on to win 2 more championships before retiring. Retiring at her age sounded absurd, but the reason was clear enough: fairness. The moment you ranked up, your body shifted. 10% of the dream carried back. Muscles, speed, reflexes, amplified. It didn't matter how careful you were, the edge was always there. An invisible weight pressing the scales in your favor. It wasn't fair to anyone else. And Pira Nikos, prodigy that she was, had already reached the peak of rank 1 right now. Blake had heard whispers, half rumor, half truth, that she'd comprehended 1 rune already. That she was simply waiting, accumulating experience before breaking into her second. Blake had to fight to keep her expression level. Compared to that, she was still struggling toward her first rune. Pira was already walking paths Blake could only imagine. When their eyes met, Pira gave her a small, polite smile. Blake inclined her head just slightly in return, not particularly warm. Neutral. John, for his part, looked like he'd just been caught between 2 planets colliding. He shifted in his seat, glancing between them before giving a weak laugh. "So, philosophy, huh?" Pira's smile widened by a fraction, amused but kind. Blake said nothing. The professor arrived then, tapping the board with the flat of a marker, and the classroom began to settle. Blake turned her gaze back to the window as the lesson began, though her mind wasn't entirely on the words. John Arc an anomaly, Pira Nikos a prodigy, 2 very different outliers sitting near her. And then there was her, notebook open, pen poised, pretending not to notice the weight of it. But she noticed. She always noticed. Chapter 87, Respite Part 4. Biology was not her favorite subject. It wasn't that she disliked it. Life sciences were fascinating in their way, with their diagrams of cellular processes and neat categorizations of organisms, but fascination wasn't the same as attachment. Pira Nikos had learned early that she had to reserve her attachment carefully, to the right things and to the right people. And the truth was, in biology class, there was little to hold on to besides a dry textbook. The teacher, Peter Port, was fun, however. Then again, perhaps he was channeling his own enthusiasm from the dream realm into his work. Apparently, that was the norm with rank 2s. In any case, she attended, front row as always with her notebook already open. Not because she needed the practice, her retention was excellent, but because people tended to expect it. Pira Nikos was a diligent, dedicated, and disciplined student. The sort of student who didn't just excel in fights, but also in classrooms. Well, not that she fought in public anymore, but that was her image, and maintaining an image was second nature by now. She glanced once toward the door, half without meaning to. The last time she'd had a class with John Ark was an entire week ago. Since then, she hadn't seen him here. She hadn't seen him in philosophy either. A reasonable assumption would have been that he'd dropped or switched classes. Students did that early in term. But then, down in the Lucid facility beneath Beacon, the whispers had started. An anomalous awakening. It was Weiss that had informed her about John Ark's curious circumstance. Weiss had phrased it as though John were some interesting animal to be catalogued, a new toy fresh from the vault of oddities. Pira had to admit that it was certainly interesting in its own way. See, anomalies didn't happen. That was the point. The dream had rules, harsh rules and sometimes unfair rules, but rules nonetheless. They were mapped, charted, and recorded over decades of sacrifice. There were still gaps in the map, nightmares which slipped through, bleeding into the world when not cleared in time, but those weren't anomalies. They were probabilities and misfortunes which were foreseeable in the grand scheme. But John Ark, him awakening at 16, and not even on his birthday, that wasn't mapped. That was, well, it wasn't supposed to exist. Pira had thought on it more than once, usually while her fists met the weighted training dummies in the training wing, or while sweat dripped down her jaw in the simulation rooms. She hadn't known him for long days, really, and their interactions had been limited to polite greetings and small talk. But he hadn't known who she was. And that, oddly enough, had left more of an impression on her than any anomalous nature of him ever could. Almost everyone knew who she was. The girl who shattered her age bracket in MMA, who lifted trophies twice her size with an expression as calm as if she were holding a teacup. Even among Lucid, she was known as the genius who carried her prowess into the dream as though it were only another arena. Pira Nikos, the untouchable, the unbreakable, the invincible. People admired her, idolized her, and even envied her. They didn't, however, approach her, not without an agenda, not without awe. Even here, at Beacon, where she shouldn't have been as famous as she should have been in Mistral, she was still Pira. It was exhausting. John Ark's blank expression, the faint tilt of his head when they'd first spoken, like he genuinely hadn't recognized her, had been refreshing in a way she hadn't expected. A relief. Now, as the classroom door opened and he stepped in, Pira found her eyes drawn to him without conscious choice. He looked about the same as he had last week. Blonde hair a little untidy, clothes neat but not obsessive, shoulders squared as though he was trying to make himself fit more comfortably in his own skin. Except, now he walked with purpose and there was something new in his step. She wouldn't have noticed it if she hadn't spent years cataloging footwork, momentum, weight distribution. He carried himself a little differently, not quite confident, but no longer uncertain, as if the ground beneath him had firmed since she'd last seen him. Weiss, seated beside her, noticed him too, but perhaps not the way she was analyzing him. Pira caught it in the way Weiss's gaze lingered on him, as though she were dissecting a specimen under glass. Of course Weiss would be curious. She was Schnee, heiress to the SBC, the richest conglomerate banking industry in the world. Curiosity and ambition ran in her blood. Weiss didn't look at people without calculating something. Pira kept her own expression neutral, though inside she felt a ripple of, what was it? Interest, caution, perhaps both. John scanned the room briefly, then caught her eye. "Hey," he said simply, offering her a small, unassuming smile as though they were old classmates rather than near strangers. Pira inclined her head politely. "Hello, John." He moved to take the empty seat beside her. The lack of hesitation in it struck her. Most people would have paused, second-guessed, tried to calculate whether they were allowed to sit so close to Pira Nico's. Others would have leapt at the chance, perhaps eager to make themselves more memorable. John did neither. He simply sat, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Weiss shifted slightly in her chair on Pira's other side, a flicker of irritation crossing her face. Pira caught it in her periphery and had to hide the small curl of amusement tugging at her lips. It seemed as if Weiss was still not a particular fan of John's. Their professor, Peter Port, began an exciting lesson about cellular respiration, marker squealing faintly on the board. Pira's pen moved automatically, her notes neat and efficient, though her attention was divided. Every so often, she let her gaze flick to her left. John was listening, trying at least. His brow furrowed faintly as the professor launched into cellular cycles, and he scribbled something down quickly. He carried himself neither like a prodigy or even a person of import, like didn't understand that he was someone extraordinary. And yet he was, by definition, an anomaly. Pira wondered what that felt like, to be thrust into extraordinariness beyond what a normal awakened would have been without warning at that. She had heard that he had went alone in the dream for a while before Lucid found him. A miracle he survived, or perhaps skill. In any case, he couldn't have even exited the dream without killing a Grimm, which meant there perhaps was a measure of skill involved. She herself was trained until there was no line between Pira the girl and Pira the prodigy. But John, he was a ripple where there should have been none. Her fingers tightened briefly on her pen. She forced them to relax at once. "Strange, isn't it?" Weiss comment, leaning towards her slightly with a whisper so soft that only a rank one awakened or above could have heard it. Her eyes were narrowed faintly, as though trying to pierce John's skull with her stare alone. An awakening that breaks the rules. Either he's very lucky or very dangerous. Pira's lips curved just slightly, though it wasn't quite a smile. Maybe he's both. Weiss huffed quietly, sitting back, clearly unsatisfied with the answer. Pira's gaze drifted back to John once more. He wasn't looking at her or Weiss. He was just here, a boy in a biology class trying to understand mitochondria. And for some reason, that made him more interesting than all the whispers combined. Philosophy followed directly after biology, though Pira found herself lingering behind in the emptying lecture hall. Weiss stood beside her, tucking her pen into her bag and snapping it shut with crisp finality. "Coming?" she asked, her tone implying the answer should be immediate. "In a moment," Pira replied smoothly, offering a polite smile. Weiss gave her a sidelong glance. She was perceptive in her own way, though she often wielded it like a scalpel, precise and clinical, but not always warm. She studied Pira for a heartbeat longer, then gave her a nod before heading towards the door. She must have figured that Pira wanted to talk to John. The classroom emptied, the murmur of departing students echoing faintly against the tall windows. Pira waited, sliding her notes into her satchel more slowly than usual, eyes drifting toward her left, where John had been sitting. But he was gone already. Pira's lips curved in a rueful half-smile even as her brows shot up in confusion. Of course, he didn't linger. When did he slip away? Perhaps Pira was more distracted with her own thoughts than she had realized. Truly an ordinary guy, John was. Except, of course, he wasn't. That fact still nagged at her. She had intended to say something casual. "How are you finding Beacon? Have you settled into the routine?" And then perhaps work her way toward the questions that mattered. Not bluntly or rudely, but carefully. How long had you survived in the dream before Lucid found you? What did you see? What did you fight? For someone like him, someone who shouldn't have awakened and yet was, those details could define everything. But the moments slipped away, as they so often did, leaving her with nothing but a faint ache of curiosity. By the time she reached philosophy, the seats were nearly filled. The teacher hadn't arrived yet, but conversation buzzed across the room, the mingling noise of dozens of students preparing for another hour of abstraction and argument. Pira's gaze swept across the rows automatically, habit more than intent, and stopped. There. John was seated already. Third row from the front, near the windows, a shaft of daylight catching faintly on his hair, and beside him, Blake Belladonna. Pira remembered her. She was quiet and polite. someone she had spoken with briefly during Lucid's year orientation, when the first-year group had been introduced en masse. She hadn't stood out much then, not compared to the more vibrant personalities like Yang Xiao Long, Nora Valkyrie, or the poised sharpness of Weiss. Blake had been reserved, her words measured, her eyes distant, a girl who kept her own counsel. Now, she sat beside John, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Pyrrha crossed the room with deliberate calm, scanning the rows until her eyes landed on him. John Arc sat in the third row by the window, Blake Belladonna already settled at his right. An empty seat remained to his left. Perfect. She slipped into it, setting her notebook and pen on the desk in one smooth motion. Is this seat free? She asked softly as she did. John glanced over at her, his expression lighting with easy recognition. Yeah, sure, Pyrrha. That was all, no hesitation or awe, no scrambling to impress her like so many others tried. Just a simple greeting, genuine and unaffected, before he turned back toward the front. It was refreshing. Blake gave her a faint nod in acknowledgement, then lowered her gaze to her own notes. Pyrrha mirrored the gesture, though a sliver of amusement curled inside her at the faint flicker of annoyance she thought she saw in Blake's eyes. Or perhaps she had only imagined it. So, philosophy, huh? John commented lightly, perhaps sensing the two girls' odd moods. Pyrrha couldn't help herself. A radiant smile bloomed lightly across her feature. The professor arrived shortly after, shuffling a stack of papers and clearing his throat before launching into the day's lecture. The three great traditions of moral philosophy, he declared, his voice carrying across the room. Deontology, consequentialism, and virtue ethics. Today we ask, what does it mean to act rightly? His words filled the air, marker squeaking faintly against the board. Pyrrha's pen moved in tidy, efficient lines, capturing definitions and examples, though her mind was not wholly on the lecture. Because she could feel it, Blake's gaze. Not constant or particularly intrusive, but present, a glance in their direction, subtle as the turn of a page, a shift of her head as if checking the clock, only her eyes slid toward John instead. Once or twice, toward Pyrrha herself. Most would not have noticed, but Pyrrha was not most. Her rune, once it had reached comprehension, had sharpened her senses beyond the ordinary. Awareness came easily to her now, the rhythm of footsteps in a hall, the subtle drift of weight in a spar, the nearly imperceptible focus of someone's eyes. Blake's attention was akin to a quiet pressure brushing against her awareness, like a ripple in still water. At first, Pyrrha assumed the obvious. Blake had recognized her. That happened often enough, too often. Students staring when they thought she wouldn't notice, whispers about the invincible girl. Fans who wanted to be near her, to claim some connection. She had long since grown used to it and grown tired of it. But then she realized, Blake's gaze lingered on John more often than it did on her. Her pen paused briefly in its neat march across the page. Interesting. Was Blake attracted to him? The thought wasn't absurd. John was a little charming, she supposed. He was quite approachable in a way that felt rare here. Quiet too, all things considering. Blake was quiet herself, perhaps even a little reserved. Maybe she saw something in him that mirrored her own nature. The idea of this curious guy being snapped up by a beautiful girl like Blake lodged an interesting emotion in Pyrrha's chest. She inhaled slowly, pen moving again, forcing herself back into composure. No, she was leaping to conclusions. Blake's interest was likely the same as everyone else's, curiosity. Because John Arc was an anomaly. Everyone had heard the rumors by now, an awakening that shouldn't have been possible. A boy with no training, and yet somehow alive. That kind of story drew attention like moths to flame. Of course Blake would watch him closely. Who wouldn't? Still, the thought lingered, as stubborn as it was irrational. Pyrrha allowed herself a brief glance at John, her cheeks warming before she could stop them. His hair was slightly unruly, and his handwriting was a mess compared to her own neat lines. His brow furrowed as the professor outlined Kant's categorical imperative, lips pursed in concentration. He didn't act like someone of importance, strong enough to change the rules of the dream, powerful enough to be considered an anomaly. And yet he had a ripple in the fabric of the dream. Blake's gaze flickered again, subtle as ever. Pyrrha felt her fingers tighten around her pen before she willed them to relax. She would not dwell on it. She would not spiral into foolish assumptions about Blake's intentions. Instead, she straightened, her focus shifting inward. Blake Belladonna was not her concern. John Arc perhaps was. She returned her gaze to the board, filling another clean line of notes. But the words blurred, the professor's voice faded, and the same question circled back again, as inescapable as the marker scent hanging in the air. What would become of John Arc? Chapter 88, Respite Part 5. The professor's words began to taper, his marker clattering faintly against the ledge of the whiteboard as he brought the lecture to its close. That is all for today. Consider the implications of each moral tradition for your next assignment. Where do your loyalties lie? Duty, consequence, or virtue? Dismissed. The room filled with the muted shuffles of students packing bags, the scrape of chairs against tile, the low hum of casual chatter. Pyrrha capped her pen and closed her notebook with practiced neatness, though her eyes lingered on the boy beside her. John Arc. He was a little slow to pack, fumbling with his pages of notes, brow still faintly furrowed, as though his mind lingered on the debate of categorical imperatives versus ends justify the means. He still looked ordinary, like someone who might forget his homework or someone who might laugh awkwardly at a bad joke. And yet, that ordinariness itself had become a paradox. Pyrrha inhaled quietly, then turned slightly toward him. It was a small risk, reaching out, breaking the polite barrier of classmate distance, but she found her words before she could second-guess herself. "John," she said softly. He looked up, blinking at her with the faintest trace of surprise, like he hadn't expected her to speak at all. "Would you like to walk to the clubroom together?" Pyrrha asked, steadying her tone into something calm, casual. "Since we're both members of the same club now, it might be good to get to know each other better." They're simple and reasonable, entirely justifiable. John's eyes widened for only a fraction of a second, then his eyes flicked towards his other side, toward Blake. Pyrrha's gaze followed, and for the barest instant her composure wavered. He wasn't answering yet. He was asking Blake, with his eyes with the subtle tilt of his head. And Blake, quiet, reserved Blake, returned the silent exchange without missing a beat. Her golden eyes met his, then dipped in a near-imperceptible nod. "I'll come too." "Sure," John said then, smiling faintly. "We can all go together." Pyrrha smiled in return, automatic and poised, but inside there was the faintest dissonance. Confusion. She replayed the moment. Had she been wrong earlier in her assumptions? Was Blake not simply a curious observer, but something more? The invisible current between the two of them felt a little practiced, familiar even. Her chest tightened for half a breath before she forced the thought away. No, she was being foolish again, spiraling into interpretations without evidence. Surely Blake was just interested, the way everyone was interested in John Arc, the boy who had somehow broke the dream's rules. "After you," Pyrrha said lightly, rising from her seat and gesturing toward the aisle. The three of them filed out, the professor's droning still faintly echoing in her ears. For all her efforts to remain composed, she was too aware of the strange little triangle they formed. Pyrrha to his left, John in the middle, and Blake at his other side. Like an equation whose balance she could not quite solve. Halfway down the hall, John suddenly stopped short, patting his head with an awkward laugh. Right, forgot something." Both girls glanced back at him curiously. He looked faintly sheepish, scratching the back of his neck. "There's a couple places I need to stop by before heading to the club. Totally slipped my mind earlier. It's on the way, though. Do you guys want to come along?" Blake's response was instant. "Sure, lead the way." No hesitation or guarded pause, just quiet agreement, her voice level but sure. Pyrrha blinked. The speed of the answer caught her off guard. And there it was again, that tug of unease, sharp and uninvited. Was this the real picture? Had she misread everything? Was Blake not simply curious but invested in John? And if so, was John inviting her, Pyrrha, along merely out of politeness? Was she about to intrude where she was not wanted? She hesitated, her throat slightly tight with the familiar uncertainty that came whenever the rules of battle didn't apply. Whenever victory was not earned with power and strategy, but with something as elusive as human connection. For a heartbeat too long, she said nothing. Then John looked at her, neither impatiently or coldly, just expectantly, his blue eyes carrying a question as plain as the words he'd spoken. And Pyrrha, feeling the weight of that gaze, forced herself forward. "Yes," she said, her voice as steady as she could make it. "I'll join you." The faintest relief softened John's expression, and he gave a small nod. "Great, then let's go." Pyrrha followed, her stride composed, her posture calm. But inside, the questions spun tighter. If Blake was interested in John, truly interested, then what did that mean? Did Pyrrha even have the right to dwell on it? She was not trying to steal anyone's man. She reminded herself of that firmly. This was not about romance or rivalry. It was simply about curiosity, about understanding, about what his existence meant for all of them. And yet, her hand brushed the strap of her satchel, tightening briefly before relaxing again. Even if Blake did have feelings for him, even if John one day returned them, wasn't she still allowed to want to know? The hallway lights gleamed faintly above as the three of them walked side by side, an odd little procession threading its way toward some unseen future. Pyrrha lifted her chin, steadied her breath, and pushed down he thoughts where it could not be seen. The training hall smelled faintly of lacquered wood and old polish. It was quieter than the simulation chambers in Lucid, less technological hum, more of a grounded, physical stillness. John pushed open the door with a certain familiarity, stepping inside without hesitation. Pyrrha and Blake followed a half-step behind, their shoes clicking softly against the smooth floorboards. It looked like a miniature dojo, old-fashioned compared to the sprawling modern facilities Beacon boasted. Tatami mats stretched across the center. Wooden weapon racks lined the wall. There was a clean, disciplined air to the space, like the residue of years of practice still clinging to the air itself. And in the middle of that stillness, a man stood. Third year, Pyrrha guessed immediately, judging by his bearing and looks. He was tall, athletically muscular, and had his gray hair tied loosely back. A wooden practice sword rested in one hand. Yet it wasn't his appearance that caught her attention, it was the way he moved when he turned to greet them. Graceful and fluid. Each motion was economical and deliberate, refined down to an art. Even the act of shifting his stance as he noticed John had a weight to it. No wasted effort. Pyrrha's comprehended rune pulsed faintly in her soul. She could sense subtle currents, threads of refinement in his body. She couldn't put words to it. It wasn't strength, exactly. Nor speed. Something else. Something hidden beneath the ordinary layer of flesh. Her instincts whispered that this was no simple upperclassman with a hobby for kendo. But she blinked, dismissing the thought. It was far more likely that he was simply that good, a swordsman honed through years of practice. She'd met his kind before in exhibitions. Their skill could mimic something superhuman, even if they were still bound to the normal world. Though, this was the first time she had sensed this feeling from a normal human, using her rune. John lifted a hand in greeting. "Hey, Grise." The man Grise gave him a nod and a faint smile. "You're back and with company." "Yeah, these are my classmates." John gestured between them. "Pyrrha Nikos and Blake Belladonna. This is Grise, he's been teaching me. You know, how to not chop my own feet off." His humor earned the faintest curve of Grise's lips. Pyrrha inclined her head politely. "It's a pleasure." Blake mirrored the gesture. But Grise's eyes sharpened when John spoke her name. Recognition flickered there, subtle but unmistakable. Pyrrha's stomach tensed. She knew that look. She had seen it countless times in tournaments, in interviews, on the faces of strangers. "He knows who I am." Her smile stayed fixed, polite, though inwardly she winced. "Please don't make a scene. Please don't bring it up." Thankfully, Grise only inclined his head in return. "I've heard of your career," he said simply, voice neutral. No praise or fawning commentary, just acknowledgement. Relief loosened the knot in Pyrrha's chest. John, oblivious to the tension, scratched at his cheek. "So, sorry I haven't been around the last 2 days. Things got busy with other after-school stuff." Pyrrha understood instantly. Of course he couldn't tell Grise about Lucid. The organization was secret for a reason. To everyone outside it, John was just another student juggling commitments. Grise studied him for a moment, then raised a brow. "Other activities, huh? You've improved quickly for a beginner. Skipping practice so soon is dangerous. Your fundamentals still need work. I know, John rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. I'll try to make it when I can, but my schedule's going to be tighter from now on. There was a pause. Pyrrha watched the exchange closely. Grice's eyes lingered on John for a fraction longer than necessary, as if amused by something unseen. Then, slowly, he nodded. Tuesdays and Thursdays, I have a free block before classes end, Grice said at last. I can open the dojo earlier on those days. If you're serious, find me here then. Otherwise, you'll stagnate. Got it, John brightened faintly, relief and gratitude slipping into his voice. Thanks, Grice. The older student's hand came down lightly on his shoulder, a gesture both supportive and oddly scrutinizing. Then, with nothing more, he turned back toward the racks, resuming his quiet work. John waved goodbye, motioning for Blake and Pyrrha to follow him out, even as other students started to fill into the small dojo. As the door slid closed behind them, Pyrrha let out the faintest breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. Grice, his movements had been like water poured into the shape of a blade. She couldn't help but wonder how her own skills might compare against his. The competitor in her longed for the test, yet she knew it would be no fair measure. Not now, when she was walking this half-life between worlds. 10%, that's all her true strength she retained in reality. 10% of a peak rank 1. Against a normal human, even one at the height of skill, she could never test herself honestly. It would be like bringing a storm to a duel. She pushed the thought aside. It wasn't the time for vanity. Grice seems like a good teacher, Blake said quietly as they made their way down the hall. Yeah, John smiled faintly, but there was something subdued in it. He's been patient with me, more than I probably deserve, to be honest. Pyrrha studied his face for a moment. The brightness didn't quite reach his eyes. Something else weighed there, some other thought tugging at him. He led them upward, toward the 3rd floor. His pace slowed slightly, as if each step made him heavier. There's one more stop before the club, he said finally. Something I asked someone to research for me. I'll explain later. Blake's brow furrowed minutely, but she didn't press. Pyrrha, however, caught the flicker of hesitation in John's voice. The way his shoulders seemed to tense. Whatever this stop was, he wasn't looking forward to it. The stairwell opened onto a quieter corridor, lined with clubroom doors. Music club, debate society, robotics workshop. Their footsteps echoed softly against the tiles. Then John stopped. Before them stood a heavy door, darker than the others, adorned in weird glitter, and its sign carved in odd red lettering. Occult Research Society. Only the enlightened may enter. Pyrrha tilted her head, surprise flickering across her face. Of all places. She glanced at John. His expression was taut, as if bracing himself against a blow only he could see. What in the world had he commissioned from them? And why did he look as though he would rather be anywhere else? Pyrrha folded her hands loosely in front of her, watching him with quiet curiosity. The air around the door felt heavier somehow, like the threshold itself resisted their presence. So this was the next piece of the puzzle that was John Arc. Chapter 89, Respite Part 6. Blake had to admit that the words on the door tugged at her in a way she didn't expect. Occult Research Society. Only the enlightened may enter. It looked quite similar to the covers of half the horror anthologies she'd consumed over the years, the kind of tagline you'd find printed in blood red on a paperback spine. In those stories, clubs like these always seemed to stumble into shadowed truths, sometimes by accident, sometimes because someone had already brushed against the supernatural and couldn't quite let go. She found herself lingering on the name, Occult Research. She had read plenty of novels where the occult was dismissed as smoke and mirrors, sleight of hand performed in candlelit basements. But there were others, darker tales, where the protagonists opened the wrong door, read the wrong passage, and uncovered things that were better left unseen. Obviously, she knew this was just a beacon club like any other. Students who liked ghost stories, horror games, mysteries, a niche, but nothing out of the ordinary. Still, standing here before the heavy door, her imagination tugged at her. She glanced sideways at Pyrrha. There was something in her gaze, calculated, curious, measuring the door as though it might reveal a secret. Maybe Pyrrha thought it was interesting too. Her eyes slid back to John. And here, Blake found something she hadn't expected. He looked uncomfortable. Not the nervous fidgeting of someone bringing new friends into a club, but tighter, like he was bracing for a blow. Almost as if he expected a jump scare. Blake almost smiled at the thought. It was oddly endearing, seeing him wound so taut in front of a plain wooden door with a stylized plaque. She half expected him to mutter something about horror movies and last words. Instead, he reached forward, took the handle and pushed. The door creaked open. And Blake felt a little confused. It wasn't some ghastly sight with flickering candles or chalk circles drawn on the floor. It was quite mundane, actually. The clubroom looked like any other at Beacon, spacious, with couches pushed to the sides, tables scattered across the room, and the faint hum of a hollow projector in the corner. Inside, a handful of students lounged. 2 of them sat shoulder to shoulder on the couch, a crinkling bag of chips propped between them, eyes glued to a hollow laptop that flickered with the grainy glow of a ghost documentary. The voice of a narrator droned on about mysterious cold spots and unexplained shadows, underscored by stock eerie music. Across the room, another pair hunched toward a large hollow screen hooked up to a console. A split-screen horror game painted their faces in shifting blue and red light, their controllers clutched tight as they barked half-panicked orders at each other. The shriek of a virtual ghost echoed through the speakers, followed by laughter and curses. Blake arched a brow. She had expected at least a touch more ceremony, something resembling the club's dramatic sign. This felt more like a casual hangout, equal parts horror fan club and after-school lounge. And then she noticed a girl. In the far corner, she sat cross-legged on the floor. Books were stacked in a small fortress around her, their covers filled with symbols and designs Blake didn't immediately recognize. Not cheap mass-market horror, but heavier literature, the kind that smelled of dust and forgotten libraries. The girl herself had a notebook balanced on her knee. Her pen moved steadily, translating the designs from one of the books into neat lines and curves. Blake's eyes narrowed, focusing. Not just symbols. Runes. Her breath caught for a moment before she smoothed her expression. There was no mistaking it. The strokes were too deliberate to be casual doodles. Interlocking sigils of the kind she had seen from The Dream. That wasn't horror fiction, that was real. Why is she sketching those here? Blake stole a glance at Pyrrha. The redhead's eyes had sharpened in the same direction, her eyes narrowed into a subtle focus. She had noticed too. Blake shifted slightly, crossing her arms as though merely settling in place, but inwardly her thoughts were already racing. The Occult Research Society might be stranger than she had assumed. Not just idle speculation involving ghost stories or video games. Perhaps they were something more. Her attention flicked back to John. The tight coil of tension in his shoulders had loosened, melting into something closer to bewilderment. His brows furrowed. He stepped into the room haltingly, as though unsure if he'd opened the right door. Blake idly wondered what was going on in his mind. What exactly was he expecting to see? But she said nothing yet. Instead, she let her gaze wander the rest of the room, cataloging details with her usual quiet detachment. The messy scatter of chip bags and drink cans on the table. The faint scent of incense or cheap air freshener, something sweet, meant to mask the smell of a dozen hours spent in an enclosed room. Posters of classic horror films decorated one wall, their stylized monsters frozen mid-roar. Everything looked simply like a harmless gathering of enthusiasts. That girl's notebook was interesting, however. Blake's fingers tapped idly against her sleeve, betraying the restless energy bubbling under her calm. She felt the urge to cross the room and angle herself over the girl's shoulder and confirm what she already suspected, to see if those runes matched the ones she had memorized from the dreamscape. She didn't, however. Instead, she stood silently beside Pyrrha, eyes lingering a moment longer before slipping back to John. Blake heard it, so soft she almost thought she'd imagined it. Of course, nothing crazy happens when others are around. John's voice was low and muttered, half swallowed by the faint laughter from the students playing their horror game. Her sharp ears, however, caught it easily. She was fairly sure Pyrrha caught it too. The slight tilt of the redhead's head suggested as much. But neither of them spoke at once, and for a moment Blake thought she might be the only one who cared. Then John's gaze shifted. It had already drifted past the gamers, past the chips and laughter, and fixed on the girl in the corner. Blake followed his eyes, the one with the fortress of books. The pen in her hand stilled. Slowly, she looked up. Wide brown eyes met theirs, confusion flashing across her face before something else slid into place: recognition. Realization. "Ah, John," she said, springing to her feet in a rustle of skirt and notebooks. "You came." "Mocha," John said evenly, though his shoulders had gone taut again. "Yeah, I'm here." The girl clasped her hands briefly, then stepped closer. "So, did you find the grimoire I lent you in Lightning?" "Grimoire?" Blake's brows rose before she could stop them. The word was theatrical, belonging in one of her horror paperbacks. And yet, Mocha's tone carried no mockery. She was perfectly serious. John's expression flickered. He reached into his bag and withdrew a slim, ordinary-looking notebook and handed it back. His voice was calm, but Blake didn't miss the faint crease of his brow. "It was interesting," he said, "but not really what I was looking for." Mocha snatched it from his hands with a kind of greedy relief, tucking it protectively against her chest. When she looked back at him, her eyes narrowed in a creepy way, as if both were in on something the rest of the room couldn't possibly understand. Like they were sharing a secret. Blake blinked, caught off guard, because if anything, John looked the opposite of conspiratorial. His lip curled faintly at the girl, Mocha's expression. Not enough to draw attention from the casual onlooker, but enough for Blake, and Pyrrha too, judging by the faint tightening at the corner of her mouth, to see it for what it was. Annoyance and disgust. She couldn't help but wonder why. Before she could ask, however, Mocha closed the distance entirely. Her hand latched onto John's arm in a glomp. "But wait, you'll want to hear this. I found lots of obscure weird texts. Some are apparently even older than anything that's available on the internet and even the books here. The ones you asked me to research, runes that heal, build barriers, and amplify strength. I think I might have found them." Her voice dropped lower, but Blake could still hear the fervor threaded through it. "Not sure if any of it is true, though. Lots of it is just trashy ritual stuff. Maybe you could join us today and see if one of the ritual ones could work." Blake's body tensed ever so slightly. Her eyes flicked to Pyrrha, who was watching with carefully polite detachment, though Blake saw the sharpness in her gaze. She had heard too. Blake turned back quickly, leaning closer to John. Her voice was a whisper meant for his ears alone, sharp and urgent. "You do realize," she murmured, "that Lucid doesn't allow information about the dream to spread among civilians." She felt him stiffen, saw his sheepish glance her way, the small shrug that tried to be casual but wasn't. For a moment she thought he might argue. Then slowly, Blake pieced it together. Of course. He was different, anomalous. He hadn't grown up inside the same rules she and Pyrrha had. He didn't have the years of orientation drills and the cautions about secrecy, at least before Lucid found him. When John awakened, there had been no structure around him and no mentor telling him what could and couldn't be spoken. He had stumbled in blind. If he wanted answers, where else could he have turned? Her irritation instantly softened into understanding. She sighed, then leaned closer again. "You really should fix this," she whispered. His eyes darted to hers, conflicted, then dropped to the hand still gripping his arm. Mocha had been watching them, confusion writ plain across her face at the whispered exchange. But her curiosity didn't linger there for long. It pivoted back to John, as though she couldn't quite pull her focus from him. "Why didn't you come by?" she pressed. "Didn't you say that you were going to pop back in here on Tuesday?" John exhaled, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "I was busy. Other after-school stuff." Mocha raised a brow. She didn't look convinced, but she let it drop. Blake, meanwhile, felt something tug at her awareness. She turned slightly. "Pyrrha." The redhead's eyes were on her. The look wasn't exactly curious, more puzzled, as though Pyrrha were trying to measure something she couldn't quite place. Blake wasn't sure why Pyrrha was looking at her like that. Most likely due to her being a little rigid with Lucid's rules. Blake wasn't fond of the memory correction runes that Lucid used to sanitize the public's knowledge, to strip away glimpses of the dream from those who weren't supposed to know. She'd never liked it, the idea of rewriting someone's memories like they were just words in a notebook. It was also quite a hassle to use. But it wasn't her place to decide what was right or wrong. In any case, what mattered now was John and the mess he had wandered into. Chapter 90, Respite Part 7. John felt Mocha's grip on his arm loosen for when her gaze drifted past him. He followed the line of her eyes and realized who she was staring at. Pyrrha. Something shifted in Mocha's expression, confusion melting into recognition. Her lips parted, and for a second it looked as though she'd forgotten how to breathe. "You're," she said, voice rising with excitement, "you're Pyrrha Nikos, aren't you?" John's eyes flicked toward Pyrrha instinctively. There was a pause, almost unnoticeable, where her shoulders seemed to sag almost imperceptibly, and where a sigh slipped out between her lips. Her face softened into something weary, unguarded, and almost irritated. But the moment was gone before it could settle. When she looked back up, her expression was flawless. A bright, polite smile bloomed across her face, warm but detached. John recognized it instantly. The exact same smile he'd seen her wear a couple of times when she was cornered into conversation by others. A smile polished by years of practice, the kind that could satisfy someone without revealing a shred of what she was actually thinking. "Yes," Pyrrha said, her tone steady, "that's me." Mocha all but bounced on her feet. I knew it was you. I wasn't sure at first, but wow, to think I'd meet you in person." Pyrrha gave a soft laugh. It was delicate, careful, and so well measured that John almost believed it. Almost. "It's always nice to meet someone familiar with my past work," she said, voice dipped in grace. "Yes, your past work?" Mocha echoed, tilting her head. "Your MMA career was truly a sight to see. I watched a lot of your matches online. You were practically untouchable out there. The way you moved, the way you handled your opponents, it was like watching art. It's such a shame that you quit, though." Mocha gave off a few mock punches in the air as if to imitate what she had seen Pyrrha do. But she looked more like a cute panda, attempting a few punches rather than a boxer. The practiced smile never wavered, but it now appeared to have a hint of amusement within. "I try to," Pyrrha said gently, "though Beacon keeps me quite busy with schoolwork." He could see through it. Pyrrha wasn't lying, but she wasn't here either. She was giving Mocha exactly what she wanted, the once heroic figure, the celebrity fighter. It was a flawless mask. But he'd caught the way her eyes dimmed in that first moment, the small sigh she hadn't meant anyone to hear. She didn't want this. And Mocha didn't notice. "Unbelievable," the girl gushed. "I still remember the finals from Mistral, when you ground and pounded that Adaljan prodigy with a single sweep. You were so cool. Honestly, I thought you'd be off competing in professional circuits by now, not." She paused, gesturing vaguely around the room. "Here." John knew he had to step in. If he let Mocha keep going, she'd keep pressing, and Pyrrha would be forced to keep up that mask until it cracked. Well, she had a lot of practice, so it was unlikely to happen, however. It didn't hurt to hold out a helping hand, now did it? "So Mocha," John said suddenly, shifting his weight to draw the girl's attention back to him. "You mentioned before about rituals, something you found in those texts." Mocha blinked, caught off guard by the interruption, but then her eyes lit up again with the same fervor she'd shown earlier. She pivoted toward him, her hands tightening around the notebook she still clutched. "Yes, I was telling you earlier. These texts I found, they're wild. Some of them describe runes and apparently users, many, many years ago that used them to perform amazing feats. Most of it's mixed in with, well, nonsense rituals, but a few of the diagrams line up with the patterns you were asking me about. I think if we tried." Out of the corner of his eye, John caught Pyrrha. The moment Mocha's attention left her, the redhead let out a subtle breath of relief, almost invisible if you weren't watching for it. Her shoulders dropped by a fraction, her mask finally loosening in the space of a heartbeat. John almost smiled. He hadn't imagined it. She really had been straining to keep that polite facade in place. Mocha, oblivious, pressed closer to him, still speaking quickly, still filled with that excited energy. She gestured with her free hand, eyes alight with excitement. "And if it's real, even one of it, heh." John raised a hand lightly, forcing his voice steady. "Maybe, but one thing at a time, right? Let's not jump to conclusions." Mocha pouted, clearly not thrilled at the brush-off, but before she could argue, John seized on another chance to redirect the conversation. Actually, he said, glancing between them, have you met Blake yet? She's in some of my classes, same as Pyrrha. Blake, who had been quietly watching, shifted a look at John. As if she didn't want to be introduced at all, however, she inclined her head politely. Her eyes shifted into a calm, unreadable look, but John caught the way she measured Mocha carefully, almost like she was filing away details. Mocha blinked, shifting her gaze. Oh, I don't think so, but I think I've seen you around the library. Probably, Blake said smoothly. I spent a little time there. The conversation shifted, if only slightly, and John allowed himself a small, private breath of relief. At least Pyrrha wasn't under Mocha's spotlight anymore. Still, as Mocha rambled on about runes and obscure texts, John's eyes flicked back toward Pyrrha one more time. Her expression was calmer now, but he remembered the sigh, the tight mask, the fleeting moment where her composure had slipped. It stuck with him, because John knew exactly what it was like to be forced into a role you didn't want to play. And from where he stood, Pyrrha Nikos had been wearing that mask for a very, very long time. Mocha's rambling finally slowed when a wide yawn stole over her face, her mouth stretching open unguardedly. She blinked once, before slapping a hand over her lips, looking suddenly sheepish. Wow, she said with a small laugh, shaking her head. That one was big. John tilted his head. It wasn't just the yawn. Now that the hyperactive sparkle in her eyes had dimmed for a moment, he noticed the faint puffiness beneath them. It was subtle, but it was there, the telltale shadows that spoke of poor sleep. Strange he hadn't caught it earlier. Her energy had been infectious, bouncing between them like static, distracting him from the details. Didn't get enough sleep yesterday or something? John asked. Mocha gave a dismissive wave, as if brushing away his concern. Kinda, just. Odd dreams. Well, nightmares, I guess. The last 2 nights in a row. All those horror movies must be catching up to me. John paused, the word sticking in his chest like a hook. Nightmares. He nodded once without thinking, then stopped. His stomach tightened as realization slid into place. Slowly, his gaze drifted sideways, first to Blake, then to Pyrrha. Both of them had already picked up on it. He could see it in the way their faces shifted, unmistakably serious. Blake's amber eyes were more focused now, weighing the implications. Pyrrha's mouth pressed into a faint line, quiet with calculation. They were thinking exactly what he was. This wasn't just bad sleep. Mocha could be connected to a nightmare zone. John wasn't an expert on them, not firsthand at least. He'd heard enough secondhand from Ren and Nora though, and that was more than enough. Nightmare zones weren't like the dilapidated, choked streets he'd been venturing into. While they were the hunting grounds of the weaker dream beasts, nightmare zones were also personal. They were drawn straight out of the worst terrors of the dreamer's subconscious and then somehow infected, twisted with grim until the lines blurred between the person's mind and the monsters lurking inside it. Ren had once told him about walking through a nightmare zone where the zone could whisper his name, accusing him of failures he hadn't even thought about in years. Nora had described fighting inside a zone where everything was upside down, the buildings bending and warping like funhouse mirrors, while creatures stalked them through reflections. John frowned at the memory of their stories. He'd never gone into one himself, whether fortunate or not, time was to tell. The idea itself was enough to make his stomach knot. And now Mocha. He looked at her again. She was fiddling with her notebook, tapping its spine against her knee absent-mindedly, as though she hadn't just dropped a bomb into the middle of their conversation. John drew in a slow breath. He wasn't sure what to make of her habits or her odd fixation on occult scraps. She had a careless attitude about chasing things in ways that put her too close to danger. There was also that dirty look she'd given him earlier, the one like they were co-conspirators sharing a dirty secret. John coughed slightly at that, remembering the image on the last page of the grimoire. In any case, it rubbed him the wrong way. But still, Mocha had a good heart. She wasn't malicious. Naive, maybe, overeager definitely, but not cruel. If she was truly caught in a nightmare zone, she'd be in serious danger, whether she realized it or not. And John wasn't willing to just stand by and let that happen. He didn't want her to turn into a Grimm. He clenched his jaw, weighing his options. It would be easier, safer, to keep quiet, to let someone else deal with it. Lucid surely had procedures for these situations. Mocha wasn't his responsibility. He had enough to worry about already. Training, surviving the dream realm, keeping his own secret anomalies under control. But the thought of brushing her off left a sour taste in his mouth. He'd made the mistake of standing aside once already in his life. Back when he was younger, back when he thought keeping his head down was the safer option. He remembered the shame of it, the way it had hollowed him out inside. But that was a story for another time. He wasn't going to do that again, not now. His eyes flicked toward Blake. She was watching Mocha carefully, her expression unreadable. John hoped that Blake wasn't the type to ignore something like this either. Pyrrha was the same. They were all thinking the same thing. Mocha didn't notice the silence that fell between them. She yawned again, smaller this time, and rubbed at her eyes with her sleeve. Ugh, I really should have gone to bed earlier. My brain feels like it's stuffed with cotton. John forced a smile, though his mind was racing. Yeah, maybe get some rest soon. Mocha gave a little salute with her notebook, grinning tiredly. Roger that. But John couldn't shake the thought that rest alone wasn't going to solve this. If Mocha really was entangled with a nightmare zone, time wasn't on her side. He pressed his lips together, his hand brushing against the strap of his bag absently. He didn't know what he was going to do yet, not exactly. But one thing was clear, he couldn't ignore it. Even if he had to walk into a nightmare zone for the first time. Even if it terrified him. Because Mocha might have been reckless, might have been frustrating, but she didn't deserve to face something like that alone. For a moment, his mind conjured a memory. A flash of red auburn hair and the slice of a sword deflecting torso-sized bullets. John sighed. Not this time. Chapter 91, Sleepless Part 1. John pinched the strap of his bag and let out a steadying breath. He'd had enough for one afternoon, Mocha's chatter about rituals, her sudden obsession with Pyrrha, and the way her eyes lit up like she was the protagonist of some occult manga. He needed air, time to think, and most of all, he needed to get Pyrrha and Blake out of here before Mocha started asking too many questions about other things. Anyway, John said, cutting into her babble with what he hoped sounded polite, this has been enlightening, but I've got a few more things to take care of today. Assignments. Club stuff, you know how it is. I'll come back tomorrow and He took a half step back, angling toward the door. Maybe if he was quick, she'd just nod and let him leave. Mocha froze. Her wide brown eyes blinked at him, twice. Then, without a word, she jumped forwards dramatically and wrapped both of her arms around his thigh. "Wah," John staggered, nearly tripping as she latched on like a koala. You don't want to do member tasks, Mocha wailed, voice cracking in an exaggerated sob. Her words drew every head in the clubroom toward them. You joined, but you don't care about me, about us, about the society, and now you're leaving me too, her voice hitched theatrically. To suffer alone. John froze like someone had just used a petrify rune on him. Around them, the other students, the gamers, the chip munchers, horror watchers, all turned with matching expressions of faint pity, faint judgment. As if they were silently telling him, you monster. How could you make her cry like this? John's face burned. He looked down at Mocha. She had her face pressed to his leg, shoulders shaking like she was mid-breakdown. Except, even through the performance, he noticed the faintest peek of her eye, watching him, gauging his reaction. You've gotta be kidding me, John muttered under his breath. He turned desperately to his supposed allies. Pyrrha's lips were twitching, not in sympathy, not in horror, but in thinly veiled amusement. And then, PFF ha ha ha, Pyrrha laughed, actually laughed. The sound was light and musical, and so at odds with her usual composure that John's ears went hot. She pressed a hand to her mouth as though trying to smother it, but her shoulders shook all the same. I'm sorry, she managed, eyes sparkling. It's just... oh, goodness. John gaped at her. And Blake, she looked like she was locked in mortal combat with her own expression. Her lips quivered, threatening to curl upward, but she stubbornly swallowed it down. Instead, she coughed sharply into her hand, turning her head like she was distracted by something on the far wall. It didn't fool him. Her shoulders were shaking with stifled laughter. Unbelievable, John hissed. Unbelievable, Pyrrha echoed, grinning outright now. John shot them both a pleading look. Aren't you going to? A little help here." Neither budged. Pyrrha examined her fingernails with exaggerated interest, and Blake tilted her head toward a bookshelf, studying it like it was the most fascinating piece of furniture in the world. They were abandoning him. With an audience staring holes into his back and Mocha hiccuping against his leg, John felt the last of his resolve give way. He sighed heavily, ruffling his hair with one hand. All right, fine, I'll join your ritual thing, just stop crying, okay." Instant transformation. Mocha's tears evaporated like morning dew. She sprang to her feet, beaming with the radiance of someone who just won the lottery. "I knew you cared," she sang, clapping her hands together. Her cheeks glistened with the last remnants of fake tears, but the energy pouring off her was pure joy. "See, he's one of us after all." John glared. "You." But Mocha paid him no mind. She snapped her fingers dramatically. "Begin the preparations." The other club members, apparently long accustomed to her flair for the theatrical, scrambled into motion. The gamers abandoned their controllers to drag away a low table into the corner of the room. The chip eaters swept away wrappers and crumbs. Someone dimmed the lights until the room was cloaked in shadowy half-darkness. John rubbed his temple. This was absurd. Still, his mind ticked on despite his embarrassment. There was no real danger here, none at all, because rituals, like the ones Mocha was talking about, were empty, at least in the way she imagined. Yes, runes existed, but only an awakened with aura could use them. According to what John had learnt from Lucid, all runes aside from the relics came from the system. Any other ones which were created from human hands were just scribbles. Without that inner reservoir, without that dream connection, they were just pretty designs in ink. Rune tech, however, was a different story, but that required aura to charge in the first place. Civilians like Mocha and her friends, they could scribble 1,000 chalk circles, light as many candles as they wanted, and it would do anything but cause a headache. So in a way, there wasn't anything to be worried about. At least not immediately. The only things John had to make sure was that she didn't come across any sensitive information in those books of hers. Mocha, radiant with excitement, was already bustling about, notebook in hand. She hummed as she drew symbols across sheets of paper, gesturing for others to place them in neat points around the room. Perfect, perfect. No, rotate that 190 degrees there. Yes, just like that. The energy in the room lifted with her, the mundane occult club now carrying the mood of a stage play. Everyone seemed invested. Everyone except John. He glanced sidelong at Pyrrha and Blake again. Pyrrha had regained her composure, but the faint trace of her earlier giggles lingered in her eyes. She caught his look and gave a helpless little shrug, lips twitching again as though holding back another laugh. Blake, for her part, was back to her usual cool mask. But when his gaze lingered, he swore he saw the tiniest smirk ghost her lips before she smoothed it away. Traitors, both of them. John sighed again, shoving his hands into his pockets. Whatever this ritual turned out to be, it wasn't worth the humiliation he'd just suffered. Still, as ridiculous as it all was, he couldn't quite shake the thought of Mocha's puffy eyes, the fatigue beneath her cheer. The odd way her nightmares had lined up with what he and the others knew about the dream realm. She was eccentric, overbearing, utterly exhausting. But she had a good heart. And if she was in real danger, John knew he'd never forgive himself if he brushed her off completely. Even if it meant sitting through this farce of a ritual. John folded his arms as Mocha darted around the room, snapping her fingers like a director marshalling a stage crew. Half the club was moving the furniture away from the center, and the other half were laying out scraps of paper covered in her chicken scratch diagrams. He still wasn't sure whether to be impressed by her conviction or worried by the sheer chaos of it all. When she finally darted over to grab a fat stack of notes from a low shelf, John's curiosity got the better of him. "Mocha," he said, raising his voice just enough to catch her mid-spin. "Where exactly did you even get all of these books?" She paused, blinking at him as though the answer should have been obvious. "The Vale Library, duh." John stared. The library. Well, some from there, some from the used bookstore on 4th Street. Oh, and a few from the occult book fair 2 months ago that occurred here. You'd be amazed at what people throw away when their grandparents pass away. She clutched the stack tighter, eyes gleaming. Priceless wisdom rescued from dusty attics. Priceless, right? John muttered. She plopped the pile into his arms before he could protest and twirled away again, calling to Morris about candle placement. John blinked down at the books now pressing into his chest. A mismatched collection, cracked spines, torn paperbacks, a few hardcovers that looked like they belonged more in a thrift shop bin than in a serious study. Still, his curiosity tugged at him. He carried them over to a cleared desk and began to flip through the topmost one. Pyrrha drifted over, ever polite, though her gaze was keen with interest. Blake moved more quietly, circling around to the corner where Mocha had been working earlier. Together, the three of them made a small island of focus in the midst of Mocha's chaos. John thumbed through a table of contents. Rituals for binding spirits, summoning familiars, enhancing one's fortune, he scoffed. This is like the bargain bin version of rune tech. There's no way any of this works right. Pyrrha leaned closer, her red hair brushing his shoulder as she scanned the page. There, colorful at least, she said diplomatically. Colorful was one word for it. The text was a strange blend of half-truths and wild invention. A diagram showing how to etch, fire, runes into a clay amulet with nothing but a nail. A chapter claiming that circles of salt acted as amplification nodes. Another suggesting blood was the true essence of runes. John resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Lucid had briefed him on exactly why this kind of material was tolerated. Runes were practically pop culture at this point, plastered across video games, card decks, even cheap anime merchandise. Even many kids had grown up doodling mock rune circles on their notebooks, pretending they could shoot fireballs or cast healing charms. What Mocha had here wasn't dangerous, just imaginative. The only thing strictly off-limits was anything pointing toward the dream realm itself. That was the line Lucid never allowed to be crossed. Which was why John skimmed the margins of Mocha's notes carefully. He frowned. Her handwriting was messy, spiraling across the margins in half a dozen different colors of ink. She had doodled little pentagrams and flame symbols, sometimes turning them into chibi mascots. But amid the chaos, he spotted something that made him pause. "Pyrrha," he said quietly, angling the notebook toward her. "Look." Scrawled in the corner was a messy block of text. 3 runes, incomplete overlap pattern. Possible significance, crossref, with John's request Tuesday. His stomach tightened. She actually did it, she followed through. Tuesday, he had casually asked her to look into 3 specific runes, more of a curiosity than a test of her reliability, if anything. And here they were mentioned, diagrammed in shaky pencil sketches across 2 entire pages. Blake's voice came low from his right. "She's been busy." John turned. Blake had pulled a hardcover onto her lap, a book that looked older than the rest. She held it delicately, careful not to let the spine crack further. Her amber eyes scanned the faded pages with quick efficiency. "All of this is nonsense," she said softly, "but she's thorough." She copied half a dozen variations of the same symbols and annotated them with page numbers, cross-references, like a researcher. John felt a flicker of grudging respect. As much as Mocha drove him insane, she wasn't just playing at this. She actually put in the work. "Anything about the dream realm?" he asked quietly. Blake shook her head. "No, it all frames things in terms of spirits, ancient forces, energy flows, nothing specific, though this one says something about seeing into a world unseen." Well, besides that last part, it was fine, John supposed. That was the last thing he wanted, for some overenthusiastic high schooler to stumble into concepts they weren't ready for. He went back to the notebook, flipping another page. This one was covered in more doodles, most useless, but at the bottom she had scribbled. "Visionary dreams, symbolic entry. If mind connects, maybe spirit connects too." John's pulse quickened. That was close, too close. She wasn't saying anything like nightmare, dream realm, or grim outright, but the phrasing echoed uncomfortably with things he'd heard in lucid briefings. Someone poking around too much could draw attention they didn't want. He felt Pyrrha shift at his shoulder, her presence suddenly very close. Her hair brushed the back of his neck, and with her leaning in to read the note, he felt the faint warmth of her breath ghosting against his skin. John stiffened slightly. Focus, focus." Do you think she knows anything? Pyrrha murmured, her voice soft near his ear. He forced himself to swallow, pretending his ears weren't heating up. No, he said firmly. She doesn't, she's just circling the edges. Still, he closed the notebook carefully, tucking it under his hand as if shielding it. Blake arched a brow at him. She had noticed his reaction to both the notes and Pyrrha's closeness, but mercifully didn't comment. John cleared his throat, eager for distraction. So, Pyrrha, you seeing anything dangerous? Her smile was faint, thoughtful, not dangerous, but earnest. She really believes in what she's doing. That much was obvious. Across the room, Mocha was directing with a manic energy, adjusting candle angles by centimeters, shuffling slips of paper until they made some bizarre star-shaped formation. Her face shone with unfiltered joy. And maybe that was what made John hesitate. If she kept poking, if she ever stumbled too close to the truth. He shook the thought away, not today. For now, this was just a farce, a performance, and all he had to do was endure it. Chapter 92, Sleepless Part 2. John set Mocha's scrawled notebook down with a small sigh, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Between her doodles, the half-serious footnotes, and the surprisingly earnest analysis of the 3 runes he'd asked about earlier in the week, his head was starting to hurt. It was too much nonsense mixed with just enough substance to make him uneasy. Beside him, Pyrrha leaned a little closer to skim a line or two more, her hair brushing his shoulder again. Blake had already wandered toward the neat little tower of books Mocha had collected on the corner table, flipping through them with a quiet focus that was very much her. Maybe she's taking this a little too seriously, John muttered, lowering his voice as he shut the notebook. As if summoned by his words, Mocha materialized at Pyrrha's side. She practically bounced on her heels, clasping her hands behind her back and tilting her head up at the taller redhead with wide, eager eyes. So, Mocha said brightly while waggling her finger dramatically. Are you two going to stay and watch us conduct the ritual too? It's going to be amazing, nothing like anything else on campus, I promise. John stiffened, waiting for Pyrrha to brush her off politely, the way he would have. Instead, Pyrrha blinked, tilted her head, and smiled that serene little smile of hers. Well, she said, her tone calm but curious, I suppose I don't mind. It could be interesting. John almost choked. What? But it made sense the moment he thought about it. Pyrrha was rank 1, awakened, trained, and someone who had seen the dream realm firsthand. Things like fake rituals, candlelight circles, and overwrought chanting weren't going to bother her. Compared to fighting actual nightmare constructs, this was almost tame. Mocha beamed like she'd just scored a celebrity endorsement. And you, she said, swiveling toward Blake, you'll stay too, right? Blake didn't answer immediately. She was still leafing through one of the older tomes, her eyes narrowing as they lingered on an illustrated diagram of an intricate rune circle. The light caught against her dark hair, highlighting the faint curve of an amused smile tugging at her lips. I wouldn't mind, she said at last, her voice smooth, a little distracted. This is fascinating in its own way. John's eyebrows shot up. Fascinating, really. Blake hummed, noncommittal, but her eyes flicked toward him with the faintest glimmer of humor. John frowned. He supposed, given her whole quiet, gothic edge, that this sort of thing probably did hold a kind of appeal. Dark rooms, whispered incantations, a dramatic leader with way too much eyeliner, yeah, he could see how it lined up with her vibe. Except, John noticed the way she kept flipping through the pages with steady precision, scanning not just the pretty pictures but the actual wording of the paragraphs. He recognized that look. She wasn't here for the atmosphere. She was analyzing, cataloging, and evaluating. Keeping an eye on things. Mocha, of course, missed all of that. She was too busy clapping her hands together with uncontained joy. Perfect, this is perfect. Pyrrha Nikos, the invincible, herself, and mysterious, cool Blake, the stars are aligning. You two are exactly the kind of members we need. Smart, strong, and beautiful. Pyrrha's polite smile twitched into something faintly strained. Blake, on the other hand, shut her book softly and turned her gaze on Mocha. Her amber eyes glowed faintly in the dim light, sharp and steady. Maybe, Blake said coolly, I'll consider it. Mocha's jaw practically hit the floor. Really? A flicker of amusement ghosted across Blake's lips. Like I said, maybe. John pinched the bridge of his nose again. Of course. Leave it to Blake to toy with her just enough to keep her happy while also keeping her at arm's length. He could already tell what she was thinking. If the club had books worth flipping through, if it was a convenient place to observe, then she'd keep herself welcome here. And that meant he'd have to keep on guard. Because as much as John trusted Pyrrha and Blake, he also knew he was treading dangerous ground. Asking Mocha to research runes in the first place had already been risky. He'd played it off with that dumb excuse about video games, but he knew full well that even sniffing too close to the dream realm without clearance was flirting with a breach of Lucid's policy. True, John hadn't known at the time that the information was censored. But now that he was a part of Lucid, responsibility naturally fell onto his shoulders. Blake was sharp enough to catch that, even if she hadn't said it out loud. John's gaze flicked between the three of them, Mocha practically glowing with excitement, Pyrrha smiling with that unshakable calm, Blake watching with unreadable amusement, and he felt a familiar knot of tension in his chest. This was going to spiral, he just knew it. Mocha, oblivious, pressed her advantage. I mean, think about it, with Pyrrha's skills and Blake's, sharp mind, our society could be unstoppable. We'd have credibility, we'd have passion, we'd have. Mocha, John cut in, sharper than he'd meant to. She froze, blinking at him. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, all right, he said, forcing his tone back toward casual. Pyrrha and Blake are just curious, that's all. They might not want to be roped into this long term. Pyrrha gave him a sidelong glance, the faintest curve of humor tugging her lips. She knew what he was doing, running interference. Blake simply tilted her head, closing the book in her hands with quiet finality. Mocha pouted for all of 2 seconds before bouncing right back. Maybe, but hey, a girl can dream, right? She winked at Pyrrha, then at Blake, like she'd already decided they were secretly interested whether they admitted it or not. John resisted the urge to sigh. He could already imagine how this would play out. Mocha wasn't going to let go of the idea easily, and knowing Blake, she might even encourage it just to keep the door open. Pyrrha would probably just smile and shrug, perfectly at ease no matter what nonsense she was dragged into. Which meant the burden of responsibility fell squarely on him. Perhaps it was a bad idea to invite them after all. John rubbed the back of his neck, the weight of Lucid's cautions echoing in his mind. Mocha's books were harmless, so long as they stayed surface level, but if she kept sniffing closer to real concepts... Well, thankfully it was just occultism stuff. John tapped the edge of Mocha's notebook with his finger, lips quirking into a small half-smile. All right, you've been hyping this up for a while now. What's this ritual actually supposed to do? Don't keep us in suspense. Mocha's eyes lit up like he'd just asked her to unveil the secrets of the universe. She clapped her hands together, practically vibrating where she stood. I'm so glad you asked, she said dramatically, lowering her voice like she was about to reveal state secrets. John leaned back in his chair, letting his expression fall somewhere between curious and amused. He knew this routine, Mocha winding herself up, her audience indulging her, and him stuck playing the straight man. He could almost hear Nora's voice in his head going, just smile and nod, John. Smile and nod. Mocha stepped closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially. This wasn't easy to find. Most rituals are just fluff, copy-pasted nonsense. But then, she jabbed a finger skyward, I found something. Odd scraps of writing in rune language. Actual rune language, scanned online. John tilted his head, raising a brow but letting a crooked smile tug his lips. Rune language, that's convenient. Her grin widened. I knew you'd get it. Most people can't even recognize the symbols. But me, she pointed proudly at herself. I could. Of course you could. Mocha, missing any hint of irony, pulled out her phone with a magician's flourish. See, there's this dictionary, an old one compiled by a girl years ago. She put it online, mapped out a bunch of the symbols, guessed their meanings. Nobody took it seriously, but... She tapped her screen and turned it toward him. I did. On the screen was a barebones webpage, black text on white, with rune-like scrawls listed alongside clumsy English guesses. John hummed softly. Wow, someone really went all in, huh? Mocha puffed up like he'd just validated her entire life's work. Exactly. so I cross-referenced the scraps I found with the dictionary and with some of the books over there. It took days, but eventually I pieced together a theme, and you'll never believe what it was pointing to. John rested his chin on his palm, lips twitching upward. "Try me." "The Eye of Insight," Mocha declared, eyes glittering. "A ritual that awakens perception beyond the mundane, to see what's hidden, to know the truth behind the curtain." "Aha," John said, nodding solemnly, like a man being told the plot of a new fantasy anime. "And all it takes is imploring the aid of a deity." That actually drew a short laugh out of him, though he smothered it quickly. "A deity? You mean like, pick one, anyone?" Mocha wagged her finger. "The text wasn't exactly specific, but I think I found the honorific name of a deity that could help us in that book over there." Mocha went to where Blake grabbed one of the smaller faded books and turned to a page filled with, you guessed it, rune language. A special circle, an offering, and the courage to ask. Across the room, Blake finally set down the she was looking at and sauntered over, her steps as casual as a cat's. She slipped into a chair in the corner, crossed one long leg over the other, and regarded Mocha with that aloof amber gaze of hers. "A deity, huh?" Blake echoed smoothly. "That's a bold claim. Will imploring the help of this deity really give you the eye of insight?" Mocha shrugged as though the detail was beneath her notice. Probably not. None of our rituals have worked so far, but it doesn't hurt to try. After all, what matters is the intent. Our occult research society was built to prove that the occult is real, after all." Blake arched a brow, faint amusement flickering in her eyes. John glanced between them, lips quirking again. It was like watching a seasoned chess player size up a kid who thought the knight moved like a rook. Mocha with boundless naive enthusiasm, Blake with razor-edged curiosity. Meanwhile, Pyrrha leaned lightly against the table beside John, arms folded, expression calm but intrigued. She didn't laugh or tease. She simply listened, as though the entire situation were a lecture worth attending. "Insight," Pyrrha murmured. "It certainly sounds ambitious." Mocha beamed. "Exactly, ambition is what drives discovery." "Or trouble," John muttered, though the smile still played at his lips. Mocha gave him a playful scowl, hands on her hips. "Oh, ye of little faith." He lifted his hands in mock surrender. "Hey, I'm here, aren't I? That counts for something." Her pout lasted all of 2 seconds before she spun back toward the others, practically glowing. By now, her club members had nearly finished transforming the room. The curtains were all drawn tight, choking out the light. Chalk lines sprawled across the floor in a rough circle, symbols copied from Mocha's notes etched unevenly along its border. John's gaze flicked to the side, where a pile of oddities had been stacked in plastic tubs. Feathers, coins, jars of colored liquid that he was fairly certain was soda, and a handful of dried flowers. He couldn't tell if they were meant as offerings or props. One member excused herself to fetch special candles from her locker, while another crouched to carefully retrace a crooked line of chalk. The atmosphere shifted with each passing second. The excited chatter dulled to murmurs. The heavy curtains and chalk circle gave the room a stage-like quality, half playful, half ominous. John glanced at Pyrrha. She was quite unfazed, and her relaxed posture radiated calm. Compared to the dream, this was probably fun to her, akin to children playing with things that didn't work. Blake looked a little sharper. She sat with her chin propped in her hand, her amber eyes intent on Mocha's every word. There was a glint there, curiosity. And John? Well, he was mostly just annoyed. Lucid wasn't just some fringe organization. It was a militaristic organization that went above and beyond to protect the world. Their reach spanned the entire globe, and their influence ran deeper than all forms of government. And they did all this while staying as a secret. If something even remotely, a cult, truly existed, Lucid would have dissected it, cataloged it, and scrubbed every trace from the public net long ago. Which made this whole thing feel like a waste of time to him. A glorified LARP session, dressing up with solemn oaths and dramatic rituals. Maybe Ruby would have found it exciting, maybe even charming in that wide-eyed way of hers. But John? To him, it just felt off, weird, in a way that settled under the skin rather than thrilled the imagination. However, this was just Mocha being Mocha. If he didn't play along, who knew what nonsense she'd try next. He just hoped they wouldn't have to tie up Morris for a fake ritualistic sacrifice this time. He watched as Mocha snapped her notebook open again, the pages crackling faintly as she flipped through them with the precision of a scholar, or at least, someone very eager to look like one. She crouched at the edge of the chalk circle that Morris was still completing. Her eyes darted between her scrawled notes and the patterns drawn on the floor. Morris had more enthusiasm than coordination and kept dragging chalk in slightly crooked arcs. Mocha had to lean over him and bark little corrections until the curves finally looked symmetrical. When Morris leaned back, she took over. Mocha crouched down, tongue peeking from the corner of her mouth in concentration as she sketched intricate smaller symbols inside the circle, careful flourishes which dotted the outer rim. John squinted at them. They seemed closer to messy approximations of runes than actual glyphs. Still, the care she put into each one made it look almost convincing. Finally, she rocked back on her heels with a proud little flourish. "There," she announced, brushing chalk dust from her fingers. "Perfect." John tilted his head, lips quirking faintly. "It looks pretty good. Let me guess, the chalk is also special." Mocha lit up, eager for the question. "Ah, I'm glad you asked. This isn't just any random chalk. It's ritual chalk, made from compressed lamb bone dust." Pyrrha was visibly surprised, while Blake arched a brow with quiet intrigue. John, on the other hand, let out a low whistle. "Compressed lamb bone dust? That's a little creepier than I expected." He leaned forward, examining the pale lines across the hardwood floor with new appreciation. "Of course it is," Mocha said proudly, puffing up like a peacock. "Rituals are all about intent. You can't just scrawl any random circle with sidewalk chalk and expect anything real to happen. The preparation matters, and that means using the right materials." John tapped his chin. "So you put all this together in, what, 2 days?" Mocha giggled, the sound bright and airy, completely at odds with the heavy, dark atmosphere she was trying to create. "Silly. No, I've had many of these material already prepared from previous rituals. It was the span of weeks, months even. I've been preparing things on and off, testing ideas, gathering supplies. But now," she spun toward the finished circle, arms outstretched dramatically, "this is my best preparation yet." She pointed at him dramatically, her other hand covering her face in a splayed-out manner. "You were the spark that lit the fuse for my passion of runes, John Ark." John fought the urge to cringe. "Guess I should have known better." While she basked in her own grandeur, the other club members began changing into robes. Black fabric whispered as they shrugged them over their heads, the room filling with the faint smell of dust and mothballs. It still looked more like a discount stage production than anything sinister, but the solemnity with which the students carried themselves made John bite back another amused chuckle. Then Mocha turned, holding up 3 folded bundles of fabric like sacred offerings. "Here," she said, pressing them into John's hands. "For you, Pyrrha, and Blake." John unfolded his. Black, like the rest, except his had his name stitched neatly along the hem in looping red thread. He stared, slowly dragged a hand down his face, and sighed. "Of course." Pyrrha's robe was plain. Blake's too. They both hesitated, sharing a faintly uncomfortable glance, but neither of them voiced protest. Pyrrha offered her practiced smile, the one she used whenever she'd rather not offend someone, and slipped it on with quiet grace. Blake followed suit more reluctantly, tugging the fabric over her shoulders like it was a mild inconvenience rather than a costume. John, meanwhile, caught the awkward stiffness in their postures and felt a petty little flicker of triumph. "Good, now they know how it feels. Laugh at my expense, will you?" He tugged his own robe on last, muttering under his breath, "Great, my very own uniform." The ritual atmosphere deepened. The last of the curtains were drawn tight, plunging the room into shadow. At that moment, the missing member returned, arms laden with thick, black candles that glistened faintly in the dim light. The sharp tang of wax filled the air as they were distributed and placed carefully at marked points along the chalk circle. Mocha clapped her hands sharply, commanding attention. "Offerings." Her members moved like actors hitting their cues. At the cardinal points of the circle, they set down 4 objects. To the north, a single gold coin, gleaming faintly under the weak overhead lights. "Divinity," Mocha said proudly. To the east, a small bouquet of dried spider lilies, crimson petals shriveled and brittle. Decay. To the south, a thick black candle, its unlit wick curling like a charred twist of rope. Death. And finally, to the west, a freshly cut white lotus, its petals still dewy and fragrant. Spiritual awakening. Was that lotus taken from the small decorated pond, which Beacon had out in the front? Regardless of where it came from, each item was placed with deliberate care, their significance explained with Mocha's unwavering conviction. She circled them like a conductor, ensuring everything was aligned precisely. John stood a little apart, arms folded beneath his robe, his expression caught between bemusement and reluctant admiration. "I'll give you this," he said finally, voice low but audible to the others. "That's more thorough than I expected. You've certainly got the symbolism down." Mocha spun toward him, her eyes shining. "Right? Finally someone appreciates the artistry. Rituals are about balance, John. Light and dark, life and death, the divine and the decayed. Without balance, nothing works. Well, in any case, these offerings are what is supposed to summon that deity's attention. Hopefully it works." Pyrrha's lips curved slightly, her posture calm as ever. "You've clearly thought this through," she said gently. Blake, on the other hand, leaned back in her chair with her arms crossed, amber eyes flicking from offering to offering. "It's impressive," she admitted, though her tone was cool. "But a little dramatic." "Dramatic is the point," Mocha said with an emphatic nod. John smothered a sigh. Of course it was. The circle glowed faintly as the black candles were lit one by one, shadows leaping along the walls. Mocha stood tall in the center, notebook clutched to her chest like scripture. Her club members gathered around the edge, robes pooling around them, their faces solemn. John tugged at his robe's hem and shook his head. Did the robe have to be so itchy? Mocha handed her notebook to Morris for him to put away. Then they got started. Their robes rustled faintly as the students shuffled into place. Mocha raised her hands, motioning for quiet. The faint crackle of the candles filled the silence, and for the first time since the whole evening began, John realized he couldn't hear the muffled sounds of the campus outside anymore. No footsteps, chatter, or even the distant hum of the air conditioning. Just silence. Perhaps it was the silence of anticipation. One of the members cleared her throat, her hand twitching upward nervously. Mocha, about the chant. We only do it once, right? Or..." Mocha's head snapped toward her, sharp as a whip, but she softened immediately, nodding like a teacher humoring a student. "Good question. It's a 3-part chant," she explained, her voice adopting a measured cadence. "I'll lead it, but all of you repeat after me, only the first 2 parts. The last part I'll do alone. But first," she clasped her hands together dramatically, "we must become a closed system. Unity matters." She gestured, and her members moved automatically, linking hands to form a circle around her. Their robes swayed with the motion, the black fabric making them look more like shadows than students. The 3, John, Pyrrha, and Blake, joined in the circle. John interlocked hands with Pyrrha and an occult club member on his left. To Pyrrha's right was Blake, holding hands with Morris, who was on her right. The circle was complete. Mocha's eyes gleamed in the dim candlelight. "And remember," she said, her tone playful but with an edge that didn't quite match the words. "Don't break the circle, and for the love of all that is holy, don't scuff the chalk. I don't want to have to redraw it." John's lips twitched faintly, something in the way she said it made him have the urge to scuff it anyway, just to see her reaction. He wasn't sure why. Intrusive thoughts. Mocha stepped into the center of the chalk circle, notebook clutched to her chest. She raised her voice. "First, the offerings." Her gaze swept over the 4 cardinal directions, and she began to recite. "For the coin of gold, gleaming bright," she intoned, "symbol of divinity and covenant." The circle of students repeated the line, their voices uneven, uncertain. "For the lilies red, withered and dry, symbol of decay and forgotten time." The words repeated again, trembling a little. "For the candle black, bound in wax, symbol of death and the shadows that consume." Their voices grew steadier now, a strange resonance creeping in as the chant echoed around the room. "For the lotus white, living and pure, symbol of awakening, of sight beyond flesh." The words rippled outward, rising and falling as though the circle itself breathed. John felt his throat tighten as the hairs on the back of his neck rose. The candles flickered, shadows stretching unnaturally long along the walls. He glanced around with an odd look. The windows were closed. There shouldn't have been a draft stirring anything. This last part now was to be said by her, alone. Mocha lifted her hands high. Her voice shifted, taking on a weight that pressed against the ears. The sleeper beyond the grave. Matron of slumbering nightmares. The horror who denies the sun. The words rolled like thunder, low and heavy. John's stomach knotted and his sixth sense blared. Something didn't feel right. By the time the students heard Mocha echo this line, John was gripping the arms of the two people beside him in a deathly grip. His amusement long gone. The air itself felt thick, as if saturated by unseen currents pressing down on them. Mocha, however, didn't seem to notice, like she was possessed by an unnatural zeal. Her face flushed with fervor. She leaned back, almost trembling as she shouted, "I implore you. I beseech you. Grant me the sight to see the true world." The reply shook John's bones. The moment the words left her lips, the atmosphere collapsed in on itself. It wasn't sound that struck John, it was silence. A silence so total it became suffocating, like the world itself had been muffled. His breath caught in his throat, refusing to move. His chest locked as if invisible fingers pressed into his ribs. And then he felt it. At first, John didn't even understand what he was feeling. His brain tried to reason it away, maybe claustrophobia, maybe the sudden seriousness of the ritual finally getting under his skin. But no, this was different. Something vast had turned its gaze on them. Not like a person staring from across a room, not like a predator watching prey. This was heavier, immense. Impossible. It was as if the world's axis had shifted and some ancient eye had swiveled toward their tiny circle. Something older than cities, older than names, older than history itself. It was patient and endless, stretching backward beyond time and forward beyond imagining. It was not a presence that belonged to the world of flesh or stone or sky. It was not a god, nor a demon, nor anything his mind could wrap around. It was endless, timeless. Something that existed before language, before memory, before anything could be named. It was not a gaze that came from above or from any one direction, but from everywhere. From within the silence itself, from the floor beneath their feet, from the void behind his own eyes. And it had noticed them. John's vision swam and blurred at the edges. The flickering candlelight smeared into afterimages, like dark stains burned into his retinas. His knees locked, refusing to bend, every muscle frozen as though bound in invisible ice. The shadows warped, twisting across the walls like coiling limbs that reached too far. Shapes crawled at the corners of his sight, vanishing whenever he tried to look directly at them. He'd never believed in the whole sixth sense thing before, never felt anything close to it, but now every fiber of his being screamed with a new awareness, a primal certainty. They were not alone. The circle of students quivered like puppets on strings. Some gasped, others whimpered faintly, but none of them moved, not even when tears welled in their eyes. A faint whimper cut through the silence, the girl beside him, knuckles white as she clung to his hand. John wanted to comfort her, to say something, but his tongue was glued to the roof of his mouth. His body was not his own. John's pulse hammered against his temples. He tried to force his head to turn, to look at Pyrrha, at Blake, but his body refused. The best he managed was the faintest flick of his eyes. Pyrrha's expression, normally so unshakably calm, was tight with something he had never seen on her face before. Fear. Her arms were stiff, her lips drawn thin, her gaze locked on Mocha with wide, unblinking intensity. Blake sat rigid as stone, amber eyes luminous in the candlelight. Her usual composure had cracked, her pupils were dilated, her breathing shallow, her lips parted as though she couldn't draw in enough air. She looked less like a predator and more like a cornered animal. And Mocha. John's gut plummeted. Mocha stood in the center of the circle, her arms still raised toward the ceiling. But her face was wrong. That manic gleam that had carried her through the whole night was gone. Not replaced by fear, not replaced by awe, simply gone. Her eyes stared straight ahead, but the light in them had faded, dimming like a candle guttering out. It was as though something had plucked her soul free, leaving her body frozen upright. Her lips still moved, faintly and silently forming the words of the final plea, but no sound came out. And John, heart pounding in his throat, knew without knowing why. She was gone. Mocha had died standing. Chapter 93, Sleepless, Part 3. The presence faded. Like a switch being flipped, it vanished just as suddenly as it had come. The tide of its existence receded from the shore of their bodies, slow and deliberate, as though attempting to leave behind something, with every retreating second. And yet, if John had been forced to describe it, he would have sworn that it had lasted forever. Centuries seemed to pass beneath that unseen gaze, and each moment stretched thin until the sheer weight of it seemed to have crushed all sense of time. But when it left, and when the silence loosened its grip, John realized that the time couldn't have been more than 15 seconds. 15 seconds, yet they had all nearly broken beneath it. The first to go out were the other club members. Their linked hands went slack one by one, robes swaying as their bodies collapsed in boneless heaps to the ground. There were no cries or warnings. They simply fainted as though their strings had been cut. John swayed on his feet and his vision tunneled. Darkness crept in at the edges, and he could feel a cold numbness crawling up his limbs. His body begged him to let go and to surrender, to follow the others into unconsciousness. But something deep within him refused. It was akin to a raw animal instinct, undeniable and powerful. It compelled him to force his jaw close with brutal finality. His teeth cut into tongue, hard enough to tear flesh. A sharp pain flared through his mouth, and a hot iron tang flooded his taste buds. The pain and blood snapped him back to reality. It was like plunging his head into freezing water. His legs still buckled, and his body fell to the ground in a trembling heap, but his mind held on. Shaking, spasming, John breathed through the pain. The coppery tang of it was familiar and grounding. He clung to it like a lifeline. And yet through it all, his eyes never left Mocha. She had fallen last, folding into herself like a puppet with its strings severed. Her beautiful chocolate hair was splayed out wide, and her glasses fell off her face, clattering against the ground with a dull clack. Her robes pooled beneath her in a shapeless puddle of black. Her arms were limp, and her head tilted back at a grotesque angle. Her eyes were closed, her lips no longer moved, her chest did not rise or fall. She looked dead, utterly and absolutely dead. John's heart pounded against his ribs, ragged and desperate, like it wanted out of his body. He wanted to look away, to shut his eyes, to hide, to pretend, but he couldn't. Mocha's lifeless body was a gravity he couldn't escape. When the haze of pressure finally lifted enough for his body to move again, John became aware of Blake and Pyrrha. They stumbled on unsteady legs, both of them pale, and shivering violently as if their bones had turned to glass. But they didn't fall. Blake's composure, however, had cracked entirely. Her hair clung damp to her forehead, her pupils blown wide. She trembled in a way John had never seen before, never imagined she could. Even her breathing was ragged, uneven, as though she couldn't fill her lungs. Pyrrha was no better. The indomitable, perfect Pyrrha looked small, fragile. Her lips pressed together so tightly they were bloodless, and her hands shook as she tried to steady herself. John could not blame them. He himself felt stripped bare, smaller than he'd ever been, afraid in a way he didn't know he could be. His mouth filled with the taste of iron. For reasons he couldn't explain, the flavor calmed him. Pain and blood were real. His body was real. He was alive. He clung to that truth as if it were the last candle left burning. Pyrrha recovered first. Shaking, she forced her legs to straighten, then began to stagger from one collapsed student to the next. Her motions were mechanical, her face rigid with focus. She knelt by each one, pressing her ear close to their mouths, touching their throats. She checked pulse after pulse, determined to be thorough. Blake, meanwhile, stumbled toward John. Her steps were unsteady, but she ignored her own weakness. Without hesitation, she hauled him upright by the arm. John staggered but did not fall. His knees wobbled, his legs felt like water, but somehow he remained standing. Their eyes met. No words were spoken, but they didn't need them. John saw the seriousness in Blake's gaze, the silent exchange that said, "You felt it too." She turned her head slightly. Pyrrha looked back at them then, cheeks pale but eyes sharp despite the trembling in her limbs. She gave a faint nod. "They're alive," she whispered, her voice hoarse. "Just unconscious. They've all just fainted." John nodded slowly. Relief trickled in, but it did little to quell the shaking. He turned back toward Mocha. Her stillness gnawed at him. He knelt beside her, brushing the notebook away with trembling fingers. His voice was raw when he whispered, "She's dead." Blake crouched beside him immediately. Before he could blink, she pressed 2 fingers to Mocha's throat. The seconds dragged, then her eyes widened. Without hesitation, Blake pulled one of Mocha's eyelids open. John jolted, anger surged, sharp and defensive. "What are you?" But before he could finish, Blake cut him off, her voice taut. "She's not dead." John froze. Blake's hand trembled as she lowered it from Mocha's face, but her words were firm. "Her pulse is steady. She's breathing. Slow, shallow, but she's breathing." John blinked. His gut refused to believe it. He saw what he saw, her lifeless body, her stillness, the absence of light in her eyes. He had been so certain. Blake swallowed, her throat bobbing. Her amber eyes darted from Mocha's face to John's. "This isn't death," she whispered. "Her body is in a state of suspended animation, or a coma." His heart skipped a beat. "What?" I can't be certain, but this," Blake's voice cracked, but she forced the words out. "This is what happens when someone's soul goes into the dream." The words hit him like a physical blow. For a heartbeat, the world seemed to tilt, the floor slipping out from under his feet. His stomach lurched, his blood turned to ice. He stared down at Mocha, slack-jawed, unable to comprehend. The dream. She hadn't died, she had been taken. Mocha was now an awakened. The silence that followed Blake's declaration felt heavier than the ritual itself. John knelt beside Mocha's body, staring at her unmoving face, her lips parted faintly as though she were sleeping. But sleep didn't make people look like corpses. His stomach twisted. Finally, he found his voice. "What do you mean?" His tone cracked, sharp from the tremors in his throat. "You're saying she's, what, awakened? But that's impossible. You can't just wake up in the dream like that. Isn't it only supposed to happen at 14, not before or after? 14, that's it." Blake didn't answer right away. She looked at him, really looked at him, with eyes that felt sharper than a blade. He could detect a faint suspicion that lingered within her gaze that seemed to cut deeper than her words. "Have you already forgotten your own circumstances?" The words hit like a hammer. John's chest tightened, the taste of blood still iron-heavy on his tongue. He froze, caught in the intensity of her gaze. The candlelight flickered across her amber eyes, and though her voice was calm, her stare was an accusation. How could John have forgotten what had happened to him 1 week prior? His anomalous nature, and the circumstances surrounding his own experiences in the dream. However, John swallowed hard. "You think this is the same, don't you? That I did something like this before?" Blake didn't blink. Her silence was louder than denial. John clenched his fists against his knees. He could guess what she was thinking. If Mocha had really awakened here, through this ritual, then it suggested something John didn't want to consider, that his own strange awakening might not have been an accident, that maybe he had, somehow, brushed against something similar. He shook his head violently. No, that's not, I've never," his words stumbled over themselves. "I've never done anything like this before. I don't know what that thing was. I don't know what just happened, or why it looked at us, or..." He stopped, because something stirred in the back of his skull. A quiet sensation, like a page turning in a book he hadn't known he was reading. A whisper of understanding that wasn't his own, sliding into place behind his thoughts. Something pressed at the edges of his thoughts, alien, yet intimate. John froze mid-sentence, the words dying on his lips. His pulse quickened, but not from fear this time. It was something else. Wait. He pushed himself to his feet suddenly, ignoring the way his legs protested. The room tilted slightly as blood rushed from his head, but he powered through it, his focus snapping to the corner where Morris had set Mocha's notebook aside. "What are you doing?" Blake demanded sharply as John staggered across the floor. "Something's wrong," his voice shook. "Or maybe, no, not wrong, different." His fingers trembled as he snatched it up and flipped it open. Pages of scrawled symbols stared back at him, the same runic gibberish he had mocked earlier in his head. But now, it wasn't gibberish. The shapes weren't shapes. They were no longer a guesswork of scratches from someone's obsession. They were words. Clear, precise, and weighted with meaning. His eyes moved from one page to the next, his heart pounding faster with every symbol he recognized, not through learning, but through instinct, like the words had always been waiting inside him. John's throat went dry. No, this isn't possible. John, Pyrrha's voice quivered from behind him. Blake's voice was sharp but quieter now. What are you looking at? He didn't answer at first. His knuckles whitened around the notebook as he turned toward them, wide-eyed, almost panicked. Do you see this? These runes, do you understand them? Blake frowned. What are you talking about? But then she leaned closer, her amber eyes narrowing at the page. Her voice cut off. Her lips parted and her breath hitched. Wait. She reached out slowly, as though afraid to touch the paper, her eyes flicking across the page with a speed John had never seen before. I can read this. Pyrrha blinked, confusion flickering in her expression. She hesitated, then stepped closer too. Her gaze lowered to the notebook, and John watched the exact same shock spread across her face. Pyrrha's green eyes darted between them, fear creeping into her tone. I can read it too. Silence pressed down, broken only by the faint hiss of burning wax. John's stomach dropped. He turned another page, thrusting the book at them. This one, do you see it? Blake read aloud before she could stop herself. Pathway between the ephemeral and the eternal, the four anchors of sight, balance of decay, divinity, death, and awakening. Her voice trailed off. She stared down at her own lips as though betrayed by them. I shouldn't be able to read that, she whispered. Pyrrha swallowed hard. Her hands trembled as she traced the diagram. It's like the meaning's been carved into my mind. I can't explain how, but it's just there. John's mouth felt dry as sand. It's not just me then, we all got it. Blake's head snapped toward him, her eyes burning with an even greater accusation than ever. This is because of that thing. Whatever it was, it touched us. John shook his head violently. I'm sorry, I didn't know this was going to happen. I didn't. You think I did? Blake shot back, her voice sharper than steel. You think Pyrrha did? It doesn't matter what you expected, John. We were all dragged into this. She trailed off, softer than before. Whether we wanted it or not. Pyrrha lifted her hands in a trembling gesture of peace. Please, fighting won't help. We need to stay calm. But John wasn't calm. He couldn't be. The meaning of the runes sat heavy in his skull like a foreign organ. Every glance at the notebook sent a jolt of recognition through him, too real, too natural. He felt like if he stared too long, the words might keep unfolding forever, deeper layers of truth spilling out until he drowned in them. And Blake, she was right, none of them should have this odd comprehension. John forced himself to look away, shutting the notebook with a snap. The sound echoed too loudly in the silent room. Pyrrha wrapped her arms around herself, her voice low. This shouldn't be possible. People spend so much of their lives simply trying to decipher fragments of runes, and we can do it instantly. Blake rubbed her arms, her shoulders tense. It's not knowledge, it's intrusion. Something put this inside us, something that clearly isn't human. The words sent a shiver down John's spine. He wanted to argue, but he couldn't. She was right. He could still feel it, faint and lingering, like fingerprints left on glass. That ancient gaze hadn't left them untouched. Why us? Why did that dumb ritual even work? Pyrrha whispered. No one answered. For a long moment, the three of them just stood there, caught in the thick quiet. The candles sputtered faintly, wax dripping down their black bodies in sluggish streams. The faint scent of bone dust chalk lingered, acrid and heavy. John flipped back through the notebook, his thumb leaving faint smudges on the edges of the chalk-dusted pages. He knew what he was looking for, and yet some part of him hoped, desperately, that he wouldn't find it. But then his eyes caught the symbols, familiar now, branded into his thoughts as clearly as any word of his mother tongue. The chant. The one Mocha had spoken alone. The one that had summoned it. And though he had already heard it, spoken aloud in her voice, reading it now carried a deeper weight, as though the words themselves hummed with the echo of that gaze. The sleeper beyond the grave. Matron of slumbering nightmares. The horror who denies the sun. The translation formed effortlessly in his mind, and still, his gut clenched. His hands shook against the notebook's spine. Every syllable crawled like ice water through his veins, burning and freezing at once. He shut the book so quickly, the sound cracked like a whip. For a moment, he just sat there, breathing hard, trying not to look at Mocha's still form. Then warmth pressed against his shoulders. John flinched, snapping his head up. Pyrrha's hands rested on either side of him, and Blake, firm and grounding. Her green eyes locked on both of theirs with a steadiness that belied the faint tremor still running through her frame. "We need to call this in," she said, her voice steady, almost commanding. "Now, this isn't something we can handle on our own." Blake stared back at her for a long second before nodding, sharp and deliberate. "Agreed." John exhaled a ragged sigh and rubbed at his face. He couldn't summon the same decisiveness, couldn't even pretend to. Yeah, I know." But as the words left his lips, a hollow feeling stirred in his chest. Why weren't they all screaming? Why weren't they tearing at their hair, begging for someone to wake them up from this nightmare? They had been under the gaze of something that should not exist. They had touched upon knowledge that shouldn't have been given freely. They had come within an inch of death, or maybe even something far worse. And yet, here they were, breathing and calm enough to talk. John frowned faintly. That wasn't right. Was it because they were awakened? Because they had been tempered by battle against nightmare creatures in the dream? Maybe that endless cycle of fight and survival had dulled the edge of fear, numbed them to the scale of what they had just faced. Or maybe... His stomach turned. Maybe that calmness wasn't their own. Chapter 94, Sleepless, Part 4. The faint smell of burnt wax and chalk still clung to the air when the professors arrived. The door to the club room creaked open, and two figures stepped through with the kind of urgency that spoke of experience. Bartholomew Oobleck, John's history professor, came in first, thin and wiry with his long coat fluttering around his legs as he darted across the room in jittery, bird-like movements. His spectacles glinted as he swept his gaze from one unconscious student to the next. He moved so quickly it was hard to track him. His hands were tapping, and his eyes were flashing, as he muttered half-coherent observations like he was a step ahead of everyone else in the room. Behind him came Peter Port, their biology professor, a far larger, broader, and seemingly slower man in every sense of the word. His mustache bristled as he inhaled heavily. The kind of man who could fill space simply by standing still. Where Oobleck darted, Port seemed to lumber inside, each step deliberate and heavy with authority. He carried a handheld runic scanner in one hand which glowed blue with a steady pulse, as he passed it over each slumped student. John, Blake, and Pyrrha had already stepped to the side, robes half loosened, faces pale. Their hands still shook faintly when the older men entered, though none of them wanted to show it. The biology professor was now kneeling by Morris, his usual bluster quieted into efficiency. The scanner gave a faint chime and Port grunted, adjusting a dial. "They're all appearing to be quite stable," Port rumbled, his voice like gravel rolling down a hill. "Pulse is shallow, but steady. Their vitals are even and their breathing is faint, but consistent. Looks like it truly was induced unconsciousness rather than harm." Yes, Oobleck muttered, his words spilling out faster than his breath could keep up. He was already at the far end of the circle, flipping through Mocha's notebook with one hand while pulling a penlight from his pocket with the other. Textual consistencies align with many historical invocations which were once dubbed fictitious. Fascinating, utterly fascinating, though of course dangerous, yes, extremely dangerous. Oh my. He stopped mid-sentence, turned on his heel, and pointed his penlight at John, Pyrrha, and Blake as though interrogating them without words. John felt his stomach knot. He shouldn't have been surprised. Really, he shouldn't. But still, seeing two professors, men he had sat across from, in perfectly ordinary classes, now operating as Lucid personnel was enough to draw a tired sigh from him. Of course, he thought bitterly, why wouldn't they be? It seemed like everyone and their dog had a Lucid badge tucked away, and their normal roles were nothing more than a mask. Professors, staff, and even students. The sheer number of people in on this secret was staggering. How an organization this large managed to stay hidden from the public was beyond him. Well, memory-altering runes, supposedly. But then again, John had never come into contact with one, so he didn't really understand how exactly they worked. Still, according to Goodwitch, this was how Lucid controlled the narrative, so to speak. But those thoughts were fleeting, swept aside by the weight of what had happened today. Mocha's body still lay in the center of the chalk circle, unnervingly still. John's throat tightened when his eyes landed on her again. She wasn't dead. Blake had already confirmed it. He'd seen her chest rise and fall if he looked close enough, slow as it was. But that truth didn't ease the sight. She looked more like a beautiful corpse propped into sleep, with her glasses askew and her hair spread out like a halo. But she wasn't here anymore, not really. She was in the dream. Somehow, someway, she'd been dragged in, not at 14 and not through the usual channels, but through whatever that was. And John couldn't stop the pit in his stomach from whispering, "What does that mean for me?" "Let's hear it then," Oobleck said suddenly, snapping him out of his thoughts. The professor stood over them now, notebook in hand, flipping through its runic diagrams with unnerving familiarity. His words came rapid fire, though his gaze was sharp and unwavering. "What happened? From the beginning, and don't leave anything out. Yes, yes, details are important, always important." Pyrrha, even in mental exhaustion, drew herself up first. "The club was conducting a supposedly false ritual," she began, voice low but steady. She explained how Mocha had done research and led them, how the chant had been divided into parts, how the students had followed her lead until she invoked the final lines alone. Blake took over where Pyrrha faltered, filling in details, the atmosphere shifting, the silence pressing in, the presence that had smothered them like the weight of a planet. John added little. He barely trusted his voice, and even less trusted what he might say if pressed. He kept his focus on the floor, on the faint smudges of chalk scuffed across the wood. Still, Oobleck absorbed it all, nodding rapidly as though each word only confirmed what he already knew. His hands moved in quick, fidgeting gestures, flipping through the notebook, his pen scratching across the margins in a blur. When they finished, Oobleck clicked his tongue and raised his phone to his mouth. "Glinda? Yes, yes, I've gathered the accounts. Apparently it was a ritual invoking a higher presence, unrecorded and anomalous in nature, though the structure bears resemblance to historically accurate fragments. One subject is comatose and the others are merely unconscious. The 3 witnesses remain stable. The artifact, yes, the notebook, is intact." A pause. The faint sound of Glinda's sharp voice filtered through, though too muffled for John to catch the words. "Yes, I agree," Oobleck said briskly, pacing as he spoke. "Extraction of the comatose subject will be priority. Containment of written materials, secondary. Witnesses should be debriefed below." He clicked his phone shut and put it away before, turning back to the 3 of them in a single whip-fast movement. "You'll head to the base dawn below. Yes, yes, they'll want to process you. Understand your impressions, we'll handle the rest here." Pyrrha bowed her head, accepting the order. Blake crossed her arms, visibly uneasy but not arguing. John just let out another long breath. His eyes drifted back to Mocha, still as death in the center of the room. Something twisted deep in his gut. She had gone into the dream, not through the normal awakening, not through the normal path which was laid out for every other lucid dreamer he'd ever heard of. No, she'd gone because of it, because something vast and nameless had turned its gaze at her and them and decided to leave its mark. And the more John thought about it, the harder his pulse pounded against his temples. Did something like that happen to him? He clenched his fists at his sides, knuckles aching. He didn't want to admit it, not even to himself. But Blake's earlier suspicion lingered in his head like a knife. What if his own awakening was due to this entity or another entity like it? What if the reason he'd found himself walking the dream before anyone expected wasn't chance or accident? What if something had reached out then, just as it had now, and pulled him across the threshold? John swallowed hard, his mouth dry as sand. He couldn't shake the thought, couldn't dismiss it. And as Port's scanner beeped faintly in the background, as Oobleck muttered to himself and Pyrrha stood tall despite the tremor in her shoulders, John felt it. That same cold certainty from before. Whatever had looked at them, tonight had not left him untouched. And Mocha, poor naive Mocha, was only the beginning. John could feel it in his bones that today's incident wasn't as simple as it seemed. This had vastly bigger implications than simply summoning an evil god. The three of them stood in silence as the elevator brought them down. The elevator shaft passage wound beneath Beacon like a second spine. The lights hummed faintly, the sound merging with the soft scuff of their footsteps on the floor. John kept his hands stuffed into his pockets. The weight of Mocha's notebook felt like it was still pressing against his arm, even though Oobleck had taken it from him. Phantom weight, more like. His fingers twitched every so often, like he wanted to flip the pages again and see those runes, see if they still spoke to him. He shoved the thought down. Every so often, he glanced sideways at the others. Blake stood with her hands folded in front of her chest, her expression unreadable. Not cold but distant, like her mind was several steps further down than the rest of her. Her amber eyes carried something solemn, almost resigned, as though she'd reached a conclusion John hadn't. Pyrrha, by contrast, carried herself with a strange calm. Her jaw was set and her back was straight, every step deliberate. Resolved almost. The kind of quiet strength John associated with a person like her, except today it felt heavier and sharper. Not a mask, but a choice. John's gaze lingered on both of them, then dropped to the floor. He didn't try to puzzle them out, not now when his own thoughts were too loud. The moments kept replaying in his mind like a broken record. The chalk circle, the offerings, candles, coin, the lotus and the dried spider lily flowers that Mocha had insisted on finding, all of it arranged with almost obsessive care. And yet, the thing that entity hadn't touched any of it, hadn't even looked at it. It had only arrived when Mocha said those last words. The sleeper beyond the grave. Matron of slumbering nightmares. The horror who denies the sun. John shivered just remembering the words. There was a strange pressure simply thinking about those words. He had a feeling that he shouldn't even speak them out loud lest he draw that entity's attention once again. But what was curious was that the offerings, none of them were subsumed. Wasn't that how rituals were supposed to work? You offer something up to receive something else. If so, it simply didn't make any sense. Was the circle just bait, a beacon or a flare of some sort to draw its attention? And the words themselves, the invocation, the invitation, was that the trigger? The final piece of the lock that let something look back? He rubbed his arm absently. The thought left a bitter taste in his mouth. The sigh slipped out before he could stop it. Neither Pyrrha nor Blake acknowledged it. Their silence remained unbroken as they descended the elevator shaft, and it opened to reveal the base manned by agents who didn't even blink at 3 students walking out of it. The Lucid base sprawled before them in its usual cold efficiency, glass panels, reinforced walls, and the quiet hum of machinery hidden in the bones of the place. It smelled faintly of metal and sterilized air. John tried not to think about how only 2 days ago he'd first set foot here, stunned by the revelation that something so vast could exist under his school without anyone knowing. Now he wasn't stunned. He was just tired. And there, ahead of them, Glinda Goodwitch was waiting. She stood in her uniform, posture as rigid as steel and arms folded as if she had been there the whole time, unmoving. Her gaze flicked across the 3 of them as they approached, assessing and weighing, but without comment. "This way," she ordered simply. She turned and they followed. Down another hall, around a corner, until they stopped before a door that had seats for waiting outside. A door that John recognized. His stomach tightened. Of course. Commander of Lucid and headmaster of Beacon, Ozpin's office. He'd been here only once before, 2 days ago, when all of this had first begun to spin out of control. And now he was back again, as if the world wanted to keep reminding him that his life wasn't going back to normal anytime soon. The doors slid open with a soft hiss, revealing the circular room beyond. The same chair, desk, and massive window that overlooked the hangar bay below. A scent of coffee clung to the air. And there, in front of his desk, stood Professor Ozpin. He was turned away at first, his cane propped against the desk, a hollow tablet in hand. Light from the display painted his black circular sunglasses in pale blue as he scrolled through lines of text and reports. The faint clink of porcelain suggested his ever-present mug of coffee nearby. Without looking back, he spoke. His voice was as calm and smooth as ever, cutting through the silence like silk. John Ark, Pira Nikos, and Blake Belladonna. He set the tablet down, turned slowly, and regarded them with those unreadable green eyes. I've been reviewing the incident. His voice betrayed no anger, no surprise, only quiet, measured curiosity. But I'd like to hear it in your words. Tell me what happened. The three of them exchanged glances, though none spoke first. John felt the weight of Osbin's gaze settle on him, and for a heartbeat he wanted to disappear into the floor. He wanted to be anywhere else, anywhere that didn't demand he revisit that moment, that presence, those words burned into his skull. But Pira stepped forward before the silence could stretch too far. Her voice was steady, though quieter than usual. The occult club was conducting a ritual that was led by their president. At first, we believed it was only symbolic, a dramatization, nothing more, but as it progressed, the atmosphere changed. It became heavier and oppressive. Mocha was leading the chant. The others followed for the first part, but the last invocation she spoke alone. Blake added, her tone sharp as a blade. That was when we felt a presence look back at us. We didn't or hear, but we felt it. Its presence pressed on us like a weight, and then... She hesitated, her lips tightening. And then Mocha collapsed, Pira finished softly. Osbin's fingers tapped against the desk, slow and deliberate. I see. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes flicking briefly toward John, who had yet to speak. And you, Mr. Ark. John swallowed. His mouth felt dry. He could still feel that intrusion, the alien knowledge sliding into place in his skull. The runes that had been nothing but nonsense an hour ago now laid bare before his eyes as if he'd always known them. He hesitated. He couldn't say that aloud, not yet. It was just like they said, John murmured instead, keeping his gaze low. The atmosphere shifted. It felt like something was in the room, and then Mocha fell. He almost stopped there, but the words clawed their way out before he could swallow them back down. And after, something seems to have changed in us. He lifted his eyes to Osbin for just a second, then quickly looked away. The runes, the ones in Mocha's notebook, before today they were just symbols on a page, but now, his voice faltered. Now each of us can read them, like they're our first language, like we've always known them. The admission tasted wrong in his mouth, like he was betraying himself just by speaking it aloud. His hands curled into fists against his knees. It wasn't something we learned. It was, almost like it was gifted to us or forced into us. I don't know how else to describe it. Osbin studied him for a long moment, and John had the unsettling impression that the man saw straight through him. Interesting. We will have to do some comprehensive tests on your physical states to ensure there are no lasting issues. Be prepared for that after this. The three of them nodded to show their understanding. Finally, Osbin nodded once in response to their gates. In any case, your statements will be matched against the reports from Professors Port and Ublek. For now, you've done all that can be expected. He folded his hands over the desk, his gaze moving between the three of them. You've encountered something unusual, dangerous even, and yet you stand here calm. I don't think I need to remind you that very few would manage that. John almost laughed, calm, his pulse still hammered in his ears. His stomach still churned with questions he couldn't answer. Calm wasn't the word, numb was closer. But he bit his already damaged tongue and stayed silent. Osbin's gaze lingered on him a moment longer before drifting back to Pira and Blake. As stated before, we'll monitor your condition closely. Should you feel changes, however subtle, you are to report them immediately. Do you understand? Yes, Headmaster, Pira said at once. Blake gave a nod. John just exhaled slowly and forced out, yeah. Curiously, however, during their explanation, he caught Osbin and Glinda having a silent conversation with their eyes. John was no fool. It seemed that there was more information regarding this incident than met the eye. He felt like asking, but figured that information like that might be hidden for a specific reason. In any case, he was too mentally stressed to bother with it. Inside, though, his mind was still circling the same unanswered question, like a vulture over carrion. Mocha hadn't awakened the normal way. She had been pulled across into their hidden world by something vast and something nameless. And if Blake's suspicions were correct, maybe so had he. Chapter 95, Sleepless, Part 5. The medical wing in Lucid had the personality of a refrigerator. White walls, steel trim, and the faint hum of machines buried into the floor. John could faintly smell the scent of antiseptic, a sharp and cold whiff of it. The lights overhead droned onto them like a swarm of silent cicadas. John sat on the edge of a padded examination bed. It crinkled under him every time he moved. He disliked the sound. It made him feel like a kid waiting for shots at the doctor's office. Blake was perched on a bed to his right, one leg tucked beneath her and her amber eyes half-lidded. Pyrrha sat to his left, more properly, hands folded neatly in her lap, even in the sterile setting. All three of them had adhesive pads stuck to their temples and wrists, thin wires leading to small machines that traced jagged lines of their brain activity in glowing blue. Glinda Goodwitch stood near the door, clipboard in hand, as if she'd been born holding one. She looked less like a teacher and more like an officer here, her sharp uniform blending seamlessly into the environment. A few personnel buzzed about the room, checking the devices. "Your vitals are stable," she said with a clipped tone, "and there aren't any irregularities in your pulse or blood pressure. Brainwave activity is within the expected range for awakened individuals, though I will note, the three of you show an increase in theta band activity. Curious." Her pen clicked once as she made a note. John shifted again. He wasn't sure if he was supposed to respond, so he didn't. He just stared at the lines crawling across the monitor as if they might suddenly leap off the screen and spell something out. After another 10 minutes of silence and scribbling, Glinda finally set the clipboard down. "Since your conditions appear stable, we will conduct a further test. I'd like to assess the accuracy of your newfound comprehension." She stepped to a nearby cabinet and withdrew a thin binder, its pages filled with rows of neatly inscribed runes. She handed it first to Pyrrha. "Translate this." Pyrrha's green eyes scanned the page. There was only the briefest flicker of hesitation before she spoke, voice calm. "It's, weapon blueprints detailing how a rune-tech pistol is made." Glinda's brows ticked upward. "Correct." She took the page back, flipped to another, and held it out to Blake. Blake's eyes darted over the text. "It's an adhesive created by utilizing a compound mix of two elements," she said flatly. "It also requires the creation of a special rune called Sticky. The script says it was originally designed to hold Grimm, but the side margin notes imply it could be applied to humans." Her voice flattened further. "Or human-like things." "Correct again." Finally, Glinda turned to John. She offered him a page filled with far more complex diagrams. Circles within circles, branching lines like veins or roots threading across the parchment. John took it, and the moment his eyes met the script, meaning flooded his skull. There was no fumbling, no searching for words. It was just there, like recognizing the alphabet you'd been taught as a child. He swallowed, throat dry. "It's talk about the creation of a locator, designed to mark a location, call attention to it. A beacon." His chest tightened as he read further. "There's a warning at the bottom, the beacon not be used unless the person is prepared to endure a vast amount of grim activity in the area." His hands trembled slightly. "It doesn't specify what type of grim, just grim in general." The silence that followed was thick enough to choke on. Glinda finally took the paper from him, her gaze unreadable. She made another note. "So it seems consistent," she said. "All of you now hold instinctive comprehension of written rune script. Not surprising, given what you described. However," she tapped her pen against the clipboard, "this ability is not exactly unprecedented. There are many within Lucid who have trained themselves to this same standard, though through years of study and not sudden acquisition." Her gaze flicked between the three of them. "What sets you apart is not the knowledge itself, but the manner in which it was obtained. Instinctive, without study, that is, curious." John clenched his jaw, biting back the urge to say that curious didn't feel like the right word when something alien had dropped knowledge into their skulls without asking. Blake crossed her arms, eyes displaying confusion. "So this isn't unique, just unusual." "Correct." Glinda's tone carried no inflection, no comfort. "You now possess knowledge others have worked years to acquire, but knowledge in itself is not dangerous. What matters is how it was given and why." That why landed like a weight in John's stomach. He didn't want to think about it. The testing continued. Glinda showed them a set of false rune script lines that mimicked the curves and symmetry of the real thing but were nonsense. Pyrrha frowned at them, shook her head. They're empty. There's no meaning. Blake muttered, "It feels like looking at a child's scribbles." John said nothing, but he agreed. The symbols were hollow, dead on the page. His instincts didn't flare with recognition. It only reinforced that whatever had been implanted in them wasn't flexible. It only worked on what was real. Finally, Glinda closed the binder with a snap. That will suffice. She returned to her clipboard, marking the last of her notes. Your brain waves remain stable throughout testing. No spikes or sudden signs of seizure activity or neurological distress. Physically, you are sound. Psychologically, she studied each of their faces in turn. You appear more composed than expected. John almost laughed. Composed? His stomach was twisted in knots, and his hands wouldn't stop twitching when he wasn't sitting on them. But outwardly? Yeah, he probably looked calm. Maybe being awakened had made them all too used to pressure, or maybe they were just too numb to react properly anymore. In any case, Glinda continued, you will remain here under observation for a few more hours. Once cleared, you may return to your dorms. Should any of you notice changes, however minor, you are to report immediately. Is that understood? Yes, ma'am, Pyrrha said, crisp and certain. Blake gave a short nod. John exhaled slowly. Yeah. Glinda's eyes lingered on him a moment longer than the others, as though she could sense the weight pressing against his ribs. She then busied herself by moving away and tapping away at her hollow tablet. The silence in her wake was suffocating. Pyrrha was the first to break it. Well, she tried to smile, though it came out faint. At least we passed the test. Blake didn't return the smile. Passed? She shook her head, looking back down at the adhesive pads still stuck to her skin. We didn't pass anything. We've been branded. John swallowed hard, eyes dropping to the floor. He couldn't shake the feeling that Blake was right. Eventually, he let out a quiet breath and forced the words out. I'm sorry, he said. His voice was rough, like gravel rolling in his throat. He kept his eyes on the floor. I don't know what that was. I don't even understand half of what just happened, but maybe if I hadn't invited you both to the club tonight, none of this would have happened. You wouldn't have been dragged into it. The words hung heavy for a moment. Blake's gaze slid sideways to him. Her amber eyes softened, just slightly, before she let out a slow sigh. Don't be silly. That ritual would have been conducted by the occult society, with or without us being there. In a way, it's a good thing that we were present. They might have been in a worse situation if we hadn't been there. Pyrrha nodded and gave her own 2 cents. That's true, John. If that ritual had been conducted at a different spot away from Beacon, things might have turned out differently. Mocha, for one, might be dead. John could only sigh at that. Blake, seeing this, spoke to dispel his worries. In any case, I suppose I owe you an apology as well. That made John blink in confusion. Huh. I wasn't sure about you earlier, she said simply. Her voice was even, but there was a faint crease between her brows, a crack in her calm facade. I thought maybe you'd done this before, that you'd awakened through something like this ritual, that you were hiding it. It was unfair. John hesitated, then gave a small nod. It's fine. I get why you'd think that. I don't even know how my own awakening happened, to be honest. Maybe I did stumble into something similar without realizing it. His lips twitched in a humorless smile. I probably would have suspected me too. Blake's eyes flickered, then dipped. That was all. Pyrrha, who had been quietly watching the exchange, leaned forward slightly. Her tone was gentler than either of theirs. It's fine, she said, her lips curving into a small, tired smile. At the end of the day, it was an experience. Not one I'd ever want to repeat, but still interesting in its own way. John snorted faintly. Interesting? That's one word for it. Personally, I'd call it a real, nightmare fuel situation. The silence that followed was deafening. Both Pyrrha and Blake turned to him in unison. The looks on their faces were identical, flat, unimpressed, like he'd just confessed to a crime worse than the ritual itself. Heat rushed to John's ears. Oh, come on, that wasn't that bad, he scrubbed at his face. Hey, damn it, Yang, this is your fault, you've infected me. That got them. Blake's lips twitched, and she quickly turned her face away, covering her mouth with her hand. Pyrrha, on the other hand, couldn't quite hold back the soft laugh that bubbled out. It wasn't loud, but it carried warmth that filled the cold medical wing. Perhaps it would be wise to leave the puns to her, Pyrrha teased, shaking her head. John groaned. Trust me, I know. I can't believe I even said that out loud. You said it with confidence. Pyrrha smirked, eyes dancing. That's the truly dangerous part. Blake smothered her laugh into her palm, and, when she realized John was staring at her, angled her face further away. But he still caught the curve of a smile before it disappeared behind her hair. That small warmth spread between them. What started as awkward apologies turned slowly into idle chatter. Pyrrha asked Blake how she'd ended up in the club in the first place. Blake asked John about his sister's university studies. John, in turn, teased Pyrrha about her perfect student posture, earning him a soft nudge to the arm. The minutes stretched, and with them, the heaviness in the air thinned. For a little while, they weren't witnesses to a ritual that had drawn an eldritch god's gaze. They were just 3 students in an infirmary, fumbling their way through something terrifying together. It wasn't friendship yet, not fully, but it was something closer than they'd had before. The sound of heels striking the sterile floor pulled them back to reality. Glinda returned, clipboard tucked under her arm, her every movement precise. She glanced over the monitoring machines first, checking the lines of brainwave readouts for herself before turning her sharp gaze on the 3 of them. You've remained stable, she said. That's good. You'll be released soon, but I'll repeat what I said earlier. Any change, however minor, is to be reported immediately. They nodded in unison. Furthermore, your usual patrol routes are canceled for today, Glinda continued. Your tasks will be simplified. Kill 1 Grim, secure exit authority, then return home. John's shoulders sagged in relief. Pyrrha inclined her head, disciplined as always. Blake murmured a quiet, understood. Satisfied, Glinda made a note on her clipboard and turned for the door. But John's voice stopped her. Professor Goodwitch. Her hand paused on the door's panel. She turned her head just enough for 1 sharp green eye to glance back at him. John swallowed, then forced the words out. What about Mocha? What's going to happen to her, now that she's awakened? For a long moment, Glinda was silent. She glanced at the personnel still manning the equipment and gestured for them to leave. When they did, she then raised her free hand, almost lazily, and a translucent purple barrier shimmered into being around them, separating them from the rest of the medical bay. John flinched. The sound of it sealing into place was like glass snapping into existence. He sat straighter, his pulse spiking. Beside him, Pyrrha's hands twitched, and even Blake's sharp composure cracked into surprise. She'd used a rune, just like that, and it seemed like an empirically powerful one. Within the cocoon of violet light, Glinda's voice carried heavier weight. Fortunately, she said, the ritual was conducted within beacon grounds. That means Mocha is not currently wandering within unsafe territory in the dream. She remains tethered here, within the dream's version of these walls. Relief barely had time to flicker in John's chest before Glinda's next words cut it out. However, her mental state has been reported as poor. Physically she is fine, but she's in a state of panic. Lucid personnel in the dream are working to stabilize her and explain her circumstances. John's stomach almost bubbled with a laugh. The image of Mocha, naive, annoying Mocha, who loved conducting weird rituals and embarrassing him, panicking after this stunt. A small, darker part of him thought it was fitting punishment, but he scrubbed the thought away. Fortunately, she was alive, and that was all that mattered. And somehow, he couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. Glinda let the barrier fall with a faint shimmer. Her gaze swept over the 3 of them, sharp enough to pin John in place. One last thing, she said. You are not to speak of the ritual or the entity to anyone. This is strictly need to know. That is not a request, it is an order. The weight in her voice made the medic bay feel colder. John swallowed, nodding stiffly. Pyrrha mirrored him, while Blake's eyes gave a short incline of her head to show her understanding. Glinda's lips pressed into a thin line. For a moment she looked almost weary. I have damage control to attend to, she said at last, exhaling through her nose. Rest while you can, you'll be cleared in a few hours. With that, she gathered her clipboard, turned on her heel, and strode out, leaving the 3 of them in the antiseptic silence. Chapter 96, Sleepless Part 6. The city stretched beneath him like a living map. From his vantage atop the glass and steel crown of Vale's tallest high-rise, Osmond stood with the poise of a man that was neither subject to vertigo, gravity, or anything as mundane as weather. The wind tugged at his coat and hair, but it might as well have been no more than a sigh from the earth itself. His cane rested loosely in his right hand, its weight familiar feeling, while his left hung behind his back, clasped in quiet contemplation. Yet none of this was what held his attention. The subtler threads, the intricate, endless lattice of his master rune, flowed through his mind with a precision and clarity that left no room for doubt. He could feel the city of Vale, all of it in its entirety. Every flicker of force, every brush of movement against reality's surface, every pulse of movement in the veins of the city. If he willed it, he could drown them all. Snuff out every light, soul, and song, like fingers pinching the wicks of candles one after another. He rarely allowed the full force of the master rune into his awareness. The temptation was too much like staring into the abyss, only to find it eager to stare back. But tonight, with the weight of fresh knowledge, he had allowed himself to pull aside the veil and look at the truth of his domain. This is what gods must have felt like, he mused, as his eyes traced the glowing web of movements that only he could perceive. Omnipresent, omnipotent, and yet shackled. It had been 3 years since he had breached the final wall, risen to rank 3, and claimed his place at the peak. The air at that height was thin. Few had ever stood there, and fewer still had lived long enough to describe it. But the so-called peak was not a pinnacle to rest upon. It was a narrow edge that was both jagged and cruel, where every step had to be measured against oblivion. The grim that prowled those heights of power were no longer beasts like their lesser-ranked ones. They were empyrean predators of thought and patience. They didn't throw themselves against humanity with blind hatred anymore. They waited in silence, watching for hesitation, for a moment when one of humanity's defenders would falter. And then, well, needless to say, this was why Osmond could never truly rest. Not when the weight of Vale, Beacon, and of the world itself pressed against his shoulders. Not when even a moment's indulgence could spell catastrophe. He lifted his foot and placed it onto the empty air, as naturally as if stepping onto a cobblestone path. Reality bent to the pattern of his master rune. The air hardened beneath his soul, each step ringing faintly with the crystalline tone of bending laws. He strode across the void between buildings with the unhurried pace of a man walking through his own garden. He came to rest at the edge of another rooftop, his eyes drawn to the horizon. Vale glittered, radiant and alive. Neon pulsed from advertisements far below, weaving with the slow crawl of traffic, the laughter and chatter spilling from streetside cafes, the music that leaked out of clubs and night markets. All of it so small from here, so fragile, and yet so beautiful. Osmond breathed out a long, measured sigh. "What a peaceful world," he murmured, his voice lost to the rushing wind. "May it remain so." But he knew peace was always fragile, always temporary. Today's events had reminded him of that fact in a way both undeniable and unwelcome. The ritual. The impossible, reckless, idiotic ritual carried out by a naive girl named Mocha had cracked open a door that had been locked for generations. A door that Lucid had spent decades researching and believing to be merely myths. And she had done it in a classroom. Osmond's mouth tightened as he replayed the reports from Oobleck and Goodwitch. Every detail painted a picture that should not have existed. A girl performing a ritual that shouldn't have even worked. One that didn't even make sense. Well, it was now catalogued in Lucid's vast archives. And then there was the presence. He felt his fingers tighten slightly on the cane. That name and invocation. "She who sleeps eternal, we have found your honorific name." Even in his rank, with his depth of knowledge, there were things Osmond did not like to remember. Not because he could not face them, but because acknowledging them meant acknowledging just how thin the walls around humanity truly were. The ritual's success answered questions Lucid had carried like festering wounds for decades. Could one force awakening without natural timing? Could a human breach the veil on their own? Could knowledge be granted, not earned? Yes. And the answer was the worst outcome possible. Because if such power could be given so freely, it could be given again, and to whom, to what, Not all who dreamed deserved to awaken, not all would wield power responsibly. The thought of humanity swelling with an influx of unstable, unready awakened was dangerous enough. The deeper thought was that entities beyond their comprehension could choose who received power was worse, especially when it concerned that being. The girl's success had not opened a door, it had shattered the lock entirely. The master rune thrummed at the base of his skull, as if echoing his unease. He pushed it back, narrowing his focus until only the wind and the skyline filled his senses again. He leaned on his cane, eyes on the shimmering horizon. The other rank 3s couldn't see it yet. To them, this was only an anomaly and an oddity, perhaps even a stroke of fortune if they were short-sighted enough to see it that way. But Osbin knew. He had a sinking suspicion that this was going to mess up many things. This was not fortune. This was warning. And though the city gleamed beneath him now, alive and unaware, Osbin could not shake the knowledge that the light was only temporary. He tightened his grip on the cane until his knuckles whitened. "You will not take this world," he whispered to himself, the words carrying like a vow across the empty rooftop. "As long as Lucid lives, you will never awaken from your slumber." The wind howled back, cold and indifferent. And in the distance, beyond the glittering veil of reality, where the shattered moon of the nightmare realm lay, something dark seemed to pulse once, with an eye half-lidded, gazing back at him. Osbin did not move from his place at the ledge. His eyes remained fixed on the horizon, the glittering city alive beneath him. But when he spoke, his words were not meant for the streets below, nor for the stars above. "Investigate," he murmured, calm as ever. "See if any others have attempted the ritual." It would have seemed absurd to anyone watching. A middle-aged man addressing empty air, cane in hand, as though dictating an order to the wind itself. But the place was not empty. The shadows on the building's rooftops stirred. They rippled unnaturally, pulling away from the edges of the area like liquid tar, dragging themselves upward until they coalesced into shapes. Massive, distorted, and monstrous. The first shadow on the ground appeared to have blackened feathers stitched together with strands of night. It resembled a crow, but twisted. Its proportions were off. It had broken wings which stretched too far, a jagged beak, and eyes like red pits where light went to die. The second shadow on the ground was sleeker and sharper. A raven. It slid into existence with elegance, head cocked and its gaze keen and watchful. Where the crow was like a brute shadow given weight, the raven was precision, its edges too clean and too defined, like a blade disguised as a bird. Both stared at him. The crow spoke first. Its voice scraped like broken bellows, half wheeze, half growl, alien and echoing, as though from a throat never meant for words. How, it rasped, could the ritual have succeeded? Osbin did not answer immediately. He kept his gaze on the stars, on the fractured glow of the shattered moon above. His silence stretched until the shadow on the ground, the crow's feathers shifted restlessly, its shadow edges twitching. Finally, he spoke. She was infected by a nightmare. The words hung like frost in the air. That infection must have tethered her to the dream in ways we, apparently still, do not yet understand. Every other ritual attempted in the past, every controlled experiment, every research attempt by Lucid, was performed by those who were untouched, by those uninfected and normal. He finally turned his head, his green eyes cutting toward the crow. No one thought to test the rituals on those who were marked. It was a blind spot, an oversight, if you will. The crow tilted its monstrous head, then gave the faintest incline, acknowledgement, agreement. The sound it made was almost like the grinding of stone. And then it rose. From shadow into mass, its form expanded, unfolding into sheer immensity. Wings that could have covered entire city blocks unfurled with silent weight, blotting out the stars themselves. It towered over the buildings, a living eclipse of black. And yet, no one below noticed. The people of Vale continued their lives beneath it, oblivious to the cosmic thing looming above them. Osbin lifted his cane slightly, voice calm but firm. "How far along are you?" The crow's vast head lowered. For a moment, it only stared at him with its red hollow pits of eyes. Then it spoke. "1 mastery, 2 comprehension." The words carried like thunder across the rooftop, though no glass rattled, No ears but Osbin's heard them. Osbin closed his eyes briefly and exhaled a long, tired sigh. He tapped his cane once against the rooftop, the sound swallowed by shadow. "I see." The crow gave no farewell. It simply turned, wings sweeping wide as it dived back into the shadow of the buildings. Its massive form bled away into the night, swallowed by the empty pockets between the high-rises until it was gone. The raven's shadow, left behind, tilted its sleek head toward Osbin. Its eyes glimmered with quiet intelligence, waiting. Osbin regarded it for a long moment, then gave the faintest nod. "Join him," he said simply. The raven bowed its head once, then flew from shadow to shadow, feathers ruffling with a scent of death, and slipped soundlessly into the urban dark, weaving into the angles of glass and steel until it vanished. Osbin remained at the ledge, alone once more, the cityscape glittering as though nothing had stirred. But the air carried a faint scent of bitterness. Chapter 97, Sleepless Part 7. John, Blake, and Pyrrha were mid-conversation when a blur of red and black interrupted them. "John, Blake, and Pyrrha too." Ruby Rose burst in like a thrown spark, silver eyes wide. Yang Zio long followed close behind, her stride long and sure, while Weiss Schnee brought up the rear with brisk, precise steps that somehow carried irritation in every click of her heels. Moments later, Lai Ren, Nora Valkyrie, and Oscar Pine crowded in too, their voices filling the space until the sterile white of the medical bay felt almost alive. John sat up carefully, the monitor leads tugging at his skin. "Hey guys. You texted I'm in Lucid's medical bay and nothing else," Nora said, throwing her arms up. "Do you like giving me heart attacks?" Ren's gaze met John's over her shoulder, curious more so than worried. Oscar hovered behind them, wringing his hands. "You're okay though, right?" "I'm fine," John said quickly, "just being monitored." Ruby's brows pinched. "What happened?" Yang folded her arms, gaze narrowing, watching all the machines he was hooked up to. "Yeah, because this doesn't look like a paper-cut situation." John opened his mouth, but Blake spoke first, her voice even. "It's classified. Goodwitch gave us strict orders." Ruby's frown deepened. Weiss's eyes sharpened like a blade. "Secrets again, from our resident anomaly," Weiss commented, eyes flicking between John and Blake. John winced. "I'm not hiding anything from you guys, I just can't say, orders from above." "Blake?" Weiss asked her teammate, scanning her own hooked-up machines. The girl in question visibly winced. "Unfortunately, all three of us were caught up in the same situation, so yeah, I can't give any details either. In any case, we should be out of here in an hour or so." Ruby shifted, clearly unsatisfied but unwilling to push harder. Yang muttered something about how she should start keeping secrets too. Weiss, though, she lingered, her sharp stare like a scalpel, though she did move closer to Pyrrha to check on her. John tried not to squirm at their scrutiny. Instead, he glanced toward Pyrrha. He'd half expected to see a group checking up on her too, but no one had. She must have noticed his confusion, because she offered him a small, almost apologetic smile. "Oh, I don't have a squad," she explained quietly, though loud enough for the others to hear. "I'm a peak rank 1. That grants me permission to patrol solo. My old team, they're rank 2 now, and each of them have been transferred outside Vale." John blinked at that. "You go alone." She tilted her head, still smiling faintly. "It's not unusual. Our work requires it sometimes." There was no self-pity or bitterness in her tone, just fact. Still, John thought he saw the faintest flicker of distance behind her eyes. He let it drop. The room grew restless after that, filled with small talk and worried glances but little substance. When at last Goodwitch herself returned, her heels striking against the polished floor, everyone fell quiet. "Your vitals are stable," she said, eyes scanning across the three of them, John, Blake, Pyrrha, before flicking to the others clustered in the room. "There is no immediate danger. However, should anything change, if you notice lingering side effects or if you discover anything else, you are to report it to me at once. Am I clear?" The three of them nodded without hesitation. "Good." She cast a pointed look at the others, a silent reminder that their presence was tolerated but unnecessary, before striding back out. One by one, their friends followed, though not without protest. RWBY lingered a moment longer, biting her lip before finally sighing and stepping out. Weiss left too, with a final wave to Pyrrha, though not without a final look over her shoulder. Yang waved back and John and Blake before the door closed behind her. The room was quiet again. John let out a long exhale and slumped against his pillow. I thought Weiss was going to dissect me with her eyes. Both Blake and Pyrrha smirked at that. The invisible tension eased just a little. Later, when the three of them were finally released, the instructions were clear. No long patrols tonight. No pushing themselves. Rest, monitor their health and report anything unusual. John stepped out into the Lucid base with Ren, Nora, and Oscar flanking him. He could almost feel the weight of earlier still dragging at his chest, but the fresh air helped. That night, after returning to the training hall, John decided he couldn't sit idle. Mocha was still in Dream Realm's beacon, undergoing orientation. He would probably meet her there when he next slept. For now, though, he needed to work and to sharpen himself. The weakness he had felt earlier burned in his memory like an ember. It wasn't just shame, it was clarity. He'd been shown, starkly, how fragile he was against greater beings, and that weakness was something he couldn't accept. So he trained, with RWBY's squad and even Pyrrha joining in, curiously enough. The incident had somehow pushed all of them together today. Ren drilled him in balance and patience, and Nora cheered him on with energy that rattled the walls. Pyrrha had also taken it upon herself to spar against the members of RWBY's squad as well. Needless to say, she was quite exceptional in combat. They struggled against her and the passive effect of her rune. When asked what it did, she simply smiled and said she wanted to keep it a secret. However, she did mention that she had reached comprehension in the rune and was only waiting to reach comprehension in her second rune before she would be ready to rank up. John could only be amazed. In any case, most of John's own sparring was against Oscar. Oscar wasn't sure how to feel about hurting John, however, after beating him enough times in combat, he got used to it, and they soon enough fell into a comfortable rhythm. The clash of practice blades rang across the hall. Their movements were skilled at times and clumsy at others. Not so much Oscar, but John. There were no dream physique enhancements or overwhelming strength. Just them, rank 0 pure mortal flesh, straining against each other with sweat and sheer willpower. Oscar ducked under a sloppy swing, his short blade smacking against John's rune frame. "Point," he said, grinning despite the panting. John groaned, rubbing his ribs. "You're enjoying this way too much." "Maybe," Oscar admitted, still smiling. "But you're getting a lot faster at reacting. You weren't this good 2 days ago." John blinked, surprised by the earnestness in his tone. He tightened his grip on the training blade, then gave a faint smile of his own. "Guess I'll take that." They reset. Blades clashed again, feet slid across polished floors, breath came ragged and hot. Every strike John threw was another promise to himself. Every stumble was a learning opportunity, and every time he rose again was both another lesson in perseverance. A vow that he would not let himself, or anyone else, feel that helplessness again. When at last he collapsed onto the mat, chest heaving, sweat dripping, he found himself staring at the ceiling. "Skies beyond skies," John sighed and pushed himself up. "I have a long way to go." Later, when John finally made it home that night, it was well past dinner. The lights downstairs were off, save for the faint golden glow spilling from the kitchen, where his dad sat at the table with a mug of something steaming. "You're late," his father said mildly, not even looking up from the tablet he was scrolling through. John replied smoothly, "Club meeting ran later than I thought it would. You know how they are." That earned him a skeptical glance over the rim of the mug, but only that. After a beat, his dad grunted and went back to his reading. John exhaled silently, slipping upstairs. Before heading to bed, he checked his phone again. Still no update about Mocha waking up in the real world. The pod technicians at Lucid had told him she was stable, but still asleep. Still adrift in the dream. He stared at his darkened ceiling. He hated not knowing. He closed his eyes and let himself fall. The transition came like plunging into water. The familiar ripple passed through his body, and when he opened his eyes, he was standing in the designated entry chamber at Beacon Academy's dream base. Rows of crystalline monitors hummed quietly, manned by the respective personnel. He flexed his hands. The faint tug of strength in his limbs was comforting, the quiet hum of his dream physique. At the armory, his equipment waited for him at a designated locker, black-plated rune frame trimmed in white accents. He suited up piece by piece, the motions now muscle memory, and attached his blade onto his hip. One of the station's support staff, a woman in a gray Lucid coat, glanced up from her console as he approached. "Mocha Fior," he asked. "She's here, right?" The woman tapped her screen. "Oh, that girl that dropped in out of nowhere? Orientation tent, North Quad. Rank 2 operative Bartholomew Ublek is overseeing it." John blinked. Ublek, the history professor. "He volunteered," the woman said dryly, already returning to her screen. John shook his head with a faint, bemused smile. Somehow that fit. He found the orientation tents at the edge of the quad, where the pale stone courtyards of Beacon's dream layout met the misty forest beyond. Canvas walls billowed slightly in the soft breeze, and runic lanterns cast gentle light. From inside one tent, rapid, articulate speech spilled out like machine gun fire. Which brings us to the significance of the first recorded containment failure, which, yes, dates back to the Great Vacuo breach of 67I, though I digress. John hesitated, then rapped his knuckles lightly against the tent frame. The torrent of words cut off instantly. "Come in," called Bartholomew Ublek's voice, chipper as ever. John ducked inside. The interior was lined with floating projection screens, each displaying snippets of dream cartography and historical data. And sitting at the center, legs crossed on a cushion, was Mocha. She looked different. Her usually relaxed posture was stiff, her amber eyes wide and shining in the lantern glow. There were dark circles under them, yet a spark of something electric, wonder, fear, maybe both, buzzed just beneath her skin. Ublek, leaning on his cane, perked up. "Ah, Mr. Ark, come to check on our new initiate, have you? Excellent timing. We were just discussing the early frameworks of dream venture theory." "Professor," Mocha said quickly, "could we, maybe take a break?" Ublek blinked, then glanced at John, then back at her. "But of course, orientation is, after all, a marathon, not a sprint. Hydrate, reflect, and all that. Well, not that food and water exist here, but you get the illusion." He zipped past them in a blur of motion, leaving the tent flaps fluttering in his wake. And then it was just them. John let the silence settle a moment, then stepped closer and sat opposite her on the other cushion. "Hey." "Hey," she echoed, a little dazed. Then she abruptly leaned forward. "John, I can hardly believe it, this is real. All of this is actually real." He nodded. "It is." "I mean," she flung a hand toward the floating maps, the softly humming runic lamps, "I thought it was some hazy nightmare at first, or like a really intense hallucination. But it's not. There is a system, rules, and even history." Her voice trembled, though her grin didn't fade. "There's an entire organization dealing with this. Like secret dream hunters. Actual dream hunters." John chuckled softly. "Welcome to Lucid." Mocha's grin faltered, then collapsed entirely into a trembling exhale. She buried her face in her hands. "I don't know whether to laugh or cry." "That's normal," he said gently. Her voice was muffled. I'm scared, John." He didn't rush to answer. He just let the words sit between them until she lowered her hands, eyes rimmed red but dry. "I thought I was going crazy," she whispered. "After that thing, when I first woke up in this place, when they told me I'd awakened, and that it was an anomalous situation, that it was not supposed to be possible." "It's rare, yeah, beyond rare, actually," John admitted. "Almost never happens, I guess." John wasn't sure how rare exactly, considering that he was also an anomalous awakening. 2 of them in the time span of a week and a half. "So," her gaze searched his face, "how did this even happen? Clearly that ritual worked, but how?" "I don't know," he said honestly. "Sometimes it's not about how. Sometimes things maybe just happen by chance. Well, maybe in this case it wasn't exactly chance considering that deity answered, but the thought still sticks, I guess." That didn't seem to comfort her much. She stared down at her hands. They were trembling faintly. "I didn't really expect this to be the Eye of Insight." "Eye of Insight? Oh, right. Your ritual was to see the hidden world. Forgot about that." John rubbed her forehead in thought. Well, what exactly were you expecting? To be able to see ghosts or something? I don't know, Mocha complained. I started all this just to see if the occult was real. You know how many rituals I've conducted? Tons. Even the weird ones that Morris and Jenna were interested in. They stared at each other, and both of them cracked a grin. You're weird too, John couldn't help but state. All 3 times now that I've been into your clubroom, something crazy has happened. She chuckled at that. Well, to be fair, very few people are interested in the occult club. She sighed at that and stared outside the tent, where the broken red moon laid bare, a celestial object that stared at the world below in a seemingly endless hate. I don't want to die here, John. He wasn't sure what to say to her regarding those words. In essence, Mocha was actually very lucky. If the ritual had been conducted at anywhere else except Beacon, she might have already been dead. Not everyone could be lucky enough like him to face a Beowulf and come out on top due to extreme luck. But he couldn't very well say that to her. You want, he said softly instead. You're still here and that counts for something. Her lips pressed thin, then quietly, but if I can die here again, in this rotten dream world, then what's even real anymore? John leaned forward slightly. That question never fully goes away, but the fear does, eventually. You learn how to live with it and how to fight back. Lucid will teach you. Mocha gave a small, watery laugh. You sound like you know what you're doing. I don't, he admitted with a crooked smile. But I've been where you are, so I know how it feels. Something in that must have reached her, because her shoulders loosened just slightly. They sat in quiet for a while, the hum of the lamps the only sound. Then Mocha wiped her eyes with the heel of her hand and said, They said I'll get to pick a rune soon. Like a cool superpower. Yeah, John said. Once you start killing Grimm, you'll be able to condense a rune at 100 fragments. I haven't personally done it, but it's really not as weird as it sounds. I feel like I'm going to screw it up, she muttered. You won't. You don't know that. I know you, Mocha, you'll be fine, John said simply. That caught her off guard. She blinked at him, then laughed again, softer this time, fragile but real. Thanks. Anytime. Mocha straightened her posture, took a long, steadying breath, and then met his gaze again. There was still fear there, yes, but something else, too, something solidifying. Resolve, maybe. All right, John, I'm counting on you, she said. Teach me how not to die. John grinned. Deal. Oh, and one more thing. What's that? John asked, curious. I King hate that you are a part of a secret organization that fights monsters in a dream realm and didn't tell me. She accused him, pointing a finger in anger. John stared at her in astonishment, before a bubble of laughter erupted from his stomach. Chapter 98, Time Beyond Part 1. 3 months passed in a blur of steel and sweat. To John Ark, the days seemed to bleed together, dissolving into one long ache. Gray mornings slid into crimson evenings, then faded into nights gilded in exhausted gold. Every dawn began with sore muscles and lungs that burned raw. Every dusk ended with him dragging his tired, trembling body to bed, with the phantom taste of adrenaline still clinging stubbornly to his tongue. Training had consumed him. He hadn't exactly meant for it to happen that way. All John had wanted to do was to never feel the feeling of helplessness ever again. He wanted to strengthen his body and sharpen his skills to prepare for what lay ahead. After all, they were patrolling in the dream. They were fighting Grimm. Danger was constant and preparation was survival. But somewhere along the way, it had stopped being rational. Rather necessity. Even now, as he stood in one of the vast training chambers of Lucid's base, sword raised, he could see the worry etched faintly on his squadmates' faces. Lai Ren watched with arms folded. His expression was neutral, but John could see that his gaze was sharp, assessing him. Nora Valkyrie twirled her hammer around idly, but she kept biting her lower lip. Ruby Rose and Yang Xiao long leaned against the far wall, whispering quietly to each other, eyes occasionally flicking toward him like they were checking if he was. All right. They didn't really understand his mindset. None of them really could. The one thing John had noticed was that all of the awakened around him treated this world, the dream, as a job. A dangerous one, sure, but still a job. It was something they clocked in and out of, something they prepared for, scheduled, and strategized around. For them, it was dangerous work. But for John, it had been survival. And there was a difference. A razor-thin, bone-deep difference that he hadn't noticed at first, not until he'd gone on enough patrols through the dilapidated corpse of Vale's dream echo, weaving through broken skyscrapers and dilapidated streets alongside them. They moved like soldiers. Cautious, efficient, and most importantly, confident. But they didn't move like prey. They didn't have that instinctive edge, that desperate crackling spark of someone who had been forced, again and again, to look death in the eye while holding a blade. John had lived that. Alone. In the first week of his awakening, every fight was a cliff edge. Every second he had teetered. Every breath had been on borrowed time. And the thing about surviving something like that was, it branded you. That brand still burned under his skin. Compared to John, all the other awakened had received safety nets in the form of higher-ranked operatives looking out for them, teaching them and helping them kill the creatures of Grimm. The relic, great rune of knowledge, allowed Lucid to find awakened before they could enter the dream, on the day of their 14th birthday, which generally made them safe. This experience was something that John didn't receive. "Ready," came Oscar Pine's voice, pulling him back to the present. John exhaled, centering himself. Oscar stood across the sparring floor, slender frame wrapped in a dull gray special Lucid tech bodysuit, a standard-issue training suit offered to operatives. It was made in such a way that it could dull impacts. 2 practice daggers rested in Oscar's grip, their point steady. His green eyes narrowed. There'd been a time when that look would have rattled John. When Oscar's stance, light, balanced, and sharp, would have sent a trickle of nerves crawling up his spine. Not anymore. John rolled his shoulders. The weight of his own longsword felt natural now, like an extension of his arm. "Yeah," he said simply, "let's go." The bell chimed. Oscar moved first, quick as ever, darting in with a flurry of light strikes aimed to overwhelm. John's body flowed into motion, almost without thought. Steel hissed and cracked in sharp succession as he deflected the blows with small, economical parries, feet sliding in perfect half-steps that carried him just out of reach each time. His blade moved like water, redirecting Oscar's momentum. He'd drilled this. At home, he'd stood in his backyard for hours with Crocia Moores, moving through footwork sequences until his feet ached and his calves cramped. He'd practiced each parry angle until his wrists ached. He'd even sought out Gries twice a week, letting the older swordsman carve him apart just to understand how, why, and where he failed. John had pushed his body to the brink, even going as far as sparring against rank ones to feel the vast difference in combat strength between him and them. Pyrrha was all but happy to teach him, stating that she had always wanted to mentor someone. Considering her prowess in sword, spear, and shielding techniques, she was simply the optimal choice. Blake had also joined the 2 of them in their sessions. After that shared horrific ritual experience, she had started interacting with him and Pyrrha more. More than she did with her own squad mates, in fact. In between training sessions, John would also often see her and Pyrrha sparring together. And after all those grueling sessions, both his reflexes and dynamic vision improved to such a degree that rank ones no longer appeared as blurs of movement before his eyes. He could track their movements. In the waking world. So when Oscar tried to press his advantage with a sudden low sweep, John was already moving. He pivoted, blade flashing down in a textbook hanging guard that caught the strike and rolled it aside. The younger boy's balance faltered. John lunged. Steel smacked sharply against Oscar's chest. The impact thudded through the atrium. Oscar hit the ground hard, skidding a half-meter across the floor. A stunned silence followed. Oscar groaned, sitting up and rubbing at his sternum with a pained wince. His green eyes lifted toward John, wide and a little betrayed, like he couldn't quite believe what had just happened. John blinked, realizing only now how fast he'd moved. His heart was hammering, but not from exertion, from something else. Something sharp and cold that slowly softened into guilt. "Ah, sorry," he said quickly, lowering his sword. "That might have been a bit much." Oscar just stared at him for a long beat. Then he shook his head slightly, still looking like John had just kicked his puppy. "Damn, I used to be able to beat you," he said, voice small and incredulous. "Like, all the time." "Yeah," John scratched the back of his neck, slightly sheepish. "You did." How'd you even do that? John hesitated. How could he explain it? That relentless clawing need, that knowing certainty that if he didn't become stronger, faster, sharper, he would die? That it wasn't about points or pride or even skill anymore, it was about survival. Instead, he just gave a half smile. Guess I've been practicing. Oscar squinted at him, then climbed to his feet with a groan. Practicing, he says, you move like one of the damned Lucid instructors now. John laughed awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck again. Exaggeration. Not really, came Ren's calm voice from the side. He pushed off the wall, stepping closer. Your form's definitely changed. It's cleaner and exceptionally well controlled now. Scarier too, Nora added, tilting her head. Like you're about to eat him alive. That's a little dramatic, John said, but his smile wavered faintly. Ruby crossed her arms, studying him with quiet, careful eyes. No, she's got a point. You've really been training a lot, huh? Yeah, John admitted. Like, a lot. Maybe. Yang snorted. Dude, it shows. You just mopped the floor with Oscar. Thanks, John said, though there wasn't much pride in it. Just acknowledgement. I needed to get better. Mission accomplished, Nora said dryly. But maybe, don't forget to breathe sometimes. John gave her a faint smile, but said nothing. Because how could he tell them? That to him, every night in the dream wasn't just a mission. It was walking the edge of a cliff again, the way he had those first nights, alone, half-blind, heart jackhammering in his throat as he fought for every breath. They fought because it was their duty. He fought because he still half believed that if he slowed down, if he stopped, if he breathed, he'd die. But that didn't mean that John was afraid of the dream. Instead, he welcomed it. Every experience, every kill, every time he entered made him stronger. It was addicting in its own way. Oscar dusted himself off, still muttering under his breath about unfair growth spurts. Ren herded him toward the water station. Nora bounded after them, hammer resting across her shoulders. Ruby and Yang lingered a moment longer, watching John as he stooped to collect his practice sword from where it had fallen. Seriously, Yang said, voice gentler now, take care of yourself, okay? John rolled his eyes. Yes, Mom. Calling me Mommy already, huh? You move fast, Johnny boy, Yang teased. John rolled his eyes, immune now to her teasing. In any case, they didn't believe that he was fine. He could see it in their eyes. But that was also fine. Because this wasn't about belief. It was about survival, and the power that came with surviving. The hum of the lights above the Lucid changing rooms buzzed softly, almost meditative in the quiet aftermath of the day's session. The others had already filtered out, voices fading down the hall as they talked about their weekend plans and snacks and anything else but the dream realm. Considering that they would have to head into the dream later that night, it made sense that they didn't want to speak about it, as of yet. John stayed behind. He stood shirtless before the mirror bolted to the locker wall, steam still curling faintly from his shoulders. Sweat clung to him in a sheen, catching the pale light. For a moment, he almost didn't recognize himself. 3 months ago, he had been, well, normal. Taller than average height, a bit lanky and somewhat soft in the way most teenage boys were when they spent more time at desks than on the field. His arms had been slightly wiry and his chest shallow. If he'd flexed back then, nothing much would have happened except maybe a cramp. Now though, John's reflection had changed. His body had filled out, not explosively like some caricature of muscly-bound perfection, but with something subtler and far more real. Broadness had crept across his shoulders. His chest had thickened, firm and square. The faint outline of his abs, once buried under boyish softness, now stood out in gentle definition. Ropey strands of muscle curled along his arms when he turned them, and his forearms bore the fine hardness that came from endless repetitions of sword drills and grip work. He tilted his head, watching his collarbones shift under the skin. His jaw seemed a bit sharper now, too. He ran a hand along his abdomen, the skin still hot from exertion. It wasn't vanity, though he could admit to himself there was a faint thrill in seeing the progress. It was more proof that he wasn't imagining everything, that he wasn't just pretending to become stronger. He could see it. And more importantly, he could feel it. When he'd first joined Lucid, everything about him felt weak. Now, his stamina had grown, his reflexes were crisper, and even his strikes hit harder. And not just in the waking world. John's gaze drifted to his reflection's eyes. There, faint and fleeting, he imagined that he could see something else stir, like a glint of pale light swimming under the surface. The dream has changed me too. In the realm of broken moons and blackened skyscrapers, he had fought and killed and survived. He had earned runes, enough that his stats had climbed upwards steadily over the months. All 3 of his stats now rested close to the peak at 9 each. Well, except for his body stat. That one stood above the others. Body, 10. He rolled his shoulder experimentally, the muscle coiling like a spring. Reaching 10 had been, interestingly, jarring. The change wasn't like the slow accretion of strength that had come before. It was like crossing an invisible line. Suddenly, he was miles faster, stronger. Jumps that had once strained his legs now felt light. A rusted sedan he'd found abandoned in the dreamscape, he could now lift with ease and even throw at a short distance. Even here, in the waking world, little bleeds of instinct and reflex tended to come through. Sometimes, he caught the environment moving slowly, and him faster, catching falling objects before they hit the floor or brushing past people in the halls without meaning to, like their presence barely slowed him. He exhaled slowly. Then his thoughts wandered to something stranger still. Aura. John had unlocked it close to 2 months ago at this point. It was a curious sensation, like something had poured into him. Not out from his soul, as he might have expected, but in. Like someone had uncorked an invisible vial of liquid light and let it flow through his veins. It had flooded him, not painfully but wholly, like cold water spilling into a dry vessel. Every nerve had sung. Every heartbeat had thrummed like a drum. Even now, standing here, he could sense the faintest echo of it, an afterimage of invisible energy that curled deep in his chest. It wasn't solid. It slipped away from his grasp the moment he tried to seize it, like trying to catch a handful of water. But it was there. This was normal. At rank 0, none of his stats could manifest into the waking world, not really. It was like a dream you half remembered when you woke up, shimmering on the edge of sense. Only by climbing the ranks could one make it stay, to fight against the laws of the world that prevented the action from being completed. Still, knowing it was there, that something in him could burn like that, made his pulse quicken. And then there was will. John frowned faintly at the mirror. That stat had been the most confusing. If aura was supposed to be the energy source that fueled rune skills, Will was supposed to represent a dreamer's ability to control their runes, to bend them precisely instead of clumsily flaring them. And while he didn't have a rune yet, he did notice something else about the stat. Something no one had warned him about. Since unlocking will, he had changed, not just in skill, in mind. It was subtle, like the quiet shift of a compass needle. It was almost as if it was easier for him to be calmer in battle now, where once he would have acted under panic. Fear still came, yes, but it no longer affected his movements. It could no longer root him to the spot. And it wasn't just in the dream. Back in class, when a teacher had called on him unexpectedly, he'd answered without stammering. When he'd stood up to present a group project, his voice hadn't cracked, and he hadn't wanted to crawl into a hole afterward. John narrowed his eyes at his reflection. Is it actually changing me, or am I just tripping over my own idiotic thoughts? It seemed absurd, but he couldn't deny the possibility. Maybe Will didn't just control how well he wielded runes. Maybe it was literally fortifying his willpower, the same way body fortified his flesh. It was a little confusing, however, because he was certain that his stats weren't supposed to bleed over into the waking world until he reached rank 1. And if that was true, what else might the stats be doing to him beneath the surface, in ways he couldn't yet see? He shook his head slowly, reaching for his towel. He wasn't sure how to feel about that thought. On the one hand, it was exhilarating. He was becoming stronger, sharper, and more confident, the kind of person who could stand in the storm instead of being swept away by it. On the other hand, it was unsettling. Because if the system could alter him, not just physically but mentally then, where did he end and it begin? John draped the towel around his shoulders and sat heavily on the bench, staring down at the floor tiles. He remembered something Glinda Goodwitch had said earlier that week in a group collaboration setting, about how the nightmare did not simply grant power, it remade people, burned away what was weak, strengthened what was left. Was that what was happening to him? And if so, how much of the old John would remain when this was all done? He drew in a slow breath and let it out. Then quietly, he smiled to himself. Because if he was being honest, he didn't mind. For the first time in his life, he didn't feel like someone fumbling through the world, trying to fake his way through everything. He felt like someone who could become something. Someone who could stand beside the others, Ruby, Ren, Nora, and not feel like dead weight dragging them down. He would become someone who could protect them, even if it meant burning away the old him to do it. John rose from the bench, slinging his shirt over his shoulder. The lights hummed softly overhead. His reflection watched him go, eyes steady, shoulders squared. Chapter 99, Time Beyond Part 2. The dream always greeted John with a silent whisper. It wasn't silence in the ordinary sense, but the peculiar hush of a world that seemed to wait, suspended. It reminded him of walking through a city at dawn, streets empty, windows shuttered, as if the world had only just remembered to breathe. Yet here, the stillness carried a sharper edge. It was the silence of evil holding its breath, a predator crouched in the dark, ready to pounce. The sky above Beacon's safe zone stretched to the horizon, the same bleak canvas, a shattered blood-red moon looming low, jagged pieces suspended like glass shards caught in invisible threads. Coppery red light bled over the ground, slick and oily where it touched the cracked world below. The ruins around Lucid's base reached upward like skeletal fingers, windows hollow, and shadows like jagged teeth. John knew that if he ventured outside the zone, the scent of rust and rot would cling to the air. A metallic and cold smell that could make each breath taste like old blood. John adjusted the strap of his weapon and walked on, boots echoing faintly against the asphalt. Ahead, the central operations building of Lucid's steel and runic plating loomed. The girders jutted upward like stylized ribs arching toward the black sky. A pair of sentries stood guard at the main entrance, their silhouettes gleaming faintly along the seams of their rune frames. They didn't speak, only dipped their heads in recognition as he passed, the glow of their visors tracking him until he stepped through the doors. The atmosphere was taut and humming with controlled urgency. Hollow screens floated above the central command table, projecting shifting maps of the grid, overlays of grim movements, and pulsing rune matrices that rotated with geometric precision. Voices murmured in clipped tones, dispatches, numbers, cross-checks. The sort of professional quiet where everyone had long ago learned to keep their composure beneath a layer of routine. At the far end stood Glinda Goodwitch. As unyielding as a marble, her posture was akin discipline itself. A slate of patrol assignments hovered in front of her, which she scanned with sharp, precise flicks of her eyes. To her right lounged Vex, perched on a stool with careless grace, one leg crossed over the other, adorned in her form-hugging rune frame. The counselor's ever-present smirk played at her lips as she spun a data stylus between deft fingers, as if she found the entire situation dreadfully amusing. The contrast between her languid posture and Glinda's upright severity was quite stark that John almost winced. He looked to the left and saw his two friends, Mocha and next to her Pyrrha. The sight made him pause mid-step. Pyrrha looked much as she always did in the dream, tall, poised, and beautiful. Her sleek black frame that hugged her perfect curves was accented well by faint crimson tracings that pulsed with soft light. Her long ponytail brushed over her shoulders as she inclined her head toward Mocha, her expression faintly warm. She radiated the quiet assurance of someone who had stepped into combat so many times it had become as familiar as breathing. Mocha, though, was different. It was still somewhat surreal seeing her here at all, standing in the command center as though she belonged. Months ago, she'd barely survived her patrols. John remembered the scared look of hollow vacancy in her eyes after her first kills, how she'd clutched her weapon to her chest as though letting go would unmake her. He remembered sitting with her afterward, both of them staring into the fractured skyline in silence, because no words had felt large enough to fill that kind of emptiness. Now, though, she looked more like a soldier. Her rune frame hugged her figure in matte black, etched with faint silver lines that glimmered whenever she shifted. Training had carved away her softness, leaving behind something sharper, leaner. Her stance had a new steadiness, a slight bounce to her heels that betrayed readiness rather than fear. Her gaze, once anxious and unfocused, now carried a keen edge. And slung over her back was a long-frame pulse rifle, gleaming faintly under the hololights. The story of her reassignment was interesting to most personnel. Fortunately, due to Goodwich's order of silence, John, Blake, and Pyrrha didn't have to explain what had occurred. The incident was quite a serious one after all, with members of the occult club having to have their memory wiped. Afterwards, Lucid had assigned her with Pyrrha, turning the prodigy's solo deployments into a duo. Many had whispered about it at first, questioning the logic of pairing one of their most accomplished fighters with someone so green. An anomaly at that. But that was how Lucid operated. Newly awakened had to be paired with experienced ones in a mentorship-like program so they could be taught to fight and engage the creatures in the dream realm. There just weren't enough awakened in the world to teach everyone before they were ready. The one major unfortunate aspect of the dream. In any case, Pyrrha was a monstrous combatant, able to best practically everyone under rank 2, mostly due to the comprehensive nature of her first rune that she had created. Mocha, however, was a girl that stumbled in every drill. But John remembered the range. He remembered the sound of each of her shots, precise and consistent, with practically no wasted motion or hesitation. Mocha might not be meant for the clash of blades, but at a distance, she was something else entirely. It was Pyrrha who noticed him first. She lifted her head from the data pad she'd been sharing with Mocha and offered a smile that was small but genuine. "John." "Pyrrha," he replied, his own lips quirking as he gave a lazy salute. Then his eyes flicked toward Mocha. "Didn't expect to see you two here this early." Mocha stiffened, almost as if bracing for judgment, then tried to hide it with a shrug that came off half casual, half defensive. "We're, giving this whole teamwork thing a proper shot. Figured it's better to start early than to stumble later." "She's being modest," Pyrrha said gently, amusement tugging faintly at her tone. "Her progress has been remarkable." Mocha's cheeks warmed, her eyes darting away. It's not that big a deal." "Not a big deal?" John grinned, leaning a little closer. "Pyrrha doesn't hand out praise like rations, you know. If she says you're good, that's something." He tilted his head, eyes narrowing in mock seriousness. "Unless she's secretly using you as bait." "John," Pyrrha chided, though her lips betrayed her with the faintest twitch. Mocha muttered under her breath, "Honestly, I'd believe it." That drew a laugh from him, warm and genuine. He thought back to the times he'd stepped in during their early drills, running Pyrrha's squad mate through mock engagements or light patrol simulations. It had been clear from the outset that Mocha wasn't built for the frenzied chaos of melee. But she hadn't quit. She'd come back every time, even when she lost, and even when she looked like she wanted to collapse. And now she stood here, rifle slung, gaze steady, carrying herself like someone who had carved a place in this unforgiving world. The doors behind him hissed open. A new group strode in, and John half-turned as the air seemed to shift. RWBY's squad. Ruby herself was unmistakable, her black frame traced with crimson light, her signature hood pulled up even here in the dream, silver eyes glinting sharp. Yang walked at her side, golden hair spilling wild over her shoulders, her stride loose and confident. Weiss followed with measured grace, every movement crisp and deliberate, her stance immaculate. And Blake, quiet as shadow, slipped in with a presence that felt more like absence. RWBY spotted him first. She lifted a hand, bright smile breaking the somber atmosphere. "John." "Hey," he called back, smiling as he raised a hand in return. Their arrival carried the subtle gravity of reputation. RWBY's team had carved theirs through efficiency, through walking into dangerous zones and walking back out intact. They were proof of what Lucid wanted its soldiers to be. Their presence made the air feel heavier, more charged. John's own squad was already assembled near the command table, listening as Glinda and Vex outlined the patrol sectors. Ren stood with arms folded, expression unreadable, while Nora bounced on her heels, restless energy practically sparking off her. Oscar gave him a nod as he approached. "Ark," Goodwich acknowledged without glancing up, her voice clipped. "Professor, Counselor," John replied easily as he joined the circle. "Anything interesting on the slate today?" Neither offered much. Goodwich shook her head minutely, and Vex only tilted her lips into a faint smile, like she knew something no one else did but wasn't about to share. Before turning back fully, John let his gaze wander one last time toward Mocha. She caught his eye, and for a heartbeat her hardened stance softened. She gave him a small, hesitant smile. He smiled back, unthinking. Strange, he thought, how even here, in a place that sought to crush them, people could still grow, still change, maybe even thrive. He squared his shoulders and faced the table, taking his place beside his squad. Another night, another hunt. Goodwitch's gaze slid past John and landed on the boy leaning casually against a supply crate that her tone shifted. "Pine," she addressed Oscar, "how far along are you until you're ready to rank up?" Oscar Pine glanced up, blinking like he'd just surfaced from some private calculation. His short, tousled hair was slightly stuck up, as if the dream itself had been trying to ruffle him, and his rune frame clung to his wiry build like it had been designed to emphasize how deceptively unthreatening he looked. He rolled his shoulders with a shrug. He said. "Since I changed my rune not that far, I only need 20 more fragments," he shrugged. "One solid session or maybe two, then I'm good to go." "That's right," Oscar switched his rune. John's mind flickered back over the past 2 months, playing through each fragmented memory like a slideshow. Oscar sitting in the training arena's cold blue glow, jaw set as he told them he was discarding his rune, the disbelief that had rippled through the others. They had genuinely believed that he had liked that rune, but it had seemed that it wasn't the case, after all. Back then, Oscar's rune had been dynamic. It was a strange rune. Fluid, in a sense, letting him store and redirect his own kinetic energy, banking momentum mid-leap to launch off in another direction, converting the impact of a landing into explosive acceleration, using every motion like currency. He could weave through battle like water slipping between stones, every step building into the next until his movements were a blur. But Oscar hadn't been satisfied. He had described it once, voice taut with something close to frustration. "It's clever, but it's never enough. It makes me fast, not strong. It dodges the problem instead of solving it. I don't want to dance around people. I want to stop them in place." So he had gone to the Lucid archives to do some research. And afterwards, created Force. John had watched him testing it in Dream, the faint shimmering glyph appearing behind his back like a cloak. It was terrifying in its simplicity. No elegant finesse or complex chains of redirection, just raw, overwhelming assertion. Oscar could change the force of things, all things. A simple punch that should have nudged an opponent back would instead blast them across the chamber like a cannon shot, the air shattering with the crack of warped pressure. A thrown knife would strike as if hurled by a siege engine, punching through steel plating. Even the recoil from his own weapons could be altered, becoming soft as falling snow or violent enough to rocket him backward. It was like watching physics bend to his will. And there were limits, of course. John had asked. Oscar had said he could only increase or decrease force by about threefold at his current level, limited by how much aura and he could channel at once without burning himself out. But even with that ceiling, it was devastating. It was also unfair. John knew enough about runes now to know they weren't all created equal. Some were subtle, tricky, dependent on skill and planning. Others were just brutally effective by their nature. He thought of Yang Xiao Long's rune, Kinetic. It let her absorb the damage from attacks and convert it into raw power. Every hit made her stronger. If Ren shot her, she'd just tank it and punch him through a wall. Lai Ren's rune Trajectory was clever, allowing him to alter the path of anything he launched or threw. His bullets could bend, his knives could curve through the air like predatory birds. But against Yang, he'd barely scratch her before she crushed him like a tin can. And then there was Pira Nico's. Her rune was something else entirely. John didn't even like thinking about it. It felt like a cheat code written into reality. Whenever he tried to analyze her movements, they slipped from his grasp like water. Compared to them, Oscar's new rune was in their league now, maybe even scarier because of how absolute it felt. Force was force. Everything depended on it. Every collision, every strike, every shot, every step. And Oscar had only just begun mastering it. 20 fragments, Glinda repeated. Her gaze was measuring, clinical. Then you will be ready to attempt rank 1. Yep, Oscar said. He scratched the back of his neck. Aura and body stats are all at 10 right now, just need one more to push Will into 10. It'll be neat. Glinda's lips thinned in something that might have been approval, or maybe just the faint relaxation of someone removing a weight from a ledger. Good. Once you ascend, your operational clearance will expand. Oh, all right, Oscar nodded, still leaning against the crate like he was discussing dinner plans instead of his impending metamorphosis into something lethal. John watched him. He wasn't sure what he felt. Admiration maybe, envy a little, worry definitely. Rank ups changed people. In any case, Oscar would be a lot stronger after today. Once you rank up today or tomorrow, Glinda continued, tapping something on her hollow tablet, your squad will be assigned to start clearing nightmare zones rather than city sweeps. John's eyes widened at that. Nightmare zones. That was a different battlefield entirely. Chapter 100, Time Beyond Part 3. Their place of patrol had once been a park. John could imagine children playing on the swings and slides in the real world. Here, though, everything was hollow and dead. The trees were gnarled skeletons of wood, branches brittle and leafless. Their roots clutched at blackened soil, the rot of all green things long since stolen by the nightmare. Broken swing sets creaked idly in the wind, chains twisted and warped by rust, while a seesaw lay overturned, one end buried like a gravestone in the cold dirt. And prowling through this graveyard of play were the Ursa. 6 of them, with their eyes burning with hateful light. 2 towered massively above the rest, each one the size of a small building, shoulders plated with jagged bone and void black fur. Their claws were larger than entire adult humans and gouged furrows through the dead ground. Ursa Major. Ren and Nora had claimed those too. John and Oscar Pine were left with the 4 lesser-ranked Ursa, and it wasn't lost on him that lesser here still meant death incarnate. John ducked as a claw swept past, the air cracking like a whip. His body responded with frightening speed now, his reflexes sharpened by months of grinding fights in this hellscape. His sword blade flashed with an eerie light, trailing faint silver, as he slashed across one of the Ursa's ribs. The blow staggered the beast but didn't kill it. The interesting thing about fighting groups of Grimm which had higher-ranking variants in their pack was the empowerment mechanic. When a lower-ranked Grimm was in the presence of a higher-ranked one, especially groups, they get empowered to a certain degree. This applies to all Grimm variants, like Beowulfs, Bears, Nevermore, and even Goliath herds, though that last one was rare. Oscar shot past him like a dart, his boots flaring with a burst of acceleration. He struck low, scything his short sword into the Ursa's foreleg before twisting away from the retaliatory lunge. Black ichor dripped on the ground where the beast's blood touched it. You got it, John asked, voice slightly tight. Oscar nodded, already looping around its flank. A distant boom shook the cracked sky. John spared a glance. Ren and Nora were locked in a storm of violence with the 2 Ursa Major. Nora's hammer blurred in wide arcs, each impact detonating with the recoil of her stored discharge bursts. She smashed into the beast's shoulder, bone plating shattering as a shockwave of electricity blasted the dead soil into the air. The Ursa howled, a guttural, hollow sound. Ren was akin to a phantom beside her, weaving through the other giant's strikes like smoke. Thin, thread-like protrusions of what appeared to be emerald light spiraled from the bullets that hung in the air before the beast, the manifestation of his trajectory rune. Each of his shots dragged away more of the monster's momentum, like he was piercing the weight out of its limbs. They had grown. They all had. 3 months. It had only been 3 months since they first stepped foot into the dream realm, trembling rookies terrified of the black fog and red glowing eyes. Now, John parried a strike, pivoted under it, and drove his sword into the Ursa's eye. The beast screamed and thrashed. He wrenched his blade free, vaulted back as Oscar darted in to finish the kill, cleaving its neck with a flash of violet rune light, the manifestation of his force rune. It dissolved into oily smoke. They weren't prey anymore. They were predators. 2 down, Oscar gasped, spinning his short sword and shaking black ichor off the blade. His breathing was controlled. His movements, faster and tighter than they'd once been. His technique had improved drastically, cleaner steps, fewer wasted motions. John smirked faintly, 2 more. The remaining Ursa roared, lunging at them as one. John burst forward to meet them. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he reflected on the path they had taken. The truth was, it wasn't just stats that had carried them this far. Numbers mattered, yes, body, will, aura, but beyond a certain point, technique became king. And beyond technique, comprehension. Rune comprehension. The phrase echoed like scripture in his mind. Almost all awakened at rank 1 eventually hit the same wall. Their abilities would improve, their tactics honed, and their weapons stronger, and yet they would stall. Beasts they could once defeat would begin overwhelming them. Such was the nature of the Grim, after all. They grew without bottlenecks. For all awakened, progress would eventually cause them to stagnate. Until comprehension struck. Understanding a rune and internalizing it, not just using it as a tool, but embodying its concept. A rank 1 with a comprehended rune will almost always crush one without. And Ren and Nora were close. John could see it in how their runes bled into their movements without conscious activation now, how their strikes were intuitively woven through their runes' meanings. Nora's discharge rune bursts flowed like exhalations, while Ren's trajectory rune tethered the movements of his bullets like spider web. They hadn't broken through yet, but they were near the threshold. John wondered if they even realized. He didn't have time to wonder long. The Ursa slammed down where he'd been standing, black claws carving trenches in the soil. John launched himself sideways, rolled, and came up with his sword whirling in an ascending arc. He bisected the beast's snout, then pivoted low and stabbed up under its chin and into the base of its skull. It twitched once, then died standing. Another one down. The last Ursa backed off, snarling. John's heart was hammering now, the edge of fatigue scratching at him. Even with their improved stats, the endless tension of combat here wore on the nerves. But this was their life now. "Circle it," John called out, and they closed in. It bolted forwards into a lunge, as if attempting to hug them gently. Except its sharp claws and deadly fangs killed that motion into a deadly attack instead. They didn't let it. By the time the last of the rank 0 Ursas crumbled into black vapor, John was panting slightly. The dead park was quiet again, though the silence was never comfortable here, always waiting. He straightened, sword tip lowering. Oscar slumped to a knee, then pushed himself back up, chest heaving. 4 kills, Oscar said, wiping his face. Ren and Nora are still at it, John replied, glancing toward them. And they were. The fight with the Ursa Majors had grown even more vicious. One of the giants was missing an arm, its black flesh smoking where Nora's hammer had caved it in. The other was slowed, its movements dragging through invisible syrup. Ren's suppression of bullets were anchoring it down, dragging it closer and closer to collapse. But the beasts were still dangerous and, most importantly, still lethal. John could see the way Ren's footwork had become razor clean. The way Nora's impacts now layered bursts mid-swing rather than only at the point of contact. They were pushing themselves to the limit. So was he. 3 months ago, Ren had been quite cautious, even to the point of passivity. Nora, however, was reckless to the point of self-destruction. Oscar had been unsure and somewhat awkward. His strikes were lacking a certain weight. Now they moved like blades being sharpened by friction, pressure, and blood. And John was faster, stronger, and sharper than ever. And while he knew he could beat Oscar outright in a pure competition of skill, he still wasn't strong enough to pose a threat to higher ranks. And that was his goal. His first step was to condense a rune. In any case, they'd all grown. But the road ahead was steeper. If they wanted to survive, they'd all have to eventually break through that wall of comprehension. They'd have to become more than just skilled. They'd have to become concepts. Nora's roar split the sky. Her hammer slammed down in a bright electrical discharge of lightning and light, collapsing the last Ursa Major's skull like a rotten melon. Ren surged past her in a blur, carving his twin gun blades across the other giant's chest. Suddenly, all the bullets that were spinning around the beast like a satellite all turned at once and burrowed into its flesh with a piercing boom. Silence fell. The 2 monsters evaporated. Ren exhaled slowly, shoulders sagging. Nora raised a trembling fist, grin wide and wild. That, she panted, was awesome. Ren only nodded faintly, but there was a small smile tugging at his lips. John walked toward them, Oscar trailing behind. They stood there, 4 young hunters in the making, surrounded by broken swings and the ashes of monsters. John glanced at his friends, and a thought settled heavy in his chest. They were getting stronger. But so were the things waiting deeper, inside the nightmare. Which meant it was now time. Time for Oscar to become stronger. They stood in a loose circle around him, and the air between them felt oddly heavy. John crossed his arms, watching closely. Lai Ren stood slightly back, expression placid, though a hint of anticipation could be seen slightly within. Nora, however, practically bounced on her heels like a spring wound too tight. Oscar exhaled slowly, shoulders rolling as if he were shedding invisible weight. So, Nora began, eyes wide with excitement. This is it, the big moment, you're going to go whoosh and zap, and then, she made an exploding gesture with her hands, grinning. Rank 1. Oscar chuckled lightly at her words, hopefully without the exploding part. Ren nodded his head. The nightmare system won't harm you. If you're ready, it will simply accept you. John nodded. Come on, O's. I want to see the process in person. Besides, no one else had failed a rank up before, so you're definitely not going to be the first. That's comforting, Oscar muttered dryly. You'll be fine, John said firmly. You've got all your stats at 10, will, aura, body, all of them. You've also condensed your rune of force that you really like. You've met every condition. This is what we've been training toward. Oscar's eyes flicked from face to face. I know, it's just... He paused. It's a big step. My stats are going to manifest in the real world from this point forward. I am going to officially become a superhuman. It is a big step. Things will change from here on out. Well, considering that we're going to be clearing nightmare zones, Ren said quietly, and there was something almost solemn in his tone. Oscar nodded once, drawing in a long, steady breath. He closed his eyes. Okay, he said, let's do this. They all fell silent. Oscar focused inward, and in the stillness, John could almost feel it. A shift, an unseen current stirring in the air around them. It was subtle at first, like the air pressure dropping before a storm, and then it grew. John's danger sense prickled faintly with a sense of presence. Ooh, Nora whispered, something's happening. Oscar stood utterly still, expression serene, breathing slow. Then, without warning, John saw it, a glimmer of light behind Oscar's back, like molten gold trapped in glass. It coalesced in the air, twisting and spiraling until it formed a glowing sigil, the rune of force, etched in light and humming with restrained energy. John's eyes narrowed. The rune wasn't just shining, it was dissolving. Threads of it unraveled like molten strands, streaming away from the sigil and flowing toward Oscar. The glowing strands sank into Oscar's skin, disappearing beneath the surface, yet leaving faint trails that pulsed once before fading. His feet slowly lifted from the ground, body suspended in the air by nothing visible. John could feel it now, waves of invisible force radiating outward in soft pulses, brushing against his senses like ripples through water. It wasn't hostile, but it was immense. Oscar's eyes snapped open. They glowed faintly for a heartbeat before returning to normal. The air around him seemed to tighten, condense, as if reality itself were holding its breath. And then, the world exhaled. The golden light flared once, brilliant and blinding, then vanished. The hum of power cut off abruptly. Oscar lowered gently back to the cracked pavement, boots touching down with a quiet thud. For a moment, no one spoke. Then John said softly, I felt that. Ren nodded slowly. We all did. Nora whooped, punching the air. Yes, rank 1, baby. She darted forward and wrapped Oscar in a crushing hug, lifting him briefly off the ground. Oscar wheezed, laughing breathlessly. Okay, can't breathe. Nora set him down with an unapologetic grin. Worth it. John's eyes stayed fixed on Oscar, though his tone was light. You feel different, your presence. I am different, Oscar said, flexing his fingers slowly as if testing them. It's hard to explain. Everything feels sharper and clearer, like the world's been turned up a notch. Your stats might have been reset to 0, but now your effective stats power has increased by 5 times. That also applies to your aura capacity. Ren observed. Yeah, John said, still studying him. His danger perception, usually a quiet background hum, was now buzzing faintly whenever he looked at Oscar. Not screaming alarm, but acknowledging him. It's like, before you were just another guy, now you feel like a threat. Oscar smirked faintly. I'll take that as a compliment. It is, John smiled. Oscar rolled his shoulders, eyes half closing as he focused inward again. The rune of force, it feels weird, almost like it's closer to me somehow. Nora nodded. Yep, that's rune integration for you. Yeah, it's not separate anymore, it's a part of me now. I can call on it easier now, like with nothing but a thought. Ren nodded. That is as it should be. Once a rune is ingrained, it ceases to be just an external tool. It becomes an intrinsic aspect of your being. Yeah, but it's still weird, Oscar said, though his tone was more odd than unsettled. Like I've got this constant low hum of power under my skin. Nora was still bouncing in place. Okay, but real talk, do you feel like you could punch through a building now? Because you look like you could punch through a wall. Oscar grinned. I might try it later. John shook his head with a laugh. Don't, Ren will scold you. Ren inclined his head. Correct. That earned a chuckle from everyone. The air felt lighter now, though John could still sense the faint aftertaste of power lingering like ozone after lightning. Oscar glanced down at his hands again, flexing them once more. It's strange, the nightmare system. It didn't speak, it didn't explain anything, it just acted. One moment I was me, and the next, more. Ren's gaze was thoughtful. You stood at the threshold and were acknowledged. That is enough. Nora tilted her head. Do you think it judges people? Like, what if it said, nah, you're not worthy and just? She mimed an explosion again. John shrugged. Not sure. So far from records, that's never happened before, so maybe not. For a moment, the four of them stood there, the quiet settling around them like soft dust. Then Nora broke it with a clap of her hands. Okay, now that our boy here is officially big and scary, what's next? Do we throw a party? Get him a cake? Fight something even scarier to celebrate? Probably that last one, John said dryly. That's mildly terrifying, Oscar said. Welcome to the club, Nora said cheerfully, clapping him on the back hard enough to make him stagger. John watched him steady himself, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Oscar had done it. They had another rank 1 now. Chapter 101, Time Beyond Part 4. They passed a few other operatives on their way back, walking with both purpose and a sense of tiredness. John recognized many of them, second and third years whom he had seen before over the time he had been a part of this organization. Nora Valkyrie hummed as they approached the end of the corridor, leading to the operations room. Do you think she already knows? Of course she does, Lai Ren said quietly. Goodwitch always knows, well, probably, maybe. Oscar Pine shifted nervously, tugging once at his gloves and flexing his fingers. Still feels weird, like I just became a completely different person. Life evolution, ranking up, John said, trying for a reassuring grin. That's kind of the point. Oscar huffed, though his lips twitched upward. Ren pressed the door panel, and the heavy doors opened with a low hiss. Inside the operations chamber stood the elevated hollow table, casting a pale blue light across the room. And standing behind it, hands folded neatly, was Glinda Goodwitch. Her gaze swept over them the instant they entered, sharp and clear like glass. Team, she said, her voice clipped yet even. Report. They lined up instinctively in front of the table. John kept his back straight, though the hum of energy in the room always made his skin prickle. Ren stepped forward. Oscar Pine has successfully achieved rank 1. The process was normal without any issues. Goodwitch's eyes moved to Oscar, who straightened under her gaze. Confirmed, she said at last. Your aura density has increased and your rune has been ingrained. Oscar nodded firmly. Yes, ma'am. A faint nod. Congratulations, you have crossed the threshold. I will be observing your development with interest. Lucid has high expectations of its rank 1 operatives. Oscar's throat bobbed. Thank you, ma'am. Nora beamed at him. John caught the faintest hint of a smile tug at Goodwitch's mouth before it vanished behind her usual professionalism. Very well, she continued, turning back to the table. A map of Vale shimmered above it in glowing threads of light, dotted with flickering red zones. John's squad gave their report, explaining what they had come across and if anything was amiss in the area of their patrol. Goodwitch nodded at the end of Wren's explanation. This concludes your debriefing. Tomorrow, your squad will be assigned to zone clearance duty. John blinked. Nightmare zones, ma'am. Indeed, she said crisply. Effective immediately. Nora saluted. Yes, sir. John looked at her with a funny look. It was supposed to be ma'am, not sir. Fortunately, it seemed Goodwitch didn't particularly care. Wren's eyes narrowed slightly. Professor, if I may, standard procedure dictates that only rank 1 full squads or rank 2 solos are allowed to clear out nightmare zones. John hesitated, then voiced what all of them were thinking. Ma'am, with respect, are you sure? Wren and Nora are both rank 1s, but Oscar just ranked up and, well, I'm still a rank 0. Goodwitch's eyes flicked to him, and he felt the weight of her gaze like a hammer of glass. Not angry, just cutting. I am aware of your squad's current circumstances, Ark, she said, and, under regular operational protocols, you would be correct. Nightmare zones are considered highly unstable environments and always contain mutant-class amalgamation grim entities within. Traditionally, only operatives who are rank 1 or higher are deployed for clearance. She tapped the map, and several red blotches pulsed brighter. However, she continued, standard procedure is no longer sustainable. The room seemed to go still at her words. John frowned. Why? Goodwitch exhaled through her nose, a rare sign of fatigue slipping through her composure. In the past month, the number of active nightmare zones has increased by tenfold. Civilian dream instability reports have spiked as well. More and more people are falling into persistent nightmares during natural dreaming. Each time it happens, a new zone has been appearing within the dream realm. She glanced between them, gauging their reactions. Well, in truth, it is not fully understood which event triggers the other, whether nightmares give rise to nightmare zones, or whether spontaneously formed zones attach themselves to dreaming minds and induce nightmares. It is the proverbial chicken and egg scenario. Wren glanced at John. So either way, more nightmares means more zones. Precisely. Nora crossed her arms, looking unusually serious. Well, that's bad. Very, Goodwitch said, and for a fleeting second, John caught something sharp in her eyes, not fear, but urgency. She turned back to the map. With the current frequency of emergences, our rank 1 and rank 2 operatives cannot keep up with the rate of zone proliferation. We cannot allow them to accumulate. The longer a nightmare zone persists, the more it matures, and the more powerful the grim it spawns become. And that's not to mention what might happen to the individual in the waking world. John nodded slowly. He'd seen pictures of what mature, grim amalgamations looked like. He didn't want to see them come into the real world. That would become a major mess. So you're lowering the threshold, he said quietly. Correct. Goodwitch folded her hands behind her back. Effective immediately, high-performing rank 0s, which are led by rank 1s, will be permitted to clear low-maturation nightmare zones as part of their advancement training. Your squad has also been selected for this program. Your collective performance metrics have been notable. Nora grinned a little at that. We're special. John felt a flicker of pride. They had worked hard for this. Still. Just to be clear, he said, we won't be going after maturing zones, right? Goodwitch's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. No, not yet. You will be deployed only to low-maturation sites, where active spawn density remains minimal and the core is underdeveloped. Okay, John said, trying to tamp down the nerves coiling in his gut. Wren inclined his head. We will perform as required. Oscar finally spoke up, voice steady but quiet. We won't fail, ma'am. See that you don't, Goodwitch said simply. She tapped the console again, and one of the red blotches zoomed into view, a derelict industrial block on Dream Vale's outskirts, black mist seeping through the alleys even in the projection. This will be your first assignment, she said. You will deploy tomorrow. Your objective is simple, neutralize the Nightmare Zone core and eliminate all Grimm spawned within. Yes, ma'am, they chorused. Goodwitch's eyes swept over them one last time. Prepare yourselves well. The danger of nightmare zones are quite real, more than regular grim in the real world. The deaths it could potentially inflict are also real, treated as such. They all nodded. Dismissed. They turned to leave, boots scuffing the cold floor. But as John reached the door, her voice cut through the air again. Ark. He paused, glancing back. Ma'am. Her eyes pinned him. As you are the lowest ranked in your unit, you need to see that you survive. John swallowed, then nodded once. I will. Good. And just like that, her gaze shifted away, back to the glowing map as if they were already forgotten. The doors hissed, shut behind them, muffling the low hum of the hollow table from within the operations chamber. For a few moments, none of them spoke. The slight tension of the briefing still lingered faintly on John's shoulders, like a film of static. He exhaled slowly, trying to release it. At least they weren't being thrown at a fully matured zone yet. That would have been a problem, though it might bring his stats up to max sooner than he was expecting, and give him a chance to condense a rune. Hugh, Nora Valkyrie said, stretching her arms high over her head as they walked down the corridor. I feel like she was glaring holes in the back of my skull the whole time. She really wasn't, Lyren replied. She felt like she was. That, John said, is just how Goodwitch always looks at people, like they might explode at any second. Okay, that's fair, Nora said cheerfully. They turned the corner and almost immediately slowed, spotting another squad emerging from a side hallway. 4 figures in familiar lucid rune frames, the distinct sleek black armor accented with their individual colors, were walking together, chatting lightly. Ruby was the first to notice them. Her silver eyes brightened. She raised her hand and waved, the motion brisk and enthusiastic. Hey, John. Beside her, Yang gave a lazy grin and threw up a 2-finger salute. Her golden hair caught the light like sunlight. Blake gave a small nod, her expression calm and reserved, but her amber eyes were warm. Weiss, however, barely even looked up from the slim datapad she was holding. At the sight of their group, she sighed quietly and then stepped forward to Ruby's side. You 3 can handle the socializing, she stated, with a slightly clipped tone. I'll deliver our report to Professor Goodwitch. Ruby blinked. Oh, but... It will be quick, Weiss announced simply. Nothing noteworthy occurred anyway. It will be a routine debriefing. Ruby hesitated, then nodded slowly. Okay. Weiss gave the briefest of nods in return and, with a sharp click of her boots, turned and swept down the corridor toward the operations chamber. She didn't look back. John watched her go, his head tilting slightly. Something about the sight made something pinch in his chest, not pity exactly, but a kind of distant melancholy. She always seemed so cold and oddly isolated. Beyond her words to Pyrrha Nikos, Weiss barely ever interacted with anyone, not even her own team. Blake had been similar at first, reserved and withdrawn, but after that strange incident they had shared, the ritual with Mocha, she'd started opening up more. Not fully, but enough that she actually joined in on squad banter now and then. It was progress. She was even, comfortable around him and Pyrrha now, which was nice. Weiss, though, she was a different story. John shrugged inwardly. He wasn't the same person he used to be. If Weiss didn't want to interact with people outside of patrols and training, then he wasn't going to force anything. He had more important things to focus on than trying to drag someone into a friendship they didn't want. Hey ladies, Yang called, stepping up with a grin. Survived the professor's death glare. Barely, John deadpanned, though his lips twitched. Good to see you guys, Blake said quietly, her gaze flicking over each of them in turn. Her voice had softened compared to before, when she'd barely spoken to anyone. Ren offered her a small nod in return. Nora, of course, just beamed. We always survive, we're invincible. Yang snorted, sure, that's how it works. While Yang drifted into a joking conversation with Nora and Ren, their laughter starting to echo softly in the hallway, Oscar moved forward to greet Blake with a faint but genuine smile. They spoke in low voices, polite and measured. Oscar really seemed a lot steadier now, John noted. Rank 1 suited him. Then Ruby suddenly grabbed his hands. John stared confusingly down at her. Ruby. Her eyes sparkled, bright with barely contained excitement. Are you free tomorrow? That caught him off guard. Tomorrow. Yes, she said, bouncing on her toes slightly. Because tomorrow, there's going to be a comic book convention in downtown Vale. John's mind blanked for half a second. A convention, he repeated slowly. Yup, it's going to be huge. Ruby's grin grew impossibly wider, her voice picking up speed like an accelerating train. They're going to have stalls and signings and special merch, and the new Mistrali Crusaders. Volume 7 is debuting early, and I've been dying to get it, and I thought, she paused for breath, I thought maybe you'd want to go with me. John just stared at her for a moment, and then felt his heart do an odd little flip. This was exactly his kind of thing. He loved comics. They'd bonded over that, a while ago, spending late nights talking about issue arcs and power retcons and terrible movie adaptations. It was one of the few hobbies they fully, unironically shared. And she was asking him. But reality slammed into him like a falling safe. Tomorrow was also the day that Jade Arc, his older sister, currently studying at Vale University, finally had a rare window of free time. She had messaged him earlier in the week, asking if he wanted to grab lunch together. John had already agreed, even choosing an expensive place in Vale where the prices were ridiculous. He could afford it now that he was a Lucid operative. Besides, it wasn't just a casual lunch. It was one of those rare sibling catch-up moments they hardly ever got anymore. And that meant, John said, wincing slightly, I actually already have plans tomorrow. Ruby's smile faltered. Oh. Yeah, my sister's free for once, and I promised I'd have lunch with her, John explained quickly. I picked one of those super expensive places just to try it out, so it's kind of locked in. Ruby lowered her gaze for a moment, her fingers loosening around his hands. Oh, that's okay. Hey, he said softly, trying for a reassuring smile. I really do want to go with you. Honest, it sounds awesome. Her lips twitched but didn't quite lift. Yeah. What time's the convention open until? John asked after a beat. Ruby blinked up at him. I think it runs until about 7, maybe 8. Then, maybe, John said slowly, maybe if my lunch doesn't run super long. I could still swing by and meet you near the end, just for a bit. Ruby's eyes widened, and the faint gloom around her cracked. Really? Really, John said, no promises, but I'll try. She brightened instantly, like someone had flipped a switch inside her. Okay, yeah, that'd be great. Good, he said, smiling despite himself. From nearby, Yang called out teasingly, You two done being all cute over there, or should we give you a minute? Ruby yelped and spun around. We're just talking. Yang said, clearly unconvinced though grinning. Anyway, Ruby said loudly, face red. I'll text you the details later, John, just in case. Yeah, he said, trying to hide his own fluster. Please do. Ruby nodded fiercely, then scampered off to join Yang, who was smirking like a cat that had eaten an entire flock of birds. Blake followed them at a calmer pace, giving John a small, amused look as she passed. What was that all about? John couldn't help but wonder. And just like that, Ruby's squad was gone down the corridor, their voices fading with distance. John exhaled slowly. Comic convention, Oscar said mildly from beside him. John rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah. Sounds fun. It would have been. Ren gave him a sidelong glance. You could still go afterwards. Maybe, John said, and for a second he let himself imagine it, bright stalls, crowded halls, laughing with Ruby over overpriced merch and obscure character trivia. Then he shook the thought off and straightened. Come on, he said, and the four of them headed down the corridor together, their boots echoing softly on the polished floor. Chapter 102, Time Beyond Part 5. Morning light leaked through the curtains, slicing his room into narrow bands of gold and shadow. John Arc stirred, blinking awake to the quiet hum of his alarm. No shrill beeping, he'd switched it off a while ago, preferring the low, soft tone that faded in gradually. Besides, it didn't really matter if the alarm was loud or not anymore. He'd wake up after 8 hours anyway, no matter what, due to the nature of how time functioned in the dream realm. But that was a story for another time. Right now, it was a weekend. A Saturday. No school today and, thankfully, no meeting in the Lucid base until night. For the first time in what felt like forever, John almost felt like he could just breathe and relax. He lay there for a minute, staring at the ceiling, letting the weight of sleep slide off him. Then he sat up, pushing back his messy blonde hair with both hands. While his stats didn't transfer over from the dream, his body still felt loose and light from the lingering effects of his advanced workouts. He rolled his shoulders, joints popping. Then he swung his legs off the bed, stood, and shuffled toward the bathroom. The house was quiet, a comfortable stillness that only a weekend morning carried. The smell of fresh coffee drifted faintly through the air from the kitchen. He flicked the bathroom light on, squinting at his reflection. Bed hair, of course. He grabbed his toothbrush and started scrubbing, half-lidded eyes staring blankly into the mirror as he went through the familiar motions. Brush, rinse, wash face. Wake up. By the time he padded into the kitchen, towel still slung around his shoulders, he felt vaguely human again. His dad was at the table, already dressed for the day in a neat button-up and slacks, glasses perched low on his nose as he scanned something on his tablet. A mug of steaming coffee sat by his elbow, the faint smell of cinnamon mingling with the roast. "Morning, Dad," John said, heading for the cupboard. Nicholas Ark looked up, eyes crinkling with quiet warmth. "Morning, son. Sleep well." "Yeah," John grabbed a bowl, poured cereal, and sat across from him. "You." "Decent enough." His father set the tablet aside and stretched his fingers, flexing them like they were sore. "Had a few long meetings yesterday." John dug into his cereal, milk dripping from the spoon. "Operation stuff." "Yes," his father said, taking a slow sip of his coffee. "We've been having some scheduling issues between distribution sectors. Nothing critical, but inefficient. And inefficiency," he said, tapping his mug lightly, "is how small problems grow into large ones." John grinned faintly. "Sounds thrilling." His father chuckled under his breath. "Not thrilling, no, but important. Operations management isn't glamorous work, but someone has to make sure the entire system keeps running." "I know." John chewed another bite, then asked, "So what exactly do you do, day-to-day, I mean, besides meetings?" His dad raised an eyebrow. "Haven't we had this conversation before?" "I dunno," John said with a shrug. "Guess I forgot." His dad leaned back slightly, thinking. "Well, it depends on the week. Most days, it's overseeing logistical flow, making sure supply chains are meeting quotas, rerouting resources if there's a bottleneck. Sometimes it's human resources, resolving department conflicts, making sure the younger staff have mentorship. And occasionally, it's just putting out fires." "Literal fires?" "Not usually." His father smiled faintly. "Figurative ones. There's always something that isn't going according to plan." John smirked. "Sounds like a pain in the ass." "In its own way," his father admitted. "Just got to get used to it." They both chuckled quietly at that. For a while, they just ate in companionable silence, John with his cereal, his dad with his coffee. The sunlight had crept further across the kitchen floor, turning the pale tile a soft gold. Eventually, his father set his mug down and glanced at the clock. "You're meeting your sister today, yes?" "Yeah," John said. "She's finally got a free day. We're gonna grab lunch." "That's very good," his dad said, a small smile tugging at his mouth. "It's good for you two to keep in touch. She's been busy." "Understatement," John muttered, remembering the few half-cent messages he'd gotten from Vale University over the past few months. "But yeah, I'm looking forward to it." Nicholas nodded, then paused and seemed to think of something. "Do me a favor, will you?" "Sure. Pick up some onions on your way home. I want to make that roast tonight." John blinked. "Didn't you, burn that last time?" "How dare you," his dad said with mock offense. "It was crispy, not burnt. I can cook." "Right. Well," his father said, standing and carrying his mug to the sink, "no one is forcing you to eat it." John grinned. "All right, onions, I got it." "Thanks," his dad said, rinsing his mug. "And enjoy your time with your sister." "I will." Nicholas dried his hands, grabbed his coat from the hook by the door, and paused. "John, I'll be out for a few hours, running some errands. Don't burn the house down, all right?" John raised his spoon in mock salute. "No promises." His dad snorted, shook his head, and walked out. John barely caught him muttering about preparing something or other. Later, John stood in the backyard, barefoot on the cool grass, Crocia Moors gripped in his hands. The morning air was crisp and clear, sunlight warming the back of his neck as he moved. His breath came steady, controlled. He shifted from stance to stance, each motion smooth and deliberate. John had come far, but he was still nowhere close to where he needed to be. Not yet. Swing, recover, reset, swing. He focused on his footwork, on the way his weight shifted through each pivot. He pictured invisible dream creatures around him, imagined their strikes, their angles, and their rhythm. He parried them, countered them, and moved through the dance again and again until his arms hummed with exertion. There was something calming about this, about the repetition, the control, the clean simplicity of blade against phantom foe. It was nothing like the chaotic brutality of the dream. Out here, in his yard, it was just him and the quiet rustle of leaves. Eventually, sweat slicked his skin, his shirt sticking faintly to his back. His breathing had grown heavier, more forceful. He ended the last sequence with a sharp strike, then let Crocia Moors lower to his side, chest rising and falling. A glance at the clock on the porch told him it was getting close to the time he needed to leave. John exhaled, rolling his shoulders. Enough training for now. He'd pick it back up later tonight, maybe before patrol. For now, it was time to get ready. The hot shower felt heavenly, washing away the thin layer of sweat and grass dust from training. He stood under the spray a little longer than he probably should have, letting the heat loosen his muscles until they stopped aching. Then he dressed, not his usual casual hoodie and jeans combo, but something nicer. A dark button-up, clean slacks, and polished shoes. He even combed his hair properly for once, taming the stubborn cowlick that usually stuck out like a flag of rebellion. When he checked himself in the mirror, he almost didn't look like himself. Which he supposed was the point. Jade was going to be wearing something nice, probably. The restaurant they'd agreed to go to was fancy enough that he didn't want to walk in looking like some half-asleep student who had rolled out of bed. John slung his wallet into his pocket, grabbed his phone, and gave himself one last once-over. Not bad. He smiled faintly at his reflection, then headed out the door. The bullet train hummed like a sleek silver arrow through the city, blurring buildings and trees into streaks of white and green beyond the wide window. John sat by himself in a forward-facing seat, phone resting on his lap, hands folded loosely as the faint vibration of the train pulsed up through the soles of his shoes. It had been a while since he'd ridden into downtown Vale alone like this. Sometimes, John went with friends, or more accurately, got dragged along by Nora and Ren, so the quiet felt almost strange. There was no constant chatter of Nora trying to convince him to try questionable snacks from the train's vending machine, or even her urging to see the weird places in Vale. Just silence and the low, rhythmic hum of the magnetic rails. He didn't mind it. It gave him time to gather his thoughts. He glanced down at his clothes. It felt strange to be this dressed up, but considering where they were going, yeah, probably necessary. The restaurant name was Glacier's Crest. It was famously upscale place, Adelgian in design, which was a word that carried certain connotations. Clean symmetry, white marble, glass walls, pale steel, minimalist beauty. The sort of place that usually had a valet and a string quartet playing softly in the corner, and where the cheapest dish still cost more than a normal person's weekly lunch allowance. John had chosen it. He had some money now, so he figured it would be nice to splurge a little today, to treat Jade. John leaned his head against the window, watching the horizon roll closer. It was still surreal, thinking of her living out here. Vale had always felt like another world when they were younger, distant, towering, impossibly adult, but Jade had slipped into it like it was nothing. University, city life, responsibilities. She'd always been like that, clever, confident, already thinking 3 steps ahead when he was still trying to remember his locker combination. She was only a year older than him, but it had always felt like more. Like she had skipped a few rungs on the ladder of growing up while he was still figuring out how to climb. John straightened as the train began to slow, the skyline of Vale rising like steel and glass teeth ahead of him. Sunlight gleamed off the windows of tall buildings, catching in 1,000 fractured reflections. The station's automated voice chimed overhead, announcing their approach. Time to go. The station was all polished tile and soft announcements, bustling without feeling chaotic. John followed the flow of people through the turnstiles and out into the city streets. The streets were alive, busy but precise. Adaljan-inspired architecture dominated this district: clean lines, smooth pale stone, sharp glass towers trimmed in silver. It felt ordered and controlled, like everything had been carefully measured and placed according to some invisible blueprint. John checked his phone, pulling up the message from Jade that had the restaurant's location pinned. It wasn't far. He set off down the street, weaving through the neat press of well-dressed professionals, cafe-goers, and tourists. And there it was, tucked between two glass-fronted office towers, Glacier's Crest. It was exactly what he'd imagined: white marble facade, tall arched windows, a subtle banner of blue silk above the entrance with the restaurant's name stitched in silver thread. Through the glass, he could see a soft glow of light, shimmering water features, and the hint of an aquarium wall filled with slow, graceful fish. Fancy, definitely fancy. He hesitated for half a second, then squared his shoulders and walked toward the entrance. Jade was waiting just off to the side, leaning lightly against the pale stone wall with her phone in hand. John slowed when he saw her. She looked different but also the same. Her blonde hair was pulled back in a neat twist, catching the sunlight with a faint sheen. She wore a slim navy dress that fit the upscale atmosphere perfectly, heels clicking softly on the marble. She looked poised, grown up, effortlessly so. And then she looked up from her phone, and her eyes widened. "John." He grinned, lifting a hand in greeting. "Hey." Jade blinked like she was trying to process what she was seeing. Then her eyes flicked up and down, taking in his outfit, his posture, him. "Wow," she said. "You look different." "Different good or different bad?" "Good," she said, sounding almost amused. "Very good. Does practicing the sword really change a person this much?" "A bit," John said, scratching the back of his neck, feeling oddly self-conscious under her gaze. "A bit," she echoed, and then her brow furrowed. "Have you gotten taller?" John shrugged. "Maybe, I dunno." She stepped closer, like she needed to see him from a different angle to confirm it. She was shorter than him before, but now it was a lot more obvious. There was maybe an entire palm's length between their heights now. 3 months ago there had been less. "Interesting," her eyes seemed to say. "Very interesting." She smiled faintly. "You look healthy, athletic, even it's a little surreal." "Guess all that training paid off," he said lightly. Jade tilted her head, studying him for a moment longer, then gave a soft laugh. "All right, let's go in before they give away our reservation." "Lead the way." Inside, Glacier's Crest was like stepping into another world. Cool air whispered across his skin, carrying the faint scent of sea salt and citrus. The floor was smooth white stone veined with silver, and the ceiling soared high above, supported by pale marble pillars etched with delicate wave patterns. Soft blue lighting filtered down through translucent panels overhead, mimicking the shifting glow of sunlight through water. A glass wall ran along the far side of the room, beyond which an entire vertical aquarium stretched floor to ceiling. Silver-scaled fish glided like ribbons of moonlight, casting fragmented shadows across the tables. It was silent in the way only expensive places were, a hush that made every sound feel deliberate, like the gentle clink of fine cutlery or the faint rustle of napkins. A string quartet played somewhere off to the side, their music blending seamlessly with the ambience. John tried not to stare too obviously as they followed the maitre d' to their table. They were seated near the aquarium wall. The tablecloth was immaculate white, the silverware gleaming, glasses catching the blue glow from the water. John settled into his chair, feeling distinctly like a kid who had wandered into the grown-up world by accident. Jade, on the other hand, looked like she belonged here. "So," she said once they were settled, setting her phone aside, "how have you been?" "Good," John said, then realized how vague that sounded. "School's been busy, but good." She nodded, and training. John blinked. Yeah, the Sword Arts Club is. Quite fun, it keeps me focused, I guess." "Well," she said, tilting her glass of water slightly, "it shows. It's impressive." "Thanks," he said, feeling heat creep faintly up his neck. The waiter arrived then, placing menus before them with a polite bow. The dishes were elegantly printed in looping silver script, each one accompanied by a minimalist illustration of the fish it featured. Most of the words meant nothing to John, though they sounded expensive. He pretended to read while sneaking glances at Jade. She looked comfortable, confident in this setting in a way he couldn't imagine ever being. She'd always been like that. Even back home, she had felt like she belonged to a bigger world than the one they lived in. "So how's Vale University life?" John asked, trying to sound casual. "Mem," she hummed without looking up. "Well, it's not bad, kind of fun to get to know a lot of new people. Gotta finish up my degree, however. You know how it goes." "In psychology, right?" Jade's lips curved faintly. "Still can't remember." "Hey, it's confusing," John said defensively. "You say a lot of smart-sounding words." "Psychology," she confirmed, eyes flicking up to him. "And no, it's not confusing, you just don't listen." John grinned sheepishly. "Fair." She shook her head, amused. "Honestly." They placed their orders after some gentle guidance from Jade. "No, don't get that, it's tiny, you'll still be hungry." And soon after, their drinks arrived. For a while, they just talked about home, about their parents, about little mundane things. Jade teased him about his old clumsy habits, and John countered by reminding her of the time she'd tripped over a cat and nearly face-planted into a bookshelf. She laughed, really laughed, and something in John's chest eased. It felt good, familiar, and yet new. Because for the first time, sitting across from her, he didn't feel like just her little brother trailing behind. He felt like her equal, or at least closer than he had ever been before. It was nice. He was just lifting his glass when a flicker of white caught his eye near the entrance. Weiss Schnee had just stepped into Glacier's crest. She looked the same, and yet not, her posture and movements precise, dressed in a pristine white ensemble with faint silver trim that mirrored the restaurant's style almost too perfectly. Elegant, beautiful, and untouchable. A pale shadow followed at her side, another young woman with the same white hair pulled into a loose braid and a sharper, older poise to her expression. She had that same regal beauty that Weiss had. Her sister, John guessed. They were led toward a table, not far from his and Jade's. Weiss's eyes swept the room as they walked, assessing, and then froze just for a fraction of a second when they met his. Recognition flared there, and surprise broke briefly through her composure. John blinked back at her, just as caught off guard. Then Weiss's face smoothed back to its usual cool mask. She gave the smallest, most polite of nods and acknowledgement, nothing more, and turned away, following the host without another glance. John exhaled slowly, leaning back in his chair. Of all the people to run into here. Chapter 103, Time Beyond, Part 6. Weiss was with her sister, or at least someone who looked so much like her that it had to be family. Barging into that with an awkward, "Hey Weiss, how's it yongin?" would have been suicide. Especially when Yang's puns never seemed to work for John whenever he used them. So John simply returned her gesture and, wisely, ignored her. He wasn't sure if ignoring Weiss was cowardly or just practical. Maybe both. She was beautiful, yes, but also a rich girl. She carried herself like someone who expected people to trip over themselves to impress her, and John wasn't in the mood to look like an overeager idiot. Instead, he kept his attention on Jade, leaning back in his chair and wearing the best younger brother grin he could muster. "Relax, Jade," he said when he noticed her skeptical eyes flicking over the glossy menu prices. "I told you, it's my treat. I'm the big brother. This is, like, the law of the universe." "Uh-huh," Jade swatted his arm, playful but doubtful. "Big brother law, sure. We both know that I'm older than you are, so let's not kid ourselves here. This is more like burning through your allowance law. When did you even start eating in places like this, John? I don't remember Mom or Dad ever giving you this kind of cash." John smirked, though the comment landed closer to the truth than Jade realized. He shifted slightly, shoulders squaring, rehearsing his lie like a well-polished performance. "I've been doing some online stuff, writing gigs here and there, a little freelance work. Even tried my hand at stock trading. You'd be surprised how much you can pull in if you put your mind to it." "Stocks, you?" Jade raised an eyebrow, smirking as though picturing her brother hunched over a glowing screen in a dark room. "I thought you could barely handle Dad's spreadsheets when he asked you to help." "Hey, don't underestimate me. Numbers and I have an understanding now. John chuckled, waving her skepticism away. Anyway, I figured, why not? It worked out enough to do something nice. Besides, you're my beloved sister. I gotta spoil you at least once. Jade laughed, shaking her head as she leaned back. You're ridiculous. Ridiculously thoughtful, he corrected, grinning. The exchange settled into an easy rhythm. They talked, teased, and filled the space between the clinking of glasses and muted restaurant chatter. Jade didn't notice Weiss at all, nor the way John had flinched slightly when he'd first seen her. He'd buried that reaction quickly enough, focusing on the one person who mattered at the table. Their food arrived before long. The waiter, a tall man with sharp cheekbones and dark circles under his eyes, approached with a tray balanced on one hand. His steps, however, were oddly sluggish. Twice he seemed on the verge of stumbling, recovering only by clutching the tray a little tighter. John instinctively leaned forward, ready to catch the plates if disaster struck. But the man made it to their table, lowering the dishes with shaky precision. Your meals, he muttered, voice low and tired. Thanks, John said, though his eyes lingered longer than necessary. The man's pupils looked unfocused, his posture loose, like he was half sleepwalking. For a fleeting moment, John's instincts prickled, the same instincts sharpened from ruined landscapes of the dream world. But this was the real world, and this was just a waiter who probably hadn't had his morning coffee. Odd. As the man disappeared back into the crowd of tables, John shook his head, pushing the unease aside. Guy must be running on fumes. Long shifts, probably, Jade replied, already distracted by her plate. Not everyone has your newfound stock market wealth, Mr. Spoil Your Sister. He smirked, then dug into his own food. For a few minutes, they ate in companionable silence, broken only by the occasional clink of cutlery and Jade humming in approval at the taste. The quiet was oddly soothing, peaceful, the kind of normalcy John didn't get enough of these days. But peace never lasted. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught movement at the Schnee table. The woman who'd come with Weiss, her sister, no doubt, was rising to her feet. Her phone screen glowed faintly in her hand, and her lips pressed into a thin line as she skimmed whatever message had arrived. Sorry, John heard her say, her voice crisp, carrying even across the quiet of the restaurant. She leaned slightly toward Weiss. Duty calls. Weiss's eyes flickered up, surprise flashing before she schooled her face into composure. Still, John thought he caught the tiniest downturn of her lips, a trace of disappointment she hadn't managed to bury fast enough. The older woman gave her a brief squeeze on the shoulder before striding away, heels clicking briskly against the marble floor. Curiosity got the better of him. John turned slightly, watching the exchange. He didn't mean to pry, but something about the abrupt departure tugged at his attention. Maybe it was just habit, always looking for the detail that didn't quite fit, the thing out of place. Weiss noticed. Her blue eyes snapped to his, sharp as ice. For a moment, John froze, caught like a kid peeking where he shouldn't. Weiss's mask slipped just enough to reveal the flicker of sadness again, raw and unguarded. But just as quickly, it vanished. She smoothed her expression into neutrality, back straight, chin tilted with practiced precision. Then came the frown, a pointed, unmistakable look of annoyance. John felt the heat creep up the back of his neck. He jerked his gaze back to his plate, pretending to focus intently on the next bite of food. Nope, not his problem, not his business. Whatever was going on with Weiss Schnee and her sister was firmly outside the circle of things John Ark should stick his nose into. Still, the image lingered, that brief, unguarded sadness in her eyes. He pushed it away, reminding himself that his world was complicated enough without tangling it further with a Schnee. Especially one who already looked ready to throttle him for staring. Something wrong? Jade asked, glancing up as she wiped her mouth with a napkin. Nothing, John said quickly, forcing a smile. Just thinking about dessert. Jade gave him a skeptical look but didn't push. Instead, she leaned back, sipping from her glass, clearly pleased with the meal. The conversation drifted back to lighter topics, school, friends, her classes in Vale, but John's thoughts strayed now and then. To the sluggish waiter. To Weiss's sister leaving in a rush. To the way Weiss had looked at him, just for a second, like someone who'd been left behind. When John risked another glance, Weiss was quietly cutting into her meal, posture straight, every motion precise. She looked like she'd been raised in a world where people were judged for how they held their forks. It was oddly mesmerizing. Unfortunately, Jade noticed. "Aha," his sister drawled, lips curling into an amused smirk. "So, you do know that girl." John froze, fork hovering over his plate. He turned back to Jade slowly, praying she'd let it go. She didn't. "You've been looking over there a few times now," Jade continued, swirling her glass of water like she was savoring the drama. "She's pretty. You should introduce yourself. Maybe ask her out." John barked out a laugh, perhaps a little too quickly. "Wow, subtle. You practicing to be a matchmaker or something?" "I'm serious," Jade pressed, eyes glinting with mischief. "She looks about your age too, and you could use the practice, seeing as you've been tragically single for, well, forever." John chuckled, but there was no hiding the heat creeping up his neck. "Look, I'll admit it, she's really beautiful, but you've got the wrong idea." He leaned back, giving a small shrug. "I actually know her already. She's in a couple of my classes at Beacon High. We're acquaintances, I guess." Jade narrowed her eyes, unimpressed. "Acquaintances, right." "Yeah." John stabbed his food with more enthusiasm than necessary. "Not friends and definitely not enemies. Just, two people who share a classroom and occasionally acknowledge each other exists with a few hays and highs." Jade tapped her chin in mock thought. "Right, and you just happened to glance at her like 3 times in the past 10 seconds. I was just." She leaned closer, grin widening. "If you're afraid to go talk to her, just admit it. You're going to be forever single at this rate." John let out a long, suffering sigh. "It's not that I'm afraid, it's complicated." "Complicated?" Jade echoed, skepticism dripping from every syllable. "She's a girl, you're a boy, you talk. It's not calculus, John." He smirked faintly at that, deciding if she wanted to play, he'd throw a jab of his own. "Oh, I see what's going on. This isn't about me, you're projecting." Jade blinked. "Excuse me." "Yeah," John said, adopting his most serious tone. "You're secretly deflecting because you've got a guy you like back at university, probably in one of your classes. Tall, handsome, sweater-wearing philosophy major type. You're afraid to admit it, so instead you're poking fun at me." The look Jade gave him was somewhere between disbelief and pity. "Really?" John grinned. "What, nailed it, didn't I?" "I'm a psychology major," she said flatly. "That kind of turnaround talk doesn't work on me. I can smell projection a mile away. Nice try, though." John spread his hands in defeat. I guess that was really a shot in the dark. More like a shot that was shooting blanks." He snorted at that, shaking his head as they both chuckled. Then, all of a sudden, a scream shattered the air. A sharp, high-pitched cry tore through the restaurant, followed by the crash of dishes smashing against tile. The lively murmur of conversation cut off in an instant, replaced by silence thick enough to feel. John's head snapped toward the noise before his brain even processed it. Instinct, honed in darkened dreamscapes, roared awake in his chest. His hand clenched tight around his fork like it could turn into his sword at will. From the corner of his eye, he saw Weiss react the same. Her head whipped toward the sound, her chair scraping back sharply against the floor. Another crash rang out, metallic this time, a deep clang of something heavy slamming into the ground. Gasps rippled across the diners. A waiter stumbled out from the kitchen doors, his apron streaked with something dark. For a horrifying instant, John thought it was blood. His pulse spiked. Jade inhaled sharply across from him. "John." But Weiss was already moving. She shot up from her chair, knocking her napkin and cutlery to the floor. Her usual poise was fractured. Her face was pale, wide-eyed, and dread flashed across her features like she knew something about what was happening. Without a word, she rushed forward, heels clacking hard against the marble as she darted toward the kitchen. The mask of control she'd worn all evening cracked completely, revealing raw panic. John's stomach dropped. That reaction, that urgency, wasn't normal. He recognized it. He'd felt it himself when the air thickened with the tension of danger. His instincts screamed. Something was wrong here. He half rose from his seat before catching himself. He forced his legs to still, and his grip loosened on the fork before he snapped it in two. Jade was staring at him now, both with confusion and worry flickering across her face, though she did seem more focused on whatever was happening at the kitchen. The restaurant around them buzzed with curious whispers, chairs shifting and people standing to see what was happening. John swallowed hard, the weight of unease pressing against his ribs. He hadn't expected today to spiral into this. But his body, every instinct, told him what Weiss clearly already knew. Something was about to go very, very wrong. Chapter 104, Erupt Part 1. The kitchen was slight chaos. Pots were clattered, silver utensils lay scattered on the tiled floor, and the bitter scent of spilled wine and seared meat mixed with something far more rancid, the sour stink of rot that didn't belong in the waking world. John shoved through the door, half expecting angry chefs to scold him for barging in. Instead, he froze. Every eye in the room, chefs in white coats, a young busboy holding a tray, and even Weiss in her beautiful dress, was fixed on the thing writhing at their feet. At first, John thought it was just a man seizing. His limbs jerked and his body convulsed as though his muscles had lost all rhythm. Then he saw the pulsing. The man's skin stretched open and split, as if something underneath was pressing outwards, demanding to be born. Ribbons of flesh tore open, wet and shining with black ichor, each rip leaving a slick, quivering edge that crawled across the man's uniform like a living map of cracks. John's stomach lurched. The smell hit his nose next, a rotting coppery scent, like old blood mixed with decay. Foul! The waiter's mouth foamed, and a black frothy liquid bubbled past his lips with each strangled gasp. His head snapped backward, tendons standing out like cords. Then his eyes. They rolled not back into his head, but out. Those white orbs bulged as if swelling, as if pushed from inside. A wet sound, like a peeled fruit hitting a cutting board, broke the silence as an eye popped free, dangling for a breathless second before dropping to the tiles with a soft, obscene plop. The second followed, landing beside it. And out from the holes in the man's skull, something writhed. The chefs recoiled, one swore under his breath. Weiss, pale as porcelain, clapped a hand over her mouth and wretched, her shoulders tightening in sheer disgust. But she didn't look away. Her icy eyes flicked to John as he entered, catching his horrified stare. John recognized the waiter. It was the one who had brought him and Jade their food earlier, wobbling tiredly and almost nervously with the tray, almost tripping but catching himself at the last second. John remembered the awkward smile and the relief in the man's eyes when he set the plates down safely. A normal guy, probably not much older than him. Now he was little more than husk, being split open from the inside. A sinking weight dragged at John's chest. He didn't want to ask, but the words tore out anyway, his voice hoarse. What's happening to him? Weiss grimaced, her voice steady but edged with grief. Grim. The word landed like a hammer. The man was connected to a nightmare zone. In the dream, she continued, glancing down at the man as another convulsion tore through his body, one that no lucid operative was able to find in time. The infection festered and grew, and now, she drew a sharp, uneven breath. Now a Grim is about to force its way into the waking world through him. John felt his heart drop. The words barely made sense, but the proof was right there, writhing on the floor. The waiter's jaw cracked open wider than it should, a scream building in his throat. His tongue spasmed, swelling, splitting into dark-veined strands that writhed like worms. Froth poured from his lips. His fingernails tore free as blackened claws pushed through the nails, scraping against the tile. John wanted to look away, but couldn't. This wasn't some faceless monster. This was a man. Someone who had probably laughed with coworkers earlier, complained about long shifts, maybe dreamed of something better. And now his body was being hollowed out for something else to wear. John's chest ached with sympathy, even as bile burned the back of his throat. He thought of his sisters, of himself. What if it had been him? What if this was the fate of anyone touched by the nightmare's shadow? A sharp voice cut through the haze. John! He snapped his head toward Weiss. She was pale, but her eyes blazed with authority. Get the guests out. Evacuate the restaurant now. He hesitated, torn between horror and instinct. The man on the floor let out a choking scream, his chest ballooning unnaturally before deflating in a sharp crack of breaking ribs. Something inside was pushing forward, pressing against his sternum like a second body trying to claw free. Weiss's tone sharpened, snapping like a whip. We'll contain it here, but if it breaches past these walls, she didn't finish. She didn't need to. John's legs finally obeyed. He nodded. His throat was dry, but his voice came out steady. Got it. One last glance at the waiter, still thrashing, body breaking down by inches, burned itself into his memory. He wished he hadn't looked, but he couldn't deny him that last moment of recognition, of humanity. Then he turned and sprinted out of the kitchen. The dining hall was full of quiet luxury, silverware clinking, muted laughter, and the hush of polished shoes across marble. None of it fit with the storm in John's chest. He burst back out through the swinging doors, the muffled chaos of the kitchen still ringing in his ears. His eyes scanned the crowd, the chandeliers above casting pools of golden light across oblivious faces. Everyone, his voice cracked as he shouted, the weight of urgency pulling the word raw. You need to leave, now. Conversations stilled. Dozens of finely dressed patrons watched him with confusion in their minds. Some tilted their heads, confused. A few laughed as though it were some elaborate prank. Jade, halfway through rising from her chair, stared at him with wide, startled eyes. John, what's going on? He moved straight to her, weaving between tables, and seized her hand before she could demand more. There's no time. He tried to keep his voice low for her alone, but urgency made it harsh. We have to get out, now. She resisted for half a step, digging her heels against the polished floor. But. No buts. He squeezed her hand and tugged hard, pulling her up to her feet. His eyes flicked to the kitchen doors as a muffled crash echoed behind them. It's not safe, please. Jade seemed slightly surprised at the desperation in his voice, but before either of them could move farther, a uniformed waiter appeared, rushing toward them. His white jacket was neat, his smile practiced, though his brow was furrowed as he lifted his hands in a placating gesture. Sir, please, the man said smoothly, placing a hand on John's arm as though to guide him back to his table. There's nothing to worry about. The situation is under control. If you'll just return to your seat, you and your guest may continue your meal in peace. John's gut twisted. That same false calm, the kind people used when they didn't understand what was happening, or worse, when they thought they did. He shoved the man's hand off his arm with more force than necessary. No, John snapped, voice cracking across the room. It's not under control. You need to get out, all of you. He glanced down at Jade, squeezing her hand again. Go now, don't stop for anything. Jade bit her lip, torn between trusting him and demanding an explanation. She saw something in his eyes, fear, urgency, and something unshakable. She nodded once and quick. But the crowd wasn't convinced. Some patrons were standing now, craning their necks to see over the sea of tables. A woman in pearls laughed lightly and murmured something about children being dramatic. A middle-aged man with a trimmed beard scoffed, swirling the wine in his glass. Others whispered, brows furrowed, but still, no one moved toward the exit. They didn't understand. They couldn't. Sir, I'll have to ask you to calm down. This voice was sharper, harder, carrying authority. Two men in dark suits, the restaurant's security detail, pushed their way through the crowd. They were tall, broad, with the rigid posture of men used to being obeyed. The closer one jabbed a finger at John. Step away from the guests. Listen to me, John barked back, panic rising as another crash thundered behind him. You don't understand. The first guard didn't wait. He lunged forward, grabbing for John's shoulder. John twisted, instincts flaring, and ducked under the man's arm. His heart thundered in his chest as adrenaline pumped through him. The second guard came at him from the side, arms outstretched, aiming to tackle. John vaulted over the nearest table, scattering plates and glasses. A spray of water and wine hit the floor as diners gasped in shock. The room erupted in a chorus of voices. What is he doing? Call the police. Someone stop that boy. The first guard spun and reached for him again, but John planted his feet, ready to move. And then the world broke. Boom! The kitchen doors exploded outwards, slamming against the walls with the sound of splintering wood. From the gaping maw of the kitchen, something shot out, a massive tendril of rotting black flesh. It was thick as a tree trunk, its surface slick and glistening, studded with jagged bone and oozing veins that pulsed with crimson light. The stench of rot rolled across the room like a wave, sour and choking. At the end of the tendril, impaled like a grotesque ornament, was the third security guard, the one who had gone in to investigate. His chest was pierced clean through, his arms flopping lifelessly at his sides as blood streamed down his once pristine uniform. His head lolled back, mouth open in a frozen scream. The tendril whipped with him forward, flinging his body across the dining hall like a rag doll. Guests screamed as he crashed across a few tables, scattering silver platters and spraying blood across fine linens. But it didn't end there. The tendril slammed forward with bone-cracking force, driving the guard's body like a nail straight into the front wall of the restaurant, right beside the gilded double doors that led outside. The impact shook the entire building, the chandeliers rattling above. And then, horror of horrors, the man's body began to melt. His skin slewed away in steaming sheets, his flesh liquefying into a black-red slurry. Muscles unraveled, bones snapped like brittle twigs, all of it collapsing into sludge that dripped into the waiting tendril. The black flesh absorbed it eagerly, drinking down the man's life as if it were nothing more than fuel. Gasps turned to screams. The tendril did not stop. Where it had slammed into the wall, it pulsed, spreading outwards like spilled ink. Veins of black flesh snaked across the marble, climbing the gilded walls and creeping up the archway of the exit. Guests who had leapt from their seats to rush the doors skidded to a halt, shrieking, as the corruption spread faster than they could move. In seconds, the main entrance was blocked, sealed shut beneath a writhing curtain of rotting tendrils. The veins pulsed, their surfaces bubbling like molten tar. The faint glow of crimson light shone beneath the cracks, like veins of fire trying to burn their way into the world. No, John breathed, heart sinking into his stomach. The way out gone. The screams of the guests rose higher, panic crashing like a tidal wave through the once luxurious hall. Men and women in suits shoved against one another in blind terror. Wine glasses shattered beneath their feet. Chairs toppled. The air was filled with the cacophony of chaos, the iron stink of blood, and the overpowering rot of the Grimm's emergence. Jade clutched John's arm, her nails digging into his sleeve. Her voice trembled, barely audible over the storm. "John, what is that?" He couldn't answer, not yet. His mind raced, every instinct screaming at him to act, to move, to survive. Because this was no longer just a restaurant, it was a trap. Another body suddenly shot out from the kitchen like a rag doll, but it wasn't one of the staff, it was Weiss, who came hurtling across the air. Her beautiful dress was now torn at the shoulder, her hair wild in a way John had never seen, and for a sickening heartbeat, he thought she would crash headfirst into the restaurant floor. But in the space of a blink, a sharp ring of ice spun into existence beneath her heels. The shimmering platform caught her weight midair and anchored her like a dancer poised above the chaos. She bent her knees, steadying herself before dismissing the platform with a snap. Her heels hit the floor by the blocked entrance in a precise drop. John's relief at seeing her alive froze solid when their eyes met. A pearl of blood slipped past her lips and her expression was pale, no, not pale, but terrified. He'd seen her annoyed, dismissive, and even biting with sarcasm. He'd seen her angry and even heard her sharp words, but never this. "Never fear." Her voice tore through the screams, raw and urgent. "It's rank 1. Chapter 105, 105, Erupt Part 2. There were 2 categories for Grimm. Regular Grimm, which the ones most awakened knew by name, Beowulfs, Nevermores, Creeps. Their shapes and instincts were consistent, their threat levels calculable. They spawned from nightmare zones like any other infection, born from the siphoned essence of human fear and dream stuff. Dangerous, yes, but predictable. And then there was the second category. Mutants. This was the term that Lucid researchers gave the second category. The nightmare system dubbed them differently, amalgamations. Amalgamation Grimm were different, special. The reason the system dubbed them as such was not because of their taxonomy, but because they were literally unpredictable amalgamations. They didn't have proper fixed shapes like their regular counterparts. Instead, their bodies could warp. Extra limbs, too many eyes, or even tendrils that stretched longer than reason should allow were all part of their capabilities. They were Grimm taken a step too far, twisted by the very act of possessing a human host. That was what separated them most of all from the rest of the Grimm. Amalgamation mutants were the core of a nightmare zone in the dream realm. They seeped into the waking world and anchored themselves here, using people as the bridge. John's breath stilled as he remembered the words in the archive file. A mutant grim amalgamation requires a host for manifestation. The host body serves as a vessel. Its tissues and soul will be subsumed into scaffolding for the grim's emergence. Failure to extract or eliminate before coalescence leads to a permanent crossover into the waking world. Permanent, that single word had struck him then, and it struck him again now. The waiter, the man who had served John and Jade their meal, that man had been dying already, even as he carried their plates. And now his death had birthed something far worse. But there was one more detail, one thing that made mutants all the more terrifying. Unlike their regular counterparts or awakened individuals, amalgamations could only have a single universal rune. Researchers had given it a name: assimilate. This applied to every mutant amalgamation, regardless of what rank they were. No one understood why they couldn't gain any other rune besides that one, not the senior operatives, nor even the scientists in Lucid's halls. But the function was clear enough. Assimilate allowed the mutants to feed. Not just in the visceral sense of devouring flesh, but in the metaphysical way that let them convert human life into fuel. The more they killed, the more they consumed, the more grim could be spawned in the waking world. A mutant amalgamation was not just a monster, it was a spawner, a living corruption factory. And the guard who had been speared just moments ago? John had watched it happen in real time. His body had broken down, melted into sludge, and that sludge had been drunk down by the tendril, fueling its growth. It was exactly what the reports had described. They were dangerous. Worse, they were exponential. John's throat tightened as Jade gripped his arm harder. Her nails dug through his sleeve, trembling. Her voice was a broken whisper amidst the chaos. "Oh my God, John, what's happening? What is that?" He couldn't tell her the truth. Couldn't tell her that the thing blocking the door was the reason Lucid existed at all. That this wasn't just a monster, it was a herald of far worse if it wasn't stopped. Before he could even form a response, a sharp gust of displaced air tore across the dining hall. John's eyes snapped to Weiss. She was a blur, her heels clacking against shattered tiles as she bolted back toward the kitchen. Her movements would have been incomprehensible to the average human eye, too fast and too sharp. But John wasn't average anymore. His training let him track her perfectly, every dart and pivot clear as if she were moving through water. He saw the determination in her jaw. The fear still lingered in her pale eyes, yes, but it was bound tight under iron discipline. She didn't hesitate. She ran back into the fire. "Wait," John started forward, but Jade yanked on his sleeve, panic overtaking her face. Around them, patrons screamed, some clawing toward the blocked exit, others cowering behind toppled tables. The chandeliers rattled above, their crystals clinking like nervous teeth. The tendril twitched again, slamming against the wall, and the whole building seemed to shudder. John forced himself to stand firm. He knew what this was now. And he knew how bad it could get. The most problematic truth about Grimm was simple and merciless. Once a Grimm arrived into the real world, it kept 100% of its stats. Awakened humans were shackled by reality. Their dream-born strength bled away the moment they opened their eyes. Rank zeros like John retained nothing, not his body, aura, or his will. Even if he had a rune, it would have been useless. The 3 months of grueling training meant only that he could sprint faster than he had before and punch harder than an untrained boy his age, maybe even climb a rope up a cliff without too much trouble. It was discipline, yes, but nothing remotely supernatural. Rank ones like Weiss fared a little better, but even they were effectively crippled. 10%. That was all the waking world allowed her to keep. 10% of speed, power, and aura density. And though 10% of a rank one still put her leagues above any normal human, it might not be enough to bridge the gulf between her and the amalgamation. John knew it in his bones. The mutant she was fighting was stronger. And all he could do was stand here, his body trembling between terror and urgency, knowing Weiss was alone. The air quaked. Muffled booms rattled the chandeliers above, crystals tinkling in nervous song. Then a heavier shock followed, a gut-deep thud that reverberated through the foundation. Tiny motes of plaster dust rained down, and cracks spiderwebbed across the ceiling tiles. The fight had somehow climbed upwards, from the kitchen to the floor above them, and the whole building was groaning under the weight of it. John's eyes snapped back to the ground floor. The entrance, their only exit, was sealed. What had begun as a single massive tendril now stretched across the foyer like an obscene curtain, a wall of pulsing flesh. It was no longer directly connected to the amalgamation anymore. Veins the size of fingers bulged under its slick surface, glowing faintly red. It twitched with a rhythm like breathing, heavy and thick, as though the entire building inhaled and exhaled through it. For a fleeting second, John thought he saw movement beneath the skin, like something was crawling inside it. He didn't think, instead, he acted. "Stay here," he barked to Jade, even though she clutched at his sleeve like a lifeline. He tore himself free and snatched up the nearest chair, its legs scraping across tiles. With a hoarse shout, he swung it down into the wall of flesh. The impact rang like a gong, wood splintered. He swung again, harder, sweat flying from his brow. The chair cracked across the fleshy surface, but the obstruction didn't yield, neither a dent nor a tear. It was like slamming furniture into tempered steel. "Come on, come on." John's voice broke with desperation. He smashed again and again until the chair was little more than splinters in his hands. The wall shivered in response. He froze, chest heaving, and took a single cautious step back. The surface rippled, convulsed, then it split. A spear of flesh erupted from the wall with the speed of a crossbow bolt. John flinched sideways on instinct. It wasn't aimed for him. The man beside him, an older patron, hair silvered at the temples, still clutching a half-empty wineglass as though etiquette could shield him, let out a startled yelp. The tendril slammed through his chest. His body jerked violently, blood spraying in a crimson fan across the white tablecloths. The scream strangled in his throat. Before John could blink, the wall pulled him in. The man's feet scraped helplessly against the marble as he was dragged bodily into the fleshy surface. For one sickening moment, his face protruded through the wall, mouth wide, eyes rolling, before the flesh sealed shut around him. And then he melted. John saw it, skin sloughing into sludge, bones bending, dissolving. A human life broken down like kitchen scraps poured into a grinder. The wall drank it in, swelling slightly, pulsing thicker with every heartbeat. Warm droplets pattered John's face. He wiped his cheek, fingers coming away slick and red. His stomach lurched, but he forced it down with pure grit. Another tendril burst out, and another, the air filled with wet cracks as the flesh lashed outward. Screams erupted. One patron was skewered through the back, his spine snapping audibly as the tendril lifted him like a doll. Another, a woman who was barely much older than John, was pinned through the stomach and hauled, kicking, into the wall. Her hands clawed furrows into the tiles, leaving bloody streaks before she disappeared. John snapped out of his shock just in time. "Jade!" Her shriek pierced his ears as a tendril shot for her chest. He dove, snatching her waist and yanking her aside. The spear of flesh hissed past her, missing by a hair. It didn't miss the woman behind them. The wealthy matron in pearls and a violet gown who had been shrieking endlessly, voice shrill with entitlement and terror. The tendril drove itself straight through her mouth, silencing her in an instant. Blood bubbled from her lips, the pearls scattering across the marble floor like hailstones as her body convulsed. Then she too was pulled, twitching, into the wall. Jade gagged violently, retching. The sound of bile hitting tile mixed with the smell of iron and viscera. John didn't look, he couldn't, his arms locked around her shaking body. His mind had sharpened to a single cutting edge. Protect Jade. That was all that mattered. If everyone else in this restaurant died screaming, if the walls ran red with blood and flesh, it didn't matter so long as she walked out alive. The thought was cold, callous. It should have horrified him, but clarity left no room for guilt. The wall convulsed again. This time it wasn't just spearing. It bubbled, bloating grotesquely, and began to ooze. Black liquid seeped from its pores, spilling down in rivulets that hissed when they touched the floor. The stench was immediate, like rotting meat and decay, stirred together. The ooze pooled, and from that pool, shapes began to rise. At first they were indistinct, silhouettes pulling themselves from tar. Then they solidified. John's eyes widened, his breath froze in his throat. Beowulfs. They clawed their way out of the black muck, shoulders hunched, jaws snapping. Their bodies were the same as he remembered from the dream, their fur mottled and dripping with tar, their bones gleaming white through patches of stretched flesh. Red eyes burned like coals in their skulls. An entire pack of them, 4, with more heads rising. John couldn't afford to hesitate now. Even worse, he had no time to blink. The pack howled as one, the sound rattling glass and bone alike, reverberating through the dining hall. The Grimm had crossed over, into the waking world. And John was standing there, with nothing but his bare hands and a terrified sister pressed against his chest. Chapter 106, Erupt Part 3. Weiss had studied the creatures of Grimm with a painstaking focus, making sure to diligently understand each and every one of their capabilities. She had also personally slain more than a few preformed amalgamations within the dream realm's nightmare zones, along with her squad. Yet there was one thing that Weiss had never done. She had never fought an amalgamation in the waking world. Nothing, not even the most screwed-up videos in the Lucid archive, prepared her for what slewed free of the waiter's body. The creature that unfolded from within was a grotesque abomination. The man's body split with sickening inevitability, his skin pulling away like discarded clothing, revealing the slick, tar-colored mass beneath. His silent scream was swallowed back into the thing's hide even as it rose higher, taller than any human frame should allow. The body appeared vaguely human, with black grim flesh covering every surface. The amalgamation's head burst out of the man's jaw in a showering splatter of gore, resembling that of a Beowulf's, if one could still call it that, but the muzzle was different. It split vertically down the middle, opening like a flower blooming in deformed parody. 2 sets of teeth glistened inside that pulsing maw, an inner row and an outer row, jagged white against the blackness. When the mouth split, it dripped thick ropes of saliva that seemingly hissed where they struck the tile floor. From its back and out of its spine, something worse grew. Tendrils, wet, black and boneless things writhing outward. Some ended in crude, jaw-like mouths, gnashing hungrily, as though each one wanted to taste the world. Weiss felt her pulse hammer against her ribs. She should have struck earlier, while it was still half-formed, while there had been some chance of ending it before the horror was complete. But the truth caught up with her in that instant. She had faltered. She had never killed a man before. And to swing her rapier into the chest of what had still looked like a man, even as his body peeled away, she had hesitated. That hesitation would now cost lives. She wouldn't make the same mistake again. Her rune flared, a pale circle of ice silver forming beneath her heels, and with a practiced motion, she drew a blade from the air itself. Her first rune, Element, burned in her soul, manifesting as a rapier of translucent ice. Cold mist swirled from its length as she lunged, driving the weapon straight toward the creature's malformed skull. The strike should have been clean and decisive, but the mutant Grimm was faster than she had accounted for. Its tendrils snapped up like striking snakes, 3 of them entwining the blade mid-thrust. The ice hissed where their flesh touched it, but they held with inhuman strength. The blade stopped inches from its head. Weiss's breath caught. The thing stared at her, tilting its malformed skull, its vertical maw twitching, almost confused, as though it were a newborn struggling to comprehend why the world was resisting it. Then the kitchen doors slammed open. One of the restaurant security personnel, a man in a fitting black uniform who'd clearly been halfway through his shift, burst inside. What the hell's going on in? He never finished the question. The mutant's chest split open. It wasn't a wound nor an injury. The torso simply peeled apart like ripe fruit, white ribs splaying outward like teeth in a grinning mouth. From that cavity, something thick and wet shot forward, a tendril shaped like a grotesque black tongue. It speared the guard through the chest. The man's scream was cut short as his body was lifted clear off the floor, and with a wet pop, slammed back out through the doorframe he emerged from with a crunch of bone. Blood sprayed across the stainless steel counters. Weiss gasped. Her throat constricted around bile, but her training forced her to act. She drew her free hand into a circle, conjuring fire with Element. A geyser of flame roared to life in her palm. She slashed the fire across her entrapped ice sword, fusing the two elements, melting and reforming the edge into something stronger, sharper, and hotter. With a cry, she swung again. The tendrils holding her weapon burned and burst, splattering the floor with sizzling ichor. The mutant reeled, its vertical jaws flaring open in a soundless scream as Weiss cut a gash across its shoulder. It dropped low, too low. Its body moved like no living creature should, almost like it was fluid and boneless, its joints bending wrong. In an instant it was on all fours, claws screeching against tile as it lunged. Weiss planted her heels and threw up a glyph. An ice shield materialized before her, solid, gleaming blue-white. The blow landed like a truck. The mutant's claw smashed through her shield, shattering it into frozen shards that cut her dress slightly as they flew past. The force lifted her off her feet, hurling her across the kitchen. Time slowed as Weiss flew backward, pain not yet fully catching up to her. For a single suspended instant, she had a clear view of the carnage she was leaving behind. The amalgamation's tendrils writhed, dripping thick liquid on the ground. The kitchen staff, chefs, busboys, dishwashers, were scrambling toward the rear exit, their faces twisted in pale, silent terror. Pots clattered to the ground, knives spun across tile, and still they ran. The mutant turned toward them. Its split jaw unfurled wider, a grotesque grin. Tendrils lashed outward, mouth snapping hungrily at the retreating humans. Weiss's heart clenched. She tried to shout no, but the air was already driven from her lungs as her back slammed into the swinging doors. Her last glimpse, before the world inverted and she was hurled into the dining hall, was of those tendrils closing the distance. She summoned a small platform of ice beneath her feet to stabilize herself. Pain throbbed through her ribs, her lungs burning as she fought to breathe. Weiss staggered upright, clutching her side where the impact had bruised her ribs. She could hear the screams from the patrons in the hall and within the kitchen now, muffled but sharp, punctuated by the wet, tearing sounds that would haunt her dreams. She gritted her teeth. She couldn't hesitate again. Hesitation had already cost one man his life, and if she faltered again, everyone in this restaurant might follow. Weiss's eyes snapped across the dining hall, her gaze raking over the chaos. The massive tendril that had impaled the guard earlier now stretched across the grand entrance like a monstrous banner, its length fused with pulsing flesh. Veins glowed faintly red beneath its slick surface as it writhed and thickened, sealing the only visible exit. And it was still connected. Her gaze shot back to the kitchen, back to the abomination from which that grotesque tongue tentacle had sprouted. Her stomach knotted, severing it was the only option. Her head turned, and for the briefest instant her eyes locked with John Ark's. The boy stood across the hall, pale with shock, his sister clutching at his sleeve like a lifeline. His eyes were wide, but not empty. There was a sharpness there, a tension that Weiss recognized in soldiers. He was seeing, processing, and bracing. She didn't have time for explanations, just one message. "It's rank 1, she shouted, voice cracking through the din. She didn't know if he understood the weight of those words, but she prayed he did. A rank 1 grim loose in the waking world was something that practically no unawakened could fight. He had to focus on the trapped civilians here, keep them alive. That was his battle. She would have taken the other. Weiss's body blurred as she dashed, aura sharpening every motion. To normal eyes, she vanished, reappearing a streak of white and blue across the dining room. To John, whose eyes seemed strangely clear, she was just fast, inhumanly so. Her heels hit the floor with thunderclaps as she vaulted back through the swinging doors. The ice rapier in her grip shimmered. With a sharp cry, she layered a second element over it, air, sharpened into a cutting edge so thin it looked almost invisible, like glass. Then she flared fire beneath her heels, igniting a burst that hurled her forward. The blade sang as it struck. The massive tendril, the grotesque tongue still stretching from the amalgamation's chest, split cleanly. The severed end writhed and dissolved into tar, vanishing like smoke as the rest recoiled through the kitchen. Weiss landed hard, sliding across slick tile, the flaming edge of her weapon hissing against the floor. The wall behind her still pulsed with flesh, forming a grotesque cage around the dining hall. She clenched her jaw. That wasn't her fight right now. She had to entrust it to John and whatever courage he could summon. Her battle was here. The amalgamation loomed in the kitchen, utterly unfazed by the loss of its tendril. Its vertical jaws worked methodically, chewing through the upper torso of a chef it had caught. Flesh tore wetly between its teeth. Blood streamed down its chin in thick ropes. 2 more staffers spasmed midair, speared through the head by tendrils sprouting from its back. Their bodies hung limp, twitching and slowly and dissolving as the tendrils carried them to the rear of the kitchen. Already, the back exit was being smothered by a new wall of meat, slick black matter sealing into place. A cage. The beast was trapping its food. Weiss's throat tightened. Anger burst out as a scream. She launched herself forward, blade blazing. The amalgamation turned with a fluid motion, almost casual. Its clawed hand rose like a shield. Metal shrieked against bone and hide as Weiss's flaming rapier skidded across its palm. It blocked the blow without pause, its maw still chewing the neck of the chef dangling from its jaws. The man's legs kicked once, twice, then stilled. Weiss roared in fury, her rune force crackling around her. She poured more of herself into the blade, steam rising as fire and ice fought along its edge. The amalgamation pushed back. Its strength sent shockwaves through her arm, rattling bone-numbing fingers. She disengaged, twirling back with a practiced step, then stabbed her free hand toward the ground. The element of earth sparked beneath her heels. Jagged stone erupted from the tile, lancing upward in a pillar toward the beast's chest. The amalgamation leapt sideways with unnatural agility. Its claws raked sparks off steel counters as it landed, the pillar crashing harmlessly against the ceiling. Too fast. Weiss pivoted, layering water into her ice blade, encasing it in a sheen of liquid frost. She spun in a tight circle, releasing the stored force of her fire burst in a whiplash arc. The blade trailed flame and frost, hissing in the air. The amalgamation crouched low and lunged, its maw split wider, inner and outer teeth snapping. Saliva rained from above as it came down at her. Weiss met it with a shield, air condensed into a disk of compressed wind before her chest. The beast slammed into it, claws raking furrows into the invisible barrier. Weiss gritted her teeth, the strain of keeping it together was diminishing her aura reserves. She pushed back with a shout and let the shield explode outward. The burst of compressed air blasted the creature back into a row of stoves. Metal caved with the impact, flames bursting from ruptured gas lines. The kitchen roared with fire and smoke. Weiss pressed her advantage. She channeled water and ice together, freezing the burst gas before it could detonate fully. The flame guttered, steam rising in suffocating clouds. She lunged again, rapier stabbing toward the beast's chest cavity, the ribbed mouth that had fired the tongue-like tendril. This time she connected. The blade pierced between its ribs, sinking into the grotesque organ within. Black ichor spilled out in a flood, sizzling against her blade and forearm. The stench was unbearable, burnt tar mixed with iron. The creature shrieked, its split jaws opening in a terrible sound that rattled every pot and pan. Its tendrils whipped outward in frenzy. One caught her in the side, slamming her against the wall. Pain erupted across her ribs. Another tendril lashed her leg, dragging her toward its vertical maw. Weiss dug her rapier into the floor, summoning earth. Stone spikes erupted upward, impaling the tendril dragging her. It screeched and released her. She rolled free, gasping for air. Her eyes narrowed. She couldn't beat it in a cramped kitchen. Too much risk to the remaining staff who were cowering in the corners. There was too little room to maneuver. She needed to move the fight. Weiss sprinted, darting up the side of a counter, leaping high. She slashed down with air-enhanced speed, severing 2 tendrils that reached for her. The amalgamation tracked her, its body coiling. Weiss gritted her teeth and unleashed fire beneath her heels, blasting herself upward. She stabbed her rapier into the ceiling itself, channeling earth through the blade. Cracks webbed outward. Tile and plaster rained down. The amalgamation followed, leaping with terrifying grace, claws embedding into the wall as it hauled itself upward. Weiss snarled, ripping her rapier free. The ceiling groaned and then gave way. She burst into the floor above in a storm of rubble and flame. Dust filled her lungs as she landed hard, rolling across shattered tile and into overturned tables. Patrons from the upper dining area screamed and scattered as she staggered upright. A shadow rose from the hole behind her. The amalgamation hauled itself through the breach, saliva and ichor dripping from its split maw, its tendrils writhing in triumph. The fight had climbed to the floor above. Weiss lifted her rapier, the blade steaming with fire and frost, her ribs aching but her eyes burning with cold resolve. She would not let this abomination claim another life. Chapter 107, 107 Erupt, Part 4. The restaurant was falling apart. John's mind ran calculations as fast it would allow him. The patrons were ringed in by the pack of Beowulfs. Their black hides glistened in the low light, their jaws slavering and teeth bared. They didn't advance yet, not fully. They were waiting and circling, hemming in their prey like sharks around a sinking ship. His gaze flicked towards the main entrance. That massive flesh wall was still slick with the blood of the people it had impaled, wound around the doorway like some obscene root system. The growths on it pulsed faintly, as though alive, sealing the way out. That left two other options. John's eyes darted to the far side of the dining room, where a stairwell curved upward to the second floor. He remembered from the hostess's greeting earlier that there was an upstairs dining area with windows and balconies. If there was an emergency exit anywhere in this place, it would be there. A fire escape, maybe. But even if there was, that route was compromised. The fight upstairs had already begun. He could hear it, crashes, booms, and the thunderclap hiss of elemental magic. Weiss's voice rang out faintly, sharp and commanding, each word followed by the shriek of something inhuman. If he brought Jade and the panicking patrons up there, they'd be caught between the Beowulfs below and the abomination above. Not an option. That left the kitchen. It was closer, though far from safe. Still, if there was a chance at weapons and a chance at a back exit, then there was a chance at survival. His jaw tightened. The decision was made. The sudden thunder of footsteps pulled him from his thoughts. Heads whipped around as a wave of patrons burst from the partitioned stairwell, rushing down in a blind panic. These weren't the people from the main floor, these were the guests from the dining space above. Their faces were pale, drawn, and their expensive clothes were rumpled in their mad scramble. The first ones out of the stairwell froze at the sight of the Beowulfs waiting below. The monsters loomed, snarling, eyes glowing faintly red in the half-light. The patrons faltered. Then, in the worst possible moment, the rush from behind pressed them forward. The ones at the front tried to backpedal, but the crowd behind didn't see what they saw. They pushed harder. The human tide collapsed in on itself. John's stomach dropped as bodies toppled forward, spilling like dominoes down the last few steps. Screams filled the air, high, panicked, desperate. The sound only made the Beowulfs circling more fevered, their growls a chilling chorus of hunger. This was it. Panic had broken the crowd. Beside him, the last two security guards who had been hovering nearby finally moved. The same ones who had tried to tackle him earlier, still thinking he was just some troublemaker. Now, their batons snapped from their hips with metallic clicks. Batons against this. John grimaced. It was useless. They didn't stand a chance. They couldn't possibly know what they were facing. Still, John couldn't blame them for trying. "Stay behind me," one barked as if he was in control. His voice shook, betraying his own fear. John almost laughed. It was a bitter, humorless sound. The truth hit him hard. If he had Crocea Moors or even the longsword that he had been given by Lucid, the one he had come to enjoy calling Lux Eterna, he could have cut a path. He knew that, deep in his bones. His training assured him of this. But here, barehanded, with Jade trembling against his sleeve and dozens of panicked patrons clawing at each other for escape, he was just another target waiting to be torn apart. His sister's grip tightened on his arm, her nails digging through his sleeve. She was shaking so hard he could feel it in his bones. John," Jade whispered. We're going to die, aren't we?" "No," his voice came out firm, more confident than he felt. He forced himself to meet her terrified eyes. "Not if we move, come on." Before she could respond, he grabbed her wrist and pulled. He didn't wait for permission, nor did he waste another second watching the patrons crumple on the stairs or the guards try to play hero with sticks against monsters. Every instinct screamed at him that hesitation would kill them. Weiss had already shouted the truth to him across the room. Rank 1. This wasn't a fight for Jade or for the others. This was a fight for people like Weiss, for people like him. They had to get out. The kitchen doors loomed just ahead, still swinging faintly from where Weiss had been hurled through earlier. That was his target. He pulled Jade along, weaving through overturned chairs, broken plates, and abandoned handbags. Her breath came in quick, panicked gasps, her heels scuffing against the carpet as she tried to keep up. Behind them, a Beowulf snarled and lunged forwards to one of the guests. The sound cut into John's heart with a deep feeling. However, John didn't dare look back. If he did, he knew he would falter. They crashed through the swinging doors into the kitchen. The stench hit him first, burnt flesh, coppery blood, and something fouler, cloying, almost chemical. The aftermath of Weiss's elemental assaults was obvious. Scorch marks streaked the tiled walls, shards of ice glittered on the ground like broken glass, and counters had been cleaved in half by impacts. Above the scene of chaos was a massive hole in the ceiling, where booming sounds of air being displaced rushed out. But what froze him wasn't the scorch marks or the booms. It was the scene unfolding before him. Beyond the counters, the faint glow of an exit sign illuminated the steel door. His heart sank like a stone. The way out was sealed. Another flesh wall had grown across it, obscene and pulsating. Veins bulged across its surface like thick black cords. Tendrils snaked outward like parasitic roots, dragging bodies into the wall's quivering mass. The dead were vanishing into it, consumed like fuel. Two chefs grappled with writhing tendrils that had burst forward to spear into them, their pristine white jackets stained red and brown. One clutched a pan in both hands, desperately beating at the fleshy coil wrapped around his colleague's ankle. The other was grasping at the floor, teeth clenched, and fingers attempting to rip away at the slick appendage tightening around his leg. And then there was the Dishp. He couldn't have been more than 17. His apron hung crooked, smeared with sauce and blood, his face pale with terror. Yet his hands moved with wild desperation, hacking again and again with a meat cleaver at the tendril before him. It was trying to drag an unconscious body, one of the sous chefs, from the looks of it, across the tiles toward the pulsing wall of flesh at the back. John's stomach lurched. The wall was going to start spawning grim, any moment now. His pulse spiked. His brain screamed at him to panic, to grab Jade and run, but there was no running. Because not all hope was lost. Because the second thing he saw was salvation, gleaming under the harsh fluorescent lights. The knife rack along the wall, long, slender knives in their steel slots, cleavers hanging from hooks, and further down, a heavy cast-iron skillet that looked like it could cave in a Beowulf's skull if swung right. Finally, something. "Stay down and stay quiet," he ordered Jade, voice clipped with a commanding tone. She stared at him with wide, terrified eyes, but she nodded quickly and ducked behind an overturned counter, hugging her knees tight to her chest. John turned back to the rack, muscles tightening, pulse hammering. He needed steel in his hands, anything. But first, his eyes flicked back to the chefs and the dish boy. The boy's cleaver hacked down again, but the blade bounced off the slick tendril, barely cutting shallow grooves that were paper cuts, as if the thing's flesh resisted being carved. The tendril only tightened its grip, dragging the corpse closer to the wall. The struggling chef screamed hoarsely, his voice cracking, as the tendril on his leg pulled him to the wall inch by inch. John clenched his fists. He knew what was coming. If the Beowulfs didn't get through first, if Weiss didn't win upstairs, this wall would birth more monsters into the real world. He didn't have time to hesitate. However, John wasn't going to meet them barehanded. The world narrowed before his eyes into motion, instinct and steel. John didn't have time to think, he simply moved. His instinct, sharpened through nights of brutal training in the dreamscape, and his body, trained during the day, responded before his mind caught up. His hand shot out, fingers wrapping tight around the handle of a hanging meat cleaver, the weight fitting perfectly into his palm. His other hand plucked a long chef's knife from the rack in the same stride, his grip reversing the blade into a downward hold. He was already running, shoes striking wet tile, the stench of blood and scorched fat clogging his nose. The busboy was flailing at a thick tendril with his own cleaver, hacking wildly, metal ringing against meat with no effect. The boy's eyes were glassy with terror, and his movements were sloppy. Move, John barked. His arm snapped down forcefully in a clean, practiced arc. Steel bit flesh. The tendril split nearly in half, John's blade sinking deep with a wet, tearing crunch. Black ichor sprayed across the boy's uniform and across John's hand, hot and foul like boiling tar. The appendage spasmed once, violently, then slumped lifelessly to the ground, curling like a severed serpent. The busboy staggered back, stunned. He hadn't even seen John approach. John didn't pause. His body spun, his foot kicking back to push himself away. The cleaver came up just in time, clang. A second tendril, thick as his arm, speared straight for his face. The force was monstrous. Sparks screamed as the bone-hard edge met steel. His arm shuddered from the impact, his wrist nearly snapping from the torque. But John's stance held. He absorbed the blow and redirected it to the side. The tendril slammed into the tiled wall with a meaty thunk, shattering a row of hanging ladles. John bared his teeth and shouted without looking back, "Get him out of here, now." The busboy snapped out of it, adrenaline flooding his features. He nodded, grabbing the limp, unconscious Sue's chef who had been half-dragged into the wall. Together, they hauled him away from the thrashing flesh. The wall roared. It wasn't sound exactly. It was akin to a vibrational, raspy, subhuman bass that rattled through the air and into the marrow of his bones. Tendrils lashed in response, two more whipping forward. John's arms blurred, cleaver in one hand, knife in the other, each strike parried with desperate precision. His shoulders screamed and muscles burned, but his movements were faster and cleaner than they had ever been before. Behind him, the busboy shouted, "Chef." One of the two chefs who had been locked in a desperate tug-of-war, the one with the heavy frying pan, looked up at the shout. He had been smashing again and again into the tendril coiled around another man's ankle. The pan was dented and bent, but the flesh refused to break. The trapped chef's screams were growing faint, his head lolling from fear. The busboy didn't hesitate. He hurled the cleaver that he had to the chef, spinning end over end through the kitchen's smoke-choked air. The pan-wielding chef's eyes flicked up. His arm threw the pan at the flesh wall without hesitation. A final FCKU, it clattered against it uselessly. His free hand, however, reached out and curled dexterously around the flying cleaver with the fluidity of someone who'd spent his life plucking knives from racks without looking. His face split into a savage grin. With a howl, he swung downward. The cleaver carved clean through tendon and sinew, severing the thick appendage in a single motion. Black ichor erupted in a geyser. The severed tendril writhed and spasmed before collapsing into stillness. The trapped chef fell free, gasping, clutching his bleeding ankle. "Got you," the other chef yelled, hauling him up by the shoulders. John, catching the moment, exhaled in relief. He backstepped, his blades blurring into defensive arcs as the tendrils struck faster, angrier. Sparks lit the air, steel shrieking. But then something changed. The wall's tendrils hesitated. They struck again, but the blows fell short. John narrowed his eyes, adjusting his stance, testing. He stepped forward a pace. The tendrils lashed. He stepped back. They stilled. A line, a range. They couldn't extend beyond a certain distance. "Range limited," John muttered under his breath, relief flooding his veins. He shouted louder, his voice cutting across the chaos. "Get back, all of you behind the prep counters, now." The busboy and the chefs didn't argue. They dragged the injured man with them, Jade following close, her face pale, hands trembling but eyes locked on her brother. They slipped back beyond the tendrils' reach, knives and pans clattering in their hands. John kept his blades raised, stepping carefully, testing. Sure enough, the tendrils strained against the invisible boundary, spearing at him with rabid speed, but each time they fell just short, striking the floor with useless force. Finally, the pressure eased. He let out a long breath. Sweat beaded his forehead, running down into the collar of his shirt. His grip ached from the force of the blows, but his hands did not shake. His body was holding, trained and hardened. But then he saw it. His stomach dropped. Thick, tar-like liquid began to ooze from the flesh wall, dripping in fat rivulets down its surface. The black slime pooled on the floor. It smelled wrong, like rot and decay, and burned hair all at once. John's teeth clenched. He knew the sight. He'd seen it many times. The wall was birthing grim. "Shit," John hissed, stepping back quickly. He turned to the others, eyes hard, voice sharp enough to cut glass. Everyone, grab knives, pans, anything with an edge or weight. Get ready, we have to arm the dining hall. The chefs nodded, grim-faced. The busboy scrambled to the rack, ripping down every blade within reach, tossing pans to Jade and the others. The rescued chef, pale and barely able to stand, still clutched a paring knife like it was a lifeline. John clenched his jaw so hard his teeth ached. The ichor continued to drip. The smell thickened. Each second felt like a countdown. "We don't have long," he muttered under his breath. Chapter 108, Erupt Part 5. The sounds of Weiss's battle with the amalgamation was still going strong, rattling the whole building with every impact. Dust drifted down from the ceiling like gray snowfall, the chandelier in the dining hall swaying as though caught in an earthquake. John figured it was bound to collapse soon. Rank ones weren't called building breakers for no reason. Curiously, faint traces of frost crept from the edges of the massive hole in the kitchen ceiling where Weiss and the monster had vanished, spreading like veins across the plaster. Shards of ice fell like glass whenever the two combatants clashed. John didn't need to guess whose work that was. Weiss's rune was holding, but the question was, for how long? The kitchen offered no reprieve. The liquid pools that had dripped from the pulsating flesh walls now began to churn. Thick black ichor rippled like boiling tar, and as John watched, pale, monstrous lizard-like maws, twitching and sniffing, began to claw their way out. He took a steadying breath, then forced himself to glance back through the swinging doors. The dining area was a war zone. Beowulfs prowled among overturned tables and shattered glass, snapping at screaming patrons. The two security guards had turned a thick oak table onto its side, using it as a makeshift bulwark. They were still alive, but barely, their movements sluggish under the constant battering of claws and teeth. Several other men pressed in beside them, heaving broken chairs and bottles, anything they could grab. But desperation didn't change the truth. On the far side of the room, John spotted one Beowulf crouched low over a woman. She was still alive, still screaming, but the grim's snout was buried in her stomach, dragging out ropes of her insides with greedy bites. John grimaced, throat tightening. He looked away before his hands could start shaking. The ichor pools in front of him finished their hideous birthing. From the slick blackness, the first of the grim rose with long reverse, jointed hind legs tipped with sharp claws and a long, heavy tail that twitched with an uncanny motion. Creeps. John felt something close to relief. Creeps. He could handle creeps. Beowulfs were equivalent to an awakened with body level of 4, feral, fast, and with instincts tuned for killing. Creeps were technically the same tier, but they lacked the same agility and the cunning. They were duller predators, all jagged limbs and brute persistence. Creeps were slow enough that you could anticipate them, if you kept your nerve. Well, discounting their jaws, of course. Their bite force was greater than almost all rank 0 Grim, able to easily snap metal and concrete to dust with ease. However, John would take creeps over Beowulfs any day. "Listen up," John barked over the hiss of dripping ichor. He pointed his sword arm at the chefs and the busboy still lingering near the pantry shelves. "Get out there. Take the knives, pans, anything sharp and hand them to the men fighting. Especially those 2 security guys, I saw them earlier, they're still holding out. With better weapons, they'll last longer." The 3 hesitated, fear pinning their feet to the tile floor. John's glare sharpened. "Move." Something in his tone broke their paralysis. The head chef tightened his grip on the cleaver John had given him and nodded once. Together, the trio shoved through the doors, vanishing into the chaos of the dining hall. That left John with the creeps. He cast a glance to the side. The sous chef, the one who'd fainted earlier, still lay sprawled by the counter on the floor, unconscious and dead weight. John's eyes slid instead to Jade. She was crouched low, trembling, trying to make herself small. He bent quickly, grabbed a cast-iron pan, heavy, solid, and shoved it into her hands. The weight nearly made her stumble, but she clutched it with both fists. "If any of those creeps get past me, you hit them," John told her, voice low but firm. "Don't wait or hesitate, just swing." Jade blinked, clearly overwhelmed. Her eyes flicked to the bony shapes crawling from the puddles. "Creeps." "Not important," John cut her off. He didn't have time to explain naming conventions or how giving the nightmare system classified names of these monsters. "Focus. If one reaches you, you don't think. You need to defend yourself." Her lips trembled, but then she nodded, biting down on her fear. Determination flickered across her face, thin but real. "Good," John said. The first creep lurched fully free of the ichor. Its body unfolded like a grotesque insect, arms scraping against the tile with shrill screeches. Its eyeless face snapped toward John as if sensing him by heat or heartbeat alone. John's muscles tensed. He adjusted his grip on the cleaver he'd scavenged earlier, holding it like a short sword. His body was primed, strength coursing through his frame. He wasn't helpless, and he certainly wasn't prey anymore. He'd come a long way from being weak. "You're mine," he muttered. The creep screeched and charged. John surged forward to meet it. It lunged with its maw wide open, rows of teeth snapping like a bear trap. John didn't retreat. He stepped in and his wrist flicked upwards. The long chef's knife in his hand spun upward into the air, vanishing above him in a gleam of steel. Now free, his fingers wrapping around a cast-iron wok discarded on the tiles, he swung it up with every ounce of strength his body could muster. The creep's skull met iron with a ringing bong that echoed across the ruined kitchen like a church bell. The impact reverberated through the wok and down into John's arms, rattling his bones, but it was enough. The beast's head snapped sideways, its balance lost. Its claws scraped helplessly against the slick tile before the weight of its body pitched forward. It slammed into the ground face first, its limbs splaying out like broken marionette strings. Jade yelped from behind him, scrambling backward as the monster's jaws clacked shut inches from where she'd been crouching. She nearly tripped over her own feet in her desperation, bumping into the swinging doors. Her pan clattered against the tile before she scooped it back up, pale-faced and trembling. John didn't look back at her. His arm snapped up again. This time, the wok was the one spinning free from his hand and into the air. He caught the chef knife he had tossed earlier into the air, and the blade felt warm in his palm, like it had never left. Sliding across the ichor-slick tiles, he dropped low beneath the snapping arc of the creep's jaws as it tried to twist back toward him. His body flowed on instinct, muscles honed and reflexes tuned for survival. Both knives flashed and steel carved into flesh. The butcher knife plunged deep into the beast's hind leg, while the chef's knife slashed across the tendon in a brutal follow-through. Black ichor sprayed across his shirt, hot and acrid. The creep shrieked, collapsing sideways, its leg useless. John was already moving. His wrist flicked upwards, once again, tossing the chef's knife skyward. The butcher's knife, however, remained in his other hand, heavy and steady. He spun on the ball of his foot, scooping the wok out of its arc as it descended from above. His momentum carried him into a full turn, and with a grunt of effort he hurled it across the kitchen. The pan sang through the smoky air and smashed square into the skull of a second creep that had just clambered free from the ichor pool and was running to them. The blow staggered it mid-lunge, its body jerking back as though stunned. John didn't waste the motion. He turned back in the same breath, brought the butcher's knife down in both hands, and drove it down with all his strength into the neck of the first crippled creep. The blade cut through precisely between its cartilage and bone with a wet crack, severing its spine. The beast went still instantly, its limbs twitching once before the entire body dissolved into drifting ash, vanishing like sand in a gale. John's free hand snapped up. The chef's knife, falling in its lazy spiral, slapped into his palm. He didn't even break stride. 3 left. He leveled the knife at them. His chest heaved slightly from exertion, sweat stinging into his eyes. Behind him, Jade stared, wide-eyed, clutching her own cast-iron pan like it was the only thing anchoring her to reality. She didn't recognize this John. He clearly wasn't the brother who joked about video games, the awkward kid who once tripped over his own shoelaces in gym. No, the man in front of her was sharp, fast, and efficient, a predator among predators. John ignored the look. There was no time. The second creep shook the wok off its head and locked its eyeless snout toward him. With a roar, it lunged forwards, its jaws opening wide enough to swallow his torso whole. John sprinted straight for it, then juked left at the last moment. His boots skidded against the slick tile as he planted his full hands on the prep counter, vaulted across its surface, and rolled over the gleaming steel. The creep's teeth clamped down where he'd been, its maw crunching the metal table like paper. The sound was deafening, steel shrieked, then crumpled into shards. Sparks spat from the pressure of its bite. John hit the ground in a roll on the far side, momentum carrying him underneath the twisted wreck of the counter. He immediately reversed his direction and slid forwards, underneath the table where the grim was crunching onto the twisted metal. Mid-slide, he kicked out with both feet and slammed his foot hard into the creep's hind leg as it tried to drag itself forward. The monster stumbled, forced to spit out the mangled slab of steel. Black ichor drooled from its jaws. John didn't give it a chance to recover. He flipped the chef's knife in his hand into a reverse grip and surged up from his crouch, stabbing upwards with brutal precision. The blade punched through the soft membrane of the beast's eye, sliding deep into its skull. The creep convulsed once, shrieking, before its body dissolved into drifting ash that scattered across the blood-stained tiles. 2 down. John wrenched the knife free, spinning on his heel just as the next 2 creeps lunged together. The one close to him, its maw snapped forward with terrifying speed, far too close and too sudden for him to dodge. Instinct screamed louder than thought. His body moved before his mind even caught up. He thrust the wide butcher's blade out before him, vertically, like a shield. Crunch! The monster's jaws slammed shut around the sharp half of the blade, its own momentum driving the cutting edge deep into the roof of its mouth. Black ichor spattered across John's arm, hot and foul. The creep recoiled, shrieking, but its teeth had locked itself onto the cleaver, pinning it in place. John's eyes widened, a spark of desperate clarity flashing through him. This might actually work. He didn't hesitate. He let go of the blade and snapped his leg forward in a brutal kick, hammering his shoe on the underside of the creature's jaw. The impact jarred his bones, but the result was immediate. The butcher's blade was rammed deeper, slicing through palate, through skull, and straight into the brain. The monster convulsed, spasmed once, and then dissolved into drifting black ash. For the first time, John almost grinned. A ragged, disbelieving laugh threatened to escape his chest. He'd done it. 3 creeps gone. Wham! Something slammed into him from the side, hard enough to rip the air from his lungs. John hit the tile floor on his back, the impact rattling his teeth. Before he could breathe, hind claws pinned his shoulders. The last creep. It loomed above him, massive, its maw opening wide. Hot, rancid breath blasted his face, filling his nose with rot. John barely managed to jam his other weapon, the long chef's knife, sideways between them. The beast's jaws clamped down with a sound like grinding stone, its teeth clashing against steel less than an inch from John's throat. The force was crushing. The bones in his arms screamed and seemingly cracked under the pressure. He gasped, but no words came out. His eyes stretched wide, vision tunneling. The knife buckled, the jaws pressed closer. He could feel the heat of the monster's gullet, could see every jagged ridge of its maw. He was going to die. Jade screamed his name. Chapter 109, 109, Erupt Part 6. The weight pressing down on him was suffocating. John could barely breathe, with the creep's slavering jaws clamped inches from his face, its breath a putrid mix of bile and rot. Its teeth gnashed, a row of jagged blades grinding against the long chef's knife he'd managed to wedge between them. The steel shrieked under the pressure. CRK, CRK. The sound was unmistakable. The blade was already cracking. John's arms trembled as he forced the knife handle upward, keeping the monster's fangs from closing around his skull. Every second was agony. His shoulders burned, his wrists screamed, his lungs begged for air, but the worst part was knowing how close he was to death. A single snap, and his head would be pulp in its jaws. He thrashed beneath it with his legs kicking wildly, shoes slamming against the creep's hindquarters. He tried to shove, to buck, and to wriggle free, but the monster's mass pinned him like a boulder. Every desperate kick thudded uselessly against the creature's bone-plated legs. The angle was wrong. He couldn't generate power. Helpless again. John's fury boiled up, hotter than the creature's breath. He was angry at the creep, its rancid stench and crushing weight. Angry at the flesh walls that pulsed at the edges of his vision, mocking him with their endless hunger. Angry at the beowulves still prowling outside, waiting for him to slip. angry at the writhing amalgamation deeper in the restaurant, the root cause of this nightmare. But most of all, John was angry at himself. At his weakness and his uselessness. His constant failures. Every fight felt like the same, him pinned down, on the edge of death or surviving by accident rather than skill. It almost felt like every time he thought he was getting stronger, reality reminded him that he wasn't enough. The knife shrieked again, metal splintering. His arms quivered violently, bones ready to give way. And then, "Get off him." Jade's voice cracked through the chaos like lightning. Out of the corner of his eye, John saw her. His older sister, face streaked with tears, pan raised high in both trembling hands. "Leave him alone," she screamed. The cast-iron skillet came down, with a bone-rattling clang on the creep's maw. The impact rang out like a church bell in the dead of night. One of the monster's teeth cracked audibly, a shard skittering across the blood-slicked tiles. The creep flinched, its jaws loosening just slightly. But that slight hesitation was all John needed. He roared an inhuman cry of rage and surged upward. With one desperate heave, he twisted his body, wriggling from under the monster's bulk and rolling to its flank. His arm locked around its neck in a crude chokehold, more leverage than technique, and he tore the half-broken knife from between its teeth. The blade dragged free with a wet rip, slicing a gash through the side of the creep's maw. Black ichor spattered across John's chest, burning against his skin like acid. The monster shrieked, thrashing, its body convulsing with raw fury. John didn't let go. Flipping the knife into a reverse grip, he drove it into the side of its skull. Over and over, stabbing wildly, fueled by hatred, fear, and raw desperation. The blade sank deep into the soft tissue around its eyes, bursting them in sprays of oily black gore. "Die," he screamed, each word punctuated with another frenzied stab. Die. The knife finally snapped in his hand, shards of steel digging into his palm. But by then, it didn't matter. The creep convulsed one last time and then dissolved into smoke, its body disintegrating into the same black ash as the others. John collapsed with it, falling to his knees on the tile. He was panting, coughing, his whole body trembling. He pressed his hand to the floor, trying to steady himself, but his muscles spasmed violently, refusing to obey. His teeth were clenched so hard his jaw ached, every nerve vibrating with leftover adrenaline. He couldn't stop shaking. It felt like his bones might splinter from the sheer tension. A small, broken voice cut through the silence. "John." He looked up. Jade was standing a few feet away, the skillet still clutched in her hands. Her knuckles were white around the handle. And for a moment John couldn't tell if her fear was for the monsters or for him. Tears glistened on her cheeks. Are you okay?" John tried to smile to reassure her, but all he managed was a grimace. His face twisted with pain, every breath sending fresh fire through his chest. His body felt like it was about to collapse in on itself. "I'm fine," he rasped, though the words were a lie. His voice cracked, raw from shouting. He didn't feel fine. He felt hollow, drained. Tired. The truth was, his stamina was gone. Every reserve of strength had been burned out in that single desperate struggle. Between the tendrils, the flesh wall, the creeps, and being pinned down, he had pushed himself to his limits. But there was no time to rest. John forced himself to his feet, legs wobbling beneath him. His chest rose and fell in uneven bursts, sweat dripping into his eyes. "We're not done," he muttered. "Not yet." Jade swallowed hard, her grip tightening on the skillet. "What do we do?" John looked past her, deeper into the kitchen. The exit sign still glowed faintly above the blocked steel door. Beyond it, he knew, was freedom, or at least a step closer to it. But the fleshy mass clogging the way was still there. If they didn't find a way to get rid of it soon, more Grimm would spill out, and more innocents would die. His whole body screamed at him to give up and to collapse, to just stop. But he couldn't, not with Jade here, not with the patrons still screaming in the dining room, not while the nightmare beasts kept spreading. John clenched his bloody fist around the broken hilt of the knife, staring at the seething wall of flesh. "Let's see how the dining room is doing," he spat out, voice hoarse. Jade's lip quivered, but she nodded. John drew in a ragged breath, forcing his aching legs to move, one step at a time. Every part of him hurt and even his vision swam, but anger kept him upright. He wasn't going to fail. Not today. The adrenaline that had been pumping through him was fading slowly, leaving only pain. John staggered forward, one arm pressed to his ribs as though that might hold him together. His throat still burned from screaming, and every breath that escaped his lungs seemed to scrape a bolt of fire through his chest. Jade hurried to his side without being asked, slipping an arm beneath his shoulder to bear some of his weight. She wasn't strong like him, but her steady presence kept him from toppling over completely. John had to be strong, for her. For survival. Her other hand was still clutched around her skillet, ichor residue remained where she'd struck the creep. The fact that she hadn't let go of it even after everything made John's chest tighten, though he didn't say anything. He couldn't. Words would take too much strength. Instead, he bent, teeth grit against the ache in his legs, and retrieved the wok he'd thrown earlier. The cast-iron pan seemed a little banged up from the repeated impacts, but it was still whole, heavy and reliable. He switched it into his offhand, then stooped down once again to scoop up a new long chef's knife glinting on the floor. This one was relatively clean, unchipped, no scars of desperate combat yet. John ran a thumb along the flat of the blade and nodded faintly to himself. Steel and iron, that would have to do. The kitchen was quiet now except for the faint, wet pulse of the flesh wall at the far exit. Without Grimm, the silence felt wrong, like the pause between heartbeats. John knew it wouldn't last. The wall hadn't spawned any new ones yet, likely because it didn't have any human biomass to draw from. Which meant that the kitchen was relatively safe now, as long as no one went too close to it and got skewered. Now, it was better to move before it had the chance. He glanced at Jade, who was watching him with wide, unsettled eyes. Her face was pale, streaked with dirt and sweat. "Stay with me," he muttered, voice still raw. "We need to check on the rest of the patrons." She nodded, swallowing hard, and kept her grip on his shoulder. As they walked toward the kitchen doors, the booms from above rattled dust from the cracked ceiling. Weiss was still fighting the amalgamation. John grimaced. A rank one at full force was a building breaker, and judging by the spreading frost visible through the hole overhead, Weiss was pushing her rune to its limits. The entire restaurant might collapse on them before this was done. They had to survive long enough for Weiss to finish her fight. If she even could. But Jade's voice broke through his thoughts, trembling and insistent. How did you do all that, John? Back there, the way you fought. Does studying the sword arts really allow someone to do all that? You shouldn't even be standing after, she trailed off, unable to find the words. John didn't look at her. Later, he said flatly. Later, she repeated, incredulous. We don't have time, he snapped, harsher than he meant. His eyes stayed locked on the door, the glow of the dining hall's lights flickering through the cracks. Jade flinched, then quieted. Her knuckles tightened around the skillet. John hated himself for it, but he wasn't about to explain. Even if he wanted to, what could he say? That he'd been dragged into a nightmare world, forced to fight monsters every night until his instincts became something more than human? That he'd been training with superhumans every day just to make sure he could survive potential storms? No, he didn't have the luxury of telling her the truth, and if they survived this, Lucid would erase her memory anyway. Just like the others. Just like every poor soul who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Better to let her think he was lying, or hiding, or simply too cold to answer. Better than giving her hope in something she'd never be allowed to remember. He shoved the thought away as they reached the kitchen doors. He didn't have the luxury to think about it at this point in time. Slowly, he pushed one open just enough to peer through. The scene beyond made his stomach twist. The dining hall was chaos. Broken chairs and overturned tables littered the ground, some reduced to splinters. The elegant Adeljan chandeliers above had all but shattered, leaving only the harsh emergency lights flickering weakly across the room. Shadows of writhing bodies leapt across the walls as men and women fought, screamed, and died. John forced himself to focus. Count, always count. 7 Beowulfs. Their black forms darted through the wreckage, claws scraping sparks off marble as they lunged at survivors. He noted the way they moved, quick, coordinated, always pressing toward the same corner of the hall. And there it was. The flesh wall. Its bloated surface pulsed wetly where it blocked the restaurant's main entrance. From its center, tendrils lashed outward like searching whips, trying to corral the patrons. Their reach was limited, only extending a few meters from the wall, but that was enough. Every time a survivor broke from the main group, the tendrils snapped after them, herding them back toward the wolves. The Beowulfs weren't just killing, they were driving the patrons closer and closer to the wall, to feeding range. John's hands tightened around his weapons. The defenders had formed a rough barricade with a massive banquet table. He could see the 2 security guards bracing their shoulders against it, blocking charge after charge. Their uniforms were torn, blood streaking down one guard's leg, but somehow they were still alive. A few other patrons, men who looked strong enough to swing, had taken up positions beside them, gripping cleavers, broken chair legs, and serving trays bent into crude shields. Behind them, 20 or so survivors huddled together, clutching makeshift weapons or nothing at all. Terrified eyes darted from the Beowulfs to the pulsing wall. John recognized the wide-eyed stare. They were waiting to die. Another scream tore through the air as one of the Beowulfs broke past the barricade, dragging down a man before anyone could stop it. Blood sprayed across the tiles. The body twitched once, then went still. John's gut clenched. He forced himself to count again. That made at least 5 more bodies since he'd last looked. Jade gasped softly behind him. He shut the door a little tighter, blocking her view. "Stay behind me," John said. His voice was low but firm. "No matter what happens, don't run forward. Don't try to fight unless one gets past me." She hesitated, then nodded quickly, her face pale but her grip on the skillet firm. John leaned back against the door, his body trembling with exhaustion. Every part of him wanted to collapse, to just let go and rest. But the screams from the dining hall clawed at him, and the thud of Beowulfs against the table made it clear they couldn't hold much longer. His eyes flicked back to the kitchen's rear exit, the other flesh wall. It still pulsed quietly, unmoving. It wasn't spawning anything. That was their window. John clenched his teeth, flexing his raw grip around the chef's knife. His arms still burned, his lungs still screamed, but none of it mattered. He had to push forward. If the front wall and the back both started spawning at once, the survivors wouldn't stand a chance. He drew a slow, shaky breath and glanced at Jade one last time. Her eyes met his, full of fear, but also a flicker of trust. He grimaced, then nodded. "All right," John whispered, half to her, half to himself. "Time to even the odds."